So what exactly is going on right now? Laying had never imagined that after burning herself out for 24 hours straight to finish a live 2D model of Raiden Shogun, she would merely lay her head on the desk for a short nap. When she opened her eyes again, the world had changed. The first thing she felt was a sense of weightlessness. It was as if her soul had been torn from her body to drift through endless darkness only to be forcibly crammed into an entirely new shell. A violent headache surged like a tidal wave as a flood of unfamiliar information and fragmented memories nearly burst her mind apart. When the pain finally ebbed a little, she realized she was standing within a dense, impenetrable white mist. The air was damp, laced with a metallic scent of blood and the raw smell of earth. At her ears rang the clear clash of steel on steel mingled with furious roars and the terrified screams of children. What was even more absurd was that she had become the very two-dimensional waifu who had driven her to work herself to death, the character that countless players were obsessed with. Raiden Shogun turned into a woman. Lei lowered her head to look at the gorgeous, yet slightly revealing purple kimono on her body, its wide sleeves swaying gently with her slightest movement. Her wrist was slender, her skin porcelain white, her fingers long and elegant. The heavy sensation on her chest, and the astonishingly supple curve of her waist. Damn it. Was this really her? Some kind of compensation package from the system for dying at her desk? A forced gender swap? She did not even have time to put a proper period on her 28-year male life before being forced to accept the fact that she had become a goddess. Worse still, the world-shattering lightning power that should have filled this body was now only partially accessible. The vast energy that should have surged within her had vanished, and the organ in her chest that ought to blaze with thunderlight, the symbol of the heart of God, now lay dim and lifeless. Weakness weighed so heavily upon her that even sitting up was a struggle. At that moment, a vast and ancient voice echoed in the depths of her mind. Divine might lies dormant, authority scattered. To reshape eternity, thou must personally traverse all phenomena, partake in the pivotal nodes of this world, and only then may the power of God be restored. This world. Translated into simpler terms, her energy was empty. If she wanted to recharge, she had to go fight bosses and clear main story quests. Fight bosses? What main story quests? Laying ranted inwardly. From that voice, she also realized that the world she had crossed into was not Teyvat continent, but another hot-blooded anime she had chased since childhood, the world of Naruto. Fortunately, when it came to Naruto's plot, she could be considered a seasoned player. Pivotal nodes. That basically means sticking with the main cast, running through story arcs, and beating up villains right. Her thoughts raced as she strained to recall the narrative arcs of Naruto. What point in the story is this? The Nine Tails Rampage? Or the Fourth Great Ninja War? Please don't let it be latestage. Any random cage-level lightning user could one-shot me. Am a Raiden Shogun with a single sliver of HP. She glanced around hoping to find some clues. The thick white mist, heavy with moisture, and the smell of blood made it nearly impossible to see ahead. Suddenly, there was a sharp whooshing sound as something tore through the air from behind her. The sound carried an overwhelming ferocity aimed straight at the back of her head. Her Bodis instincts moved faster than her thoughts. She twisted aside in a sudden dodge. Though her movement was sluggish, it was precise enough to evade the strike. A chill gust brushed past her cheek as the blade wind cut, so sharply it stung her skin. A few strands of her purple hair were sliced off and scattered into the air. Where did this woman come from? A low, hoarse voice rumbled in the mist, thick with wariness and killing intent, tinged with irritation at having missed his mark. Lei's heart pounded wildly. The decapitating greatsword, this dense fog, that raspy voice. Momochi Zabuza. Her mind snapped into clarity as the earliest arcs of Naruto surfaced in her memory. This was the Land of Waves. The first direct clash between Zabuza and Kakashi Team 7's very first rank mission. Damn it. How did I end up right in the middle of the battlefield? Laying wailed internally. A game designer with zero real combat experience thrown into a high-risk ninja battle. This was a hell difficulty start. This body, though breathtakingly beautiful and divine in nature, felt like a delicate porcelain doll that could shatter at the slightest touch. Just then she heard a clear teenage shout. Watch out. Get out of the way. Laying turned her head stiffly, and through a gap in the mist, she vaguely made out a silver-haired man in a mask standing in a defensive stance, shielding 3 teenagers behind him. Hitachi, Kakashi, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Their figures wavered in and out of view within the mist, yet the taut tension in the air was unmistakable. The shout had come from their direction. At this moment, the 3 youths were staring anxiously at Laying, who was still sitting motionless on the ground. Just then, Zabuza's form flickered within the mist, and with inhuman speed, he appeared right before her. His movements were ghostly silent and wrapped in a chilling, murderous aura. The decapitating greatsword in his hand swept down with overwhelming force, wreathed in cold mist, as it cleaved straight toward her. The enormous blade carved a line of cold light through the air, aimed directly at her skull, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything in its path. The shadow of death engulfed her in an instant. The keen edge of the sword reflected her violet eyes as the threat of death became more real than ever before. She could feel the icy chakra clinging to the blade, ready to tear her apart in the next heartbeat. Damn it. I just turned into my own waifu. I haven't even had time to properly admire this peerless face, haven't even tasted a life of so-called eternity, and am about to die already, My Raiden Shogun dying this pathetically. getting wiped before I even get to shine. Absolutely not. In that instant, fierce unwillingness and the primal instinct to survive crushed all confusion and fear. In Lei's mind, countless settings, animations, and skill parameters related to Raiden Shogun flashed madly past. They represented the pinnacle of power, a judgment that transcended all mortal limits. In this moment, it was not her mind that chose. It was her body that moved. The body that belonged to Raiden Shogun seemed to be driven by combat instincts etched deep into the soul itself. She stretched out her right hand, slow yet unwavering, to grasp at the empty air ahead. The faint lightning within her gathered as one, and in the previously empty space before her, a rift in reality suddenly split open. Beyond it yawned the void. From that endless nothingness, Laying drew forth a formless longsword infused with ultimate lightning power. Musou. Weak yet incomparably pure violet lightning spilled from her palm, carrying a majesty beyond the mortal realm as it condensed in an instant into a vague, half-transparent blade of light. Though the sword was insubstantial, it radiated a sharpness that made the heart quail. It was not a physical weapon, but rather the embodiment of pure energy. She could feel the last remnants of energy in her body being drawn out, in an instant surging into her fingertips. No Hitachi. Facing forward, she swung with all her might. Her movements were fluid and graceful, each arc of her strike carrying a mesmerizing rhythm. There was no world-shattering might, no exaggerated rending of space. Only a thread-thin streak of violet blade light flashed past in an instant at a speed beyond the eye's ability to follow. It produced no sound at all, yet carried a silent, piercing power. With a soft, wet thud, Zabuza, who was mid-swing, suddenly froze in the midst of his ferocious motion. His pupils contracted sharply, his face etched with disbelief and terror. He felt his body abruptly pinned in place by some unseen force, even his thoughts stalling for an instant. Stiffly lowering his gaze, he saw his water-release water clone, an entity of chakra-made illusion made solid, being neatly bisected from head to waist by that slender, yet incomparably sharp blade light. The cut surface was smooth as a mirror, without a trace of charring or tearing. Even the dense mist stretching for dozens of meters behind the water clone was cleaved open in an instant, forming a narrow, regular vacuum corridor that briefly revealed a strip of blue sky. On the bridge, everyone was struck dumb with shock. Kakashi's Sharingan was opened wide, so strained from overuse that it even throbbed with a dull soreness. He had clearly seen that it was no simple chakra slash, but a form of power that transcended the bounds of his understanding. That force made him think of the beings spoken of in legend as gods. As for the instigator, after unleashing the thoughtless single slash that emptied every last drop of her inner blue gauge, she felt the world spin violently around her. Darkness swallowed her vision as her body swayed like a puppet whose strings had been severed, and all strength drained away, unable to support itself any longer as she toppled straight backward. The blue bar is empty. That was the last thought that flickered through her mind before she fully sank into unconsciousness. She did not know how much time had passed. She felt a cool, damp touch against her cheek, someone gently wiping her forehead. A faint groan escaped Refuge's throat, her eyelids unbearably heavy as she forced them open a sliver. Her blurred vision gradually cleared, revealing a face mostly concealed by a black mask and a crimson 3-demo Sharingan that filled her entire field of view. Hitachi Kakashi. Refuge's consciousness went taut in an instant. The urge to strike back flashed through her mind, but her body did not move at all. She tried to brace herself on her arms, yet her muscles hung loose like a puppet with cut strings, slack and powerless, refusing to respond in the slightest. That hollow emptiness of utter depletion flooded her from every limb and bone, let alone mustering strength. Even lifting a single finger had become an extravagant hope. Right now she was nothing more than a doll with a gorgeous shell left at others' mercy. "You're awake." Kakashi's voice revealed no emotion. He was squatting not far away, his body held in a subtly balanced posture from which he could launch an attack at any moment. The kunai in his hand remained at the ready, the Sharingan locking firmly onto her as he scrutinized her every detail. The surrounding fog had dispersed, sunlight pierced the clouds, illuminating the steel framework of the Great Naruto Bridge in the Land of Waves. The sea breeze blew past, carrying a tang of salt. Zabuza had already withdrawn, clearly intimidated by the residual might of that single slash. Not far away, the three youths of Team 7 stood together, casting gazes filled with a mixture of curiosity, fear, and probing scrutiny. "Who are you?" That move just now was no ninjutsu, nor did it resemble any taijutsu or jinjutsu I know. Kakashi's tone carried a trace of doubt and testing. His Sharingan roamed ceaselessly over Refuge's body, attempting to decipher the origin of her power. He could sense no chakra fluctuation within Refuge at all, yet the power of that single slash was undeniably real enough to make even a seasoned jonin like him feel a chill in his heart. This power, entirely outside the ninja system, filled his heart with vigilance. Refuge parted her lips, yet had no idea what to say. How was she supposed to explain? Say that she was a game designer who had crossed into another world and become the very character she had drawn. Say that she had worked herself to death from overtime and her soul had slipped into the body of the two-dimensional wife she had designed. If she said that it would be a miracle if Kakashi didn't treat her as a lunatic and send her to Konoha's mental ward for human experimentation. By then her so-called godhood might not have recovered before she first became experimental material for Orochimaru. No, she had to maintain the persona. Preserving an air of mystery was the best way to protect herself. And what was the persona of the Raiden Shogun? Majestic, divine, a speaker of riddles, lofty as a flower on a distant peak untouched by mortal dust. She drew a deep breath, doing her best to imitate the tone she had once written into the characters, setting her gaze unfocused, as though overlooking all living things. In a cool, ethereal voice, she said, "My name is Refuge, the one who pursues eternity." Though her voice was frail, it carried an indescribable authority, as if the very air around her had thickened. Kakashi. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. The scene fell into utter silence. Only the sea breeze passed by, bringing a trace of chill along with the faint sound of waves lapping against the bridge's piers. Naruto scratched his head, his face written full of confusion. He leaned close to Kakashi and whispered, "Kakashi-sensei, what does pursues eternity even mean? Is she saying she wants to live forever? And that name is so weird. Refuge, what is that? Is she a ninja from some village? I've never heard of it." His clear eyes brimmed with curiosity. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched. He could not help inwardly grumbling that immortality is ass. Everything about this woman's entrance and power system was steeped in oddity, and now she was spouting cryptic nonsense on top of it. And that name, Refuge. Who in this world would choose such a character as a personal name? Could she be a member of some reclusive clan? Yet she had no trace of chakra about her at all. It completely defied ninja common sense. "You are not someone of this world, are you?" Kakashi's Sharingan fixed on her, trying to discern the flow of chakra within her, but he saw only emptiness, as though she were a hollow shell devoid of any sign of life. And yet she could speak, could breathe. It was a baffling contradiction. He could even faintly sense within her an almost imperceptible trace of lightning, elemental power, a force wholly distinct from chakra, yet tinged with a faint divinity. The world. It is but a fleeting bubble, Refuge, a brief illusion. She discovered that playing this role actually granted her a strange sense of satisfaction, as if she truly had become the lofty Raiden Shogun. Struggling and mustering every ounce of strength, she finally managed to sit up, crossing her legs. Though her body remained frail, the dignity radiating from within her did not diminish in the slightest. Her gaze slowly swept over each of them, from Naruto's clear blue eyes to Sasuke's black pupils filled with resentment and hatred, and finally to Sakura's expression tinged with fear. At last her gaze fell upon Kakashi, and with an undeniable tone she spoke, "The nodes of fate in this world are converging, and the footsteps of mortals shall knock upon the doors of eternity. I shall witness this until eternity descends upon the world." Her voice, though soft, carried an ancient power that seemed capable of piercing the soul, causing each person present to feel a tinge of unease. She even sensed that as she uttered these divine words, the faint power of lightning elements within her body had once again become slightly more active. Kakashi was left utterly speechless. He found it somewhat difficult to communicate with this woman, as every word she spoke felt like a kind of religious maxim, leaving him bewildered. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't fight back. The power of that strike was still vivid in his mind, and who knew if she had any other trump cards, nor could he extract any clear answers. Moreover, her appearance had indeed resolved the encirclement from earlier, allowing Team 7 to avoid a direct confrontation with Zabuza. From the outcome, she was at least a friend, not a foe for the moment. You want to accompany us?" Kakashi instantly grasped the only part of her words he could understand: traveling together. "I am not following mortal." The Refuge raised her chin slightly, her purple eyes carrying an air of detached superiority. "It just so happens that your destinies briefly overlap with mine. I observe, I witness, that is all." Her expression of "you are merely basking in my light" made the veins on Kakashi's forehead twitch uncontrollably. He even began to suspect that he might have been affected by some illusionary lightning, wondering how he could encounter such a peculiar woman. Kakashi felt his blood pressure rising. After years in the profession, he had never encountered such an arrogant three-no personnel. No chakra, no origin, no logic to follow. Yet with the threat of Zabuza not entirely lifted, having such a profound and inscrutable powerhouse by their side might not be a bad choice. At least she had just stood with them. Furthermore, the third Hokage would need more information about her. Well then, since it is so, he sheathed his kunai, his expression returning to its usual laid-back demeanor, though the vigilance in his Sharingan remained undiminished. He even offered Refuge a friendly crescenteid smile. "Before the mission in the Land of Waves concludes, you shall temporarily act alongside us. However, if you exhibit any improper behavior, the rules of Konoha cannot be violated." His words remained unfinished, but the implication of threat was evident, and a chill pervaded the air. Refuge sighed with relief internally, though on the surface, she merely nodded slightly, as if granting a favor. "Very well." Naruto, on the other hand, leaped up in excitement. "Wow, what an incredible big sister. What was that move you just performed? Teach me. Was it lightning release? Can I learn it? I want to become the Hokage." He clearly had forgotten the earlier peril, his mind filled with the dazzling moves of the powerful and dreams of becoming stronger. Refuge glanced at him, noting the golden hair and the innocent whisker marks on his face, and felt a stir within. Naruto's naivety and optimism were indeed amusing. She pondered for a moment, deciding to reinforce her enigmatic image, and extended her fair, slender fingers. With a swift motion, a faint but striking purple spark of electricity burst forth. The spark appeared particularly vibrant in the sunlight. Little brother, remember this mortal, do not gaze directly at divine might. She spoke softly, her tone infused with undeniable authority. Zing. The spark lightly struck Naruto's forehead, causing his hair to stand on end, his entire body shuddering as he jumped up like a cat that had been electrocuted. He could even smell the burnt scent wafting from his hair. Oh, that hurts. Big sister, you are so mean. Naruto covered his forehead on the verge of tears, his face filled with grievance. Reikage retracted her hand with satisfaction. Very good, though the power was minimal, it was sufficient to intimidate a child. Kakashi observed this absurd yet somewhat amusing scene, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He lifted his hand to rub his somewhat sore left eye, the three tomo of his Sharingan slowly rotating before fading away, returning to his usual lazy dead fish-eyed expression. The crisis on the bridge had been temporarily alleviated, but as the mist dispersed, the surrounding desolate scenery and the faint scent of blood still served as a reminder of the recent battle's peril. All right, we should not linger here. Kakashi's voice shattered the brief silence as he turned to the bridge-building expert, who remained in shock, unable to regain his composure. Mr. Dazna, Zabuza could return at any moment. We must escort you home first. Dazna trembled at the mention, as if awakening from a dream. He glanced at Team 7 and scathed, and then at the purple-clad woman sitting cross-legged, her expression detached with a complex gaze. He opened his mouth awkwardly and bowed in the direction of Reikage. Thank you for your assistance. He didn't know how to address this powerful figure who clearly did not resemble a mortal, so he could only express his gratitude in the simplest manner. Reikage remained silent, merely nodding slightly, her movement minimal, yet radiating an inherent authority. Internally, however, she was lamenting. That lightning strike had consumed yet another portion of her already limited energy. Now she felt her limbs grow weak, struggling even to stand. She had to conserve every ounce of strength to maintain her inscrutable image. Let us go. Kakashi took the lead. Naruto still wanted to sidle up to Reikage and ask various questions, but Sakura grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him away. Sasuke followed closely behind Kakashi, though his pace was slightly slower, his gaze occasionally darting back to Reikage at the back of the group, emotions swirling in his black pupils. Returning from the bridge to the shore, they traversed a desolate village, the road uneven and muddy. Some houses along the roadside were dilapidated, and a few emaciated villagers occasionally cast furtive glances at their unusual group, eyes filled with fear and numbness. Reikage's gaze swept over these scenes without revealing any emotion. Her role was that of a witness. The sufferings of the mortals were but fleeting ripples in the eternal river. After nearly half an hour, Dazna finally pointed to a two-story wooden house not far away, illuminated by lights, and sighed with relief. We have arrived, that is my home. The group quickened their pace. As Kakashi stepped onto the steps before the door, his body swayed slightly. He raised a hand to steady himself against the door frame, closing his eyes, and when he opened them again, the fatigue in his eyes had deepened. The overuse of his Sharingan had greatly drained him, and at this moment he was at the end of his rope. The wooden door creaked open, and a gentle-faced woman appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing Dazna, a mix of worry and joy immediately spread across her face. Dad, you finally came back. I was so worried. She was Dazuna's daughter, Jean. Her gaze swept over Kakashi and the others, finally resting on the uniquely poised Reikage, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Who is this? We ran into some trouble on the way. Dazuna replied, vaguely unsure how to describe the daytime encounter. This is Miss Reikage. We happened to meet her on the road. They saved me. Upon hearing this, Jean made deeply bowed to everyone. Thank you so much. Please come in, it's windy outside. Back in the land of waves, the tense atmosphere finally eased a little in the home of the bridge expert Dazuna. Kakashi was injured in the battle with Zabuza due to excessive use of the Sharingan and had to rest for a while. Meanwhile, Team 7 and the Reikage temporarily stayed at Dazuna's house, waiting for Kakashi to recover. This simple fisherman's home became their temporary refuge. As dusk fell, the evening glow painted the sea with hues of red. Jean prepared a sumptuous dinner. The table was filled with local specialties, including fresh fish, vegetables, and steaming white rice, exuding an enticing aroma. The members of Team 7 were starving, especially Naruto, who couldn't wait to grab his chopsticks as soon as he sat down, devouring the food, hungrily, his cheeks puffed out like a hamster, making loud smacking sounds. Sasuke and Sakura, though slightly more restrained in their eating, also quickened their pace, clearly famished. Only the Reikage sat at the corner of the table, her back straight, hands resting on her knees, appearing solemn and motionless. Her purple kimono looked particularly mysterious under the dim candlelight, as if she were a stunning statue completely out of place in the lively and noisy atmosphere. She seemed like a character who had stepped out of a painting, not belonging to this mundane world. It wasn't that she didn't want to eat, she was truly starving. Since crossing over, aside from a few soldier pills she had taken to replenish her energy while giving herself first aid before Kakashi fell unconscious, she hadn't eaten much at all. The feeling of hunger clawed at her stomach like a cat's paw. But the issue was her persona. The persona of the Reikage was one of not partaking in worldly affairs, solely pursuing eternity. How could she indulge like a mortal at the dining table, thus tarnishing that exalted divinity? Big sister, aren't you hungry? Naruto asked, his mouth stuffed with rice, his cheeks bulging, his words muffled. He looked at the Refuge with curious blue eyes, thinking that although this big sister was strong and beautiful, her personality was quite peculiar. Clearly her stomach was growling, yet she still wouldn't eat. The Refuge's stomach audibly growled again at an inopportune moment. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet room it was exceptionally clear. Everyone's gaze instantly converged on her, filled with curiosity and amusement. Dazuna and Jin-na exchanged glances, both with a hint of kind smiles. The Refuge's cheeks faintly flushed, a sense of embarrassment rising within her. She forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves within her, maintaining an exterior as cold as ice. In her purple eyes, tranquility resembled a deep pool devoid of any ripples. She slowly spoke, her voice ethereal and detached, as if expounding on some cosmic truth. The physical body is merely a cage that confines thought. Desire for food is but a fleeting illusion destined to return to nothingness. After saying this, she even let out a soft sigh, as if genuinely lamenting the appetite of mortals. Everyone, what kind of nonsensical rhetoric is this? They exchanged glances, evidently none understood what she was saying. Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. He glanced at the Refuge's pale face and her forced calmness, unable to suppress a sigh as he helplessly translated in simpler terms, "She's hungry, but too proud to eat." As soon as he finished speaking, light laughter erupted in the room. The Refuge. "Damn Kakashi, that bastard. Just you wait. Once I regain my power, the first thing he'll do is unleash divine retribution on you." Although she was raging inside, her face showed no sign of emotion, merely shooting a fierce glare at Kakashi. That glance carried a hint of barely perceptible chill, making even Kakashi shiver slightly. Seeing this, Jin-na understandingly brought a steaming bowl of white rice and a plate of pan-fried fish to the Refuge, smiling as she said, "How can you not eat? You helped us fend off the enemies, and Kakashi sensei is injured. You look quite weak too. You need to replenish your strength to recover. Please make sure to eat something." Her voice was gentle and sincere, filled with genuine kindness. The enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air, and she looked at the pristine white rice and the golden crispy fish on the plate. She realized she truly could not resist this temptation from the food. The emptiness in her stomach made her feel dizzy, as if she might faint from hunger any moment. No matter how important her persona was, it didn't compare to the importance of living. Forget it, what's the point of a persona? Eating is the priority. At worst, I'll eat a bit more elegantly, just consider it a divine experience of mortal hardship. She found a perfect excuse for herself in her mind. After all, as long as she ate with enough ritual, it wouldn't count as mortal eating, right? Thus, under the curious, even slightly voyeuristic gazes of everyone, the Refuge elegantly picked up the chopsticks in a manner akin to a tea ceremony. Her movements were gentle and precise, as if the chopsticks were not ordinary utensils, but some kind of precious artwork. She picked up a grain of pristine rice, inspected it for 3 seconds to ensure it had no blemishes, then slowly placed it in her mouth, chewing delicately, as if savoring a rare delicacy, her expression still solemn, as if she were performing some sacred ritual. It took her 10 seconds to eat a single grain of rice. At this rate, she might not finish the bowl until dawn. Moreover, amidst that elegance, there was a hint of stiffness and awkwardness. Puff. Naruto was the first to burst into laughter. He spit out a mouthful of rice, causing Sasuke and Sakura to disdainfully distance themselves from him. Naruto rubbed his stomach, stifling his laughter as he said, "Big sister, your eating style is just too strange. You're even slower than Choji." "Shut up, Naruto. Eat your rice." Sakura punched Naruto on the head, trying to save a bit of face for the Refuge. Although she also found the Refuge's eating posture quite odd, she felt that since the other party had helped them and was so beautiful, she shouldn't be mocked. A vein throbbed on the Refuge's temple. Her hand, gripping the chopsticks, trembled slightly. Internally, she roared, "Damn Naruto. If you laugh at me eating again, I'll unleash your fox seal. Believe it or not, I'll turn you to cinders." Yet on the surface, she still forcefully endured, maintaining her pride and composure, unmoving like a statue. However, just as she was about to pick up a piece of golden crispy fish and prepare to send it into her mouth with the same sacred ritual, an accident occurred. After all, it was her first time using chopsticks, and her hands were not familiar. With an unsteady grip, the fish slipped and fell onto her lavish purple kimono, leaving a conspicuous oil stain. That oil stain looked like a blemish, particularly glaring on her pristine garment. The air instantly froze. The laughter and chatter at the dining table abruptly ceased, and everyone widened their eyes, gazing at Lei Ying and then at the oil stain. Lei Ying's body stiffened. "This is my only outfit." She felt a pang of distress. This kimono was the default skin she wore when she crossed over, with no replacements. Moreover, this was the battle attire of the Raiden Shogun. How could the deity of Inazuma be seen in a kimono stained with oil? She suddenly stood up. A powerful, yet faint aura erupted, enough to instill fear. Purple lightning elemental energy surrounded her, crackling with noise. The light bulbs in the room sensed this unusual energy fluctuation, flickering twice before bursting with a pop, unable to withstand the pressure. The room was instantly shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight outside and the flickering lightning emanating from her body. The members of Team 7 were so frightened that they dropped their chopsticks and shivered in unison. Naruto was so scared that he hid behind Sasuke, who also displayed a rare expression of terror, while Sakura trembled in fear. "Filth. Lei Ying's voice quivered slightly, a manifestation of her extreme anger. She extended her hand, and the lightning at her fingertips crackled, as if ready to purify this unclean place. Calm down. Calm down, Lei Ying. Kakashi hurriedly stood up, pressing his hand on her shoulder in an attempt to quell her fury. It's just a piece of clothing. I'll get you a new one. I promise it will be identical and thoroughly cleaned. He felt a powerful current surge from Lei Ying's shoulder, nearly paralyzing him. Upon hearing the word gift and Kakashi's slightly pained tone, the lightning around Lei Ying gradually subsided. The aftermath of the bulb explosion made her feel a pang of regret for the energy loss. After all, this bit of energy couldn't be wasted on temper. She took a deep breath, sat back down, and resumed her aloof demeanor, though her face appeared even paler. She spoke softly, her voice laced with barely discernible gritted teeth. It's nothing. Worldly possessions are inherently fleeting. But this filth, this grudge, I shall remember. The meal ultimately concluded in a bizarre, yet joyful atmosphere. After clearing away the bowls and chopsticks, Tsunami lit a candle, and the room was once again bathed in warm light. Dasna gazed at the shattered bulb on the ceiling, clicked his tongue, but dared not say more. Kakashi called the 3 members of Team 7 to the corridor outside. The night breeze was cool, carrying the salty scent of the sea, ruffling everyone's hair. All right, let's share our thoughts on today. Kakashi leaned against a pillar, hands in his pockets, appearing relaxed, yet his exposed eye scrutinized his 3 students. Thoughts? That masked guy was so fast. My eyes couldn't keep up at all. Naruto shouted first, gesturing with his hands in front of him. But Sasuke's Sharingan caught his movements. That's amazing. Sasuke grunted, not responding. He recalled the almost instantaneous attacks from the white figure and the feeling of helplessness, even though he could see them. This feeling made him quite uncomfortable. That wasn't a boy, or it was a girl, Sakura added softly. And they didn't kill, they used kunai that could put people into a state of near death. Oh, Kakashi's gaze shifted to Sakura. You observed very carefully, well done. Receiving her teacher's praise, Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly. Kakashi's eyes swept over the 3 of them before casually landing on Lei Ying, who stood alone under the eaves gazing at the night sky. Moonlight fell upon her, and the kimono stained with oil did not seem disheveled against her cool demeanor. As for Lei Ying, Kakashi paused, a hint of complexity in his tone. Her combat style is beyond my comprehension. This statement caused both Sasuke and Naruto to stir. Even the well-informed Kakashi sensei expressed such sentiments. What other secrets did this person hide? Sasuke's gaze also shifted to Lei Ying, his black pupils revealing 3 tomo flickering faintly. All right, the immediate threat has been averted, but they will surely return. Kakashi withdrew his gaze, his expression returning to seriousness. The next battle will only be more difficult. Starting tomorrow, I will put you through a special training. Special training? Naruto perked up instantly. What is it? Is it a ninjutsu as powerful as that purple lightning net? Kakashi ignored his banter, simply ruffling his blonde hair. You'll find out tomorrow. Now go rest. The night deepened, and Naruto had already fallen into a deep sleep, mumbling about ramen and training. Sasuke sat cross-legged in his room, stubbornly refining his chakra, attempting to break through today's limits. Kakashi lay on the bedding, feeling quite awake. He stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, replaying the scenes of Lei Ying's battle in his mind. He recalled Lei Ying's words, mortal bodies require sustenance from grains, and her evaluation of his power system, inefficient, weak. These evaluations stung his pride as an elite jonin, yet he found himself unable to refute them. He turned over, gazing out at the bright moonlight. What was this woman's origin? What were her intentions? What did her concept of eternity signify? A series of questions loomed like mist over his heart. Suddenly, he remembered his promise to Lei Ying. He'll get you a new one. Kakashi sighed and sat up from his bedding. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Kakashi emerged from his room with dark circles under his eyes, having not slept a wink, leaving him somewhat sluggish. He calculated Dasna's payment in his mind, deducting travel expenses and the unexpected medical fees from this incident, wondering if the remaining money would be enough to buy this deity a new outfit. He looked up and saw Lei Ying standing in the yard. She faced away from the house, looking toward the faint light of the rising sun, her posture upright. The morning light gilded her with a faint golden aura, and that kimono stained with oil swayed slightly in the morning sea breeze, yet did not appear disheveled. Kakashi walked forward, stopping a few steps behind her. He caught a faint whiff of a burnt feather-like scent mixed with the salty breeze. Ahem, he cleared his throat, breaking the silence about the clothing. Lei Ying slowly turned around, her violet eyes devoid of any trace of sleep, cold and clear, staring directly at him. Her gaze lingered on Kakashi for a moment. Such filthy things should be purified. Her voice revealed no emotion. The word purified sent a shiver down Kakashi's spine. He immediately recalled the exploding light bulb from yesterday and the electric sparks filling the room, instinctively imagining her extending her hand, a bolt of lightning reducing both the clothing and half the courtyard to ashes. That won't be necessary. He quickly interjected, his tone growing more hurried. I remember there's a shop in town that sells clothes. I'm not sure if they have your style, but it's certainly better than wearing this. Shall I take you to have a look? He proposed this suggestion partly out of a reluctant promise, and partly to keep this unpredictable factor close for further observation. Lei Ying was calculating rapidly in her mind. To use precious energy to purify an ordinary piece of clothing was akin to using gold to wipe one's behind, far too low in cost-effectiveness. Changing into a new outfit was the most efficient solution at present. All right, she uttered a single word from her lips. Then, shall we set off after breakfast? Kakashi tentatively asked. Laying shot him a glance, said nothing further, and simply turned to walk back into the house, leaving Kakashi alone in the wind feeling disheveled. At the breakfast table, Naruto heard about the plan to go to town to buy clothes and immediately raised his chopsticks, loudly clamoring to join in on the fun. Sakura shot him a glare, silencing his ruckus, but her eyes showed a hint of curiosity. After all, buying clothes for someone like Laying sounded rather interesting. Ultimately, Sasuke chose to stay behind in the backyard forest of the Dazna household, citing that such a boring task would only waste training time. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura excitedly followed behind Kakashi and Laying. The town in the Land of Waves was small, with wooden houses lining the streets, showing signs of wear and decay. Due to Kato's long-term exploitation, there was hardly any vitality visible in the town. Pedestrians wore frowns and hurried their steps. Kakashi led them into a modest kimono shop. The shop was small and dimly lit, with a few garments hanging that appeared somewhat coarse and dull in color. The owner was a small, thin, middle-aged man who, upon seeing the forehead protector on Kakashi's head, hurriedly bowed and welcomed them. What would you esteemed ninjas like to see? Choose a piece of clothing for her, Kakashi said, gesturing with his chin towards Laying. The owner's gaze fell upon Laying, and he was instantly rendered speechless. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life, that face, that figure, and an indescribable aura that seemed far beyond what a mortal should possess. Naruto, however, didn't think much of it. Like an energetic monkey, he dashed around the cramped shop, and immediately spotted a blue garment adorned with a large koi fish pattern, holding it up and gesturing towards Laying. Big sister, look at this. This fish matches the color of your eyes perfectly. Laying didn't even glance at the garment, as she merely extended her slender fingers to pinch the corner of a kimono hanging nearby. It was a light pink kimono, arguably the best crafted and colored piece in the shop. She brought the fabric close to her eyes and examined it carefully. Poor weaving, uneven threads. She set the corner down and looked at another green garment. Dye sits on the surface, fades upon contact with water, and the dye emits a pungent odor. She continued to critique several pieces, each one becoming an eyesore to her. The shop owner's expression shifted from flattery at the beginning to a bit awkward finally, turning a shade akin to pig liver. These were the best fabrics he had managed to gather from traveling far and wide. Esteemed lady, the owner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. This shop is small, and profits are thin. These are already the best fabrics you can find in the Land of Waves. Kakashi pressed his hand against his forehead, feeling a migraine threatening to return. He walked over to Lei Ying's side and spoke in a tone only they could hear. This is the Land of Waves, not the mansion of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. You can't expect me to rob Kato's estate to make you clothes, can you? Let's settle for something, all right. Lei Ying's brow furrowed slightly. Her gaze swept around the shop before finally resting on a piece of uncut fabric in the corner. It was a pure purple cloth, vibrant in color with no unnecessary patterns. This one. She pointed at the fabric with her finger. The owner followed her finger and showed a troubled expression. Lady, this is just ordinary cotton cloth and hasn't been processed yet. No matter, Lei Ying said casually, I'll take it. In the end, Kakashi sighed internally and paid for the piece of purple cotton cloth along with some needles and thread. He just wanted to end this awkward shopping experience as soon as possible. Fortunately, Tsunade's skills were deft, and upon hearing the situation, she readily agreed to help craft a fitting kimono overnight. On the way back, Naruto continued to chatter. Why didn't we buy that fish one? It was so pretty. This purple one is plain and has nothing here. It isn't cool at all. Lei Ying walked ahead, her cold back seemingly isolating her from the noise behind. In the following days, the Land of Waves was eerily peaceful as Zabuza and that masked boy did not reappear. The construction of the bridge progressed rapidly with the protection of the Leaf Village ninjas and the assistance of the villagers. Team 7 took turns on watch and transported materials by day while practicing on their own at night. Tsunade's hands were indeed quick. By the following evening, a brand new purple kimono was delivered to Lei Ying. Lei Ying took the neatly folded garment. The fabric was cotton, soft to the touch, but compared to the silky feel of the divine garment she was wearing, it felt coarse. Tsunade wore a gentle smile, giving a few reminders that it can be altered if it doesn't fit before retreating and closing the door behind her. He was left alone in the room. He walked to the door and confirmed that the bolt was secure. There were no mirrors in the room, only a basin of water in the corner for washing the surface fairly, still reflecting some vague shadows. His hand lifted, undoing the knot at his waist. The Raiden Shogun attire was far more intricate than it appeared, with various knots, accessories, and layers, all complex and exquisite. As a big man who often struggled with tying his own necktie, it was even more challenging to untangle such ancient and ornate attire. After much effort, he finally managed to pull apart a crucial knot. The garment's front opened up. The wide sleeves and outer garments slid soundlessly down his smooth shoulders. His body stiffened. Looking down, he saw snow-white skin, delicate clavicles, and a silhouette of impossible, breathtaking grace. All this now belonged to the body he inhabited, a sensation so absurd it surged like lightning to his skull. This was the body of General Refuge, the wife countless players had longed for in their dreams. And now he dwelled within her. Forcing calm upon himself, he continued his motions. The outer robe pooled at his feet in a sumptuous heap of violet. Only the inner layer of close-fitting garments remained. A glance toward the wash basin in the corner revealed only a blurred reflection. But even so, the flawless contours, the luminous skin glowing softly in the dim candlelight, the cascade of violet hair falling to her waist, all seemed carved by divine hands into a masterpiece of living art. He truly irrevocably had become a woman, exquisitely, impossibly beautiful. He picked up the fresh cotton kimono and slowly slipped it onto his frame. The coarse texture of the cotton brushed against his delicate skin, evoking an unfamiliar, disorienting sensation. Awkwardly, he crossed the lapels, left over right, then seized the sash and wound it haphazardly around his waist, knotting it tightly with a clumsy, immovable bow. At last it was on. He approached the basin once more and gazed again at his reflection. The woman before him, clad in simple violet cotton, remained heart-stoppingly beautiful. The modest attire did not conceal her radiance. Rather, stripped of divine opulence, it lent her an ethereal, pristine elegance. Cool, untouchable, utterly human. Yet something felt profoundly wrong. He looked down and found the source: the sash. His lopsided, grotesque knot shattered the harmony of the entire composition. He fell silent for a moment, then reached out, wrestling stubbornly with the knot he himself had ruined, until finally he surrendered. Enough. Let it be. A deity who dwelled beyond mortal concerns would hardly know how to tie a mortal's sash. Perfectly reasonable. He offered himself this quiet justification. The next day, Kakashi led Naruto and Sasuke to an open field behind the house. All right. From today onward, your special training begins with this. Kakashi walked to a tall tree, not forming a single hand seal, ascending vertically step by step until he hung upside down from its thick trunk like a gecko, waving casually at the two stunned boys below. Climb a tree, Naruto cried, pointing. I could do that at 3. Oh, really? Kakashi pulled a kunai from his pouch and tossed it down. Not with your hands, with your feet. Focus chakra to the soles of your feet and adhere to the trunk. Handing the kunai to Sasuke, he added, that is the principle. Your task is to maintain, precisely, just enough chakra beneath your feet, neither too little nor too much. Too little and you fall. Too much and you blast away the bark and still fall. Sasuke accepted the kunai without hesitation and immediately began trying. Gathering chakra to his soles, he inhaled deeply and lunged forward, only to explode the bark beneath his feet after 2 or 3 steps, crashing down in humiliating defeat. Naruto burst into laughter, then dashed forward just as Sasuke had, only to topple head over heels after a single stride, landing far more spectacularly than his rival. Sakura stood quietly aside, watching her flustered teammates, then gently focused her mind and carefully channeled chakra to her soles. She tested the trunk with tentative steps and held firm. Though unsteady, she climbed steadily step by step until she stood beside Kakashi. Excellent, Sakura. Among the 3 of you, your chakra control is by far the most refined, Kakashi praised without reserve. Elsewhere, Naruto and Sasuke, refusing to yield, locked themselves in fierce rivalry, repeatedly charging the tree, repeatedly tumbling back down. Bruises bloomed across their bodies, a mud and grass clung to their clothes. Nearby, beneath another tree, Refuge sat in perfect seiza, engaged in her meditation. Eyes closed, she neither ate nor drank, neither slept nor stirred, motionless as a flawless, lifeless sculpture. Yet within her awareness, the lightning reconnaissance eye had long been activated. Every detail of the surroundings unfolded before her consciousness with crystalline clarity. She watched Naruto and Sasuke persist in their futile attempts. In her perception, Sasuke's chakra resembled a jagged, wildly swinging blade, possessing cohesion yet erupting with erratic intensity, its output wildly unstable, its energy waste staggering. Naruto's chakra, however, was no river. It was a storm-tossed ocean, vast, chaotic, violent, utterly incapable of coherent focus. He tried to draw forth a slender current and unleashed a cataclysmic tidal wave. One has flawed output control, the other possesses infinite chakra reserves, yet zero capacity to regulate them. Refuge couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Just as she prepared to withdraw her perception and resume, conserving energy, Naruto, black and blue and breathless, came barreling over and plopped himself down directly before her. Big sister, big sister. He tilted his dirt-smeared face upward, panting. Do you really just sit like this every day? Isn't it boring? Why don't you teach me that crackling, lightning net instead? It's definitely way cooler than climbing trees. Refuge slowly opened her eyes, the violet irises reflecting Naruto's hopeful, grime-streaked face. She gave no answer. Choosing instead to tease him, she said, your heart is a roaring, chaotic sea. Huh? Naruto blinked, scratching his head in confusion. Mastery over energy springs from stillness of spirit. Her voice remained utterly level, each word piercingly clear. If you cannot still the ripples upon your inner lake, how then shall you command the thunder in the heavens? With that, she closed her eyes once more, leaving Naruto standing there bewildered and speechless. He stood frozen, murmuring softly, sea, lake, thunder. What does any of that even mean? He grasped none of it. Only that this elder sister spoke in riddles cryptic and inscrutable. Unable to fathom it, he abandoned thought altogether and sprinted back to the tree, shouting at Sasuke, Sasuke, I've got it. Let's try again. Race you. Behind him, Refuge, eyes still closed, allowed the faintest, almost imperceptible flicker of a smile to stir at the corner of her lips. In the land of waves at the construction site of a massive bridge, After several days of rest, Kakashi's injuries had not fully healed, but they were no longer serious. He knew that Zabuza would not easily give up and would eventually launch another attack. As expected one morning, when Team 7 and the Refuge were standing guard at the bridge, thick fog once again enveloped the entire sea area. The familiar suffocating chill in the air signaled the enemy's arrival. They're here. Kakashi put on his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, his expression grave. He stared intently ahead, gripping the kunai tightly in his hand. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura also assumed battle stances. Despite the tension in their hearts, they were no longer complete novices after the last fight. The Refuge stood to the side wearing a newly changed purple kimono, her expression indifferent. Her lightning detection eye was already fully activated, and the fog posed almost no obstruction to her. In her perception, Zabuza's and Haku's chakra fluctuations appeared as two faint but clear candle flames rapidly approaching. The Refuge calmly reminded everyone he has arrived. As soon as the words left her mouth, a swift sound of breaking air echoed, and Zabuza leaped out of the fog like a ghost, his decapitating blade slicing through the air with a howling wind aimed straight at Kakashi. Behind him, a slender figure of Haku flickered like ice crystals, with her sunbon reflecting cold light, silently launching an attack at Naruto. It's Haku. Naruto, be careful, Sakura cried out. Kakashi reacted instantly, but Zabuza's speed was even faster than before, clearly having prepared thoroughly. He barely blocked the decapitating blade, but the immense force sent him staggering back a few steps. Naruto awkwardly dodged Haku's attacks, unable to keep up with her speed, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt. Sasuke wanted to provide support, but was intimidated by Zabuza's killing intent. The Refuge observed the chaotic scene before her, yet her heart remained unusually calm. She could sense the anger in Zabuza's chakra and Haku's determination, but none of this concerned her eternity. She focused solely on how to efficiently gather plot energy. I've regained some energy over the past few days. Let's give it a try, the Refuge murmured softly, her voice only audible to herself. She slightly raised her hand, a faint trace of lightning gathering at her fingertips. The unthought blade consumes too much energy. I must seek a more refined method of control. I recall the lightning elemental shield and lightning prison. These were not direct attack skills, but rather applications of lightning elemental power. ZZZ. A faint purple lightning bolt shot from the Refuge's hand, not aimed at Zabuza, but precisely condensing before Naruto. In an instant, a circular lightning elemental shield with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared, forming a translucent purple barrier that securely protected Naruto. Clang, clang, clang. Haku's senbon fell like a torrential rain on the shield, producing crisp sounds of impact, yet they couldn't penetrate the thin layer of lightning. The senbon were deflected and fell to the ground. What a... Haku's pupils constricted. She had never seen such a peculiar defensive technique. Naruto climbed up from the ground, staring in horror at the shield, then glancing at the Refuge filled with confusion. Mortal attacks are mere trifles to a deity. The Refuge spoke indifferently, her voice echoing in the fog, carrying a hint of barely perceptible arrogance. At the same time, her other hand was raised again. This time her target was Zabuza. Lightning prison. ZZZZ. Several purple lightning bolts shot from the Refuge's fingertips, intertwining in the air, instantly forming a translucent lightning prison that ensnared Zabuza's body. The prison was not a physical entity, but composed of pure lightning elemental power. A powerful current surged through Zabuza's body, causing his muscles to stiffen and his movements to slow. Damn it! What is this thing? Zabuza felt the turmoil within his chakra and the numbness coursing through his body, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. He struggled, but the lightning prison clung to him like a parasite, preventing him from breaking free. His decapitating blade nearly slipped from his grip due to the paralysis. Taking advantage of the situation, Kakashi launched an attack, engaging Zabuza in close combat. However, Zabuza was restrained by the lightning prison, his strength greatly diminished, and he was soon overpowered by Kakashi. The Refuge's lightning detection eye remained locked onto Haku. She could clearly sense Haku's ice-release chakra nature and her unique physical flexibility. She even began analyzing Haku's ice-release principles in her mind. This is a bloodline limit that utilizes the combination of water and wind attribute chakra, forming ice crystals by controlling molecular movement. Interesting. If I could integrate it with lightning elemental power, could it form an ice-lightning barrier? Haku also developed a keen interest in the Refuge's identity and powers, realizing that the forces the Refuge utilized were unlike any chakra system she was familiar with, yet exhibited a similar refined control. Ultimately, Zabuza and Haku were once again forced to retreat, but this time they held a deeper fear and confusion towards the Refuge's powers. As Zabuza retreated, he cast a deep glance at the Refuge's eyes filled with suspicion. What is this woman? What is her power? The last strike, this control. Why is there no chakra fluctuation from her? He even began to question whether the Refuge was some legendary creature. The Refuge sensed the slight increase in plot energy within her, calculating her gains from this encounter. Though not much, it at least proved that her support control style could effectively gather energy. The thick fog gradually dissipated, revealing the chaotic scene on the bridge. The lightning at the Refuge's fingertips quietly extinguished, and the lightning prison that had confined Zabuza along with the elemental shield protecting Naruto transformed into tiny purple glimmers dissipating into the air. Everything returned to calm with only the slightly briny sea breeze brushing against everyone's cheeks. Kakashi's chest heaved violently, and his hand holding the kunai trembled slightly from the effort. Leaning against the steel frame of the bridge behind him, his single eye was fixed intensely on the back of the Refuge. This woman's existence had already surpassed his understanding of ninjutsu and chakra. Hey, that purple barrier. It was amazing. Naruto leaped up from the ground, completely ignoring the scrapes on his body, excitedly running to the Refuge, gesturing animatedly. And that lightning net. How did you do it? Teach me. The Refuge merely turned her face, glancing at him with her emotionless purple eyes, without speaking. This indifference left Naruto's enthusiasm stuck in his throat. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Sasuke stood not far away, three tomo slowly rotating in his black eyes. He remained silent, repeatedly scrutinizing the position of the Refuge in the spot where she had just raised her hand. There were no hand seals, no violent fluctuations of chakra. That power seemed to appear out of nowhere, then vanish into thin air. Naruto stopped messing around. Sakura rushed over and grabbed Naruto's arm. After checking his wounds and confirming they were merely superficial, she let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze inevitably drifted to the Refuge, whose purple kimono remained spotless after the fierce battle, starkly contrasting with the disarray of the others. All right, the threat has been temporarily neutralized. Kakashi straightened up, his voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. We need to return to Mr. Dazna's house to re-establish our plan. He finished speaking and took the lead. The three members of Team 7 quickly followed, while the Refuge walked leisurely at the back, as if the life-and-death battle had merely been an inconsequential interlude. Upon returning to Dazna's home, a rich aroma of food enveloped them, dispelling the chill and fatigue from their bodies. The warm light inside the house illuminated Dazna and his daughter Tsunami, who had already prepared a lavish dinner and were anxiously pacing by the dining table. Seeing Kakashi and the others push the door open, their anxieties finally eased. Great. You all returned safely. Dazna exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together as he quickly approached, his calloused palm patting Kakashi's shoulder heavily. He turned and fetched a bottle of long-hidden wine from the cupboard. Mr. Kakashi, you must have a drink today to celebrate. Tsunami also revealed a relieved smile, gently inviting everyone. Please take a seat. The food is ready. After a long day, you must all be starving. The atmosphere at dinner initially carried a weight of tension from the battle, but was soon disrupted by Naruto's antics. He was the first to rush to the dining table, grabbing chopsticks and starting to shovel rice into his mouth, boasting incoherently about how heroic he had been that day. You should have seen it. That masked guy's needles came flying at me, and I just did this. A backflip. I dodged all of them. As Naruto spoke, he clumsily waved his chopsticks, nearly flinging rice onto Sakura's face. Sakura shifted away in disgust, eating her rice in small bites, her mind far from the food. Her gaze occasionally drifted to Sasuke, and she couldn't help but glance at the unusually quiet Refuge in purple. Sasuke sat silently in the corner, eating at a steady pace. His eyes moved back and forth between the Refuge and Kakashi, as if analyzing something profound hidden deep within his dark pupils. The most eye-catching was still the Refuge. Unlike last time, she did not refuse. Instead, she quietly knelt in the spot Tsunami had prepared for her. In front of her lay a steaming plate of food, including grilled fish miso soup and glistening rice. She did not act pretentious like last time, but elegantly savored the delicious meal before her. The others exchanged glances after witnessing her actions, both seeing the amusement reflected in each other's eyes. The meal proceeded in this wonderfully harmonious atmosphere. The Refuge's eating pace was not fast, each bite felt like a ritual, yet she truly enjoyed the food. This made Tsunami genuinely happy, continually serving her more dishes. Kakashi drank his wine, but his eyes never left the Refuge. What exactly was she? The meal ultimately concluded in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. After clearing the dishes, Kakashi called the three members of Team 7 to the corridor outside. The night breeze was cool, ruffling their hair. All right, although we've temporarily driven back Zabuza, they will surely return one day. Kakashi leaned against the pillar, his expression turning serious. Moreover, the next battle will only be more challenging. Naruto and Sasuke's expressions grew solemn. Their battle with Haku today had made them acutely aware of the gap between them and a true formidable enemy. Starting tomorrow, I will conduct a special training for you, Kakashi announced. Special training? Naruto perked up instantly. What is it? Is it a ninjutsu as powerful as that purple lightning net? Kakashi ignored his interjection and turned to Sasuke and Sakura. You both too. The purpose of this training is to help you use chakra more efficiently, which is crucial for your upcoming battles. His gaze swept over the three of them, eventually landing unintentionally on the Refuge, who stood alone under the eaves, gazing up at the night sky. As for the Refuge, Kakashi's voice faltered slightly, a hint of complexity in his tone. Her combat style is beyond my comprehension. This statement stirred a reaction in both Sasuke and Naruto. Even the well-informed Kakashi sensei had spoken such words. What other secrets does this woman conceal? As the night deepened, Naruto had long fallen into a deep sleep, while Sasuke stubbornly practiced in his own room. Kakashi lay on his bed, yet he found no sleep. He kept his eyes open, staring at the ceiling, replaying in his mind the scenes of the Refuge casting the lightning cage and shield. He recalled the Refuge's words, only the mortal body requires sustenance from grains, and her assessment of his power system. Inefficient, fragile. These evaluations pierced through Kakashi's pride as an elite jonin, leaving him unable to refute them. He turned over gazing out at the bright moonlight. The following days were unusually peaceful in the land of waves, with Zabuza not reappearing. The bridge construction progressed swiftly with the villagers' help. Team 7 took turns on guard duty and assisting the workers during the day, while at night they engaged in their own training. The Refuge, on the other hand, spent most of her time alone in the yard or on the seaside rocks meditating in a standard posture. In the days that followed, Kakashi's interest and wariness towards the Refuge showed no signs of waning. One evening, the setting sun bathed the land of waves in a golden hue. Kakashi sat under Dazna's house, casually flipping through his book, Ica Paradise, but his gaze occasionally glanced towards the Refuge, who was meditating in the yard. The Refuge sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint purple lightning glow, a purer form of energy. She resembled a statue, motionless, as if she had merged with the heavens and earth. Refuge, Kakashi finally couldn't help but speak, his tone lazily casual, as if he were merely making small talk, yet his Sharingan captured every subtle reaction from the Refuge. Your power is fundamentally different from the chakra we ninjas possess. What kind of power is it? He attempted to describe the power of Lei Ying using a more universal vocabulary, but he found his lexicon woefully inadequate. Lei Ying slowly opened her eyes, the purple irises reflecting the afterglow of the setting sun, appearing profound and mysterious. She did not answer directly, but countered with a question. Mortal, where does your power come from? Chakra. Kakashi answered without hesitation. It is formed by the fusion of physical and mental energy. Through refinement, it can unleash ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Oh, Lei Ying smiled faintly, her smile fleeting yet laced with an unspoken mockery. In my view, that kind of power is overly inefficient and too fragile, relying on the physical body to refine consuming life potential, constrained by hand seals and techniques. The limitations of mortals are laid bare. Kakashi furrowed his brow. As an elite jonin, he naturally brimmed with confidence in his own power system. Yet Lei Ying's words left him speechless. The power she exhibited indeed lacked any hand seals, and was both powerful and enigmatic. Then what about your power? Kakashi asked unwillingly. That kind of lightning seems to be conjured from thin air, unbound by chakra. My power comes from the laws from eternity. Lei Ying gazed into the distance as if piercing through the surface of the sea before her, witnessing another world. Your chakra is like a small stream, a trickling flow. My lightning element power is an ocean, vast and boundless. Your power is constrained by the physical body, while my power is the master of the physical body. You seek temporary victories, while my power pursues eternal order. Kakashi was deeply shaken by her words. The concepts of eternity and laws that Lei Ying spoke of completely overturned his understanding of power. He used his Sharingan to repeatedly observe Lei Ying, attempting to decipher the faint yet pure lightning element power within her, but each time it was like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving him utterly puzzled. He realized that Lei Ying's body seemed to be a pure energy conglomerate devoid of meridians and acupoints, completely unlike a living being. Eternity. Order. Kakashi muttered to himself, thinking of his lost comrades, pondering this world filled with war and hatred, a trace of bewilderment rising in his heart. Lei Ying's appearance showed him another possibility, another pursuit. Naruto approached, his face full of confusion. What is eternity? Is it delicious? Can it make me Hokage? His innocent and naive question instantly shattered the heavy atmosphere. Lei Ying shot him a glance, internally scoffing. Eternity is certainly not delicious, but it will make you stronger, foolish child. On the surface, she remained aloof. Mortal, your heart is too noisy to grasp the profundity of eternity. Sakura then began to feel a desire to imitate Lei Ying's appearance and attire. She noticed that Lei Ying's clothing was exquisitely designed with unique tailoring. She even secretly sketched some drawings of Lei Ying, hoping to learn some design elements from them. Sasuke silently listened to the conversation between Lei Ying and Kakashi. He felt the powerful aura radiating from Lei Ying and her unique understanding of power and eternity. The hatred within him and his thirst for power resonated with Lei Ying's words. He began to ponder whether there were other stronger powers to pursue beyond the Sharingan. Lei Ying observed their varied reactions, feeling a subtle, imperceptible satisfaction within. She had already begun subtly influencing the mortals of this world. Perhaps this is the significance of the existence of gods, guiding mortals toward eternity. Kakashi, do you think the path of ninja leads to the road of eternity? Suddenly Lei Ying asked, her gaze sharp as if trying to see through Kakashi's soul. Kakashi fell silent, thinking of Obito Uchiha of Rin, of his mentor Minato Namikaze. The path he had taken as a ninja was filled with regrets and pain. I don't know. He ultimately provided an honest answer. Mortal, you should ponder this. Lei Ying left such a statement before closing her eyes again, entering into meditation. The setting of the gods is to be high and mighty, guiding the way, yet not providing definitive answers. Kakashi, think carefully about your life. She could sense that as she conversed with Kakashi and spread her concept of eternity, the faint lightning element power within her had grown a little stronger. It seems that this method could also yield plot energy. She could feel that as she conversed with Kakashi and spread her concept of eternity, the faint lightning element power within her had grown a little stronger. It seems that this method could also yield plot energy. Lei Ying's heart was unperturbed, and she even felt a bit of amusement. It turned out that when a divine being paints a grand vision, it truly can enhance one's cultivation. This was far easier than fighting and killing. Kakashi, the elite jonin, began to question his life after just a few of her words, while Sasuke, the avenging youth, looked at her with changed eyes. This wave of preaching was a blood gain. Kakashi no longer took the initiative to discuss the topic of eternity with Lei Ying, but she could sense that this silver-haired jonin's gaze always unintentionally fell upon her. Lei Ying did not mind this. Most of the time she stayed beneath the eaves of the Dazna household or at the cliff by the sea, maintaining her meditation posture. In reality, her consciousness was immersed within her body, familiarizing herself with that increasing faint lightning element power and attempting more precise control. So this can also be used. This tranquility was shattered on the morning of the 8th day. A piercing scream and chaotic footsteps echoed from the direction of the village, thick smoke billowing upward. Something has happened. Kakashi was the first to react, his expression darkening as he immediately rushed toward the source of the commotion. Naruto and Sasuke followed closely behind. Sakura nervously glanced at the still meditating Lei Ying before running off as well. Lei Ying slowly opened her eyes, her purple pupils reflecting the distant flames. She did not move. The lightning reconnaissance I had already captured the situation at the bridgehead. Kato's fleet had arrived. Hundreds of wandering warriors and ruffians brandished swords, surging onto the unfinished giant bridge, surrounding the workers who were still laboring. Leading them was the short-statured sunglasses-wearing merchant Kato. Dazna, you old fool, do you still want to build the bridge? Today I will sink you and your beautiful dream to the bottom of the sea. Kato's voice was sharp and arrogant, flanked by a dozen leading thugs. Dazna held a tool, standing before all the villagers, his body trembling with anger. Kato, you parasite of the country. Ha ha, scold me, go ahead. In any case, you all will die here today. Kato laughed wildly, waving his hand. Get them. Kill them. Smash the bridge for me. You will not succeed. Naruto's voice came from the back of the crowd. He and Sasuke stood on either side, shielding Dazna. Leaf Village ninjas. Kato was momentarily stunned upon seeing them, then became even more arrogant. Do you think you little brats and an injured person can do anything? Refuge observed everything from a distance through electromagnetic sensing. The battle on the bridge erupted in an instant. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed seals and hundreds of shadow clones surged forward, instantly disrupting the formation of the villains. The scene became chaotic. Sasuke remained much calmer. He moved agilely through the crowd, accurately knocking weapons out of the enemy's hands with his kunai. His Sharingan was activated, perceiving every opponent's movements. Kakashi did not intervene, merely standing guard to prevent anyone from flanking and harming the villagers. He watched the cooperation of his two students, a hint of approval in his eyes. However, the enemy numbers were overwhelming. Although Naruto's clones were many, their strength was lacking and soon diminished. Sasuke's stamina also began to wane. Damn it, these guys just won't quit. Naruto punched a burly man away, breathing heavily. Kato laughed from the back. Useless. Wear them out. Whoever kills that kid with the forehead protector, I'll reward with 100,000. Under the heavy reward, the villains became even more frenzied. At that moment, a timid child among the villagers, Inari, rushed out with a wooden crossbow, trembling as he shielded his mother Tsunami. You can't bully everyone. The child's bravery inspired the villagers, who picked up their tools and stood behind the ninjas. Well done, Inari. Naruto gave him a thumbs up. Refuge watched calmly from a distance. The courage of mortals, though fleeting, is not without meaning. But mere courage cannot change the disparity in strength, she thought. This farce must come to an end. She stood up, her splendid purple kimono moving as if in a breeze. She was about to show off. Refuge stepped forward, each step deliberate and unhurried, yet carrying an unusual rhythm. With each step, invisible ripples seemed to spread across the ground. When she reached the bridge's edge, Kakashi immediately noticed her. Refuge ignored him, her purple eyes calmly surveying the entire battlefield. Her gaze carried no emotion, yet everyone who met her eyes, whether villagers or villains, felt a chilling sensation rise from their hearts. The noisy battlefield fell eerily silent for a moment due to her presence. Another gaudily dressed woman. Kato squinted at Refuge, unable to sense chakra, thinking she was merely an ordinary woman. She looks quite good. Hey, you guys, go grab her for me. Several nearby villains grinned maliciously, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Refuge. Watch out! Sakura exclaimed. Sasuke and Naruto prepared to assist. Refuge remained still, not even glancing at the approaching men, merely raising her pale, slender right hand. She gently waved her hand forward. An invisible wave centered on her instantly swept across the entire bridge. In the next moment, something strange happened. The steel knives and iron swords in the hands of the first few charging villains instantly transformed into swirling metallic dust, falling softly. They themselves were unscathed, but stood frozen in place, staring blankly at their empty hands. This was just the beginning. On the bridge, all the weapons in the villains' hands, whether long swords, short blades, or axes and clubs, disintegrated and shattered silently, at the same time turning into metallic dust that drifted in the sea breeze. The entire process took less than a second. Hundreds of armed bandits were collectively disarmed in an instant. The scene fell silent. The sea breeze swept across the bridge, stirring the metallic dust on the ground, creating a rustling sound. Everyone was frozen. Naruto's mouth hung open and Sasuke's Sharingan contracted violently, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Kakashi's single eye widened to its maximum. He saw it, yet he also saw nothing. With just a wave of her hand, hundreds of weapons became nothingness. What? What is this? A villain trembled, kneeling on the ground. Fear began to spread. A devil. It's a devil. It was unclear who shouted first, but the remaining villains awakened from their stupor, dropping their empty weapon handles and turning to flee, scrambling towards their boats in a chaotic scene. Kato was also dumbfounded, sitting on the ground, pointing at Reikage, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Reikage's gaze finally landed on him. The disputes of mortals are noisy and chaotic. Her voice was not loud, but distinctly reached everyone's ears, carrying a sense of inhuman indifference. You who disturb the order here shall face judgment. She raised her hand again. This time, a faint purple electric spark gathered at her fingertip. No, don't, Kato screamed in terror. The electric spark did not shoot towards him, but instead aimed at his luxurious ship docked at the shore. The multi-story ship, upon the moment the purple electric spark touched it, rapidly carbonized and disintegrated, while the metal components melted and twisted. The entire ship, under the horrified gaze of everyone, silently turned into a pile of charred remains, sinking into the water. Total annihilation. Dealing with such small fry using high-frequency lightning elements to decompose material structures is sufficient, environmentally friendly and non-polluting, and can also intimidate the entire scene. It's far more efficient than any fire or water techniques. This move really raises the bar. After completing all this, she retracted her hand, as if she had merely done something trivial. On the bridge, there was a deathly silence. The fleeing villains, upon seeing their ship gone, turned pale, eventually kneeling on the ground, desperately bowing their heads in supplication towards Reikage. Kato completely collapsed, his pants damp and warm, slumping on the ground, mumbling, God. Deity. Reikage did not even glance at him again, turning and walking back to Dazna's house. She could feel a surge of plot energy, several times denser than before, entering her body. This time's harvest far exceeded all previous ones. Mortal, remember the sights of today. She left her final words. Order is the only eternity. It was only after her figure disappeared at the end of the road that the people on the bridge slowly came back to their senses. We won. We won. The villagers erupted in thunderous cheers. They looked in the direction Reikage had left, their eyes filled with awe and fervor. Inari and Tsunami embraced in tears. Kakashi slowly exhaled, walking over to Sasuke and Naruto, patting them on the shoulder. Did you see that? His voice was a bit hoarse. That is the power we cannot comprehend. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. He did not answer, but the desire for strength burned within his Sharingan like never before. The mission was completely concluded. Kato's commercial empire crumbled, and the land of waves welcomed true liberation. The Great Bridge was successfully completed a few days later. On the day of departure, everyone in the village came to see them off. Dazna grasped Kakashi's hand excitedly, saying, Mr. Kakashi, I truly don't know how to thank you all this time. Especially Lady Reikage. She will be our deity in the land of waves from now on. He turned to Reikage, who stood beside him, her ethereal demeanor deepening, and bowed deeply. Lord Reikage, your grace will forever be remembered by our land of waves. I have already contacted the daimyo of the land of water to report your deeds. The daimyo will surely offer you the highest gratitude and reward. Reikage's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly she thought, oh, is there a follow-up premium service? Not bad, not bad. The daimyo's generosity should be quite lavish, right? She merely nodded slightly, calmly stating, what I have done is merely to maintain the necessary order. Having said that, she turned and set off on her way home. The members of Team 7 bid farewell to the villagers and followed in her footsteps. The mission in the land of waves concluded successfully. Kakashi's injuries had fully healed, and the withdrawal of Zabuza and Haku allowed the construction of the bridge to continue. Before leaving the land of waves, Dazna entrusted the daimyo of the land of water to recognize and reward the contributions of Team 7 and Reikage, to express his gratitude. A few days later, a document from the daimyo's office arrived at Konoha village. The document expressed high respect and sincere gratitude for Team 7, especially for the mysterious purple lightning emissary, Lord Reikage. Accompanying the document was a substantial reward money, specifically noted as eternal gold, for Reikage to thank her for bringing order and peace to the land of waves. Eternal gold. Reikage looked at the document filled with strange terms, inwardly mocking the daimyo of the land of water is quite insightful. She took the heavy money box, maintaining a calm expression, while her heart was filled with joy. With this money, she could better renovate her residence and purchase more supplies needed by the divine. Lord Reikage Dazna rubbed his hands together, his old face filled with genuine awe and gratitude. Behind him, the entire village's men, women, and children gathered, their gazes fixed on Reikage, filled with admiration and fervor. This bridge, we have decided to name it Naruto Bridge, to thank the ninjas of Konoha. And you shall be the deity we venerate for generations in the land of waves. Saying this, he led the villagers in a deep bow, each movement synchronized. Naruto, upon hearing the bridge named after him, danced with joy, grinning widely at the villagers and waving vigorously. Reikage remained indifferent to such mortal worship. She simply nodded slightly, her gaze passing over the crowd, looking toward the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. Order does not require worship, only obedience. Leaving behind this statement, her voice was cold, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. Kakashi stepped forward, finishing up the final details with Dasna, then turned to his 3 students. All right, the mission is over. We should head back to the village. On the return journey, the atmosphere was completely different from when they arrived. The formation was no longer led by Kakashi, but rather Team 7 members fell into line behind him. Refuge walked at the front, her pace steady and unhurried. The splendid purple kimono stood out vividly on the forest path, her wide sleeves swaying slightly with her movements, as if she were not hurrying, but strolling in her own garden. Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura followed behind her, maintaining a subtle distance from each other. No one spoke. The chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the breeze amplified this silence. Sakura occasionally looked up to catch a glimpse of Refuge's tall and elegant silhouette, her gaze filled with both awe and a hint of longing to emulate. She instinctively straightened her back, mimicking Refuge's demeanor, slowing her own steps. Kakashi's gaze mostly remained on the book, Ika Paradise, but he turned the pages much slower than usual. His mind was completely off the book. Although his Sharingan was covered by his forehead protector, his perception never strayed from Refuge ahead. That day on the bridge, the sight of hundreds of weapons turning into metallic powder had replayed in his mind countless times. He found no trace of chakra and could not comprehend the principles behind such power. This was beyond all his understanding, accumulated over more than 20 years as a ninja. What exactly was she? What were her intentions? These questions swirled in Kakashi's mind, preventing him from relaxing. Sasuke walked at the side and back of the group, his black eyes fixed intently on Refuge. He tried to mimic her breathing rhythm to sense the subtle flow of energy around her, but it was all in vain. Her existence itself was like an unsolvable enigma. The flames of hatred still burned in his heart, but now beside that flame loomed a mountain he could not reach. He needed greater strength, of power that could surpass the Uchiha, surpass the Sharingan. And Refuge had shown him that possibility. Ultimately, it was Naruto who broke the oppressive silence. Hey, Lord Refuge. He hurried a few steps to catch up to Refuge, looking up with unabashed curiosity on his face. That move you used on the bridge was incredibly cool. With a bang, all the bad guys' knives turned to sand. What kind of ninjutsu was that? Is it in rank? Does it require a lot of hand seals? Can I learn it? A barrage of questions was thrown at her. Refuge halted her steps, turning her head, her purple eyes calmly gazing at him. Naruto felt a shiver under her gaze and unconsciously took half a step back. That is not a technique. Refuge began, her voice steady. That is judgment. Judgment. Naruto scratched his head, his face filled with confusion. What is judgment? Is it a kind of attribute change? Is it more powerful than wind or lightning release? Refuge remained unfazed internally, even wanting to give him an eye roll. Explaining material decomposition and high-frequency resonance to this little brat, do you think he would understand? It would be better to continue being a divine figure. She withdrew her gaze and continued walking, leaving behind a cold remark. Your heart is too noisy and you cannot yet touch the true meaning of eternity. Calm your heart and feel the order of the world rather than pursuing fleeting clamor. Naruto opened his mouth, not understanding a word, but he could sense that he had been looked down upon. He puffed out his cheeks in indignation, but did not dare to ask further. Kakashi sighed, closing his book and moving to Refuge's other side. Lord Refuge. He adopted a more formal address. I need to submit the mission report to Lord Hokage. Regarding your abilities displayed in the Land of Waves. I need an official record. How should I describe it? He asked cautiously. This was not only for a report, but also an intelligence gathering on Refuge's capabilities by Konoha's higher-ups. Refuge looked ahead as if answering an exceedingly simple question. Just record it as the judgment of the disorderly. Judgment. Kakashi's brows knitted together. This isn't a classification of ninjutsu, bloodline limit, or secret technique. Mortal wisdom always likes to forcibly fit the unknown into the framework of the known. A hint of imperceptible disdain seeped into Refuge's tone. My power is power itself. It requires no classification. Kakashi was left speechless, feeling utterly defeated. He could imagine the expression on the third Hokage's face when he wrote the word judgment in the mission report. As night fell, a group of people found a clearing in the forest to set up camp. Sakura skillfully lit a bonfire, preparing a simple dinner. Naruto ran around the campsite, releasing his excess energy. Sasuke walked alone to a distance, facing a large tree, repeatedly practicing his shuriken throws. Each throw hit the same spot on the trunk with precision. His movements were swift and standard, yet his face bore an unmistakable hint of restlessness. The Refuge paid no attention to the other's activities. She chose a large stone far from the bonfire, sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and entered a state of meditation once again. Finally, a moment of peace. Her consciousness sank within, feeling the satisfaction brought by the eternal gold. Upon arriving in Konoha, the first thing she would do is find a craftsman to build a big house, and it must be well decorated. She wanted furniture made of rosewood, bedding of cloud brocade, and even an indoor hot spring. As a deity, her living standards must be elevated. While planning her luxurious life, she divided a part of her focus to observe her surroundings with the Raiden eye. Kakashi sat by the bonfire, seemingly leisurely roasting fish, but a third of his attention was on Naruto and Sasuke, preventing them from causing any trouble, while the remaining two-thirds were focused on himself. What a troublesome babysitter, the Refuge thought to herself. She could sense Kakashi's confusion and vigilance. Such emotions to her were also a form of energy. The emotional fluctuations of mortals, whether off fear or curiosity, seemed to nourish her faint divine power. It seemed she would need to reveal her divinity more often in front of them. If she played the role well a few more times, perhaps she could easily extract her dream heart. The atmosphere within the group remained unchanged over the next 2 days of travel. The Refuge maintained her aloof demeanor, speaking very little except when necessary. Meanwhile, the 3 members of Team 7 digested the impact brought by this mission in their own ways. As the tall main gate of Konoha appeared at the end of their sight, Kakashi visibly sighed in relief. Finally back, he murmured. The gatekeepers were familiar faces, Outcloud and Ziddy. Seeing Kakashi return with 3 young ones, they intended to greet him, but were soon captivated by the unfamiliar figure in the group. She was a woman they had never seen before. Tall and elegant, she wore a luxurious purple kimono embroidered with lightning patterns. Her long purple hair was elegantly tied up with a delicate hairpin cascading down her back. Her face was extraordinarily beautiful, with skin fairer than snow, but her purple eyes were devoid of any human emotion. Standing there quietly, an invisible pressure emanated from her, making the air around feel heavy. Outcloud and Ziddy exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Who is this woman? Such a powerful aura, completely devoid of chakra, yet the sense of oppression was even stronger than when facing the Hokage. Kakashi, who is this? Ziddy couldn't help but ask. C01258 mission completed. This is Lady Refuge, a distinguished guest of the village. Kakashi succinctly completed the registration, not wanting to elaborate further. He led the group through the gate, walking along familiar streets. The passers-by and ninjas along the way were all drawn to the Refuge. People turned to look, casting curious, amazed, and probing gazes. Wow, what a beautiful sister. Which clan is she from? I've never seen her before. She feels so intimidating. Just look at her eyes. Debates erupted, but the Refuge paid no mind. Her Raiden eye had already captured every electromagnetic signal of the entire Konoha. Countless chakra fluctuations and hidden probing gazes were as clear as fireflies in the night. What a lively place the novice village, she assessed in her mind. Kakashi did not take them directly to the Hokage building, but instead led the Refuge into a relatively quiet residential area. Lady Refuge, the Hokage has already arranged accommodations for you. He stopped in front of a 2-story apartment with a private courtyard. Before you officially take on your duties as a special examiner, this will be your residence in Konoha. He handed her a key. The Refuge took the key, surveying the building before her. The apartment was elegant, with white walls and black tiles, a typical Konoha style, and a few maple trees in the courtyard providing a serene environment. She responded lightly, pushed open the courtyard door, and walked inside. Kakashi followed, opening the room door for her. Inside, the furnishings were clean and tidy, fully equipped, all in a rustic style, with several landscape scrolls hanging on the walls. It was clear that the 3rd Hokage had put some thought into it. However, the Refuge merely glanced around and began to criticize internally. Too plain. This aesthetic is akin to a senior activity center. The wallpaper needs changing, the furniture needs replacing, and the flooring must be redone. Also the lighting, they'll need a skylight. The maple trees in the courtyard must also be replaced, all changed to purple flowers. Turning to Kakashi, she said, I need to make some modifications here. Modifications? Kakashi was taken aback. Of course, this is your residence. You can decorate it as you wish. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you go submit the mission report at the Hokage building first. Kakashi instructed the 3 students, I'll follow shortly. Yes. The 3 responded, glancing curiously at the apartment before turning to leave. Only the Refuge and Kakashi remained in the courtyard. Lady Refuge, please rest here for a moment. The Hokage will likely send someone to summon you shortly, Kakashi said, politely preparing to take his leave. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly write that headache-inducing report and then have a good sleep. This mission was more exhausting than any rank mission he had ever experienced. Kakashi. The Refuge suddenly called him to a halt. Yes. Kakashi stopped, instinctively tensing his body. The Refuge walked to a stone table in the courtyard, extending her long, delicate fingers to lightly touch the surface. Zzz. A faint purple electric light flashed at her fingertips, sinking into the stone table. Kakashi's single eye widened in shock. He watched as intricate and exquisite lightning patterns silently emerged from the surface of the hard stone table centered around her fingertip, as if carved by a master craftsman over months, radiating a mysterious beauty. Tell Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Refuge withdrew her hand, her tone flat. My patience is as eternal as eternity. Mortal prying should best know its limits. With that, she no longer looked at Kakashi, turning to enter the room and gently closing the door. Kakashi stood in place, staring blankly at the divine-like patterns on the stone table, a chill creeping up his spine. He took a deep breath, turned, and left his footsteps feeling much heavier than when he had arrived. Inside, the Refuge walked to the window, watching Kakashi's departing figure, a subtle smile, curving her lips unnoticed. Now I should be able to enjoy some peace for a few days. She looked at the spacious and simple apartment, her mind already beginning to devise how to use the eternal gold to create her first divine palace in this other world. The apartment was slightly modified by her, incorporating some decorations in the familiar Chinese style. Though they were merely crude replicas, they at least provided her with a sense of familiarity. On the morning of the next day, my village awoke in the thin mist. Refuge pushed open the door, and the morning light fell upon her, the purple kimono embroidered with lightning patterns reflecting a faint glow. Her gaze swept across the courtyard where Kakashi had stood yesterday. The lightning markings on the stone table remained clear in the sunlight, as if it were a silent proclamation. The peaceful day shall begin with the renovation of my dwelling, she thought to herself. In her past life, Refuge had been a game artist with an almost obsessive demand for aesthetic in environments. The courtyard before her, reminiscent of an old bureaucrat style, challenged her aesthetic sensibilities at every turn. Refuge stepped out of the courtyard. Two Umbu ninjas responsible for perimeter surveillance exchanged glances on the roof, and one of them stealthily followed her. So soon back to work. How dedicated. But this tracking technique is rather crude. She ignored it and headed straight for the village's commercial street. Meanwhile, at the other end of my 3 genin from Team 7 were submitting their mission report. In the office, a Chunin meticulously recorded their oral account, and when he heard the part about Refuge, his pen hesitated. Wait a minute, Naruto, the Chunin furrowed his brows. You mean that Refuge resolved a ninja with the ice release bloodline limit in just one move? Exactly. Uzumaki Naruto gestured with his hands, his words a flurry. It was just a swish, a flash of purple light. Then that guy named Haku went flying. Super cool, he said, mimicking Refuge's sword-drawing posture, nearly tripping over himself. Naruto, you're being too exaggerated. Haruno Sakura corrected him from the side, though her face betrayed an undeniable excitement. However, Refuge's strength is indeed formidable. Moreover, she is very beautiful, like someone stepped out of a painting. Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the wall, hands in pockets, maintaining his usual cool demeanor. After submitting the report, the 3 of them exited the office building. Hey, let's go eat some Ichiraku ramen. My treat, Naruto proclaimed, loudly thumping his chest. The reward from the Land of Waves mission had given him a small windfall. You idiot, just because you have a little money doesn't mean you can waste it, Sakura habitually chided, but still followed along. Sasuke hesitated for a moment and then followed behind. Ichiraku ramen was bustling with steam. Old man, 3 bowls of miso chashu ramen. Naruto lifted the curtain and shouted loudly. Welcome. Naruto, you worked hard on the mission. The owner greeted them with a smile. The ramen was quickly served and Naruto immediately devoured it, mumbling incoherently to the owner and Shobu about the mission's experiences. You guys have no idea, we encountered someone super powerful. Purple hair, purple eyes, named Refuge. Her lightning style, wow, completely different from Kakashi Sensei's. Oh, how powerful? Shobu asked curiously. It's just... Naruto struggled to think of adjectives. It was in an instant. Really, it was just an instant, and the enemy went down. And she even conjured a blade out of thin air. From her chest. Buffed. Sakura, who was sipping soup, spat out her soup. Naruto. Don't say such things. What do you mean she conjured a blade from her chest? That's how it was. Naruto argued, neck stretched. The surrounding ninjas and villagers eating at several tables overheard their conversation and cast curious glances. Refuge. I've never heard that name before. Purple hair and eyes. Which clan's bloodline limit is that? Sounds like a very powerful ninja. For a time, various speculations and discussions regarding Refuge spread like ripples from a stone thrown into a pond, radiating outwards from Ichiraku ramen to the entire village of Mai. And the instigator of all this, Refuge herself, was currently standing in front of a lumber store, meticulously pointing out flaws in a pile of timber. This won't do, the grain is too coarse. This color is too light, it won't look good after painting. I want rosewood or some similar hardwood, do you have any? The shop owner, a man in his 50s, rubbed his hands together with a troubled expression. Ma'am, the rosewood you mentioned is an extremely precious material, usually used for small craft items. Are you going to use it for flooring and furniture? The owner thought this woman was too beautiful to be real, but she might have a few screws loose. Using wood worth enough to make dozens of heirlooms for flooring. Which country's noble princess has come out to experience life? Money is not a problem, Refuge said, pulling out a small ingot of gold from her sleeve and placing it on the counter. The gleam of gold rendered the owner's eyes wide. He hurriedly pocketed the gold, his troubled expression instantly transforming into a warm smile. Yes, there are still some stocks in the warehouse, but the price. Let's go with the highest price you mentioned, Refuge said flatly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. This eternal gold is really useful, though the currency system in this world is a bit troublesome. Gold is still the most straightforward. After securing the lumber, Refuge visited several lacquerware shops, fabric stores, and gold and silver shops. Her requests left the shop owners dumbfounded every time. She demanded the finest purple raw lacquer to be mixed with gold powder. She wanted the smoothest silk for making curtains and cushions in various shades of purple. She required the best craftsmen to create a batch of ornaments featuring lightning and 3-leaf patterns. When Refuge returned to her apartment with a string of orders, a few carts filled with various materials followed behind her along with a group of trembling craftsmen. The Umbu responsible for monitoring recorded all of this and reported it swiftly. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the report in his hands, his brows furrowed into a knot. The smoke swirling from his pipe made his expression appear somewhat hazy. Extravagant, too extravagant. The advisor Mito Kurama put down the scroll he was holding and exclaimed, using a bounty of a noble to renovate a temporary residence. Who exactly is this Refuge? The issue is not how she spends her money. The voice of Nara Shikamaru carried a sharp edge. The issue is her motives. She is ostentatiously displaying her wealth while unabashedly renovating her residence. What exactly does she intend to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He was also pondering this question. He had personally checked the stone table that Kakashi brought back yesterday. The lightning patterns on it were neither carved nor branded, rather they had altered the internal structure of the stone in an unfathomable manner. Such exquisite control over energy was something he had never heard of. That phrase, "my patience resides alongside eternity. Any mortal's prying is best kept to a minimum," was filled with a sense of warning. Now she was boldly renovating her dwelling in the village. Is she showing us that she does not care about being watched? Or is she simply wanting to live comfortably? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. This rakeage was like a thick fog. He could see her, but completely could not see through her. A grim voice emerged from the corner of the office. "Rijan, we cannot continue to let this go unaddressed." From the shadows stepped out Shimura Danzo, his exposed right eye gleaming with a cold light. This person has an unknown background and possesses strange powers. Keeping her in the village is like having an unstable bomb. We should immediately detain her and interrogate her through my roots to uncover everything about her. No way, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately countered. Danzo, she is not an ordinary ninja. Any rash action will only provoke her. Don't forget the documents from the daimyo of the Land of Water will arrive soon, and her actions in the Land of Waves are no longer a secret. So what? Danzo scoffed. For the safety of Konoha, any means are necessary. Hiruzen, your weakness will endanger the village. My decision is to continue observing her. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice grew heavy, carrying an undeniable authority. No one is to approach her without permission until we clarify her true intentions. This is the Hokage's order. Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a few seconds before ultimately saying nothing more, turning to disappear into the shadows. Silence returned to the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the crystal ball on the desk and infused it with chakra. Within the sphere, the scene of the Rakeage's apartment gradually materialized. In the courtyard, craftsmen were bustling about. The Rakeage sat upright on a temporarily moved chair holding a blueprint and occasionally issuing instructions to the craftsmen. Her demeanor was calm and regal, like a queen supervising the construction of her palace. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched all of this, deeply inhaling a puff of smoke. In the following days, the Rakeage's apartment became a peculiar sight in Konoha village. Every day, a large quantity of rare materials was transported inside, and the originally simple ninja apartment was rapidly transformed into a luxurious abode. The floors were replaced with polished rosewood, and the walls were adorned with dark purple wallpaper featuring golden patterns. Even the windows were changed to a style with exquisite grills. Craftsmen were coming and going, each wearing expressions of both excitement and reverence. They had never undertaken such an unusual task nor encountered such a generous employer. This Rakeage demanded an exceptionally high standard of craftsmanship, but offered equally outrageous compensation. The legend of the Rakeage spread widely throughout the village. "Have you heard? That new Rakeage is a noble from the Land of Lightning." No, I heard from my cousin that she is a divine envoy who emerged from a secret realm we don't even know about. I walked past her house yesterday, and oh my, the aroma and the grandeur are just like a palace. The younger generation of ninjas were filled with curiosity about her. Inuzuka Kiba with Akamaru tried several times to get closer to take a look, but each time he was still dozens of meters away from the courtyard. Akamaru whined and refused to go any further. Oil girl Shino pushed up her sunglasses and whispered, "My bugs tell me there is a powerful energy field nearby, very dangerous." Hinata Hyuga had only looked at her from afar once. That day the Rakeage happened to walk out of the courtyard, and her gaze inadvertently swept over Hinata. Just a glance made Hinata feel as if she had been seen. Through her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly hid behind a telephone pole. Only Nara Shikamaru leaned against the wall, yawning and saying, "What a hassle. With such a troublesome woman arriving, there will surely be more issues in the village." These discussions and observations were all too clear to the Rakeage herself. She spent most of her time in the apartment seemingly supervising the construction, but in reality her consciousness had already sunk into a state of pure land, cultivating and restoring her power. Everything in the outside world was under the surveillance of the Raiden Eye. That afternoon, the preliminary renovations of the apartment were completed. The Rakeage donned a newly customized kimono. The fabric was top-grade cloud brocade with a gradient from deep purple to light purple embroidered with intricate patterns of lightning and the sign of the Ba. The wide sleeves hung down, accentuating her tall and regal figure. She sat upright in the main seat with a low table made of solid black jade in front of her, on which lay a set of tea utensils just retrieved from the goldsmith, crafted from pure silver and elegantly designed. She lifted the silver kettle and poured herself a cup of tea. The tea was wild tea that she had instructed the craftsmen to gather from the mountains outside the village, activated with special lightning energy, tasting refreshing and sweet. At that moment, she sensed an unfamiliar chakra disturbance rapidly approaching. It wasn't from the Umbu, as she was already quite familiar with their chakra. This chakra was filled with youthful vigor and a certain wildness. The Rakeage set down her teacup and looked toward the door. Bang! The courtyard door was kicked open. A boy in a tight green outfit with a watermelon hairstyle struck a bizarre pose standing at the entrance, followed by a slightly smaller boy in the same attire. The proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, has come to pay a visit. The boy with the bushy eyebrows gave a thumbs up to the Rakeage, revealing a shining white smile. "You must be the legendary powerful Rakeage, right? I can feel your youth. Let us engage in an exhilarating duel." The Rakeage She stared at the oddly styled man at the doorway, her mind short-circuited for half a second. Might Guy? The Azure Beast. Is this art style a bit off? The Refuge, having played games and watched anime in her past life, certainly recognized this character. However, witnessing it firsthand was still a strong visual impact. The craftsmen in the courtyard were taken aback and all stopped their work. The monitoring Umbu were also stunned. They had received orders to not engage, but it hadn't specified what to do if someone came to provoke. Moreover, the person was Might Guy, a variable from their village. Guy Sensei, Lee exclaimed excitedly from the side. You are so cool. The Refuge lifted her teacup, gently sipping from it, completely ignoring the two lively characters at the door. Seeing no response from her, Might Guy, undeterred, dashed to the center of the courtyard and struck a more exaggerated pose. The flames of power burn within you. This is the proof of youth. Come, let us measure our strengths. If I win, you must run upside down around the village 100 times with me. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? And besides him clearly radiating lightning, where does this fire come from? The Refuge internally scoffed, but maintained her composure on the surface. She felt that speaking with such a person would lower her standards. Guy Sensei, please let me go first. Rock Lee also rushed in, bowing to the Refuge. I am Rock Lee. Please compete with me in taijutsu. Raiden finally lifted her eyelids, her gaze falling upon Xiao Li. Though her meridians were somewhat obstructed, her physical constitution was exceptional. She was a pure taijutsu ninja. She slowly set down her teacup and rose to her feet. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. The craftsmen felt a momentary pause in their breathing, as if a great mountain pressed down upon their chests. Might Guy's smile faded slightly, his gaze sharpening. He sensed it, a pure high-level aura distinct from the oppression of chakra, closer to the pressure of life itself. What do you wish to compete in? Raiden spoke, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. Taijutsu. A pure taijutsu duel. Very well. Rock Lee exclaimed excitedly, assuming a stance. Raiden looked at him and shook her head slightly. Your taijutsu is ineffective against me. She extended a long pale finger towards Rock Lee. How about this? If you can touch my finger, you win. Upon hearing this, not only Rock Lee but even Might Guy was taken aback. Such disdain. Lady Raiden, you're underestimating me. Rock Lee felt insulted, the blood of youth surging in his veins. Leaf Hurricane. He shouted angrily, transforming into a green whirlwind, rapidly kicking towards Raiden. However, in the next moment, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Rock Lee's leg halted half a meter away from Raiden. He maintained his kicking pose, veins bulging on his forehead, but could not advance an inch. It was as if there was an invisible wall before him. This? What is this? Might Guy's pupils constricted sharply. He felt no flow of chakra. Raiden remained standing in place, not even the corners of her garments fluttered. I told you it's ineffective. Her fingertip moved slightly, a barely visible purple arc of electricity leaping briefly. Zzz. Rock Lee felt a paralyzing current surge through his body in an instant. He let out a scream and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Lee. Might Guy exclaimed, rushing over to check on his disciple's condition. He discovered that Xiao Li had only been electrocuted and was not in life-threatening danger, which eased his worries. He looked back at Raiden, his expression filled with gravity and confusion. What? What did you do? A minor punishment. Raiden retracted her fingers, sat back down, and picked up her teacup. Mortals should not harbor a heart of challenge against eternity. Her mystical tone, combined with the unbelievable scene just witnessed, sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. Might Guy fell silent. He helped the unconscious Xiao Li up and deeply bowed to Raiden. I was reckless, my lady. Thank you for your mercy. After saying this, he carried Xiao Li and turned to leave. The fiery passion of youth now appeared somewhat desolate. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. The craftsmen dared not breathe, their limbs feeling somewhat weak. The Umbu on the roof had already recorded everything that had just happened in a scroll and sent it swiftly to the Hokage's office. Raiden watched Might Guy's departing figure, her heart undisturbed. At last it's quiet. However, he does harbor an interesting power within his body. 8 gates perhaps. She lifted her teacup, continuing to savor her tea as if she had merely chased away a bothersome fly. This incident detonated like a bomb among the higher echelons of Konoha. No need for hand seals. No chakra fluctuation. He didn't even move. Yet he defeated Rock Lee, who excels in taijutsu. Mato Guy's voice had changed tone. This has surpassed our understanding of ninjutsu. Kurama Shikaka's expression was also grim. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently puffed on his smoke, the haze thicker than ever. In the crystal ball, the previous scene played back clearly. He watched it 3 times, but still could not discern any clues. It was a power he could not comprehend. He knew he could not wait any longer. The documents from the daimyo of the Land of Water had arrived this morning. In the documents, the daimyo expressed immense gratitude for Konoha's assistance in extremely respectful terms, especially mentioning the envoy of lightning, who quelled the tsunami and punished evildoers, along with a substantial sum of gratitude. With the highest level official endorsement from a third party combined with the village's growing influence and the glimpse of power exhibited earlier, all factors converged. Sarutobi Hiruzen extinguished his pipe. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the statues of past Hokages on Hokage Rock. Go summon Lady Raiden to the Hokage office. He ordered the Umbu behind him. Yes. The Umbu's figure vanished in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze grew profound. He needed to speak with this woman in person. Regardless of who she was, where she came from, or her intentions, he required an answer. For the order and peace of Konoha. Rei Ying's apartment was already completely renewed. Luxury and majesty coexisted, every detail revealing the owner's exceptional nature. Rei Ying was meditating, sensing the divine power within her body gradually recovering. An Umbu wearing a mask silently appeared before her, kneeling on one knee. Lady Rei Ying, the Hokage requests your presence. Rei Ying slowly opened her eyes, her purple pupils devoid of any ripples. She stood up and adjusted her luxurious kimono. Lead the way. She arrived at the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a large desk, puffing on his pipe, his expression serious. Behind him, several Umbu ninjas lurked like phantoms in the shadows, exuding a faint killing intent. Rei Ying, the third Hokage's voice was deep and slow. I have received the documents from the daimyo of the Land of Water. Your power indeed surpasses our imagination. He took a deep puff of smoke, his sharp gaze fixed on Rei Ying as if trying to see through her heart. I hope you can explain to me your unique power and your origins. Rei Ying sat calmly in her chair, her expression indifferent like a statue of a deity. This was a formal probe from Konoha's higher-ups. My power comes from eternity. My origins are unrelated to this world. Rei Ying spoke lightly, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. I am here to witness the nodes of fate and guide mortals towards order and eternity. She evaded the question with her usual enigmatic speech, yet her tone brimmed with powerful confidence that was hard to refute. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He knew Rei Ying would not easily reveal her secrets. He took a deep puff of smoke, the crimson ember in his pipe, flickering unpredictably. The smoke curled around him, yet it could not conceal the weathered gaze of his eyes. He gently tapped the pipe against the edge of the table, the emptied ash falling like the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Eternity and order. He repeated Lei Ying's words in a low voice. Lei Ying remained indifferent to it all. Her luxurious purple kimono shimmered with subtle light as the rays of the sun streamed through the window, revealing intricate lightning patterns. She sat upright, her hands resting on her knees, her exquisite features devoid of any expression, resembling a doll enshrined on an altar, beautiful yet lifeless. What you say is too vague. Sarutobi Hizashi spoke again, trying to find a flaw in the other's words. Konoha needs power that can be understood and controlled. What does your eternity bring to the protection of the village? Lei Ying finally moved. She slightly raised her eyelids, her purple eyes devoid of emotion, directly meeting Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze. The vision of mortals is limited to the small piece of land beneath their feet. What you call protection is merely patching a leaky old boat struggling to survive in the storm named fate. A snake that has abandoned its homeland lurks in the shadows, coveting the fledglings in the nest with greedy eyes. This is the undercurrent beneath your order. Lei Ying's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Sarutobi Hizashi unconsciously paused, holding the pipe. Snake. Abandoned homeland. Fledgling. A single sentence contained immense information. A name flashed through his mind, Orochimaru. The disciple he once took pride in, now a significant threat to Konoha. And the fledgling. The last scion of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke. This mysterious woman even knew of Orochimaru's existence and had insight into his covetous gaze towards Sasuke. This old fox has taken the bait. If she wants to pry my words, I shall give her a piece of juicy intel. After all, these are all predetermined plots. Revealing a bit can greatly enhance my mystery and value. Playing the role of a mystic is my specialty. Sarutobi Hizashi fell silent. He refilled the pipe with tobacco, lit it, inhaled deeply, and the smoke he exhaled was thicker than before. He was in deep thought. What do you want? He no longer beat around the bush and asked the core question directly. I desire nothing at all. Lei Ying's response was unexpected. I am merely a witness. Witnessing your struggles, witnessing the brilliance of mortal will, and the final destination. She paused, her gaze drifting from Sarutobi Hizashi as if penetrating the walls and looking far beyond. However, your methods of nurturing the younger generation are in my view utterly crude. This abrupt shift caught Sarutobi Hizashi slightly off guard. The ninjutsu you speak of relies too heavily on the rigid form of hand seals akin to children stacking blocks according to a diagram. True power should be an extension of the purest control of energy. Your selection process merely tests who can stack blocks faster, not who can create their own castle. These words outright denied the ninja system that had been passed down for millennia, arrogant, yet holding a certain truth. Sarutobi Hizashi thought of Kakashi's report. The power Lei Ying demonstrated in the Land of Waves showed no signs of hand seals. That instantaneous, precise lightning power seemed more like a part of her physical instinct. Criticizing their educational system naturally leads to the logic of, if you can do it better, then show us. Lei Ying contemplated. A glimmer of insight flashed in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes. He had caught a point in Lei Ying's words that could be exploited. It seems you have a unique perspective on our ninja training. He set down the pipe, leaning forward slightly. Coincidentally, Konoha is about to collaborate with Sunigakure to hold the Chunin joint exam. This is not only a ladder for the genin to advance, but also a stage to showcase the strength and will of each village. He looked at Lei Ying like a patient hunter coaxing a catch. Since you find our methods crude, I formally invite you to be the special examiner for this Chunin exam. I am curious how you, with your perspective of eternity, would judge these young lives. This proposal was both an attempt to win her over and a form of testing. Placing her in the spotlight under everyone's gaze is far better than allowing her to remain elusive in the shadows. A barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of Lei Ying's lips, but she quickly returned to her calm demeanor. She feigned contemplation, as if weighing the value of this matter. After a moment, she slowly nodded. Witnessing the blossoming of mortal potential is indeed not a bad form of entertainment. I accept this request. Her tone was as if a deity granting approval to a supplicant. Hearing Lei Ying's answer, Sarutobi Hisashi took a headband engraved with the Konoha symbol from the drawer, stood up, and walked in front of Lei Ying. A warm smile returned to his aged face, as if the tense confrontation had never happened. In light of your performance in the Land of Waves and your willingness to become Konoha's special examiner, I have decided to formally acknowledge your identity. The third Hokage handed the headband representing Konoha's ninjas to Lei Ying. From now on, you are a special advisor to Konoha, possessing independent authority, but you must also abide by Konoha's rules. Lei Ying received the headband, glanced at it casually, and did not wear it. This trinket was of no use to her. Rules. Order should indeed serve eternity. She responded lightly, once again emphasizing her philosophy with a mystic tone. The third Hokage revealed a helpless smile, knowing Lei Ying's unique character could not be measured by common sense. Lei Ying, the third Hokage, spoke again. Given your exceptionally unique power, the village will keep a certain watch on you. This is for your safety and for Konoha's security. Oh, I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, a barely detectable arc formed at the corner of Lei Ying's mouth. Watch. Mortals needn't concern themselves. All attempts to pry into the secrets of eternity will ultimately be in vain. Her words were filled with a powerful confidence, as if she could see through everything. Since the moment she stepped into Konoha, the surveillance had never ceased. She did not mind. What she needed to do was leverage Konoha's power to acquire more plot energy and ultimately restore the authority of the god. After leaving the Hokage's office, Lei Ying returned directly to her apartment. With that considerable eternity gold, she procured some exotic treasures, making her apartment even more lavish. That night, as Lei Ying meditated in her apartment, she could clearly sense that at least 5 teams of shadow ninjas were on duty, monitoring the surroundings from the rooftops and treetops. Although their chakra fluctuations were faint, they were not hidden from her lightning detection eye. How cautious indeed, old fool. Lei Ying scoffed coldly in her heart. She closed her eyes, allowing her consciousness to sink into the pure land of one heart, continuing her cultivation without concerning herself with these ninjas. After settling in Konoha, Lei Ying began a unique, mortal life. During the day, she leisurely meditated in her apartment and occasionally went out to purchase some mortal necessities such as her favorite 3-color dango. At night, she diligently practiced in the pure land of one heart, exploring the differences and fusion methods between her lightning elemental power and chakra. She discovered that chakra was a mixture of life energy, spiritual energy, while her lightning elemental power was the pure law of energy. The refinement of chakra relied on the physical body, constrained by meridians and acupoints, whereas her lightning elemental power resembled direct manipulation of the laws of heaven and earth. This fundamental difference left her feeling somewhat perplexed at the beginning of her cultivation. However, as the deity of the Way of Thunder, Lei Ying's understanding of lightning elemental power had reached its peak. She began to attempt a preliminary fusion of her lightning elemental power with the chakra of the ninja world. She found that although she lacked chakra meridians, she could mimic the flow of chakra to guide the faint lightning elemental power to various parts of her body, simulating the operation of chakra. It's like patching a game character, temporarily loading a chakra driver into a system that originally did not support chakra. Lei Ying summarized in the pure land of one heart. Her cultivation was far from dull. In the pure land of one heart, she could construct any simulation scene she desired, battling against powerful illusionary enemies or practicing various skills she had designed. Here she had no concerns about energy consumption and could freely unleash and master her powers. She even began attempting to apply some of her designed lightning elemental techniques, such as lightning enchantment and lightning elemental shield. Life in Konoha was not monotonous. That foolish kid Naruto often snuck into Lei Ying's yard. He seemed exceptionally curious about Lei Ying's ability to unleash lightning without hand seals and always bothered her to teach him ninjutsu. Lady Lei Ying, please teach me that technique that can stun people with electricity. If I learn it, I can become Hokage. Naruto looked at Lei Ying with great anticipation, his clear blue eyes filled with a thirst for power. Lei Ying glanced at him, internally complaining. This kid is truly a living battery for the deity. The vast energy from the 9 tails within him is like a moving treasure, if it could be utilized properly. She maintained her aloof exterior, extending a finger that sparkled with faint electricity, lightly flicking Naruto's forehead. Mortal, your foundation is unstable. Forcing yourself to learn divine arts will only lead to your demise. ZZZ. Naruto was shocked again, his hair standing on end, and he shivered all over. But he did not give up. Instead, he became even more determined to grow stronger. I'm not afraid. Lady Lei Ying, just teach me. Lei Ying shook her head helplessly. Regardless of her words, she still agreed to Naruto because she discovered that the 9 tails chakra within him resonated strangely with her lightning elemental power. She even began to try to guide Naruto to better master the Nine Tails' power, using her own methods to inspire him through the laws of lightning elemental power. To Naruto, this was merely Lady Lei Ying's unique mentoring method. Kakashi, on the other hand, continued his habit of peeping. He often lingered around Lei Ying's apartment using his Sharingan to observe her training methods. He noticed that when Lei Ying practiced in the yard, she made no hand seals, yet could instantly unleash faint lightning attacks. He attempted to replicate this with his Sharingan, but found he could not decipher the principles of Lei Ying's power at all. One day, while peeping from the rooftop of Lei Ying's apartment, Lei Ying decided to tease him. "Mortal, is peeping a talent of your kind of ninja?" Lei Ying said indifferently. Kakashi froze in place. He did not expect Lei Ying to detect his presence. Just as he was about to explain himself, Lei Ying's fingertip had already condensed a thumb-sized, lightning elemental sphere. The sphere glowed with purple light containing powerful electric currents. Whoosh! The lightning elemental sphere struck Kakashi's ankle with lightning speed. Zzz. Kakashi felt a powerful electric current surge through his body in an instant, causing him to fall from the rooftop with a muffled groan. His body twitched a few times on the ground, his hair standing on end, and his face was slightly charred. "Mortal, your actions are unclean in the order of eternity. This is a warning to you," Lei Ying said lightly. However, she thought to herself, did I go a bit too hard? This guy's hairstyle looks like a Super Saiyan now. But who told him to peep at me? This was to give him a lesson. Kakashi struggled, propping himself up with one hand trying to stand. The paralysis made every movement extremely difficult. He used his other hand to press on his struck ankle where the muscles were still twitching uncontrollably. He lifted his head, and the eye not covered by his forehead protector was filled with suspicion and vigilance. Just a moment ago, he hadn't even seen the trajectory of the attack. What the Sharingan captured was merely a tiny purple light. And then a devastating feeling of paralysis engulfed him. Lei Ying looked down at him from above her exquisite and flawless face devoid of any expression. She wore a magnificent purple kimono, the wide sleeves flowing gently in the evening breeze, and her purple hair, cascading down her back, exuding an inhuman divine pressure. Kakashi took a deep breath, forcing down the tremors in his body, and slowly stood upright. He scrutinized Lei Ying. This woman had been a colossal mystery since she appeared in the Land of Waves. "What is your true purpose?" Kakashi asked in a deep voice, unconsciously placing his hand on his ninja tool pouch. "I pursue eternity." Lei Ying gave her usual mystic-style standard answer. She extended a slender finger, and a faint electric light flickered at her fingertip, making a soft, sizzling sound. Kakashi's body instantly tensed, his muscles preparing to evade. However, that flicker of electricity did not shoot out, merely dancing at her fingertip before extinguishing. To spy on a deity is not a wise act. Next time it won't simply be a warning, Lei Ying said as she retracted her hand, tucking it into her sleeve. After she finished speaking, she ignored Kakashi and turned to walk back to her apartment. The wooden clogs she wore clicked sharply against the ground, echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. Kakashi stood still, watching her silhouette disappear behind the door, unmoving for a long while. He reached up to touch his still upright silver hair, feeling the lingering smell of char on his face, and gave a bitter smile. He did not linger any longer. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot. In the shadows surrounding the apartment, several masked Umbu ninjas exchanged glances, each reflecting the helplessness in the other's eyes. The Refuge had customized several sets of exquisite kimonos, indulging in various flavors of dango daily, living a carefree life akin to that of a deity. Her power was steadily growing. Through daily meditation and training in the pure land of one mind, her control over the lightning element became increasingly refined. One evening, the door to Refuge's apartment was knocked on. This time, Kakashi did not climb through the window, but stood properly at the door, holding the pouch and documents handed to him by the third Hokage. Refuge opened the door, her purple eyes calmly gazing at him, as if it were not she who had unleashed the lightning earlier that afternoon. "Is there something you need?" Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Kakashi scratched his half-erect hair and handed over the items he was holding. "This is the third Hokage's intention. It contains the documents for your residence as a special advisor and the budget for activities." Refuge took the items, weighing the pouch in her hand. The sound of metal clinking inside was crisp and pleasant. She did not look at the documents, merely glancing at Kakashi with indifference. "I will accept the offerings of mortals for now." Her words still carried a sense of divine arrogance. Having said that, she closed the door, leaving Kakashi alone outside. Kakashi touched his nose, feeling helpless about it. It was impossible to reason with this woman. After Kakashi left, Refuge's life fell back into tranquility aside from the ruckus caused by that boisterous boy. This energetic boy seemed to have an endless curiosity about Refuge. He always found various ways to sneak into her courtyard. "Lady Refuge, teach me that technique that doesn't require hand seals today, please." Naruto clasped his hands together, looking expectantly at Refuge, who was sipping tea on the porch. Refuge did not even lift her eyelids, extending a slender finger. A small spark of electricity danced at her fingertip. "Mortal, your capacity is still insufficient to bear divine might. To forcefully demand will only cause your fragile shell to shatter." Before her words fell, the spark of electricity vanished. "Ah!" Once again, Naruto experienced the sensation of being electrified, his hair standing on end, his body convulsing as he fell to the ground, a wisp of smoke escaping from his mouth. Refuge retracted her finger, picked up her teacup, and took a gentle sip. This kid's chakra is truly a treasure. Just a little stimulation, and the released Nine-Tails energy is enough for me to absorb for a while. I suppose I need to guide him more often. She was indeed guiding Naruto. Each electric shock was not merely punishment. She used pure lightning element power to stimulate the chakra within Naruto, prompting him to unconsciously learn how to control that massive energy more delicately rather than letting it rampage unchecked. Of course, to Naruto, this was simply Lady Refuge's unique way of training. As for Kakashi, since that visit, he seemed to have found a new way to interact with Refuge. He no longer secretly monitored her, instead he openly visited. However, he still preferred to climb through windows and always found Refuge enjoying tea or snacks. Refuge also grew accustomed to his sudden appearances and would even prepare an extra teacup in advance on the tea table by the window. Their exchanges were few most of the time. It was Refuge savoring tea and snacks, while Kakashi leaned against the window casually reading his book Intimate Paradise, occasionally asking a question about eternity, a question destined to remain unanswered. This strange harmony continued for a while until the atmosphere in Konoha began to subtly change. More and more unfamiliar faces appeared on the streets, their forehead protectors marked with various symbols, some from Sunagakure, others from Amigakure, and even some from Kusagakure and Takigakure. The air was thick with the intermingling chakra signatures, imparting a sense of tension to the entire village. Refuge sat on the porch holding a string of freshly bought dango. She looked outside the courtyard at the clustered foreign genin, their eyes filled with vigilance and curiosity, a fleeting spark of excitement glimmering in her purple gaze. The Chunin exams. Orochimaru's invasion, Gaara's rampage, the fierce battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, the plan to collapse Konoha. She popped the last dango into her mouth, the sweet, soft, glutinous rice melting on her tongue. In recent days, she had been living quite comfortably, either tasting various snacks or meditating in the courtyard, which in reality was her simulating the application of lightning element power in the pure land of one mind. Though the pace of her power recovery was slow, it was stable. The increasingly tense atmosphere in Konoha was for her merely the prelude to a grand feast about to commence. To gain the maximum plot energy, one cannot merely be a bystander. One must intervene at key points in a divine manner, leveraging the smallest cost to instigate the largest plot changes. Orochimaru, you better not disappoint me. Refuge's thoughts were as calm as water, but the plan had long been rehearsed in her mind 1,000 times. A few days later, on the morning of the second exam, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and the air still held a hint of chill. A figure appeared silently outside Refuge's divine palace. It was not Kakashi climbing through the window, but an umbu wearing a pure white mask. Knock, knock, knock. Refuge slowly opened her eyes. She had already sensed the arrival of the other party through the lightning detection eye. She did not rise, merely spoke indifferently, her voice penetrating through doors and walls, reaching clearly outside. What is it? Lady Refuge, the Hokage has sent word. For today's second round of the Chunin exam, please proceed to the 44th training ground as a special examiner. Understood. The only response from inside was 2 words before silence returned. The umbu stood outside for a moment, confirming there were no further instructions before flickering and disappearing from the spot. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the doors of the divine palace slowly opened. Refuge stepped out. Today she donned a new kimono, the fabric a deeper shade of purple, intricately embroidered with silver lightning and cloud patterns. As she moved, the silver threads shimmered, exuding an extraordinary beauty. The wide sleeves swayed gently with her steps, radiating an aura of unapproachable dignity. She paid no mind to the curious gazes around her and walked straight towards the No. 44 training ground at the edge of the village. On the street, the atmosphere was more tense than in previous days. Candidates from various villages hurried by, their faces a mix of excitement and anxiety. The Refuge walked slowly among the crowd, yet it felt as though she inhabited another world. Everyone instinctively stepped aside when approaching within 3 feet of her, as if an invisible wall stood between them. Her thunder detection eye was already active, taking in everything around her. That kid from Sunagakure carrying a giant gourd. Gaara. The chakra within the gourd was restless. It was indeed Shikaku. Beside him, Temari and Kankuro possessed chakra levels far exceeding those of ordinary genin. The trio from Otogakure had a chilling and chaotic chakra bearing traces of inhuman modifications. A crude yet effective craft by Orochimaru. The branch family genius from the Hyuga clan had exceptionally high Byakugan purity, yet his chakra was filled with resentment towards the main family. A decent pawn. In her eyes, these were all walking plot energy, the sustenance for her to regain her strength. Soon she reached her destination, the No. 44 training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. A tall barbed wire fence surrounded the entire forest, with a row of serious-looking Konoha ninjas stationed at the entrance. Inside the forest, ancient trees towered, casting ominous and primal shadows. You must be Lord Refuge. A Chunin in charge of the reception approached quickly, his attitude extremely respectful. Lady Akame has been waiting for you. He led the Refuge past the area where candidates gathered, arriving at a makeshift judge's seat. A woman leaned against the railing, playing with a kunai, a bloodthirsty smile on her face. She wore a beige trench coat over a revealing fishnet top, and beneath a short black skirt were her long, powerful legs. She was Akame, the chief examiner for the second round. Upon seeing the Refuge, Akame's eyes lit up, and she straightened her posture, eyeing her with considerable interest from head to toe. Oh, So you are the special advisor that the third Hokage mentioned. Akame's voice carried a hint of teasing and provocation. You look just like a delicate porcelain doll, fragile and weak. This is the forest of death, not a place for tea and snacks. When the blood starts flowing, don't start crying. As she spoke, her right wrist flicked, sending the kunai whizzing towards the Refuge's face. The Konoha ninjas around them turned pale, taken aback by Akame's sudden aggression. The Refuge stood still, unmoved. Her purple eyes calmly watched the flying kunai, her eyelashes not even fluttering. Just as the kunai was about to touch her forehead, it abruptly halted midair, less than an inch from her skin. It was as though it had struck an invisible wall. The kunai buzzed, but could not advance another inch. A faint purple arc of electricity flickered at the kunai's tip. Clang! The kunai fell to the ground, losing all its force, producing a crisp sound. The entire scene fell silent in an instant. Akame's smile froze, her pupils constricting as she stared intently at the Refuge. Noisy. The Refuge finally spoke, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. She didn't even glance at the kunai on the ground, her gaze passing over Akame to the deep forest behind her. Is that the heavenly curse seal left by Orochimaru? The nature of the chakra is indeed similar, filled with aggression and instability. Just a failed experiment. The Refuge felt no ripple of emotion inside. She had no thoughts of anger towards Akame's provocation. To her, the probing of a mortal was no different from an ant waving its antennae. Akame's expression shifted between pale and flushed as she clenched her fists, the three Tomo curse seal patterns on her neck faintly visible. However, the bizarre scene from earlier forced her to suppress her urge to strike. This woman before her was very dangerous. I hope you're not just good at putting on a show. Akame scoffed, turning to ascend the high platform, beginning her threatening and intimidating pre-exam address to the candidates below. The Refuge ignored her and walked straight to the highest central observation tower prepared for her. The view from the top of the tower was expansive, allowing a clear sight of most of the forest. Dozens of crystal balls were arranged around, each displaying scenes from various parts of the forest. With Akame's command, the gates of the training ground crashed open and hundreds of candidates surged into the forest of death like a torrent. In an instant, the forest was filled with the aura of danger. The other observing ninjas at the tower immediately became busy, closely monitoring the crystal balls. They were responsible for recording the movements and casualties of the candidates. Only the Refuge sat calmly in the highest seat, indifferent to those crystal balls. She gently closed her eyes, appearing relaxed as if she had come merely for sightseeing. The serious-looking observing ninjas beside her, and Akame not far away, felt puzzled and slightly disdainful of her demeanor. However, no one knew. The moment the Refuge closed her eyes, her thunder detection eye fully expanded. An invisible perception centered around her like a vast electric net, covering the entire forest of death, instantly enveloping a radius of 10 kilometers. Every fluctuation of chakra, every sign of life, the rustling of leaves in the wind, and the subtle vibrations of insects crawling on the ground. Everything transformed into exceptionally clear, three-dimensional information in her mind. For her, this perilous forest had now become a completely exposed sandbox before her eyes. The positions, conditions, and chakra levels of all candidates were laid bare. She had no interest in the survival game being played below. The scenes of struggling for scrolls and fighting each other appeared to her as a clumsy performance by mortals for survival and power. From the very beginning, she had only one goal. The Refuge's consciousness spread like an invisible net, instantly covering the entire forest of death. Countless life signals lit up in her perception like stars in the night sky. Most were weak and chaotic, but only one point stood out. It was a cold, viscous mass of chakra filled with a mixture of decay and rebirth. It was well disguised, wrapped in a thin layer of chakra belonging to a grass ninja, like a venomous snake wearing a rabbit's skin. Yet under the gaze of the Refuge's thunder detection eye, this disguise was meaningless. Found it. Beside her, a middle-ranked ninja in charge of surveillance, unable to resist, whispered to his companion. This Lord Refuge is truly relaxed. Chill. Lower your voice. Can't you see Lord Ikado was defeated by her with a single move? Their discussion went unheard by the Refuge, whose consciousness had already locked onto the target. In the next second, her figure on the grand chair atop the watchtower became ethereal, then transformed into flickers of purple lightning dissipating into the air. Where is she? The nearby surveillance ninja rubbed his eyes, finding the chair empty. In the depths of the death forest, the air was humid and stifling, with decaying leaves emitting a foul odor. A small team composed of 3 lower-ranked ninjas from the grass-hidden village was cautiously making their way through the dense forest. Among them, a slender female ninja walked at the back of the group. She had long dark green hair, an unusually pale complexion, and her golden slit pupils flickered with a cold and cunning light that belied her youthful appearance. Xianglin, haven't you found a suitable prey yet? The leading grass ninja asked impatiently. The woman referred to as Xianglin extended her tongue, licking her lips, producing a hissing sound. Don't rush soon. Interesting prey will come right to us. A strange smile appeared on her delicate face. Just then her footsteps abruptly halted. Her golden slit pupils suddenly contracted, fixated on a clearing not far ahead. There, unbeknownst to them, stood a woman. She was dressed in deep purple finery with silver threads embroidered in patterns resembling lightning, shimmering with faint light in the dim forest. Her attire was immaculate, starkly contrasting with the surrounding mud and decay. She stood there silently, as if she had existed there since time immemorial. There was no sound of footsteps, no chakra fluctuations, not even a breath. Who are you? The other two grass ninjas also noticed her immediately, assuming defensive stances, their kunai aimed at her. Xianglin did not move, her body became rigid. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged from the depths of her soul. The woman before her felt like a celestial enemy. She saw the woman slowly raise her head, her purple eyes coldly gazing at her. Orochimaru. Her voice was calm, devoid of emotion, yet it thundered in Xianglin's mind. Her disguise was flawless, even mimicking the breath of the girl named Xianglin perfectly. Even the third Hokage would never see through it at a glance. Yet the woman before her, with just a gaze and a name, stripped away all her disguises. What are you talking about? I don't know any Orochimaru. Xianglin's voice carried the panic and vigilance of a young girl. She took half a step back, her body trembling slightly, her acting impeccable. Seeing this, her two companions grew bolder. Hey, who are you? Stop pretending here. Get lost. Or don't blame us for being rude. One of the grass ninjas shouted, throwing his kunai with force. The Refuge's gaze didn't even waver, still locked onto Xianglin. The kunai, spinning through the air, suddenly came to a halt just a foot from her face. There was no wind, no barrier. It simply defied logic and remained suspended. Immediately, purple arcs of electricity appeared on the metallic surface of the kunai. Crack. A faint crisp sound echoed as the finely crafted kunai under the horrified gazes of the two grass ninjas began to disintegrate from the tip, crumbling into the finest black dust blown away by the breeze in the forest. Your soul is at odds with this vessel. The Refuge spoke again, her voice still flat. Her words were not directed at the two grass ninjas, but pierced straight at the disguised Orochimaru. Xianglin's expression of panic froze. Attack together. Another grass ninja could no longer endure the bizarre sense of oppression. He let out a furious roar and formed hand seals. Earth-style earth flow wall. The ground trembled as a wall of earth erupted, attempting to block the Refuge's line of sight. However, as the earth wall rose less than half a meter, it silently fractured in the middle, turning into a handful of dry sand that fell away. The Refuge had merely taken a step forward. The two grass ninjas felt their body hairs stand on end, a primal fear gripping their hearts. They wanted to move, but found their bodies as heavy as if filled with lead, unable to lift even a finger. An invisible electric field had enveloped them. It was not paralysis, but a deeper level of control. The Refuge precisely manipulated the bioelectric currents within them, preventing any commands from their brains from reaching their limbs. She didn't even cast a glance at them, as if they were merely two stones by the roadside. Do you still want to continue the disguise? The Refuge's gaze pierced through all facades, directly reaching the pale and sinister soul within the girl's body. From the perspective of the Eye of Raiden, the life magnetic field of this vessel was extremely unstable, harboring a powerful, yet chaotic soul signal. This method of sustaining life by continually switching vessels was to her a desecration of life. Mortal wisdom is always superficial. You seek immortality, yet do not comprehend the true meaning of eternity. The expression on Xianglin's face finally vanished completely. In her golden slit pupils, the girl's terror faded, replaced by unmasked greed and scrutiny. Xianglin's voice changed, no longer the clear tone of a girl, but became hoarse, neutral, filled with magnetism and sinister allure. Her facial flesh began to stretch unnaturally, as if an invisible snake was slithering beneath her skin, reshaping her facial features. Hey Xianglin, what's wrong with you? The leading grass ninja finally sensed something was amiss, warily taking half a step back, tightening his grip on his kunai. Another companion's face turned pale as he watched Xianglin's face twist. His voice trembled. Your face. Your voice. What is happening? The once lovely girl's face was visibly becoming pale and gaunt, her eyes elongating upwards, exuding an eerie aura. Her height also increased, her bones producing faint, painful creaking sounds. Noisy. A hoarse voice emerged from her deformed mouth, tinged with impatience. However, in response to him, only the more intense changes in that body occurred. The previously well-fitting grass ninja outfit became taut with broader shoulders and an elongated figure. That face had completely morphed into that of another person. A pale, sickly skin, a pair of golden vertical pupils, narrow and cold, resembling a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Orochimaru. This name, akin to a curse, instantly seized the hearts of the two grass ninjas. They were ninjas from the Sound Village, ordered to disguise themselves as grass ninjas and follow this esteemed figure, but they never imagined that one of the legendary Sannin would disguise himself as their comrade in such a manner. And Master Orochimaru. Their voices were filled with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Orochimaru paid them no heed. He observed Refuge with great interest, as if admiring a perfect work of art or perhaps a precious experimental material. Your perception indeed exceeds my expectations. He extended his long tongue to lick his lips. I consider this vessel's disguise flawless. Even Saratobi Sensei could not see through it at a glance. How did you manage to do this? The woman before him was perfect. That body seemed to be the best vessel designed for eternal life. Refuge looked at him, her purple eyes showing no ripple of emotion. Her lightning detection eye could see through the material appearance and reach the essence of the soul. Your disguise is too clumsy. Refuge's voice was flat, yet it struck Orochimaru's heart like a heavy hammer. Are you playing house? Orochimaru's smile froze for a moment. What do you know? His voice suddenly became sharp. How can someone like you born standing on high understand the sacrifices we mortals make in pursuit of truth? The two sound ninjas were frightened to the core by this sudden turn of events. They looked at the two people facing each other, feeling a chill run through their bodies. One of them could not bear the pressure and turned to flee. What useless waste. Really, I was hoping to play a little longer. The two grass ninjas had yet to react when two long tongues suddenly shot out from their necks, wrapping around them like lightning. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and the two grass ninjas collapsed without even having time to scream. Really, I was hoping to play a little longer. Orochimaru tore away the disguise on his face, revealing his pale and eerie visage. He extended his long tongue to lick his lips, his golden vertical pupils filled with greed and curiosity. Your body. Your power. What is its structure? He could sense that there was no chakra within the woman before him. Yet a mysterious power within her made his very cells tremble with excitement. This is a perfect material. Refuge looked at him, her heart devoid of any waves. Mortal, your path to eternal life has strayed. Refuge's voice remained flat, pursuing the immortality of the flesh while abandoning the completeness of the soul. Your so-called eternal life is merely prolonging existence in one decaying vessel after another. Orochimaru's smile froze. No one had ever dared to evaluate his research in such a manner. What do you know? His gaze instantly turned cold and cruel. People like you who are born with power cannot understand the efforts we mortals make to touch the truth. Shadow Snake Hand. He suddenly opened his mouth and dozens of black venomous snakes surged from his sleeves and clothing, rushing towards Refuge with a foul wind. Refuge stood still, not moving an inch. She simply lifted her right hand. Z. A purple lightning spark gathered in her palm and instantly expanded into a translucent spherical shield enveloping her within. Lightning element shield. Those venomous snakes collided with the shield, not even causing a ripple. The next second, the surface of the shield crackled with electricity. All the snakes that touched the shield were instantly charred by the powerful electric current, turning to black ash that fell away. What? Orochimaru's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead. His snakes didn't even manage to create a single ripple on that shield. I told you, your path has strayed. Refuge retracted the shield and took a step forward. True eternity is the eternity of the laws, the eternity of order. With each word she spoke, she took a step closer. With each step she took, her aura surged higher. An invisible pressure like a landslide or tsunami pressed down toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt his breath becoming labored. The killing intent he prided himself on felt like a child's play in front of this woman. What? What are you? He finally felt fear. I am Refuge, a seeker of eternity. Refuge stood before him, looking down upon him. She extended her slender finger, and a flicker of purple lightning danced at her fingertip. Your desire for eternity has some merit, but your method tarnishes the very concept of eternity. Today I shall show you what true power is. That flicker of lightning gently pointed towards the center of Orochimaru's forehead. The speed was slow, and Orochimaru could even clearly see the path of the lightning magnified in his pupils. But he could not move. His body, his soul seemed to be completely bound by an invisible force. He could only watch helplessly as the purple lightning representing destruction and judgment drew closer. The shadow of death had never been so clear. No, I can't die here. My research, my eternity, the intense desire to survive unleashed all of Orochimaru's potential. Body replacement technique. With a bang, his body transformed into a charred wooden stump. Meanwhile, behind a large tree several meters away, Orochimaru's figure appeared in a disheveled state. He gasped for breath, his face marked by fear and horror. Just moments ago, he truly believed he was going to die. Refuge did not pursue, merely watching him coolly. Can you escape? Just as Orochimaru was about to retort, he suddenly felt a pressure in his chest. He looked down to see an extremely small three-leaf clover mark made of lightning on his chest, which he had not noticed before. The mark emitted a faint purple glow as if it were a living entity, firmly imprinting itself on his soul. What is this? A coordinate. Refuge's voice came from afar, ethereal and cold. No matter where you escape to, this mark will guide me to find you. When you appear before me again, I hope you can bring something more interesting. You. Orochimaru was both astonished and furious, attempting to use chakra to dispel the mark, only to find that his chakra melted away as soon as it touched the purple lightning like snow in the blazing sun. The mark could not be interfered with by ordinary energy. He looked up toward the direction where Refuge had been, but she was already nowhere to be seen. Only the charred traces in the forest proved that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Orochimaru's face darkened to the point where water could drip from it. He glanced at the two grass ninja corpses on the ground and touched the burning lightning mark on his chest. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and excitement surged simultaneously within him. What a perfect vessel. He licked his lips, his golden vertical pupils shimmering with a sickly fervor. He turned, his figure blending into the shadows of the forest. At the top of the watchtower, the figure of the Refuge reappeared in the Grandmaster's chair, materializing without warning, just as it had when he first appeared. She maintained her meditative posture as if she had never left. Yet the lightning elemental force within her was notably more active than before. Indeed, a delightful appetizer. It seems there is plenty of wool to be sheared from this line of Orochimaru. She could sense that the mark of lightning seal left on Orochimaru's soul was continuously providing a faint stream of energy. It was akin to installing a GPS and automatic billing device on Orochimaru. As long as he did not die, he could continuously contribute to her divine power restoration plan with key performance indicators. Lord Refuge, where did you just go? A nearby middle-ranking ninja gathered his courage to stutter the question. The Refuge did not open her eyes, merely uttering 2 words with indifference. Patrol. Patrol. All the observing ninjas exchanged glances in confusion. The Refuge paid no heed to their thoughts. Her eyes were slightly closed, maintaining her usual posture. However, her consciousness was not present here. The lightning detection eye pierced through layers of leaves and rock, traversing a vast distance, precisely locking onto a dark and sinister life magnetic field. At the center of that magnetic field, a small purple clover mark emitted a steady and faint wave of energy like a beacon in the night, clearly indicating the location of its host, Orochimaru. Deep within the Refuge's consciousness, it was as if a precise instrument was analyzing data. She set the mark as a special energy valve, continuously siphoning Orochimaru's chakra, albeit in minute quantities, as if piercing a pinhole in a gigantic reservoir. This small loss should have been negligible considering Orochimaru's vast chakra reserves. However, what she was drawing was not chakra, but a higher tier of lightning elemental energy. This mark resembled a touchstone thrown into a murky pool. She wanted to see what new tricks this poisonous snake, which had wallowed in the mire for half its life, could play when faced with an energy incursion that completely surpassed the existing power system. The wisdom of mortals is only squeezed for value in desperate situations. In the dark, damp underground base, the air was thick with the pungent smell of formaldehyde and a faint trace of blood. Orochimaru staggered against the cold stone wall, his face as pale as death, slick with cold sweat. He gasped, his serpent-like golden vertical pupils locked onto his chest. There his clothing had been corroded to reveal a small hole with a purple clover pattern branded onto his skin. It did not hurt, yet it was not painless either. It was a persistent, deep-rooted itching and burning sensation, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his chakra meridians. What humiliated and angered him further was that this power was slowly and steadily devouring his chakra in an incomprehensible manner. Damn it! What on earth is this thing? Orochimaru hoarsely growled, extending his pale fingers to gather a green chakra surgical knife, carefully slicing towards the edge of the mark on his skin. However, the chakra blade dissipated silently upon contact with the purple mark without provoking any energy collision, as if it had vanished into the ocean. A heaviness settled in his heart, and he immediately changed tactics. Evil sealing technique. He swiftly formed hand seals, a complex sealing formation taking shape in his palms before pressing it against the mark on his chest. This was a technique he employed to suppress cursed seals, which worked excellently against foreign chakras. Yet the result remained unchanged. As the sealing technique covered the mark, it was like placing a wet paper on a hot iron. Within mere seconds, the chakra constituting the seal was entirely absorbed by the small clover mark, leaving not even a trace behind. Impossible. Orochimaru's breathing quickened, his golden vertical pupils revealing a glimmer of near terror for the first time. He exhausted all his knowledge reserves, from basic chakra separation techniques to profound forbidden technique analyses to the data from his proud research on cursed seals. Not a single theory could explain the events unfolding before him. This mark did not belong to the chakra system. It was unreasonable, disregarding rules, merely existing there, greedily devouring all energy that approached it. After failing repeatedly in more than a dozen attempts, Orochimaru collapsed to the ground, the cold stone wall pressing against his back. He could clearly sense that his chakra was being slowly and steadily extracted by the mark on his chest. The chakra was being decomposed and transformed into an energy form. He was completely alien, to ultimately vanishing without a trace. A sense of weakness surged like a tidal wave, gradually eroding his will. Just as he was on the brink of despair, a completely different force awakened from deep within his body. That force originated from the dragon cave, the natural energy he had secretly researched all along. This natural energy seemed to have been stimulated, passively drawn into this storm, entangled with the overwhelming vitality of his Hashirama cells. Under the pressure of the purple lightning mark, these two forces, already difficult to harness, began to merge in a twisted manner. A strange balance quietly formed within him. Intense pain instantly engulfed his entire body. His skin surfaced with dense white scales, the muscles of his arms writhing unnaturally, as if living creatures were moving beneath his skin. Yet amidst this tearing pain, there was an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. He felt as if his life level was being forcibly pushed into an unknown realm by an external force. So, is this how it is? Orochimaru laboriously lifted his head, looking at a massive culture dish beside him where a still beating heart was submerged. A sickly fervor surfaced on his pale face. Destroying the old balance is to establish a new order. This evolution is truly a delightful pain. The thirst for the unknown and the greed for power once again overwhelmed his fear of death. In his golden vertical pupils, the light of a researcher discovering a new continent flickered. Atop the observation tower, Laying slowly lifted her eyelids. Her lazy eye meticulously traced the complex storm of energy raging within Chunin's base. Chakra Senjutsu chakra, the life force of Zhu Jian cells, These disparate currents of power were undergoing a violent chemical reaction under the catalysis of her lay seal. As expected, mortals only reveal their most intriguing potential when backed into a corner. In her mind, the value representing narrative energy climbed along a steadier curve than she had anticipated. This efficiency felt even steadier and more enduring than when Ming Ren once erupted with the nine-tailed chakra. It reminded her of the nurturing game she had played before crossing over. At this moment, the Shiwan resembled an advanced NPC implanted with a bespoke mod. With the right pressure kept in place, that NPC would tirelessly grind, supplying her with a continuous stream of experience. Merely a living cash machine. She snorted softly, satisfied with the arrangement. With a slight movement of will, an instruction imperceptible to ordinary beings rippled through space and reached the distant mark buried underground. She subtly lowered the mark's energy siphon frequency and reduced its intensity by a fraction. Plunder yields short-term gain, sustainable harvests conform to the way of the eternal. A steady trickle ultimately maximizes profit. Night fell. The clamor at the edge of the Siwang forest died down, replaced by the distant ruckus of my village's reconstruction sites. Lei Ying remained indifferent, like a lifeless statue, seated in the grand chair. Her senses extended into the subterranean dark, as if she could peer upon the pallid face of de Shawan, twisted by a mingled ecstasy and agony. She resolved for now not to intervene more deeply with de Shiwan. Let him continue probing through pain and mania. The narrative energy unleashed by an Shrank renegade, driven by both the will to survive and scientific obsession, was of the highest quality. Perhaps his research might be of use in the future. A man who prolongs life by changing vessels might, in his humble and twisted way, catch a glimpse of another meaning of the eternal. Yet his path was too stubbornly narrow. Lei Ying closed her eyes again and sank her mind inward. Wave after wave of pure narrative energy flowed in, nourishing the dormant lightning element within her. Though still faint, that power carried a reassuring purity and authority. With sufficient energy, she would one day draw forth the glaive named Mengxiang Yisan, and upon this land realize the eternity she pursued. Deep in the Siwang forest, the air stewed like a steam chamber, a nauseating blend of rotting leaves and faint metallic blood. Perched on the tower, Lei Ying was oblivious to all of it. Her Lesion eye had already rendered the entire forest into a vast three-dimensional map. Hundreds of variegated points represented each examinee's chakra fluctuations and life fields. Her consciousness scanned the map slowly, like a god surveying the mortal world. In the forest's depths, three slightly dimmer points were quietly encircling another trio of lights. One point burned with a vast, uncontrolled heat like a wildfire. Another glinted sharp, yet flickered uncertainly. The last was so faint it might be overlooked. A trio from Inrin village had set their sights on Ming Ren's Weizhou and Xiaoying. A vicious battle was about to unfold. Lei Ying's awareness fixed on the area without the slightest ripple. She watched as one might watch a long predetermined soap opera, expressionless as she analyzed each candidate's combat metrics. Which ant possessed great chakra but crude control? Which fledgling showed rare talent yet still needed honing? Which mortal bore an iron will but lacked strength? Oh, that brat's Weizhou is about to be sealed. Her focus tightened. She saw Weizhou being pressed into a worsening position by the Inrin assailants, driven toward despair. In a nearby trunk's shadow, a more malevolent and powerful presence crouched, biding the perfect moment to appear. A flicker of voyeuristic amusement crossed her mind. Pressure is the key catalyst for narrative energy to erupt. She would not intervene casually. That would squander precious energy. In the forest, the fighting grew bloodier. Ming Ren was hurled backward by a crushing blow, his chakra flow thrown into chaos. Weizhou activated his Xiaolin eye, yet was still driven back by the strange sonic assaults of the Inrin. Xiaoying stood before them, clutching kunai, her body trembling with fear, but refusing to yield an inch. Lei Ying's Lesion eye clearly captured the churning emotional fluctuations deep within them. Fear, rage, despair, stubborn refusal. Those fierce emotions in her perception became faint threads of mental energy that agitated the forest's chakra like boiling porridge. Though chaotic, they released stray wisps of narrative energy. She savored the flavor of those energies as one might taste an aged vintage. They were the product of human will, at its limits, a prime, spiritual nourishment. These ninjas are still too shallow in foundation, she judged. Her attention ultimately fixed on Weizhou. Cornered to the brink within those magenta-meshed Xiaolin eyes, a yearning for power burned fiercely. That longing was pure, unclouded by extraneous feeling, a flame rising stubbornly in endless darkness, unyielding and searing. Lei Ying's consciousness trembled slightly. This was the seed she watched for. Far off, a thunderclap rent the sky, though another group of examinees had deployed laid-on techniques. The raging current tore through the trees, snapping several trunks. Lei Ying's attention grazed it briefly and moved on. That thunderstyle was crude. They merely converted chakra into raw electricity, brimming with waste. Compared to the lightning element she commanded, one that obeyed the cosmos' fundamental laws, it was child's graffiti. She did not intervene in Di Chi-ban's plight. Such trials were a necessary passage in their growth. Much like a game's mandatory tutorial, painful though it may be, it laid the foundation of a character. Her role was merely to monitor from the backstage and ensure they did not truly perish. After all, quality leaks require time and space to mature. In the death forest, the oppressive atmosphere was completely torn apart by a piercing scream. In the eyes of Lei Ying's thunder eye, a storm of data was brewing. The malevolent chakra belonging to Orochimaru, which had long been lurking in the shadows, finally erupted without reservation. She saw a figure appearing behind Sasuke like a ghost with a pale and elongated neck stretching unnaturally, sinking its fangs into his shoulder. The black curse seal spread like a living venomous snake, instantly covering half of Sasuke's body. Boom! This was not an explosion in the physical world, but a violent eruption on the energy level. In Lei Ying's perception, a vast and chaotic dramatic energy erupted like a volcano, suddenly flooding into her consciousness. The intensity and purity of this energy far exceeded all her previous scattered gains combined. She even felt that the pure land of one mind in her body trembled slightly in response, as a warm current surged from deep within her, flowing through her limbs, as if the parched earth had finally received a nourishing rain. No wonder it's Orochimaru, even delivery is so impressive. Lei Ying gave a high evaluation in her heart. This dramatic energy triggered by the curse mark was the richest bounty she had obtained since her traversal. Meanwhile, on the ground, Sasuke let out a painful howl, his body convulsing and twisting violently, as if his soul was being forcibly torn apart and reshaped by a brutal force. His consciousness sank rapidly in excruciating pain, on the verge of plunging into endless darkness. Lei Ying's consciousness calmly analyzed Sasuke's life signs data. The life magnetic field was rapidly weakening, the chakra circuits were on the brink of collapse, and the nervous system was enduring a devastating impact. Now is the moment. She determined that this was the best time to intervene. If she was even a moment too late, this precious seed of Sasuke could be completely scrapped due to the overwhelming power of the early stage of the curse mark. If she intervened too early, it would affect the generation of the dramatic energy. She had to act like the most skilled surgeon, performing her operation while ensuring the patient's survival. At the top of the surveillance tower, Lei Ying sat comfortably in a high-backed chair, her slender index finger moving slightly. A thread of purple lightning elemental force as fine as a hair quietly separated from her fingertip. It did not turn into electric light, nor did it make any sound. It silently penetrated the space, crossing several kilometers of distance, and accurately injected into the rolling Sasuke's body within a thousandth of a second. This force did not directly confront the violent curse seal energy. It acted like an experienced guide, skillfully circumventing the torrent of curse seal energy, directly influencing Sasuke's most vulnerable nerve center and chakra meridians. It did not heal or expel, but instead used a higher dimensional rule to forcibly establish a tiny stable order within the chaotic turbulence. It solidified the soon-to-collapse meridians and protected the neurons that were nearly burned out from the energy impact. Just as she completed all this, Lei Ying issued a second command before this thread of lightning elemental force dissipated. A portion of the energy transformed into a seed of lightning, smaller and more concealed than dust, silently sinking into the deepest part of Sasuke's chakra circulation system, merging completely with his body. This seed was not only a more stable and advanced monitoring point than the mark on Orochimaru's chest, but it was also a lurking converter. It would in a silent manner slowly absorb the chaotic power released by the curse mark, purifying and transforming it ultimately for Lei Ying's use. This was the true essence of technology and ruthlessness. The results of Orochimaru's painstaking research would begin to work for her from today. On the ground, Sasuke's howls miraculously diminished. The pain that seemed to tear him apart did not disappear, but it became less frenzied. He gasped for air, barely struggling back from the edge of unconsciousness, maintaining a sliver of awareness. The pain persisted, but his thirst for power was magnified countless times at that moment. He did not know he had just walked through the gates of death, nor did he know that his body had become a chessboard, and he was a piece on that board infused with new variables. An experiment. At the surveillance tower, Lei Ying retracted her fingertip, and everything returned to calm. She resembled a player who had completed an intricate setup, calculating each step's gains and losses with precision. She could clearly sense that the seed of lightning had taken root within Sasuke and formed a subtle symbiotic relationship with the power of the curse mark. She recalled the original work where Sasuke's power grew at an astonishing rate, as if he had been granted a cheat. This is far more efficient than my own slow meditation. Now the rights to this rich mine have partially fallen into my hands. She could feel that the seed of lightning was sending weak pulses like a quiet seed in dark soil, waiting for the nurturing rain and sunlight to awaken it. This seed would be the key to her controlling Uchiha Sasuke and even indirectly affecting the fate of the entire Uchiha clan in the future. Lei Ying closed her eyes again, as if everything that had just happened was unrelated to her. However, the lightning elemental force that had been dormant within her was now several times more active than before. Deep within a darker, more secluded underground base beyond the forest of death, among countless secret layers belonging to Orochimaru, the air hung thick with the musky scent of damp earth and the acrid sting of chemical reagents. Cold stone walls bore several faintly glowing ninjutsu lamps, casting just enough eerie light upon the vast cavern. At its center stood an experimental slab hewn from a single monolithic boulder, its surface etched with intricate, unsettling runes. Orochimaru's pallid, almost translucent face hovered close to a specially crafted perception screen, a shimmering interface woven from water and chakra, his golden vertical slit pupils reflecting a turbulent blurred energy signature flickering across the display. The screen showed real-time energy fluctuations surging within Uchiha Sasuke deep in the heart of the Forest of Death. As he watched the black three-leaf curse mark, implanted by his own hand, take root like a virulent pathogen within Sasuke's body, spreading relentlessly while unleashing violent erosive surges of energy, a wave of exquisite euphoria instantly flooded his entire being. His lips curled uncontrollably into a grotesque grin, a feverish rapturous flush bloomed across his ashen cheeks. He extended his unnaturally long tongue to moisten his cracked lips, then emitted a low, guttural murmur, sibilant, satisfied, and deeply restrained, its echo reverberating through the hollow expanse of the base. What a magnificent vessel, what a flawless response. The Uchiha body truly is a divine treasure bestowed upon me. He gazed greedily at Sasuke's agonized energy fluctuations on the screen, each explosive surge to him a dazzling, ephemeral firework. Suffer deeper, struggle harder. Let this power fully integrate into your flesh, forging your corporeal shell into the precise form I desire. His mind raced, sketching future experimental blueprints. How would the curse mark reshape Sasuke's physiology? What unprecedented might emerge from the fusion of the Sharingan and curse mark energy? When Sasuke's body reached its absolute limit, Orochimaru would seize it, his ultimate perfect reincarnation. Eternity, eternal life. He whispered, eyes blazing with a near-maniacal hunger for the truth. Just as he sank into boundless reverie about that future, a familiar searing pain tore through his chest. At the very moment the curse mark erupted within Sasuke, the violet three-leaf insignia embedded in Orochimaru's own flesh resonated violently, as if answering a distant call. Ugh! A stifled groan escaped Orochimaru as his body instinctively arched. He felt it unmistakably, a torrent of energy magnitude stronger than before surging from the mark and churning wildly within him. This force no longer drained gently. It invaded with brutal corrosive intent, forcibly twisting and dismantling his chakra, even the vital cellular energy, sustaining his very flesh. Excruciating agony broke cold sweat across his brow, but his golden vertical slit eyes burned not with fear, but with an even fiercer incandescent light. He realized that under this foreign force's coercive pressure, his own Senjutsu chakra from Mount Myoboku and the life force derived from the first Hokage's cells were being compelled to fuse at an accelerated, profoundly aberrant rate. Each cresting wave of torment receded, leaving behind a subtle, yet undeniable elevation in his fundamental life essence. So that is it. That is it. Like a mad scientist unveiling a new continent, he let out a jagged, hysterical laugh. Destruction and rebirth. That is the true essence of evolution. He remained utterly unaware that every pang of agony, every ecstatic revelation, was merely a meticulously laid trap set by a distant deity. Atop the surveillance tower, night wind rustled softly. The Refuge sat poised upon an imperial armchair, languid, regal, effortlessly sovereign. Her lightning perception eye had already pierced spatial barriers, capturing in perfect clarity Orochimaru's contorted, rapturous expression and the volatile maelstrom of energies roiling within his body, deep inside the subterranean lair. She perceived clearly how with each stage of Orochimaru's self-evolution, purer, vaster currents of narrative energy streamed steadily back from the lightning seal embedded in his chest, flowing seamlessly into her own being. The efficiency astonished her. A term from her past life, white-collar worker, flashed unbidden through her thoughts. Orochimaru truly was the shinobi world's foremost scientist. Even in labor, he exhibited unparalleled dedication and fervor, enduring agony passively, yet actively injecting himself with adrenaline to accelerate energy output. A remarkably competent generator, the Refuge assessed inwardly, her consciousness already diving deep into analysis of the curse mark's operational mechanics. Orochimaru had forsaken the wholeness of his soul in pursuit of bodily immortality, injecting his chakra and will into others to forge a domineering parasitic bond. This method at its core constituted a violent distortion and extraction of life energy, crude, even malevolent, yet brimming with extraordinary potential for narrative energy. The Refuge even sensed that this energy, forged from intense personal, cutting-edge biotechnology and warped soul law, possessed a uniquely distinct flavor surpassing even the raw, untamed chakra of Kurama sealed within Naruto. Kurama's energy resembled unrefined crude oil, immense in volume, yet demanding meticulous distillation, whereas the energy supplied by Orochimaru resembled a semi-refined product, complex and impure yet rich in layered information, offering far greater insight into the world's underlying laws. With a subtle shift of intent, she refined her extraction strategy toward the lightning seal embedded within Orochimaru's body. No longer relying on blunt, indiscriminate siphoning, she now guided the flow with surgical precision, like a master fisherman adjusting net tension to steer the school's course. She intended to keep Orochimaru ascending an ever-tightening spiral of pain and ecstasy, never collapsing under excess agony, never stagnating in complacency. She would hold him perpetually at that razor-thin threshold, agonized yet elated, to sustain peak narrative energy output. The lightning seal had thus evolved into a highly efficient narrative energy transducer, and Orochimaru, unwitting deluded, had become its devoted generator, convinced he was uncovering the truth of eternal life. The Refuge began contemplating whether this perpetual sovereign engine system could be replicated upon other high-value targets. She recalled Orochimaru's earlier dismissive judgment of her in that shadowed lair. Mortal intellect always remains superficial. Yet now it seemed his own understanding of his power system was no less superficial. Whether his vaunted curse marks, or the chakra system upon which the shinobi world itself rested, they all appeared primitive, crude in the face of true eternal law. The Refuge extended a slender jade-like finger and traced delicate arcs in the air. Fleeting violet lightning-green sigils, visible only to divine perception, flashed once and dissolved silently into the void. She was simulating a more refined energy guidance protocol, ensuring the generator would supply power long-term stably and at maximum efficiency. The Refuge fell into contemplation once more. Orochimaru and his curse marks held value beyond mere energy yield. Their deeper significance lay in their perverse, ingenious exploitation of this world's laws of life. And she, as a deity pursuing eternity, must comprehend and ultimately master all laws, whether traversed along righteous paths or twisted ones. Orochimaru would become her first and most vital, experimental field in this world. The night in the Death Forest was eerily silent, a suffocating stillness that sent chills down one's spine. The dense canopy obscured the moonlight, allowing only a few feeble rays to filter through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled light upon the clearing in the woods. The air was thick with the damp stench of decay, and the occasional distant howl of an unknown beast added an extra layer of foreboding. In the hollow of a tree, a flickering fire offered the faintest glow. Uchiha Sasuke lay on the ground, his body still convulsing unconsciously, the black curse mark slithering like a living thing across one side of his body, exuding an ominous aura. Not far away, Uzumaki Naruto also lay down, having exhausted all his strength fighting the giant snake of Orochimaru. At that moment he was deep in slumber, with fresh scratches still visible on his face. Haruno Sakura was the only one still conscious. Leaning against the cold trunk of a tree, she held tightly to the hard-won heavenly scroll in her arms while her other hand gripped a kunai, firmly, vigilantly, watching the impenetrable darkness outside the cave. Fear clutched at her heart like countless cold hands. Every rustle of the wind made her nerves tense up. She gazed at her two unconscious companions on the ground, one being Sasuke, bitten by a monster, and the other Naruto, who had exhausted himself to protect everyone. They had both fallen. All this time she had hidden behind them, watching them fight and cheering them on. But now it was her turn to protect them. An unprecedented sense of responsibility surged from deep within her. This feeling was so heavy that it nearly took her breath away, yet it was also like a resilient rope that pulled her out of the mire of fear. Her gaze, illuminated by the flickering firelight, gradually transformed from panic to determination. Rustle. A faint sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Sakura's heart raced as she held her breath, hiding her body deeper. It was those three sound ninjas. They had returned. TSK Tisk, it seems those two guys can't move anymore. Sake's voice was filled with mockery. Only one useless little girl left. Let's make this quick, kill them, and take the scroll, Toshi said coldly. Hee, just in time to test my new technique on her. Duff licked his lips, stepping closer to the hollow tree. Sakura's body trembled, but she did not retreat. She glanced at Sasuke on the ground, and then at Naruto. She could no longer be the one who only cried and screamed. She had to do something. Just as the three sound ninjas stepped into the tree hollow, a flicker of resolve crossed Sakura's eyes. She raised the kunai not towards the enemy, but aimed at her meticulously cared for pink hair. Snap! The crisp sound echoed sharply in the silent forest. A handful of pink strands arced through the air, slowly drifting down. What she cut was not just her long hair, but also the weak version of herself that had always hidden behind others, regarded as a mere ornament. I will no longer hold you back. She silently shouted within her heart, then gripped the kunai, tightly, charging bravely towards Saku, even if it was a clumsy and reckless charge. At the top of the observation tower, Reiku's eyelids twitched slightly. The moment Sakura cut her hair, her lightning detection eye captured a peculiar energy fluctuation. The energy was faint, almost negligible compared to the torrent of energy unleashed when Sasuke was branded with the curse mark, like a stream compared to the ocean. Yet it was exceptionally pure, carrying an unwavering determination. This energy, which Refuge referred to as the glimmer of mortal will, transformed into a gentle stream merging into her body. She even felt that the dormant lightning elemental power within her began to awaken slightly, as if savoring a novel delicacy. Oh, mortals really know how to make things interesting. A hint of amusement flashed through Reiku's consciousness. She continued to observe this battle of unequal strength. Sakura's physical skills were poor, and her ninjutsu was inadequate. All she could do was use traps in her frail body to repeatedly block between the enemy and her companions. She was knocked back by Sake's slash wave, crashing against a tree trunk and spitting out a mouthful of blood. She bit down on the enemy's arm like a cornered young beast. Her moves were clumsy and awkward, but filled with astonishing tenacity. A flicker of light passed through Reiku's always calm purple eyes. A fleeting smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, so brief it was almost undetectable, before she resumed her godlike, indifferent expression. That smile was gone in an instant, as if merely an illusion of light and shadow, yet it represented a form of acknowledgement. No wonder she is the female protagonist's best friend. She always manages to create some unexpected twists during critical moments, providing plot energy. She recalled those games she played before crossing over where seemingly insignificant supporting characters often brought unexpected surprises and benefits during critical plot moments. She analyzed Sakura's chakra fluctuations. Although not strong, and even somewhat chaotic, the determination to protect her companions made her chakra core unusually stable. This was a kind of order different from power, a unique law known as bonds in the mortal world. Refuge refrained from intervening. She was well aware that this sublimation of mortal will could only be perfectly refined through the blood and fire of first-hand experience. Any external interference would compromise this purity. All she needed to do was be a patient shareholder sitting here waiting for the dividends to arrive. In the continuous, grueling battles, Sakura had nearly exhausted all her strength and chakra. Just as she was about to be completely overwhelmed by Toshi's sound waves, the timely arrival of Rock Lee, followed by the awakening of Sasuke and Naruto, finally turned the tide of battle. The battle was over. The Sound Ninja trio retreated in disarray. Sakura collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, disregarding her own injuries, struggling to crawl to Sasuke's side, gripping his hand tightly. She could feel that the evil power within Sasuke was still surging, filling her heart with worry and terror. Refuge's lightning detection. I clearly sensed Sakura's emotions at that moment. That sense of worry, protection, and the mixed feelings of a girl's affection for a boy once again transformed into a warm plot energy, slowly flowing into her body. Refuge sighed softly in her heart. Love and friendship were indeed an incredibly powerful driving force for these mortals. Though they could not directly translate into the lightning elemental power she needed as a catalyst for plot energy, their effect was top-notch. She slowly closed her eyes again, immersing her consciousness in the gradually filling sense of power within her. Every battle, every struggle, and every emotional outburst in this death forest brought her one step closer to that eternal goal. She even began to anticipate how many more surprises these mortals whom she viewed as ants could bring her next. In the depths of the death forest, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Just after repelling the 7th squad of Sound Ninjas, a new crisis had already descended. Rock Lee was gravely injured by Gar's sand coffin while trying to protect Sakura, his life hanging by a thread. Sasuke forcibly activated the power of the heavenly curse mark. Although he temporarily suppressed the enemy, he exhausted the last vestiges of his strength, half kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. Naruto Uzumaki, who usually seemed carefree and jolly, was now standing there in a daze. He looked at Lee, who lay in a pool of blood, at Sasuke, who was panting in pain, and at Sakura, who was terrified, yet felt utterly powerless to do anything. A tremendous sense of helplessness and rage erupted within him like a volcano that had been dormant for 1,000 years. You will not harm my comrades any longer. He let out a roar that was anything but human, and his once azure eyes were instantly consumed by a frenzied crimson. The whisker-like patterns on his cheeks became rugged and fierce, and a visible ominous red chakra erupted from his body like a flood breaking through a dam. The chakra was so violent and immense that the surrounding air started to distort, and the towering trees shook violently under the onslaught of this energy wave, as if they feared this destructive power. Sand coffin. Gar's gaze was icy as he manipulated endless yellow sand to form a giant hand that pressed down towards Naruto. Naruto formed hand seals with a speed beyond his usual capabilities, completing the shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones, all ignited with red chakra, appeared instantly, roaring as they charged fearlessly toward the giant hand of sand. Atop the observation tower, the Refuge, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. At the moment Naruto's Ninetales chakra erupted her lightning detection, I captured a torrent of immense, almost terrifying plot energy surging into the sky like a volcanic eruption. This torrent of energy was so pure and so vast that it caused her inner one-heart pure land to leap with joy as if it had encountered the most delicious feast. Oh, has the battery pack finally decided to turn on and discharge? A hint of satisfaction flashed through the Refuge's mind. The quality and intensity of this energy far surpassed any previous harvest she had experienced. Although the energy provided by Orochimaru had a unique flavor when it came to quantity and satisfaction, it was Naruto, the designated protagonist, who truly delivered. This was akin to her private energy base operating at maximum power. She did not hesitate for a moment. A thought flashed through her mind, and she immediately activated the secret energy connection established between her and Naruto long ago. An invisible pulling force emanated from her body. This pulling force did not directly affect Naruto's body, but acted like an exquisitely precise energy vacuum cleaner, silently enveloping Naruto and drawing in the vast amounts of Ninetales chakra that had dissipated into the air due to his emotional turmoil. This was the most efficient and safest form of theft. It would not inflict direct harm on Naruto while minimizing energy loss. At this moment, Naruto's consciousness had descended into a semi-violent state. His mind was filled only with anger and a desire for destruction. Yet his Bodis instincts vaguely sensed something unusual. He always felt that this powerful force surging from within him seemed somewhat uncontrollable, as if something was drawing part of it away from the outside. But the anger that burned away his rationality left him no time to contemplate this trivial confusion. He only wished to completely tear apart Gaara the sand waterfall that had harmed his comrades. At this moment, the Raikage's body resembled an unfathomable black hole, greedily devouring the pure energy that continued to surge in. She could clearly feel that the once dry lightning elemental force within her was awakening at an astonishing speed akin to land rejoicing at the arrival of much-needed rain. In that illusory one-heart pure land, the vague shadow of her deity became more solid under the nourishment of this energy. She even had the feeling that with just a few more instances of such charging, she might truly reach the realm of withdrawing that blade. The corners of the Raikage's mouth curled into a subtle arc. This protagonist halo was indeed a marvelous thing. As long as Naruto, this mobile battery pack, continued to shine and heat up the day, she regained all her divine power was just around the corner. She even began to contemplate whether she could create more opportunities in the future to stimulate Naruto more frequently, encouraging him to discharge more. In the forest, the battle was nearing its end. Empowered by the formidable Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto ultimately defeated Gaara and his absolute defense of the sand armor with a punch that was almost savage. As Gaara fell, the violent red chakra receded like a tide. Naruto's body went limp, collapsing to the ground and falling into a coma. He felt an unprecedented weakness, as if his body had been completely hollowed out. He did not know that each of his outbursts, each instance of fighting for his comrades, had become a sumptuous feast for the purple figure seated in the distant armchair. The Raikage slowly exhaled, feeling the gradually calming chakra within Naruto. She even thought that his currently weak appearance held a unique kind of beauty, because it represented a tremendous energy output. This made her reminiscent of those players from games she had played in her past life, who would go to any lengths through various means to sacrifice their game characters for rapid resource acquisition. Without a doubt, Naruto was the top sacrificial player in this world. The Raikage closed her eyes again, immersing all her senses into the vibrant, surging lightning elemental force within her. She knew that through this efficient charging, she had made groundbreaking progress in her research on the integration of the lightning elemental force with this world's chakra system. Naruto Uzumaki, whom she regarded as a battery pack, was unknowingly pushing her step by step toward that supreme eternity. At the entrance of the central tower in the forest of death, sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting mottled shadows on the damp ground. The air still lingered with the scent of smoke from battle and a faint trace of blood. Uchiha Sasuke leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, his complexion as pale as paper. The black curse mark had receded back to his neck, leaving only 3 tomo-shaped marks. He gasped heavily each breath, pulling at the excruciating pain in his chest, his chakra nearly depleted, leaving him without the strength to stand. Naruto Uzumaki lay on the ground, struggling to breathe. The recent explosion of Nine-Tails chakra had given him unprecedented power, but it came at the cost of leaving his body completely drained. Now, even moving a fingertip felt difficult for him, his eyelids heavy, yearning to simply fall asleep. Sakura Haruno was in the best condition among the three, but that was only relatively speaking. Her newly cut short hair was in disarray, her body covered in dirt and dried blood, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth. She crouched between her 2 companions, one hand tightly holding Sasuke's cold hand, while the other rested on Naruto's shoulder, her gaze darting anxiously between the two, filled with dread. "We succeeded," Sakura said, looking at the 2 scrolls tightly gripped in her hands, one representing heaven and the other earth, her voice hoarse and trembling. Sasuke did not speak, but with all his strength, he turned his head to glance at the 2 hard-won scrolls. His expression was complex, a mix of relief from passing the exam, but more so a deep-seated anger at his own helplessness and a wary desire for that malevolent power. Naruto grinned, attempting to force out his iconic smile, but only succeeded in pulling at the wound on his mouth, causing him to grimace in pain. "Hey, haha, we are the strongest." Before he could finish, his head drooped, and he fell into a deep sleep. "Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed, quickly checking his breath, relieved to find that he had merely fainted from exhaustion. She looked at the 2 boys who had given their all to protect her and safeguard their companions, her nose tingling and her eyes reddening. But she did not cry. She tightened her grip on Sasuke's hand, as if trying to transfer her strength to him. At the top of the surveillance tower, the Raikage watched everything unfold. Through the perspective of the Eye of Raisen, the chakra fluctuations of Team 7 appeared like flickering candles in the wind, faint enough to extinguish at any moment. Yet within that feeble light there resided a core that was more refined and resilient than before. Good, the Raikage's consciousness voiced an evaluation. She was satisfied as she tallied the gains from this Forest of Death mission. First was the stable and efficient production of story energy from Orochimaru, functioning like an automated energy factory, continuously providing her with pure energy. The seed of lightning, planted within Sasuke's body, was currently lying quietly in the depths of his chakra circulation system, like the most precise filter. When Sasuke unleashed the power of the curse mark earlier, the seed of lightning acted like a shark, sensing blood, stealthily extending its tendrils to greedily absorb the dissipating ominous powers of the curse mark. After being filtered and purified by the seed of lightning, these powers transformed into the purest energy, part of which replenished Sasuke, preventing him from being completely consumed by the curse mark, while another part flowed gently into the Raikage's energy reserves. This deal is a blood profit, the Raikage assessed in her mind. Her consciousness delved within, beginning to categorize and evaluate all the story energy harvested during the second exam. The energy provided by Orochimaru was filled with coldness, madness, and a twisted pursuit of the laws of life. While the energy level was high, its flavor was too stimulating, like a glass of potent poison. The energy generated when Naruto unleashed Nine-Tails chakra was violent and primal, filled with destruction and rage, abundant and satisfying, akin to a volcanic eruption with immense impact. It was the main source of her current energy reserves, a true energy staple. Meanwhile, the story energy generated from Sakura cutting her long hair and the final mutual support among Team 7, though weak, carried a unique flavor. It was something named enlightenment and bond, pure and gentle like a delicate dessert after a meal. Though small in quantity, its aftertaste lingered long. The Refuge's slender fingers gently tapped on the armrest of her armchair, producing a rhythmic sound. She was planning the next phase of her story energy harvesting strategy. The Forest of Death is just the appetizer. The upcoming preliminary and official matches will be the true feast. The impending Chunin exam's third round will be a massive explosion in the early plot of the entire Hidden Leaf Village and the world of the Hokage. Various national forces converging, countless conspiracies intertwining, powerful confrontations, fateful clashes. It will be a mine of astonishing energy reserves. And these three mortal seeds of Team 7, which had just weathered storms and begun to take root, were undoubtedly the most useful excavators in her hands. Her gaze once again fell upon Sasuke. The eye of Raiden penetrated the barriers of flesh, clearly seeing the subtle balance formed between the seed of lightning and the curse mark's power within him. The curse mark is poison, but also a catalyst. It continuously stimulates Sasuke to pursue greater power, while the seed of lightning acts like a faithful steward, quietly depositing this power into the Refuge's account. This child's obsession with power is truly a good thing, the Refuge thought to herself. With a little guidance, he can become the sharpest blade and knife that maintains the eternal order in my heart. She had already begun to conceive how to subtly lead Sasuke to develop the power of the curse mark, thereby providing her with higher quality energy. Next, her gaze shifted to the sleeping Naruto. The world-destroying Nine-Tails chakra had now settled down, quietly residing within the seal in his abdomen. But the Refuge sensed that this was only a temporary calm. Beneath this tranquility lay a terrifying potential capable of overturning the entire world. This power bank has quite impressive endurance and maximum output, but its output is unstable, easily damaging the mainboard. A hint of mockery flashed through the Refuge's consciousness. I need to think of a way to equip him with a voltage regulator and pair it with an intelligent charging protocol to achieve demand-based discharge and efficient charging. She had already begun to plan a more efficient energy output strategy for Naruto, such as teaching him to control the Nine-Tails chakra rather than simply being swayed by emotions and unleashing it passively. Finally, there was Sakura Haruno. This pink-haired girl was the weakest among the three in terms of strength. Yet the glimmer of mortal will emanating from her sparked a hint of curiosity in the Refuge. The energy generated from her unwavering determination to protect her comrades regardless of the cost was faint yet remarkably high in quality. Is will also a form of power? A question emerged in the Refuge's consciousness. The strength exhibited by Sakura seemed to stem from something more emotional, chaotic, yet equally unbreakable. Interesting. The Refuge slowly stood from her armchair and walked to the window overlooking the entire Hidden Leaf Village. At this moment, this prosperous ninja village was rife with undercurrents. Orochimaru's schemes, the ambitions of the Sand Village, the power struggles among the higher-ups. Countless invisible threads were dragging this village towards an abyss named collapse. And this was the best time for her, this deity, to intervene. Chaos is the soil that breeds new order, she murmured softly. She stretched her slender and graceful body, feeling the surge of lightning elemental power within her now multiplied several times. At her chest, the dim heart of God shone slightly brighter than before. The special examination seat atop the observation tower had the light split into chunks by the heavy beams, casting large shadows. Laying lounged in a broad armchair, her perfectly tailored purple kimono, making her almost blend into the dimness behind her. With her eyelids slightly lowered, her slender fingers unconsciously rested on the armrest, displaying a lazy posture as if she had no interest in everything before her. Ninja examiners from various countries sat up straight, lowering their voices to discuss the upcoming third preliminary match. Yet Lei Ying's thoughts drifted elsewhere. She was pondering one thing: whether her remaining balance was enough to replace her old dinnerware in her small apartment. Preferably, it should be the one with cat paw prints. The Lei Zhenji Yin slowly unfolded unnoticed. Invisible electromagnetic waves centered around her enveloped the entire examiner's seat. The fluctuations of everyone's chakra, the subtle electric currents in their muscles, and the rhythms of their heartbeats transformed into a massive stream of data flooding into her consciousness. She saw it. A rather portly examiner from the Cloud Village was staring intently at a beautifully crafted bento box in front of the Rock Village examiner. A female examiner from the Grass Village was secretly troubled by her new hairstyle not being curly enough, her hands subconsciously brushing her hair's ends repeatedly. More discussions revolved around the rules of the preliminary matches. I believe that to ensure fairness, the battle list should be completely random. A chief examiner from Konoha named Morinaibe said sternly, his face covered in scars, his gaze serious. Randomness is good, but we must also consider the contestants' energy consumption in the second exam. I suggest that contestants in good condition be prioritized for battles, as this will showcase their true strength. The examiner from the Sand Village, Maki, immediately retorted, his voice hoarse. His implication was clear: let Gaara go first, finish quickly, and conserve energy rather than wasting it against those troublesome opponents. Lei Ying let out a soft snort in her heart. These so-called elite jonin were nothing more than a group of ants surrounding a dining table in her eyes. She could even sense two examiners from a small ninja village conducting a discreet transaction through their gazes and faint chakra signals. These undefeatable dealings that could stir waves in the ninja world seemed somewhat ridiculous. Her gaze fell upon a few relatively unique individuals. A man with 1,000 books in his mouth, Nara Shikamaru, leaned against a pillar, appearing indifferent to all the debates, yet Lei Ying could sense his heightened mental focus like a leopard ready to strike. Beside him, Tsukuyami was unable to suppress a few coughs, his face pale. Through her Lei Junji, Lei Ying could clearly see the weakening signals of his lung function, as well as the stubborn affliction within him eating away at his vitality. What a short-lived fellow, Lei Ying concluded internally. As time passed, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly heated. Several examiners became more intense in their arguments due to differing opinions, and chakra fluctuations began to uncontrollably spill outward. Our Takigakure candidates encountered an accident in the forest of death, and their physical exhaustion is immense. I demand that their matches be scheduled later. Who hasn't fought tooth and nail to get here? Rules are rules. The suppressed arguments, angry growls, and anxious calculations, these mixed intense emotions transformed into faint yet pure energy streams in the perception of Lei Junji, yin flowing silently into Lei Ying's body like a meandering brook. Not bad. Lei Ying nodded with satisfaction. Within the more intense the emotions, the more abundant the energy. Let them argue, the louder the better. She even found the sight of these examiners arguing to be more entertaining than the preliminary matches. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward to quell this farce. Enough. He simply said 2 words softly, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. His murky eyes swept over everyone present, and all arguments instantly ceased. This Hokage, revered as the professor of ninjutsu, finalized the preliminary match rules with his profound experience and unchallengeable authority. However, in Lei Ying's perception at the moment the Hokage-sama announced the decision, what surged from deep within him was not the pleasure of controlling the situation, but a profound weariness and helplessness. His bodily functions were irreversibly heading towards decline. He suppressed the contradictions with his authority, but did not resolve them. It's just using a bigger pie to temporarily silence all the ants. Lei Ying coldly assessed, but this pie will eventually be consumed. She shifted her gaze away from these boring adults to the empty space in the center of the venue. The youths who had struggled out of the forest of death were gathering there. In their hearts lay dreams, fears, desires, hatred, all sorts of intensely strong emotions. Here they would pour out their sweat, tears, and even their lives. Each breakthrough, each failure, and each emotional outburst would serve as nourishment for her recovery. Lei Ying slowly retracted her Lei Junji, yin closing her eyes once more, observing her nose with her eyes and her heart with her nose, as if truly entering a meditative state. Yet her consciousness was more active than ever. She had even foreseen several upcoming highlight moments, and those iconic scenes capable of triggering immense emotional fluctuations. The Chunin exams. Lei Ying mused to herself. She gently raised her slender finger, a barely visible purple arc of electricity gathering at her fingertip, leaping once before quietly dissipating. The feast is about to begin. The opening ceremony of the preliminary round took place in a solemn yet oppressive atmosphere. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood on the high platform, his voice amplified by a jutsu, clearly reaching every corner of the venue and silencing the whispers of all the examinees. The third exam will be conducted in the form of individual battles to determine the candidates who will enter the official competition. Victory and defeat will be determined when one party dies, loses consciousness, or concedes voluntarily. The Refuge remained seated in her imposing chair, her expression flat, her demeanor so aloof that she resembled an emotionless statue. Yet deep within her calm purple pupils the Eye of Thunder had already captured the chakra fluctuations, life signatures, and the tumultuous emotions of the thousands of examinees and their accompanying jonin. In her perception, the venue transformed into an ocean composed of countless points of light, each representing an independent life. Among them a few points of light shone with such distinct brightness and color. One was a sun-like, orange-eyed, wild and fervent, akin to a runaway stallion, yet at its core lay a massive, violent, dark red energy. That was Naruto Uzumaki and the nine tails sealed within him. Another was a midnight, deep blue, cold and gloomy, resembling the undertow of the deep sea, yet beneath the pride of the Uchiha lay an ominous purplish-black aura lurking like a hidden curse. That was Sasuke Uchiha along with the cursed seal just placed on his neck. Another was a desert-like earthy yellow mixed with a sickly, almost tangible blood red, killing intent resembling a massive whirlpool made of sand and blood. That was Gaara, accompanied by the rest of Shikaku within him. In addition, there was a pure emerald green point of light, with chakra, not particularly abundant, yet its life signature and bodily functions were astonishingly vibrant, like a blazing green meteor. That was Rock Lee. After Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the rules, the massive electronic display screen began to rapidly scroll, two names finally coming to a halt. Uchiha Sasuke versus Chojuro. The atmosphere on site was instantly ignited. The clamor of discussions, the tense breaths, the excited cheers, and the schadenfreude-laden chuckles. A torrent of emotions surged like a flood, vibrating and colliding in the Reikuge's perception, ultimately transforming into warm currents that flowed into her body. A large quantity is satisfying, though it is a bit chaotic. She extended her slender fingers, gently stroking the intricate lightning patterns embroidered in gold thread on her kimono sleeves. She began to refine the influx of energies. The trivial, low-quality energies were discarded without hesitation. Only the most refined, potent parts related to power, victory, and defeat, life, and death, and fate were carefully retained. Her gaze fell upon Sasuke, who was slowly descending the steps. The chick upon whom she had planted the seed of thunder was now standing among other Konoha examinees, his eyes gleaming with a desire for power and confusion about the future. Little one, you will soon learn the price of that power which does not belong to you. A chill passed through the Reikuge's consciousness, and who truly wields it? On the other side, Naruto appeared far more excited. He clumsily waved his fists, loudly shouting to Sakura, beside him, that guy Sasuke will definitely handle it with ease. His restless nine-tails chakra surged with his excitement, each agitation feeling like a small current being injected into the Reikuge's energy pool. Indeed, he is my mobile power bank, the Reikuge mused contently. This output efficiency, this endurance, is unmatched. She had even begun to contemplate whether after this Chunin exam concluded, she could find an opportunity to stimulate Jiraiya a bit, allowing him to teach Naruto summoning techniques, or something else earlier to increase the discharge efficiency of this power bank. The names on the battle chart kept refreshing, and the moods of the examinees fluctuated accordingly. Some weaker examinees, upon seeing their opponents were long-established strong figures, instantly displayed despair on their faces. The fear and unwillingness they felt transformed into pure negative energy precisely captured by the Reikuge. Meanwhile, the strong ones like Niji and Gaara radiated fighting spirit and confidence. Their arrogance and desire also represented high-quality nutrients. The Eye of Thunder clearly recorded these fleeting emotional fluctuations, and in the pure land of one heart began to simulate various possible battles and outcomes. Gaara. Interesting. The Reikuge's gaze finally locked onto the red-haired boy carrying a massive gourd. The thick, killing intent emanating from him made the surrounding examinees instinctively distance themselves, creating a vacuum around him. The Reikuge could sense that the energy within this boy was akin to Naruto's nine-tails chakra, both extremely violent and full of potential, yet one resembled lava and the other fierce fire. In the second round, Uchiha Sasuke faces off against Chicken Armor. The weak voice of the moonlit gale echoes throughout the arena. Uchiha Sasuke stepped into the arena. After taking his stance, his sharp gaze swept across the enemy before settling on the observation tower above. His posture was straight. The pride that belonged to the Uchiha was the only armor he could wield at this moment. At the top of the observation tower, Reikuge lounged in a grand chair, exuding a lazy demeanor. In the vision of the Eye of Thunder detection, a subtle discordant tremor existed within Sasuke's flowing chakra. The power forcibly suppressed by Kakashi's sealing evil technique, that ominous cursed seal, had not truly fallen asleep. It slumbered like a deep-sinking venomous snake, quietly awakening under the tension of battle and the provocations of its master's emotions. A foe capable of absorbing chakra. Reikuge's consciousness detected the sound ninja, named Chicken Armor, whose chakra circuit structure was unique. Her thoughts shifted, and she remarked, just right to test the performance of this seed. The moment the match began, Sasuke's figure vanished from his original position. His movements were swift and fluid without a hint of excess. The 3-mo of his Sharingan slowly rotated, precisely capturing every minute action of Chicken Armor. His fierce punches and kicks bore the sound of wind, each attack aimed at the vital points, showcasing the unique elegance and lethality of Uchiha fluid techniques. However, Chicken Armor's combat style was exceedingly peculiar. He did not dodge or evade, merely raising his hand to block. At the moment their fists met, Sasuke's brow furrowed. A strange pulling force emanated from the opponent's palm, causing a slight leakage of his own chakra. A smug smile appeared on Chicken Armor's face as he pressed closely against Sasuke. His strategy was to continually sap his opponent's strength through sustained physical contact. Sasuke quickly retreated to create distance, his hands forming seals at a speed almost imperceptible. Fire-style Phoenix fire technique. Several blazing fireballs erupted from his mouth, each aimed at different parts of Chicken Armor. Yet the opponent merely raised his arms to shield himself, enduring the attack heat. As the flames dissipated, he appeared almost unscathed, with only his clothing slightly singed. Useless, your ninjutsu is ineffective against me. Chicken Armor's voice carried a hint of mockery. The sensation of fatigue began to surface, and the loss of chakra caused Sasuke's movements to exhibit a barely noticeable delay. An escalating sense of anxiety surged within him. He thought of Naruto, that underdog who had managed to grow to such heights in such a short time. He also thought of that aloof woman, her gaze seeming to appraise an item of no value. Power, he needed stronger power. At his current level, not to mention defeating that man, he couldn't even quickly deal with this nameless underling before him. Not enough. Still not enough. Sasuke shouted within his heart, his anger at his own weakness, nearly breaking the confines of reason. Oh, is chakra already insufficient so quickly? High above in the tower, Refuge let out a faint sound of disapproval. Endurance is too poor. She clearly sensed that the seed of thunder shed personally implanted within Sasuke was trembling slightly in response to his emotional turbulence. The seed of thunder responded to the host's thirst for power while simultaneously sending a special signal to Sasuke's body. The moment had come. Refuge shifted imperceptibly. A wave of electromagnetic energy subtle to the extreme was precisely released by the seed of thunder. It cleverly bypassed the rune structure of the sealing evil technique, like an invisible probe gently stimulating the restless core of the cursed seal. Ugh! Sasuke let out a suppressed howl of pain, abruptly clutching his left neck. The 3 tomo marks there were emanating an ominous red light through his skin, with a searing pain spreading throughout his entire body. Black, eerie patterns spread from the marks, rapidly crawling across half of his body. A cold, brutal, and powerful force surged into his limbs and bones, filling the void left by the loss of chakra. The power of the cursed seal answered his desire. The cost was the burning of reason. Sasuke's gaze became murky, and the scarlet of his Sharingan was shrouded by a layer of frenzied, murderous intent. He looked at chicken armor not as an opponent, but as prey that must be torn apart. The discharge has begun. At the top of the observation tower, Refuge calmly assessed the situation in her mind. Experimental data began to relay back. Within Sasuke, the power of the cursed seal surged like a flood, violently impacting his meridian system. Meanwhile, the seed of thunder acted like a quietly activated precision turbine, beginning to spin at high speed. It was no longer a simple act of absorption, but actively devouring, filtering, and transforming. A portion of the cursed seal's power was purified and transformed into the purest energy continuously supplied along an invisible line to Refuge above the tower. Another part was rain-fused back into Sasuke's body in a more efficient, yet also more violent manner. Roar! Sasuke emitted a low growl that resembled that of a beast, his attacks completely losing the calmness and precision they once had, leaving only pure savagery and a desire for destruction. With a single step, the ground cracked, and his body transformed into a blur, charging towards chicken armor. Chidori! The sharp cry of a bird echoed throughout the arena. This time the lightning was no longer the pure blue taught to him by Kakashi, but mixed with ominous purple-black arcs. This power was far greater than what he had previously been able to wield. The smug expression on chicken armor's face instantly froze, replaced by utter terror. His proud ability to absorb chakra was like trying to stop a volcano with his palm in the face of such violent power. The purple-black lightning gave him no time to react, piercing through his defenses and sending him flying, crashing heavily against a distant wall, his body convulsing twice before completely losing consciousness. The battle had ended, but Sasuke did not stop. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling violently, every muscle in spasm. His eyes were bloodshot, gasping like a beast. He seemed to want to stand again, to tear apart every living thing in sight. The slave of power is always so ugly, Refuge quipped inwardly. At the same time, she also tasted the extreme struggle within Sasuke. The intoxication and thirst for immense power, along with the fear of being completely consumed by this malevolent force, clashed and tore at each other within his heart. This complex inner conflict to Refuge was a source of energy of exceptional quality. The narrative energy it transformed into was several times more stable than in a normal state. The quality of this chive is indeed top-notch. Refuge thought every psychological activity can yield a substantial harvest. Stop, Sasuke! Kakashi's figure instantly appeared in the arena. His expression was grave as he pressed one hand on Sasuke's shoulder while swiftly forming seals with the other, shouting, "Seal!" The sealing evil technique was activated once more. A powerful sealing force surged into Sasuke's body, forcibly repressing the rampaging power of the cursed seal back to the mark on his neck. The black patterns receded like a tide, and the blood red in Sasuke's eyes faded away. Clarity returned in an instant, followed by an overwhelming weakness from being completely drained, along with the excruciating pain from the backlash of the cursed seal. He could no longer support himself, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. In his eyes was filled with fear of his earlier loss of control and deeper anger and unwillingness over his insufficient power. Refuge's eye of thunder detection recorded every emotional fluctuation within Sasuke at this moment, along with every minute change in his chakra, forming a detailed experimental report. She gave high praise to the conversion efficiency of the seed of thunder. She had even begun to ponder how to further optimize the functions of the seed of thunder. For instance, adding an intelligent control module that could covertly and efficiently harvest and convert power when Sasuke next unleashed the cursed seal. The cursed seal is poison, but also a catalyst. Refuge calmly summarized in her heart. It will act like the most severe whip, continually striking Sasuke, forcing him to pursue power. And my seed of thunder will serve as the most loyal asset manager, ensuring that the profits generated by this power are deposited into my account without a single loss. She slowly leaned back into the grand chair, resuming her lazy and indifferent posture. That thrilling battle was for her merely a successful experiment, nothing more. Sasuke's brief yet ferocious victory did not settle the atmosphere in the venue. Rather, it was like a spoonful of cold water splashed into hot oil, stirring up an even more intense uproar. As the two rapidly scrolling names on the giant electronic screen finally froze, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence, followed by an even more fervent outburst of discussion. Rock Lee versus Gaara. At the top of the observation tower, the Refuge slightly lifted her eyelids. Through her lightning detection eye, she perceived the duel's participants as two entirely opposite entities. The red-haired boy carrying a gigantic gourd Gaara was like a slow-spinning vortex of energy, composed of earthy chakra and tinged with a blood-red murderous intent. He merely stood there motionless and silent as the air around him seemed to thicken with his unabashed malice. His biological electric signals were faint, akin to a lifeless corpse, yet within him resided a far greater and more sinister chakra. In stark contrast, the boy with a watermelon head and bushy eyebrows, Rock Lee, presented an entirely different spectacle. His chakra fluctuations were unremarkable, even scarcer than that of an average genin. However, under the observation of lightning detection eye, the biological electric signals within his body were extraordinarily active. Every muscle fiber, every nerve ending operated like an overcharged engine, bursting forth with explosive energy. He was a blazing green flame, a pure and untainted passion and momentum that seemed ready to break free from the constraints of his body. Interesting, a thought flashed through the Refuge's mind. The bell for the start of the match rang. Rock Lee's figure disappeared in an instant. He made no hand seals and exhibited no fluctuations in chakra, purely relying on the strength of his body. He transformed into a bolt of green lightning, charging towards Gaara. So fast, ordinary ninjas could not perceive his movement with the naked eye, only catching a glimpse of a green afterimage that traced a series of arcs across the empty arena. Leaf Hurricane. With a vibrant shout, Rock Lee's leg swung like a battle axe, cutting through the air with a fierce wind aimed directly at Gaara's neck. Yet there was no sound of flesh meeting flesh. Crack. A thin layer of sand, seemingly alive, emerged from Gaara's skin, accurately blocking the heavy kick before he even had a chance to react. The sand shattered and scattered. Rock Lee, undeterred by the failed attack, forcefully twisted his body midair and launched another kick. Every punch and kick he delivered carried an unwavering conviction. The Refuge could sense the purity of the heart beneath that boiling flesh. It was the most obsessive belief in the saying, hard work will eventually triumph over talent, and an almost worshipful admiration for his master, the man clad in green spandex, Might Guy. Youth is the struggle of never giving up. Rock Lee shouted in his heart as his assault became increasingly rapid and fierce. Yet before Gaara's seemingly fragile sand armor, all his attacks appeared powerless. The sand seemed endless, with each shattering new sand immediately replenished, firmly blocking his iron fists and heavy kicks. At the top of the observation tower, the Refuge's slender fingers unconsciously tapped against the railing. Indeed, there is still a limit, she silently thought. Without the support of power on the level of rules, no matter how strong the effort, it is merely like scratching an itch against absolute defense. She even found it somewhat boring. But just then she sensed a peculiar energy emanating from Rock Lee. This energy was neither chakra nor biological electricity, but something more pure, originating from the mental realm. It was resilient, and with each failure it not only did not diminish, but grew even more refined. In the arena, after Rock Lee's series of fierce attacks were completely absorbed by the sand, he suddenly leaped back, creating distance from Gaara. He gasped for breath, sweat soaking through his green spandex, yet the flames burning in his large round eyes burned brighter than ever. Gai Sensei. He looked up towards the second-floor viewing platform where the man was giving him a thumbs-up, revealing a bright white smile. Receiving encouragement from his master, Rock Lee took a deep breath, then squatted down to remove the weights strapped to his legs. Thud. Two unremarkable leg weights fell to the ground, producing a dull thud like a massive rock hitting the ground, even shaking the earth and creating two shallow pits. The entire venue once again fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the two inconspicuous leg weights. No one could have imagined that the boy had been fighting while wearing such heavy burdens. In the next moment, Rock Lee's figure vanished once more. This time he truly disappeared, moving so fast that even his afterimage became blurry, as if a visual error had occurred in the air. Gaara's lifeless eyes finally displayed a hint of fluctuation. The sand before him began to surge wildly, trying to capture the opponent, moving at an unbelievable speed. However, it was too slow. Bang! A solid thud echoed as Gaara's body was hit for the first time, sliding back several meters, with cracks appearing for the first time on the solid sand armor covering his cheek. Well done. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the Refuge's eyes. This pure speed was already beginning to touch the limits of human capability. But it wasn't enough. The sand's defense proved more troublesome than expected. From the gourd behind Gaara, more sand surged forth, forming a huge sand wall. Rock Lee was ultimately caught by the sand, unable to move. Is this the end? Many in the viewing platform sighed in regret. Rock Lee was lifted high by the sand, and for the first time Gaara's hoarse voice echoed in the arena. Sand binding coffin. Just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, the eyes of Rock Lee, tightly bound by the sand, erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Gai Sensei, it seems I have to use that move. No, Lee. Might Guy on the second floor let out a heart-wrenching roar. Yet his plea could not sway Rock Lee's conviction. 8 gates, open gate, rest gate, life gate. Open. A massive chakra erupted from Rock Lee's body without warning. The Refuge clearly saw the chakra circuits inside Rock Lee being forcefully opened by a domineering force. His bodily tissues were unable to withstand this sudden surge of colossal energy, and they cried out in pain. Muscle fibers tore and blood vessels ruptured. But along with this excruciating pain came an unwavering determination from deep within his heart, a resolve to prove himself at any cost, pure to the extreme. Effort can surpass talent. This pure and resolute will in the Refuge's perception was no longer the weak trickle of energy it once was. It instantly transcended and condensed into a bright stream of plot energy, as if polished from diamond, crashing violently into the Refuge's body. Buzz, the Refuge's body trembled imperceptibly. At that moment, the long-dormant heart of God within her chest seemed to be injected with a shot of adrenaline, the dim purple glow flashing momentarily, becoming several shades brighter than before. Oh, for the first time the Refuge let out a genuine gasp of admiration deep within her heart. She realized that this plot energy born from the pure will of mortals, although far lesser in total volume than the explosive nine-tailed chakra, was remarkably pure in quality. It was like steel forged through countless trials, and its effect on restoring her divine power was even greater than the cursed energy she absorbed from Orochimaru. Lotus. Rock Lee broke free from the sand's restraint, launching into the sky with Gaara in his arms, and unleashing an unprecedented assault on him in a manner that burned his very life. His body was constantly tearing under the immense load of the 8 gates, blood seeping through his skin and staining his green spandex. Yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness, filled with a radiance that even gods would notice. This act of burning his life to fight for his beliefs left all spectators in awe. Inner Lotus. As Rock Lee opened the 5th gate, shattering Gaara's sand defense at an unprecedented speed, the atmosphere in the entire venue reached its peak. The audience's gasps, the ninja's astonishment, Might Guy's tears. These intense emotions transformed into an unprecedented torrent of plot energy, surging wildly toward the top of the observation tower. This is too chaotic. Lee. Might Guy cried, rushing toward the combat platform, desperate to stop this brutal match. Gaara lay on the cushion of sand while Rock Lee had fallen heavily to the ground, exhausted of his last ounce of strength. His left hand and left foot were twisted in an unnatural position, his body on the brink of collapse. Yet he still struggled with his intact right hand, trying to rise from the ground, yearning to continue the fight. This almost obsessive belief gave the Refuge a new understanding of the mortal spirit. She had originally thought that eternity only existed on the level of laws within the powers of deities. But now it seemed that the light of will that could erupt from the transient and fragile life of mortals could also at a certain moment touch the edge of eternity. The Refuge's consciousness was rapidly operating within the pure land of one heart. A detailed human model was constructed, covered in red alerts. This was a simulation of Rock Lee's physical breakdown limit based on data scanned by the Eye of Thunder detection. One more second, and all the muscles in his body would completely dissolve, his meridians severed, leaving him utterly incapacitated. It would be such a waste to let him fall like this. The Refuge made a decision in her heart. She wanted to preserve this potential stock. No more accurately, she wanted to preserve this high-quality vein that could continuously provide her with high-quality youthful energy. At the same time, she wanted to verify if her divine power could intervene precisely without disrupting the original plot direction and without being noticed by the natives of this world. In the shadows of the observation tower, the Refuge's slender fingers lazily draped over the armrests, slightly lifted. At her fingertips, a barely perceptible purple arc of electricity began to coalesce. In the center of the battlefield, Rock Lee trembled violently. The power of the 8 gates was receding from his body like a retreating tide, leaving behind indescribable agony and a profound weakness. His chakra had run dry, every inch of muscle letting out a dying wail, and his consciousness began to blur. Lee. Might Guy rushed onto the stage with tears streaming down his face, arms wide open, wanting to embrace his beloved disciple. He was ready to face a heavily injured disciple who might end his ninja career. At that critical moment, a nearly imperceptible purple lightning, thinner than a mosquito's wing, swept past from the deepest shadows at the top of the observation tower. Its speed surpassed the limits of vision, making no sound, causing no wind, like a meteor that did not exist in this dimension, silently and instantly merging into Rock Lee's fallen body, precisely injecting into his meridians that were about to completely collapse. The entire process took less than 1/10th of a second. The candidates in the arena, the watching civilians, and even the proctor Tsukuyomi did not notice anything unusual. Only under the comprehensive monitoring of the Eye of Thunder detection did the Refuge clearly see the entire trajectory of this lightning. The violently twitching body suddenly froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. Then a miracle happened. The deathly aura that was about to extinguish like a dying candle seemed to be erased by an invisible hand, quietly dissipating. In its place was a faint yet resilient breath of life that began to sprout anew from within his body. Might Guy's hands were just in time to catch his disciple's limp form. He was stunned. The sensation in his hands was wrong. What he had anticipated was the burning heat from dissolving muscles, the chaotic yet faint heartbeat, the twitching of a dying body. But at this moment, although Rock Lee remained weak, his Bodis tremors miraculously began to ease. That violent backlash seemed to be forcibly smoothed out by an even stronger, gentler force. Might Guy looked up in astonishment, feeling the astonishing change in his disciple, glancing around in confusion, his eyes filled with disbelief. Where did this warm and stable force come from? At the top of the observation tower in the heavy shadows, the Refuge let out a faint, somewhat disdainful humph in her heart. In the face of divine power, what do the side effects of the 8 gates count for? This intervention of hers used a small portion of the thunder elemental power she had stripped from Orochimaru and Sasuke after being refined and accumulated. This power was not chakra, but derived from the level of laws. It acted like the most precise biological scalpel, instantly stabilizing the chaotic meridians that had been forcibly opened by the 8 gates and repairing some of the dying cellular tissues. Doing all this was as simple as lifting a finger for her. But the goal was far from simple. If this kid were to fall like this, the youthful energy he could provide in the future would be greatly diminished. This one-time transaction yields too low of a return. What I want is a long-term ticket to sustainable development. I don't want to see such a high-quality energy source wasted before my eyes. In the arena, Might Guy was carefully examining Rock Lee's body. He discovered that although his disciple was still severely injured with broken bones, his most critical life signs were remarkably stable. The meridians that should have been torn apart were severely damaged, but not severed. The internal injuries were not as irreparable as he had imagined. This was simply a miracle. Might Guy's gaze unconsciously swept across the arena, finally landing on the most eye-catching special examiner's seat at the top of the observation tower. He saw no movement, nor did he sense any chakra fluctuations. But his beast-like intuition told him that this mysterious power, this miraculous change, must be related to that inscrutable examiner who had been lazily sitting in the chair, seemingly indifferent to everything. Ninjas from the medical team rushed onto the field, carrying Rock Lee on a stretcher. Might Guy followed beside the stretcher, his gaze never leaving the direction of the Refuge. Kakashi, he approached Hitachi. Kakashi, lowering his voice, his face filled with disbelief. Did you feel that? Kakashi's expression under his mask was extremely grave. His Sharingan had been focused on Rock Lee, allowing him to catch some things others could not see. At the moment Rock Lee's body was about to collapse, he sensed a weak, almost negligible energy fluctuation entirely different from chakra surging into Rock Lee's body, only to vanish without a trace. This power was pure, vast, carrying a hint of ancient divinity, causing him to feel a deep-seated shock from his soul. It was as if an ant had caught a glimpse of a corner of a deity. Just as the two were whispering, the Refuge at the top of the observation tower seemed to have heard their hushed conversation. She slightly opened her closed eyes. The pale purple pupils drifted lightly over Kakashi and Might Guy from a great distance. In those eyes there was no emotion, no warning, only a condescending scrutiny, as if silently stating, "What are your doubts worth in the face of divinity?" This silent pressure made Kakashi and Might Guy instantly feel a constriction in their breathing, a cold sweat breaking out on their backs. They immediately fell silent, filled with an indescribable awe. The persona of a divine figure can sometimes be quite effective. The Refuge nodded, inwardly satisfied with the effect of that previous glance. The audience at the scene gasped in surprise and relief upon seeing Rock Lee's survival. The other examiners were filled with confusion and speculation over the bizarre changes. These emotional fluctuations, like a gentle stream, transformed once more into waves of soft plot energy, nourishing the divine heart within her chest that grew increasingly radiant. Indeed, it is necessary to occasionally display some miracles to maintain the faith of mortals and to provide me with stable energy. Refuge calculated in her heart. The return on investment this time was quite considerable. She was even contemplating how to continue similar interventions in more impactful ways during the subsequent matches. She closed her eyes again, her consciousness sinking into the pure land of one heart. In the arena, Rock Lee was being carried away on a stretcher by Might Guy and the medical ninjas. Despite the tears of unwillingness still glistening in his eyes, there was an additional trace of gratitude for surviving the ordeal. As Rock Lee was carried off the battlefield by Might Guy, the fiery aura of his burning life gradually dissipated, yet an eerie and oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. Gaara, the red-haired boy carrying the enormous gourd, stood alone in the center of the arena. He had won, yet there was no joy of victory upon his face. In his eyes, shadowed by deep dark circles, lay a trace of confusion that even he himself had not noticed. He had not truly won this battle. Rock Lee's attack, which transcended limits, had once shattered his absolute defense. And Rock Lee had hardly lost. The opponent, who should have been left utterly incapacitated, now appeared in an astonishingly good condition. This bizarre outcome pierced through his heart, which was filled only with slaughter and hatred like an invisible thorn. What unsettled him further was the agitation rising from within his own body. The sealed beast Shikaku's chakra was becoming unprecedentedly restless. From the observation tower, Refuge's lightning surveillance, I had already shifted away from the carried-off Rock Lee, firmly locking onto Gaara. She sensed that at the moment her purple lightning healed Rock Lee, the immense chakra belonging to the one-tailed Shikaku within Gaara suddenly seemed to receive a violent stimulus, letting out a silent roar filled with anger and vigilance. This massive surge of energy laden with intense negative emotions crashed like a mountain torrent, causing Refuge's energy pool to shudder. This frenzied plot energy was of such high quality that it was nearly on par with the willpower generated by Rock Lee's burning life. Oh, is it the intuition of a tailed beast? It is indeed sharper than that of humans. Reikage chuckled coldly in her heart. She understood that although Shikaku was sealed within Gaara as a pure chakra conglomerate, it possessed a beast-like instinctive perception of forces at the level of laws. The purple lightning that had been injected into Rock Lee's body, though imperceptible to mortals, and even only vaguely captured by Kakashi's Sharingan, could not escape the lawful eye of the tailed beast. It sensed it. It was a power that transcended the chakra system, a higher-dimensional force. A power that instilled fear within it. Ugh! Gaara suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart. It was Shikaku conveying a message to him. Danger. The source of the danger did not come from any of the ninjas before him, but from that direction. Gaara's gaze uncontrollably slowly rose, piercing through layers of crowd, ultimately locking onto the purple figure lazily leaning against the Grandmaster chair atop the observation tower. Interesting, this Jinchuriki's alarm system is quite sensitive. Reikage thought to herself, taking pleasure in sensing Gaara's inner fear, as well as Shikaku's anger and vigilance within him. This energy woven from fear and anger surged like a rolling torrent, once again flowing into her body, causing her divine heart to beat more vigorously. This feeling is akin to enjoying spicy hot pot while sipping ice-cold cola, double the pleasure. Suddenly Gaara felt a wave of intense nausea, forcing himself to suppress the urge to vomit, his complexion growing even paler than before. Within him, Shikaku's chakra surged like magma, brought to a boil, violently impacting the seals within his body. He had never felt such an overwhelming sense of pressure. This feeling was even more terrifying than the pressure brought by his cold-hearted father, the fourth Kazekage. The Kazekage's pressure stemmed from the crushing force of strength and status. Yet the oppression he felt now was rooted in the very essence of life. Before that force, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in a vast desert, easily erased at any moment. What is this power? Gaara silently roared within himself. This was absolutely not chakra that could be wielded by humans, nor any ninjutsu or bloodline limit he was familiar with. He even began to doubt whether he had encountered some legendary monster. A term that only existed in ancient scrolls, nebulous and elusive, now appeared in his mind with startling clarity for the first time. Reikage was very satisfied with Gaara's inner struggle and Shikaku's restlessness. A good energy source should not only produce energy, but also possess the potential for self-evolution. She knew that the fear and vigilance brought by the higher dimensional power would serve as a seed deeply embedded in Gaara's heart. It would compel this boy who only knew slaughter to unleash even greater power in future battles to combat this unknown fear, thus providing her with richer and higher quality plot energy. She had even begun to contemplate how to utilize Shikaku's power for her own purposes. For instance, integrating its wild primal chakra filled with raw natural energy into her lightning elemental force system to see if she could simulate the legendary magnet release. Her slender fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the Grandmaster chair once more. Her consciousness sank into the pure land of one heart. There, a complex model composed of purple lightning elemental runes was rapidly being constructed. She began to simulate Shikaku's chakra structure and energy characteristics based on the data captured by the lightning surveillance eye. Although Shikaku's chakra was chaotic and unrestrained, its essence was a form of natural energy that blended wind and earth attributes, exhibiting a strong magnetic field effect. This aspect coincided intriguingly with the lightning element she wielded, which symbolized electromagnetic force. Medical Ninja carried the gravely injured Rock Lee away from the arena, and only then did the taut atmosphere in the hall finally ease. The recent duel, the green-clad youth's unwavering perseverance, and the sudden descent of the violet figure from above had become the talk of the crowd. A confluence of awe, reverence, and curiosity surged upward into the observation tower. The Reikage reclined lazily in her grand armchair, her slender fingers tracing idle patterns along the armrest. She could feel it, the dormant divine heart within her chest pulsing, faintly stirred awake by the influx of spiritual energy. The scale of believers matters greatly. It seems I shall need to manifest miracles more frequently in the future. This highly efficient method of energy collection satisfied her deeply. At the center of the arena, Gaara stood alone. Beneath his heavy dark eye rings, his eyes no longer held only slaughter and hatred. They now flickered with a confusion even he could not comprehend. Within him, Shikaku's chakra raged violently against its seal. The oppressive aura emanating from the tower top had instilled primal fear in this feral-tailed beast. The Reikage's gaze settled upon Gaara, her lightning perception eye captured with crystalline clarity both his inner terror and Shikaku's seething fury. Two utterly distinct emotional energies intertwined as they flooded into her body. A tailed beast's intuition truly surpasses that of mortals. She even found the sensation rather pleasing. Gaara's body trembled involuntarily. He snapped his head up, his gaze piercing through layers of spectators to lock unerringly onto the languid violet figure atop the observation tower. That stare struck like a cold, sharpened blade, driving straight into his soul. At that very moment, the electronic display screen on the wall ceased its scrolling, and two names appeared in crisp, unmistakable clarity. Next match: Uzumaki Naruto vs. Inuzuka Kiba. The examiner Moonlight High-8 redirected everyone's attention from Gaara back to the battlefield. Uzumaki Naruto. At the mention of that name, many faces lit up, not with admiration but with eager anticipation of spectacle. Naruto drew a deep breath, braced his hands on the railing, and vaulted cleanly over the edge. He landed firmly in the center of the arena, glanced at Kiba, who stood confidently cradling his dog Akamaru, then instinctively raised his eyes toward the spectator stand where his teammates sat. Sakura's entire focus remained fixed on the unconscious Sasuke, her anxiety and concern laid bare without restraint. Even in unconsciousness, Sasuke's brow remained tightly knotted, the ominous aura of the cursed seal still clinging to him. A fierce surge of emotion roiled within Naruto's chest. He too must grow stronger, not merely to become Hokage nor solely to earn the village's recognition. He would protect the girl who perpetually worried for others, protect the comrade being consumed by darkness. During the second exam, he had watched helplessly as they fell wounded, an impotence he never wished to endure again. High in the observation tower, the Refuge's lightning perception eye instantly registered the violent upheaval of Naruto's inner emotions. To protect, she murmured softly, a spark of intrigue flashing across her violet eyes. What quality might energy driven by such sentiment possess? Begin the match. At Moonlight High-8's command, Akamaru leapt from Kiba's arms onto the ground and swallowed a soldier pill. The small white dog swelled rapidly in size, his fur blazing the same deep crimson as his master's. Beast-human clone. Kiba and Akamaru transformed into two identical figures. Fong over Fong. Before the words fully left his lips, the twin figures became two blurring high-speed tornadoes, shrieking through the air as they converged upon Naruto from left and right. Naruto sprang sideways, dodging frantically. His movements lacked grace, clumsy, even desperate. He swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to confuse his opponent with shadow clones. Yet Kiba's nose was unervingly acute. Amid the whirlwind, he effortlessly distinguished the real Naruto from the illusions. Thud! Naruto was hurled backward, tumbling violently across the ground before coming to rest, dust coating his body. Is this all you've got, Naruto? Kiba halted his spin, gazing down at the fallen boy with undisguised contempt. You're just as much of a dead-last loudmouth as ever. A ripple of subdued laughter rose from the stands. Those barbed sounds only intensified Naruto's simmering frustration and bitter resentment. Somewhere deep within him, a vast savage chakra began to stir uneasily. Every tremor of that awakening power was observed, absorbed, and catalogued by the Refuge's lightning perception eye. Agitation, rage, resentment. Energy born of such emotions is riddled with impurities low in quality, the Refuge assessed inwardly. But energy fueled by the core conviction to protect exists on an entirely different plane. She could see it. The profound, unwavering devotion to his comrades, a fuse igniting the colossal reservoir of chakra known as the Nine Tails slumbering within him. Naruto fell again and again. Kiba and Akamaru moved as one, flawless, swift, precise, and merciless in their assault. His bright orange jacket quickly tore and frayed, fresh scrapes and bruises bloomed across his face and arms. Yet each time he forced himself upright once more. The physical pain paled beside the torment in his heart. The image of Sakura's tear-filled eyes as she pleaded with Sasuke, the echo of Sasuke's agonized scream as the cursed seal overwhelmed him. I will not fall here. Gritting his teeth, Naruto wiped blood from his lip with the back of his hand. With every collapse and rise, his gaze burned brighter, not dimmer. This fierce, unyielding desire to protect awakened the Nine Tails chakra within him, stirring it to unprecedented intensity. Indeed, desperation is the finest catalyst. The Refuge mused inwardly as her divine heart pulsed joyfully. With each of Naruto's struggles, each defiant cry, wild crimson chakra bled from his body like raw, untamed fire. To him, it was chaotic, uncontrollable energy. To the Refuge, it was purest nourishment. It flowed into her like vintage wine, rich, potent, ceaseless, mending and fortifying her eternal lightning elemental power. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this, guys? Kiba's breathing grew ragged. He stared at Naruto, rising once more, his face bruised and swollen blood smearing his chin, his posture battered yet unbowed. Naruto met Kiba's gaze, and a sudden idea flashed through his mind. He formed hand seals with lightning speed. Shadow clone technique. With a sharp pop, smoke dispersed, revealing four Narutos standing in the arena. Kiba sneered. Useless, you can't fool my nose with your nose. But even as he spoke, three of the Narutos shimmered and shifted, transforming instantly into perfect replicas of Kiba and Akamaru. What a... Kiba froze stunned. In the next instant, he saw one of the Naruto imitated Kibas reach into his own weapon pouch and hurl a smoke bomb onto the ground. Thick, acrid smoke billowed, instantly engulfing the entire arena. Kiba's sense of smell was severely disrupted by the overwhelming gunpowder stench. What's he planning? As he strained to detect movement within the haze, an unfamiliar scent suddenly pierced his nostrils. Its penetration was astonishing, overpowering the smoke bomb's odor in an instant, flooding directly into his brain. Kiba's body locked rigid. His entire olfactory system felt as though shattered. Slowly the smoke began to dissipate. The sight revealed on the arena floor silenced the entire audience. Kiba and Akamaru lay collapsed side by side, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, utterly unconscious. Naruto stood with his back to them, one hand tucked casually into his pocket, the other raised in a triumphant thumbs up, a pose he deemed undeniably cool. A profound hush blanketed the arena. Examiner Moonlight Hate paused for several seconds before stepping forward to examine Kiba's condition. No sooner had he approached than he broke into violent coughing. He shot Naruto a look layered with reluctant admiration and sheer disbelief, straightened up, cleared his throat, and announced, "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto." At the declaration of victory, Naruto's carefully maintained facade of composure instantly crumbled. His legs gave way and he dropped flat onto his back in a sprawling X, gasping for breath in great ragged gulps. His chakra was nearly depleted, his body felt hollowed out, emptied. Yet despite the wounds, a deep, genuine smile spread across his face. He had won. High atop the observation tower, the Refuge gazed down at the boy lying on the ground, grinning foolishly, and her violet eyes gleamed with quiet calculation. An attack utilizing flatulence, truly an unforeseen tactic. She evaluated internally. This power bank demonstrates impressive instantaneous output, and its potential continues to ascend. If equipped with a tailored stimulation protocol, and if energy extraction were further optimized, her slender fingers tapped rhythmically upon the armrest as her consciousness sank into the pure land of one mind. There she began constructing predictive models of Naruto's future growth calibrated precisely to the data just gathered. Jiraiya's tutelage, the arduous journey to find Tsunade, every confrontation with the Akatsuki. Naruto as the world's protagonist would generate torrents of narrative energy with every milestone, every battle. I must devise a way to stimulate him more frequently, to accelerate and amplify his mastery of the Nine Tails' power. The Refuge began formulating a divine guidance plan. She perceived clearly beyond the Nine Tails' external boon. The true engine of Naruto's explosive power was his near-obsessive, unwavering devotion to protecting his comrades. Such emotion was the most potent energy catalyst in this world. Power, after all, never arose from nothing. The preliminary round concluded amidst a clamorous atmosphere as the names of the advancing ninjas were announced one by one. They would receive a month of rest and preparation time to face the highly anticipated final showdown. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the excitement in the air had yet to fully cool down. A dark shadow fell behind Refuge, making no sound. "Raikage-sama, Lord Hokage requests your presence." The voice from the Umbu was flat and devoid of emotion. Refuge did not turn around. She rose, her wide sleeves falling down to cover her slender wrists. She could sense that since the moment the preliminary round ended, a powerful and ancient chakra had been locking onto her. "Old fox, you finally come," she thought to herself, not pausing her steps as she followed the Umbu towards the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, the old scent of tobacco mingled with the aroma of paper, lending a particularly heavy atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a desk piled high with documents. He did not look at her, but leisurely picked up an old soapstone pipe from the table, pinched a bit of tobacco with his fingers, and carefully packed it into the bowl. Refuge stood in the center of the office, her purple kimono standing in stark contrast to the simplicity of the room. She maintained a calm expression, neither speaking nor surveying her surroundings, as if she were a finely crafted statue. Click. Sarutobi struck a match to light the tobacco, taking a deep drag before raising his murky eyes from the pipe to look at the woman before him. "Raikage-sama, please take a seat." He gestured toward the chair opposite him. The smoke he exhaled obscuring his expression. Refuge complied and sat down gracefully, her back straight. "Your actions in the Land of Waves and your performance in today's Chunin exam have left a deep impression on this old man." Sarutobi's voice was hoarse, as if he were tugging at an old bellows. He attempted to find a trace of something interpretable on her flawless face. Yet he failed. Her countenance was devoid of emotion, her purple pupils reflected the daylight outside, but did not mirror any inner feelings. However, in Reikuge's perception, Sarutobi's inner thoughts were a tumultuous sea of signals. Alertness, confusion, worry, and a hint of reverence for the unknown power he deliberately suppressed. Mortals often habitually measure the incomprehensible with their limited understanding, Refuge assessed inwardly while responding with her cold tone. "My power does not belong to the realm of this world." Her voice was low, yet it stirred an invisible echo within the confined office. "It is the embodiment of eternity, the very essence of law." Sarutobi's fingers holding the pipe paused for a moment. This unverifiable, yet irrefutable answer robbed him of solid ground for his subsequent inquiries. He was well aware that directly pursuing the source of her power would yield no results. He remained silent for a moment, changing his approach. "The ninjas of Konoha carry a certain will. As long as there are leaves dancing in the air, fire will burn. The light of fire will illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Protecting the village and safeguarding comrades. That is the belief upon which we depend for survival." He gazed at Refuge with eyes that had witnessed 3 great ninja world wars, attempting to evoke the core spiritual philosophy of Konoha to gauge whether she was friend or foe. The will of fire. Reikuge's heart remained unperturbed. From her perspective as a former game planner, the so-called will of fire was essentially an efficient narrative device, an excellent setup for driving characters and creating conflict. It unleashed tremendous power from the ninja community through intense emotions like sacrifice, dedication, and bonds. From the perspective of energy output, it was indeed effective. Yet this, while built upon individual lives and emotions, was inherently fraught with uncertainty. Pursuing a vague concept with limited life is in itself a form of depletion. Reikage's tone remained flat, but it carried a hint of condescending judgment. The ideology is commendable, but the method is too inefficient. Sarutobi's heart sank. Inefficient. Did she dare to label the noble will inherited from the first Hokage and upheld by countless Konoha ninjas with their lives as inefficient? A surge of offended anger churned within him, yet his facial wrinkles showed no sign of change. He forcibly suppressed his emotions. He was not facing a subordinate that could be admonished with Hokage authority. Then in your view, what is an efficient method? He pressed on, his voice dry. Order, Reikage replied succinctly. Sarutobi furrowed his brows slightly. Konoha is equally committed to maintaining peace and order in the ninja world. What you refer to as order is merely a fragile balance born of desires and compromises. Reikage looked at him for the first time, interrupting his words. It can waver due to one person's ambition and shatter over village interests. Today's ally may become tomorrow's enemy. Such a thing is worthy of being called order. True order is the constancy of law. The rotation of the sun and moon, the changing of the seasons, life, aging, sickness, and death, all have their destined course. It does not change due to anyone's emotions or desires. That is true order. Her words, devoid of any emotion, cut through the deceptive facade of peace in the ninja world like a surgical knife. Conflict and chaos are the fates that mortals cannot escape. As for me, she paused slightly, her tone revealing a hint of indifferent certainty. I will bring true order to this world. This clash of ideologies was far more intense than any exchange of ninjutsu. Reikage sensed clearly that the mental world of Sarutobi was stirred into a tempest. The will of fire that he had upheld his whole life stood in fundamental opposition to her cold and absolute eternal order. This denial and shock from the level of worldview instantly birthed a massive and pure narrative energy. This energy surged into pure land of one heart, causing her previously somewhat ethereal divine shadow to become momentarily clearer, as if stepping from an ink-wash painting towards a tangible sculpture. Not bad, Reikage remarked, pleased with the result of this preaching. Sarutobi forcefully tapped the ash from his pipe into the ashtray, producing a crisp sound. He remained silent for a long time, the only sound in the office being his slightly heavy breaths. He realized that the woman before him possessed a completely independent ideological system, one that even surpassed the ninja world. She was not a powerful individual who could be swayed, persuaded, or utilized, as she was a subverter of rules. He began to ponder how Reikage's order would be realized. Would it be through the destruction of everything that currently exists, or through some unimaginable means? A sense of unprecedented helplessness surged within the heart of this third Hokage. He had faced formidable enemies and cunning politicians, yet he had never encountered a deity attempting to fundamentally negate the significance of their existence. Well played, old man, Reikage said, observing the weariness and profundity in Sarutobi's demeanor, already plotting the direction of her next investment. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, and a glimmer of shadowy light reformed in his murky eyes. Konoha welcome friends who seek peace. But Konoha will never tolerate the existence of anyone who attempts to disrupt the village's tranquility. This was the declaration of the Hokage, as well as a warning. Reikage stood up without directly responding to his words. The finals in a month will be quite interesting. She left behind a cryptic statement and turned to walk away. The purple sleeves brushed through the air, creating a slight breeze that also carried away the last remnants of warmth in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched her silhouette disappear at the door and sighed deeply after a long while. He picked up his pipe again, and this time he did not hold back, allowing the dense smoke to completely engulf himself and the office. Deep underground, outside the death forest in Konoha village. In the dim, damp base, the glow of the instrument screens illuminated Orochimaru's pale face. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he extended his tongue to lick his cracked lips. On the enormous screen before him, a complex graph of energy fluctuations was pulsating. The data stream came from Uchiha Sasuke, recording the real-time changes after he was implanted with the curse mark of heaven. During the preliminaries, the eruption of Sasuke's curse mark and the intervention of that mysterious power excited this scientist to the utmost. A perfect vessel, a perfect direction for evolution. Orochimaru's voice echoed in the silent laboratory, trembling with suppressed excitement. He could clearly sense that within Sasuke's body the curse mark was being purified and refined in the confrontation and fusion with what he believed to be a higher-level bloodline limit power. The originally chaotic and violent curse mark energy under the organization of that power exhibited a strangely stable structure. This is true power, fusion and evolution to create a new form of life. This is the immortality I seek. He hurriedly recorded the data at the control panel, already envisioning himself occupying that perfect body while mastering the Sharingan and the mysterious power. Just as he was fully focused on analyzing the data, a sudden change occurred. The purple clover mark left by Reikage on his chest erupted with intense pain and heat without warning. The pain instantaneously pierced through his entire body. A chaotic arc of electricity roamed freely through his organs, causing his muscles to spasm uncontrollably. The chakra within him solidified for a moment and then began to drain at an astonishing speed. Cough. This is coming again. Orochimaru suddenly clutched his chest, letting out a muffled groan. He knelt on one knee, his body trembling violently, veins bulging on his pale face, cold sweat soaking through his clothes in an instant. This was the draining from the curse mark of lightning. This force resonated with the energy dissipated after Sasuke's curse mark eruption from afar, enhancing the absorption efficiency instantaneously, making him feel unprecedented weakness. Pain deeply rooted in the bone. Inside the divine palace of Konoha village, the Refuge leaned back against the Grandmaster chair, her eyes closed. Her eye of lightning detection penetrated distant distances and thick rock layers, clearly seeing everything within Orochimaru's base. She could sense the energy fluctuations within Orochimaru's body intertwined with extreme pain and pathological fervor. The interaction effect is quite good. She thought once the client on Sasuke's side updates, the load on this server managed by Orochimaru will be pushed to its limits. It seems there is a fundamental resonance between these two programs. She noticed that every time Sasuke's curse mark was activated, it stimulated the curse mark of lightning left on Orochimaru, absorbing energy more efficiently. In the underground base. Damn. My chakra. My life energy. Orochimaru looked at his body in horror, feeling that the life energy he had plundered through impure reincarnation was being ravenously consumed along with his chakra by that small mark. They transformed into visible purple arcs of electricity, mercilessly drawn by the mark, flowing toward the unknown. In the midst of this extreme pain, another power within him. The forcibly implanted cells of the first Hokage, along with the natural energy he had painstakingly cultivated, was unexpectedly stimulated by this domineering purple current. The two originally repellent powers began to accelerate their fusion at an unprecedented speed. Small white snake scales emerged on the surface of his exposed skin. The muscles of his arms beneath his clothing moved abnormally, as if countless small snakes were crawling beneath his skin. Destroying the old balance was to establish a new order. At the peak of his pain, Orochimaru let out a low roar mixed with madness and exhilaration. This pain is the key to evolution. It is the baptism on the path to immortality. He completely misunderstood the absorption and stimulation originating from the curse mark of lightning. He believed this was a product of the combination of the curse mark power and some higher principle feedback to him as the caster. This was a higher level resonance, a necessary path to immortality and ultimate evolution. In the Pure Land, the Refuge felt the steady increase of lightning elemental power within her body, her heart undisturbed. This energy transformed from the curse mark of lightning, mixed with Orochimaru's warped pursuit of the laws of life, along with the essence of sage chakra and first Hokage cells, was extraordinarily pure. The wisdom of mortals flows at the surface, yet they always believe they understand everything. The Refuge chuckled softly in her heart. She was well aware of Orochimaru's misjudgment, but had no intention of correcting it. She was pleased to see this. With a slight movement of her mind, she began to adjust the absorption frequency and stimulation intensity of the curse mark of lightning, keeping it at a critical point. This point could allow Orochimaru to feel extreme pain while continuously promoting the fusion and evolution of the power within him. She was like an experienced farmer, precisely controlling each delivery to ensure that the livestock in her pen could gain weight at the fastest speed, producing the highest quality product. The more fervently Orochimaru pursued this misunderstood evolution, the higher quality and more enduring plot energy he could provide her. The Refuge's gaze pierced through the void of the Pure Land, becoming profound. Orochimaru, this madman who attempted to unravel all secrets of life with a mortal body, was gradually becoming her experimental field. In the ward of Konoha Hospital, the pungent scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. Sasuke opened his eyes, but his pupils reflected nothing. He merely stared vacantly at the pure white ceiling above. The wounds treated with medical ninjutsu no longer throbbed, and the flesh was healing, yet the inner turmoil sharpened, gnawing at his nerves. He could not sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, certain images would replay in his mind. That Naruto, whom he had always regarded as the underdog, erupted with a red chakra that did not belong to him, defeating the Jinchuriki of Tsunegakure Hiden. That bushy-browed rock, Lia Taijutsu ninja, who could not use ninjutsu, managed to burn his life force, nearly overwhelming that monster Gaara. And then there was Orochimaru. Just standing there, his golden snake-like eyes fixated on him, made Sasuke's blood freeze. The sharp pain in his neck, the uncontrollable feeling when the cursed seal's power surged into his body, became an indelible mark of shame. What about him? What had he done besides relying on the cursed seal's rampage and collapsing in disgrace? The Sharingan which the Uchiha clan took pride in had given him not even a glimmer of courage to resist in front of that person. Damn it. Sasuke's palm tightened, suddenly clutching the sheets beneath him fiercely. Veins bulged on the back of his hand as his pale knuckles trembled from exertion. I need power. More power. This silent cry collided within his chest. The obsession for revenge had never burned so fiercely. On the night of the massacre, that man looked down at him lying on the ground and blandly stated that he was too weak, so weak that he did not even hold the value of being killed. This humiliation, this hatred, was the only support for him to live to this day. Not enough. Far from enough. The extreme desire stirred the chakra within him, causing it to surge chaotically through his meridians. On his neck, the black, cursed seal patterns flickered beneath the skin, radiating a sinister and chilling aura. The seductive power whispered deep within his consciousness, enticing him to fully embrace this forbidden strength. Sasuke's breathing grew heavy, his will teetering on the brink of collapse under the erosion of this power. Just as he was about to lose control, a faint warmth unexpectedly arose in his chest. It was a peculiar sensation. It was unlike the rage and coldness of the cursed seal, carrying no desire for destruction or devouring. It was pure grand, imbued with a serene and majestic quality that transcended the mundane. This warmth was the seed of lightning silently sown by the Refuge. It sensed the pure desire for power almost boiling within its host's heart, establishing a barely perceptible resonance. A wave of information silently flowed into Sasuke's mind. It was neither language nor imagery, but a direct cognition closer to the essence of law. It did not instruct Sasuke on what to do specifically, but revealed to him a brand new possibility. The power of the cursed seal is a primitive and chaotic accumulation of energy. At its deeper root, there exists a fundamentally different intricate structure. Master it rather than being devoured by it, and the path to eternity will thus be opened. What is this? Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. In the dark ward, his pitch-black pupils instantly transformed into crimson, 3 black tomo rapidly spinning in his eye sockets before finally settling. He had never experienced such clear guidance. It was not the sinister whisper of the cursed seal, nor the insightful analysis of the Sharingan. It was like an absolutely neutral observer coldly dissecting the essence of the cursed seal and revealing to him a path he had never considered. It conveyed a message: the poisonous wine before him, named cursed seal, was not merely to be consumed in one gulp awaiting the lethal outcome. It could also be refined anew, extracted, and brewed into a completely different wine. In Konoha village within the Refuge's divine palace, the Refuge leaned casually against a large armchair, her slender fingers idly tapping on the rosewood armrest, producing a light sound. In her perception of the eye of lightning, the energy flow of the entire Konoha village was laid bare. At this moment, her focus was precisely locked onto the isolated ward of Konoha Hospital. Sasuke's intense emotional turmoil, a mix of unwillingness, anger, and desire, vividly presented itself in her perceptual world. Just now she had caught that moment when his desire peaked, using a tiny fraction of her mental power to send him a re-encoded concept through the seed of lightning, which she had personally sown as a backdoor program. A perfectly timed divine guidance. The desires of mortals are the most efficient driving force, the Refuge concluded in her mind. Directly instilling grand concepts like eternity or order into Sasuke would only evoke his vigilance and resistance. A boy whose heart was filled with hatred would not believe in any benefits given freely. But if she merely provided him with a direction, a technical explanation, allowing him to explore and verify it himself, the effect would be entirely different. What she aimed to be was the guide on Sasuke's path to power rather than a generous donor. A guide could collect tolls and even determine the destination of the road. A donor would only be suspected of ulterior motives and ultimately discarded. In the hospital ward, Sasuke closed his eyes once more. He forced himself to calm his racing heart, attempting to retrace that grand and pure sensation of cognition. This time he did not suppress the stirring of the cursed seal within him. He split off a portion of his consciousness and actively activated a small amount of cursed seal chakra, allowing it to flow slowly through a meridian. The cold sting immediately surged, but he endured it. Unlike before, where he passively suffered, he began to examine this power, using the law revealed by that mysterious message. Under the dual influence of his Sharingan, and that law, the chaotic and rampaging chakra of the cursed seal seemed to flow at an extremely slowed pace. He saw how those violent energy particles collided disorderly, and also saw how they eroded his cellular structure. At the same time, he also saw a completely different vision. If he could arrange these energy particles in a more refined manner to guide their flow rather than allow them to rampage wildly. This thought arose and could no longer be suppressed. Sasuke concentrated all his spirit, cautiously wrapping that small amount of cursed seal energy in the little chakra he had left. He attempted to change its internal arrangement according to the structure displayed by the law in his mind. This process was unimaginably difficult. The energy of the cursed seal was filled with resistance and destructiveness. Each of his attempts felt like trying to bind a raging beast with a single thread. The consumption of mental power increased dramatically, and soon beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, trickling down the contours of his face and soaking the pillow. But he did not give up. After an unknown amount of time, just when he felt his spirit was about to be completely drained, the chaotic sensation of the cursed seal energy he had forcibly transformed suddenly weakened slightly. Just a little. But Sasuke's body clearly sensed this change. The piercing pain that gnawed at his bones indeed lessened at that moment. Within the divine palace, the Refuge's fingers ceased their tapping on the armrest. Her expression remained calm and undisturbed, but a glimmer of understanding flashed deep within her eyes. Got him. Within the divine palace, the fingertips of the Refuge lightly paused on the armrest. It worked. A subtle yet extremely pure energy flowed back through an invisible link from a distant hospital room. The roots of the seed of lightning had pierced through the shell of the cursed seal, beginning to entangle with the core of the chakra originating from the dragon cave. The preliminary round of the Chunin exam had concluded, and there was still a month until the final match. After a series of disturbances, Konoha village welcomed a rare period of tranquility. Inside the luxurious apartment of the Refuge, a delicate set of blue and white porcelain tea utensils was placed on a rosewood table. Steam wafted and spiraled upward. She wore a purple kimono kneeling on a cushion. Her slender fingers held a delicate tea whisk, stirring it slowly in the bowl. The vibrant green tea powder spread in the hot water, generating fine bubbles. She slid the tea bowl across to the empty seat opposite her, as if there were a guest sitting there. After completing this action, she slowly closed her eyelids. The eye of Raiden silently activated an invisible perception spreading like quicksilver, instantly covering the entire Konoha village. Countless chakra flow trajectories and emotional fluctuations formed a real-time, dynamic sand table in her mind. Her vision first landed on a training ground in a corner of the village. Uzumaki Naruto was shirtless, sweat soaking his shining blonde hair. He was facing a row of wooden posts, repeatedly practicing basic punches and kicks. His movements were broad and vigorous, each punch carrying a gust of wind. The Refuge could clearly perceive Naruto's undistracted focus during training, as well as his deep-seated desire to become stronger and gain recognition. Next, her gaze shifted to another serene bamboo grove. Uchiha Sasuke. The young man was even quieter than before. He was alone, repeatedly practicing shuriken throwing techniques among the bamboo. Each throw was calculated for angle, force, and wind speed, striving for precision. The Refuge could sense the power of the cursed seal within him, like a beast bound by chains, sometimes quiet, sometimes letting out a low growl of discontent. The seed of lightning she planted would quietly guide his thoughts when he was highly focused and attempting to analyze the cursed seal. When he was exhausted, it would feed back a trace of pure energy, sustaining his vitality and allowing him to immerse himself in the pleasure of breaking through a bit longer. Sasuke's obsession with power and his anxiety about the current situation, every frown and every reluctant gasp, made the breath of the seed of lightning become more frequent. The Refuge was quite pleased with Sasuke's performance. Compared to Naruto's rough energy output, the energy provided by Sasuke was mixed with hatred, reluctance, anxiety, and the subtle joy of solving problems, making it of extremely high quality. Her gaze shifted to the Konoha library. Haruno Sakura was immersed in a pile of heavy medical ninjutsu scrolls. Her chakra fluctuations were weak, but stable and resilient. From time to time, she would pause her pen, unconsciously gazing out the window towards the bamboo grove where Sasuke was training. There was evident worry and affection in her eyes. This emotional fluctuation in the Refuge perception had a small total energy amount, but carried a unique flavor. Like a dessert after a meal, it may not satiate hunger, but could adjust the palate. Just as she was about to project her perception further, a familiar chakra fluctuation was leisurely moving towards her apartment. The owner of this chakra had deliberately suppressed their presence, but did not completely hide it, as if to indicate, "I have arrived, but I mean no harm." Hitachi Kakashi. The Refuge opened her eyes, her purple pupils betraying no ripple of emotion. She lifted her tea bowl and took a gentle sip. As expected, the most troublesome fellow had indeed come knocking. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound was neither too heavy nor too light, very polite. "Please come in." Her voice was soft, yet clearly transmitted to the outside. The door was pushed open, and a silver-haired man with an eye covered by a forehead protector walked in. He was dressed in standard Jonin attire, with his hands in his pockets, appearing somewhat lazy. To come uninvited is truly impolite, Raikage-sama. Kakashi's gaze swept around the room before finally landing on the kneeling Refuge, his eyes lingering for a moment on the empty tea bowl across from her. He walked in and casually sat cross-legged on the cushion opposite the Refuge. "I was just passing by, caught a whiff of the tea fragrance, and boldly came to request a cup," he said with a smile, his visible eye curving into a crescent shape. "The tea is prepared for guests." The Refuge pushed the already prepared cup of tea towards him, her movements calm and exuding an air of unassailable composure. "I just didn't expect the guest to be you." Kakashi looked at the cup of tea, the jade-green liquid surface adorned with a layer of fine white foam, its aroma refreshing. He did not immediately reach for it. "It seems you anticipated my arrival." He picked up the tea bowl, feeling its warmth. Kakashi lowered his head, blowing away the tea foam and taking a small sip. The bitterness and sweetness of the tea unfurled in his mouth. His gaze never left the Refuge, as if trying to find even the slightest flaw on her flawless face. "I am aware of your strength." Kakashi set down the tea bowl, leaning slightly forward, his lazy demeanor diminishing. "I am still curious as to why you came to Konoha." She lifted her gaze, her purple eyes locking onto Kakashi's lone eye, her tone indifferent. "I pursue eternity. Konoha is but a stop on this journey. Here, I have seen several decent cornerstones." Cornerstones? Kakashi's brow twitched slightly beneath his forehead protector. "For example, the last scion of the Uchiha clan." The Refuge's finger gently tapped on the table before her. In his eyes there is a pure obsession with power. This obsession is one of the cornerstones for constructing eternity. Kakashi's heart tightened. She was indeed paying attention to Sasuke. "Sasuke is my student." He spoke, his voice growing serious. "I do not wish for him to go astray." "Go astray?" The Refuge countered, her tone devoid of emotion. "What is the right path, and what is the wrong path? The pursuit of power itself is neither right nor wrong. What is wrong is the person wielding the power and their means of pursuing it." She lifted her tea bowl, her gaze surpassing Kakashi, looking out at the clear blue sky. "You taught him Chidori Orochimaru, granted him the cursed seal, and I have given him an opportunity to see a higher view. Which path he chooses depends on him, not us guides." Kakashi fell silent. The Refuge's words struck directly at the contradictions within him. He wished for Sasuke to grow stronger while fearing that he would be consumed by power. As a teacher, he truly could not provide Sasuke with a perfect answer. It seems you know my students very well. After a long pause, Kakashi spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of wariness. I hold an interest in all things that could potentially become a part of eternity on this land. The Refuge placed the tea bowl back down with a soft clink, including that boy harboring vast energy within him, as well as you Hitachi Kakashi. Her gaze returned to Kakashi. Your eyes are filled with struggle and confusion. You linger in the shadows of the past, wishing to protect the present while feeling powerless about the future. This struggle is also a form of energy, but it is too self-consuming and inefficient. Kakashi's body tensed completely, his hands resting on his knees unconsciously clenched. The air in the apartment seemed to solidify. The Refuge looked at his tense demeanor, the corners of her mouth curling into an almost imperceptible arc before returning to neutrality. She did not answer the question but instead said, "It has been too peaceful during this time before the final match. Peace breeds complacency and confusion." She extended her slender fingers, gently tapping the air before her. Perhaps it is time to give these lost lambs a little test. What do you think, Kakashi? Kakashi's pupils suddenly contracted. From this statement, he sensed an unusual undertone. She was not just observing, she wanted to intervene and actively do something. He stood up, slightly nodding towards the Refuge. Thank you for your hospitality. The tea is excellent, but I still need time to digest your words. Having said that, he did not linger, turning to leave the apartment. As the door closed, tranquility returned to the room. She opened her eyes and the apartment returned to silence. The lingering echoes of Kakashi's departure had yet to dissipate completely, and the air seemed to still carry his taut vigilance. The fingertips of Lei Ying gently traced the edge of the set of celadon tea utensils on the table, the delicate texture transmitting sensations through her fingertips. Her gaze swept over the expensive tableware in the apartment, then brushed past the various purple kimonos in the wardrobe tailored specifically for this body. The process of restoring divine power was long and tedious. One could not maintain an exalted divinity while neglecting the material needs of this body. As someone with aspirations, enjoyment was part of the journey. Occasionally watching live theater isn't so bad, she mused, lifting the teacup, which still radiated warmth. However, her mind was occupied with another matter. I wonder when I can connect to the internal network of the Akatsuki organization. The Pain Six Paths project of Nagato sounded boldly conceived. The technological implementation should surpass Orochimaru's human transmutation. Her consciousness sank down instantly, entering a vast expanse of purple space. A pure land of one mind. Countless arcane lightning element runes flickered in the void, woven into a net by patterns incomprehensible to mortals, forming the framework of this spiritual realm. At the center of the space, a phantom silhouette sat cross-legged, quietly suspended. It was the manifestation of her divine power. As the plot energy drawn from this world increased, the edges of this silhouette became less blurred. Even the folds of the kimono began to reveal details of light and shadow. In a corner, Lei Ying's thoughts stirred slightly. An image of Naruto formed, composed of chakra, while deeper in his spiritual world a sealed fox demon began to take shape. The chakra of the nine tails in her simulated space was a roaring, ever-burning crimson vortex. It did not release light or heat, only pure destructive will and primal vitality. Lei Ying began to meticulously analyze this power. She magnified the simulated nine tails chakra, decomposing it to observe its most fundamental particle structure and analyze its energy operation patterns. Wild, chaotic, yet at its core lies an astonishing source of life, she concluded. The essence of Nine Tails chakra differed entirely in form from her own lightning element power. One was as feral as a beast, the other as imposing as a prison. Yet tracing back to their origins, both touched upon certain deep laws of this world. This raw, pure power reminded her of her ultimate goal, eternity. Initiate fusion testing. She attempted to inject a trace of her lightning element power into that crimson energy vortex. The moment the two forces made contact, the simulated space was silently torn apart. Purple lightning clashed violently with the blood-red chakra, annihilating each other and causing chaos at the level of laws. Even the deity phantom in the center flickered erratically, as if it might collapse at any moment due to the conflict of this underlying code. The repulsion reaction is intense. Fusion failed. Reason law levels are incompatible, energy attributes clashing. Lei Ying calmly recorded the failure data, continuously adjusting the injection method, frequency, and intensity of the lightning element power. Her mind operated like the most efficient processor, attempting to achieve compatibility and communication between two completely different architectural systems. That brat Naruto, carrying such a mobile nuclear power plant in his body, only knows to leak electricity instinctively. When emotions run high, his energy management is a complete mess. Lei Ying scoffed inwardly. Through long-term observation with the lightning vision, she found Naruto's utilization of Nine Tails chakra to be so low that it made her a utilitarian uncomfortable. Every time the Nine Tails erupted, at least over 90% of its energy dissipated into the external world due to Naruto's bogus limits and lack of control. What she drew from the secret connection established with Naruto was merely the scraps of this dissipated energy. This feeling was like watching a wealthy man light a cigarette with stacks of 10,000 yuan bills, while she could only carefully pick up some ash nearby. This wouldn't do, the status quo must change. She needed to equip Naruto's nuclear power plant with an intelligent voltage stabilizer and a set of exclusive charging protocols. The so-called voltage stabilizer was to help Naruto better control the output of Ninetales chakra, avoiding unnecessary energy waste and backlash on his own body. Meanwhile, the exclusive charging protocol aimed to guide Naruto from passively being influenced by Ninetales' power to actively learning and mastering it. He needed to learn to control the output according to his own will, freely and as needed. Lei Ying's consciousness raced within the pure land of one mind, using vast amounts of data as a foundation to begin constructing a brand new energy guiding rune. The structure of this rune referenced human meridian diagrams, Bagua arrays, and even incorporated the circuit diagram logic she was familiar with from her past life. It needed to perfectly simulate the flow path of Ninetales chakra within Naruto's body, integrating the essence of order and laws of lightning element power. Once successful, she could implant this rune into Naruto's chakra circulation system in an almost imperceptible manner. If this brat can learn to control this power, then my progress in restoring divine power will fast forward significantly, Lei Ying calculated. Every time Naruto exploded with power, it brought her a considerable plot energy profit. If he could use Ninetales chakra more frequently, efficiently, and safely, the energy she could harvest would grow exponentially. She recalled Naruto's deep blue eyes and his intense desire to protect his comrades in the face of danger. These strong emotions in her eyes were the key to guiding him in mastering Ninetales chakra. She didn't need to teach him the Rasengan or summoning techniques hand by hand like Jiraiya. She only needed to provide him with a concept or a hint of a law at the moment he needed it most. Let him comprehend and take control himself. After all, the conversion rate of a pay point discovered by users themselves is far higher than that of forced pop-up ads. That guy Jiraiya should be back in the village soon. Lei Ying's consciousness withdrew from the pure land of one mind. She recalled the legendary Sannin. I need to think of a way to increase the intensity of his teachings. On the day of the third match of the Chunin exam finals, as dawn broke, the arena of Konoha was already bustling with voices. The massive circular structure was filled to the brim with crowds pouring in from all directions, every passageway packed to capacity. High up in the stands, dignitaries from various countries, wealthy merchants holding significant sums of money, and representatives from major ninja villages had taken their seats. They were dressed splendidly, each displaying different expressions, exchanging unspoken intelligence and tests of subtlety amidst their greetings and smiles. Sunlight spilled onto the yellow earth of the arena, the air slightly distorted by the heat. Anticipation, tension, and a hint of bloodiness blended together, fermenting into a unique atmosphere of this place. Suddenly, the commotion in one area of the stands seemed to be abruptly cut off, spreading swiftly in all directions. All conversations came to an abrupt halt. Tens of thousands of gazes converged unisonly on the entrance of the examination panel. A figure stepped forth slowly from the passageway, casting shadows over the spectators. She wore a deep purple kimono. The texture of the fabric exhibited a restrained luster under the sunlight, resembling the calmest night sky. Golden threads embroidered intricate and majestic lightning patterns on it, winding from the collar down to the hem of the skirt. As she walked, the wide sleeves swayed gently in the wind, and the pleats of the skirt flowed like a cascading purple waterfall, silently conveying the wearer's nobility. Amidst the flamboyant lightning patterns, small and exquisite golden clover emblems were interspersed, adding an indescribable layer of mystery to the aura of dignity. Her long purple hair was elegantly styled up with a uniquely shaped golden hairpin, the outline of which resembled a lightning bolt tearing through the sky. Under the sunlight, that golden glimmer danced, reflecting off her indifferent purple eyes. Her steps were neither too big nor too small. Each interval and speed remained constant, yet there was a peculiar rhythm, as if she were stepping on the heartbeat of everyone present, making the surrounding air feel thick. The face of the Refuge was meticulously arranged, exhibiting just the right amount of indifference and aloofness. This face, already exquisite beyond that of an ordinary person, combined with her attire and serene demeanor, quelled the chaos wherever she went. The effect of this divine appearance skin was surprisingly good. She could clearly perceive that the gazes of tens of thousands of people had turned into her spotlight. So divine. Is she from Konoha? This aura. Whispers began to rise again, but the volume was intentionally subdued, tinged with a sense of humility that dared not disturb the higher-ups. In the VIP section, the daimyo of the Land of Wind leaned slightly forward, trying to see more clearly. Beside him, the representative of Sunagakure, a man with purple paint on his face, named Maki, exhibited a more intense scrutiny in his gaze. They could not see through this woman. On the Hokage stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. His fingers tightened around his pipe, the tobacco burning faster than usual. He anticipated that the Refuge would cause trouble, but he did not expect her to do so in this manner. The expressions of his advisors Tsunade and Mito were equally grave. They exchanged a glance, each seeing the difficulty and unease in the other's eyes. The Refuge's lightning perception I saw through the psychological activities of high-ranking officials like Sarutobi Hiruzen. She paid no heed to anyone's gaze and walked straight to the very center of the examination panel. There, a grandiose and ornate high-backed chair, more splendid than all the surrounding seats, had already been prepared. The chair was crafted from some unknown dark wood with carvings of lightning and clover patterns identical to those on her kimono adorning the backrest. The rakeage stopped before the chair turned around, and her wide sleeves drew a graceful arc in the air. She slowly seated herself, resting her hands on the armrests, her gaze level with the front. The entire process was smooth and steady, with the surrounding clamor and commotion unable to disturb her in the slightest. However, her lightning perception did not cease for a moment. The entire arena, from the highest stands to the lowest competitor's passage, each person's chakra flow, heartbeat frequency, and even the slightest changes in their facial muscles were presented in real time as data on the mental sand table within her mind. Her sight ultimately fell upon the contestants' waiting area. Uzumaki Naruto was grabbing his hair excitedly, saying something to Sakura, beside him spitting out saliva vigorously until he noticed the silence of the entire arena and looked up to see the rakeage swallowing the latter half of his sentence. Uchiha Sasuke, who had originally been leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, closed his eyes to rest. The moment the rakeage appeared, his eyes snapped open, a flicker of surprise flashing beneath them. The cursed seal within him, along with the power guiding it, stirred slightly due to the overwhelming aura emanating from her. Sakura stood between the two, glancing from one to the other, a face full of worry, while her gaze towards the rakeage mixed with envy and an instinctual fear. And then there was that boy from Sunigakure. He stood alone in the shadow of the corner, arms crossed, carrying a massive gourd on his back. The murderous intent and thirst for blood that had previously been unmistakable in his eyes were replaced at the moment the rakeage sat down by a deeper emotion. It was a primal alertness and agitation that a beast feels when confronted by a predator at the top of the food chain. Hyuga Rock, Lee Shikamaru. The seeds of this narrative had all gathered here. The destinies, dreams, hatreds, and bonds they carried would soon collide in the most intense manner on this stage. All the emotions, wills, and powers they unleashed would transform into the purest nourishment, nurturing her nearly exhausted divine heart. Feast, the rakeage whispered softly in her heart. Let it begin. She slightly raised her right hand, her slender fingers gently tapping on the armrest. A thin thread-like purple arc of electricity gathered at her fingertips, flickering for a moment before silently dissipating into the air. Almost simultaneously, the examiner, standing in the center of the arena, Narashikaku, spat out the kunai he had been holding in his mouth, caught it with his hand, and his long-accumulated voice echoed throughout the arena. The Chunin selection exam, the third match, officially begins now. As Narashikaku's words fell, the massive electronic display in the center of the arena began to scroll two names rapidly before finally settling. Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke. Wow. The entire venue exploded in excitement. The first match is between those two. It's a showdown of the strongest newcomers from Konoha. This is going to be a spectacle. One is the epitome of a comeback, and the other is the lone genius of the Uchiha clan. The enthusiasm in the audience was instantly ignited, shouts and discussions merging into a wave of heat that soared skyward. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then grinned broadly, pointing directly at Sasuke across from him. Sasuke, at long last this day has come. I will definitely defeat you here. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, his black pupils exuding an ice-cold demeanor. He did not respond to Naruto's outburst. He merely took a step forward, slowly descending the stairs towards the center of the arena. Beneath that calm exterior lay a boiling battle intent. At the examiner's stand, the rakeage's fingers resting on the armrest tapped lightly. Tisk, just a little movement, and the grand finale has been brought forward to the appetizer stage. Can't help it, when you're hungry, everything looks like a double portion. She huffed lightly in her heart. Using her lightning perception eye to interfere with the weak electric currents of the electronic display's back-end program to alter the battle order was easier for her than breathing. These two protagonists with the brightest halos, the collision between them would generate narrative energy that no other match could compare to. She could hardly wait. Let the match begin. The arm of Buji Hua Xianjian swung down violently. Before the sound faded, two figures had already moved. Naruto shot forward like an orange cannonball, throwing a punch while carrying the whistling sound of the wind. Simple, brutal, and unreasonable. Sasuke slid back half a step, sidestepping Naruto's fist at an exquisitely clever angle. His movements were textbook standard. The Sharingan had long been activated, with two tomos slowly rotating in his eye socket, capturing every detail of Naruto's actions. The dull sounds of fists and feet colliding rang out densely in the arena. Naruto's attacks were wild and unstructured, yet carried a beast-like intuition, always striking from unexpected angles. Sasuke, relying on the dynamic vision of the Sharingan and his combat intelligence far exceeding that of his peers, deftly evaded each attack. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted loudly, and instantly dozens of identical Narutos appeared in the arena surrounding Sasuke. Is it this move again, the straggler? Sasuke snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals. Fire-style Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs erupted from his mouth, shooting precisely in different directions, accompanied by scorching waves of heat. Each fireball struck a shadow clone, followed by a series of bangs, as the clones disappeared in puffs of white smoke. On the examiner's bench, the corner of Raikage's mouth curled into an unnoticed arc. Her thunder eye had long penetrated the superficiality of the two bodies, revealing the deeper flow of energy. She tasted the intense emotion burning in Naruto's heart. It was a belief as scorching as the sun, driven by the desire to prove oneself, to keep pace with the person before him, and to gain recognition from everyone. This energy was pure and mighty, imbued with a stubbornness that would not turn back until it had hit a wall. She also tasted the flavor of Sasuke's inner self. It was a glass of strong liquor mixed with revenge, pride, and unwillingness. He aimed to grow stronger, not only to kill that man, but also to surpass the straggler standing before him who was constantly chasing him. He could not afford to lose, especially not to Naruto. This obsession was cold and sharp like a poisoned dagger. The flavors of these two energies are truly a perfect match. One is masculine and the other is feminine. One is blazing hot and the other is cold. Together, they form a Buddha jumps over the wall of energy. Refuge internally marveled like a gourmet. The battle on the field had reached a fever pitch. Ah! Naruto let out a beast-like roar, a layer of crimson chakra erupting from his body, enveloping him entirely. His eyes turned completely blood-red, pupils elongated into beast-like slits, while the whisker-like markings on his cheeks darkened and became grotesque. A violent, malevolent force filled with the breath of destruction radiated outward from him. The chakra of the Nine Tails had leaked. This is... Kakashi on the stands felt a tightness in his chest. That kind of power. Gaara's body trembled slightly as the Shikaku within him sensed a similar presence and began to emit uneasy growls. Come on, Naruto. Sasuke's face showed no fear, but rather a hint of excitement. On his left shoulder, 3 tomo-shaped curse seal patterns began to emit ominous black energy, rapidly spreading and forming black flame-like markings on the left half of his body. The tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly. The power of the curse seal was forcefully guided by him, flooding his entire body. At this moment, Sasuke's speed and strength also reached a new pinnacle. Boom. The red and black figures collided fiercely once again. This time the clash was no longer just simple punches and kicks, but rather a primal and pure contest of power. The violent chakra of the Nine Tails and the sinister power of the cursed seal stirred visible shockwaves in the center of the arena, raising clouds of dust. Oh my god! Is this still a battle of low-ranking ninjas? Monsters. Both of them are monsters. The audience in the arena was profoundly stunned by this unimaginably intense duel. They stood up, craning their necks, the cries and shouts they emitted nearly threatening to lift the arena's roof. Awe, fear, excitement, fervor. Countless people resonated strongly with the same emotions in this moment, ignited by the same battle. In Refuge's perception, the resonance triggered by the collective emotions of thousands formed an unprecedented torrent of plot energy. This torrent was so vast and pure, like a flood that had broken its banks, surging madly into her body. The dim divine heart within her began to hum joyfully under the wash of this torrent, its purple light brightening and solidifying at an unprecedented speed. Refuge's consciousness sank into the pure land of one mind. Here she could see clearly from the perspective of a god how the energy fields within Naruto and Sasuke intertwined and influenced each other. She discovered that the rage and vitality of Naruto's Nine Tails chakra and the sinister nature of Sasuke's Curse Seal chakra, along with the roots of sage arts, produced a peculiar resonance reaction during their intense collisions. They repelled and attracted each other. The two distinctly different high-level powers, under the stimulation of one another, were unexpectedly being purified and catalyzed in an abnormal manner. Limits are constantly broken in mutual competition. These two little guys are opening a door for each other toward a higher level of power. Refuge reflected inwardly. She observed the two in the arena, already battered and nearly depleted of chakra. Their bodies trembled, gasping for breath, yet the flames burning in their eyes were more vigorous than ever. It was an indomitable will. Refuge's slender fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, producing a soft tap-tap sound. She was calculating. How much longer can this feast of energy last? Neither side can fall now. They must not determine a victor so soon. Only through sustained competition, continued opposition, and ongoing conflict can the potential contained within them be gradually extracted, providing her with an endless supply of plot energy. Just a little longer, my seeds. Refuge whispered in her heart. This battle between Naruto and Sasuke was not just a fated clash between two youths, but also an important cornerstone in her path to laying the groundwork for eternity. The arena was filled with swirling dust. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke confronted each other from a distance of several meters, their chests heaving violently, the sound of their rapid breaths clearly audible in the silence of the arena. The nine-tailed chakra cloak around Naruto was no longer as solid as before. The blood-red energy had thinned, resembling a flickering flame. The high temperature scorched his skin, causing an abnormal flush, and the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth stood out starkly against his golden hair and the dust. Sasuke was in equally dire straits. The black curse mark on the left side of his body flickered erratically, each flash seemingly siphoning away his life force. His complexion was pale as paper, his legs trembling uncontrollably, a sign that his strength had been pushed to its limits. Both of their chakras were like candles flickering in the wind. Sasuke. Naruto rasped a hoarse growl from his throat, forcing his swaying body to stabilize, his hands crossing in front of him. A blue chakra sphere struggled to form, rotate, and expand in his palm. Spiraling sphere. Naruto. Sasuke's left hand rose slowly yet resolutely. Dazzling lightning gathered in his palm, emitting a sharp cry as if thousands of birds were screeching at once. The surrounding air trembled and twisted from the intense lightning chakra. Chidori. This was the strongest ninjutsu they could unleash, pouring all their remaining will and strength into it. This was their final strike prepared for this fated confrontation. It's reaching its limit. The examiner with her violet eyes remained calm and unruffled. Yet her thoughts raced. If this continues, these two carefully nurtured energy trees will both break. A one-time harvest is too short-sighted. Maintaining their opposition and growth through sustainable extraction is the long-term plan. The Eye of Lightning detection had already discerned the state of both. She could see deep within Naruto's psyche the obsession with Sasuke, mixed with friendship, reluctance, and competition. He did not want to lose this soul-recognized rival here. She could also see Sasuke's heart, where beneath the layers of hatred and pride, there was a flicker of emotional turmoil regarding Naruto, and even a hint of struggle to prevent this idiot from falling. The timing is just right. The Refuge sat calmly in her seat, her right hand hidden beneath her oversized robe, raising her index finger pointing towards the chaotic battlefield below. A strand of purple lightning thinner than a hair silently escaped from her fingertip. It caused no sound, exhibited no chakra fluctuations, and left no trace in the air. It instantly crossed several meters of space, as if penetrating another layer of dimension, and as it reached the arena it split in two, embedding itself into the napes of Naruto and Sasuke. This force was not the brute chakra, but a higher dimensional interference that touched the laws of nature. It did not act upon the energy structures of the spiraling sphere or Chidori. Such methods were too crude and would be detected by Kakashi's Sharingan or Hinata's Byakugan. I will defeat you. Just end it already. The two roars exploded simultaneously. Naruto and Sasuke's figures vanished from their spots, transforming into a blood red and a dark purple shadow hurtling directly towards one another. The blue sphere of light and the white lightning were about to experience their most brutal collision since their inception, all under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators. On the stands, Kakashi had one hand pressed against the railing, his Sharingan's three tomo spinning rapidly, locking onto the field, ready to rush down at the moment of impact. At the main seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen also stood up, gripping his pipe tightly, his expression more serious than ever. In that flash of lightning, an unforeseen event occurred beyond everyone's expectations. Naruto, charging forward with all his might, suddenly twisted his foot, as if tripped by an invisible stone. This extremely minor mistake caused his body to tilt by a fraction of a degree. It was this negligible deviation that resulted in the violent spiraling sphere in his hand merely grazing Sasuke's shoulder before crashing violently into the ground behind him. Boom. The hard ground was blasted into a massive bowl-shaped crater with debris and dirt shooting skyward. And Sasuke's Chidori, gathered with all his willpower and capable of piercing steel in the final moment aimed at Naruto's heart, felt an inexplicable brief numbness and weakness in his left arm holding the sword. This caused a momentary lapse in his precise control over Chidori. The white lightning that tore through the air merely ripped through Naruto's shirt, leaving a charred mark, and struck the empty air with a reluctant scream. Zzz. The uncontrolled lightning dispersed in the air, exploding into a blinding electric net. The two massive energies that could have killed either opponent narrowly avoided each other's vital points in an almost absurd manner. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. The wind blew, stirring up the dust on the ground, brushing past the two, who stood frozen in place. Both Naruto and Sasuke remained in their attacking stances, their bodies rigid. Moments later, as if all remaining strength had been drained, both collapsed simultaneously, their knees hitting the ground, unable to move even an inch. The tens of thousands in the audience went from extreme tension to utter bewilderment, their minds blank. They gaped at each other, completely unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Such a thrilling, allure-nothing duel ended. In this manner, the examiner Nara Shikaku stood frozen, the 1,000 books in his mouth falling to the ground with a thud. What does this mean? Atai. Masterful control. The Refuge internally evaluated her recent performance. The effect of this plot protection is quite good. What she did was merely a millisecond-level fine-tuning on the physical laws. For her, this consumed more mental energy than striking down both with a bolt of lightning, but the returns were vastly different. This intervention not only ensured Naruto and Sasuke's asset safety, allowing this golden duo to continue contributing energy on future stages for her, but also left everyone, especially the higher-ups of Konoha, with a huge, inexplicable suspense. A miraculous tie. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the advisors wore expressions filled with confusion and concern. The medical team rushed down immediately, and after examination reported that both were merely exhausted of chakra with external injuries, and there was no life-threatening danger. But the palpable power behind their attacks, that destructive energy, was felt clearly by all the shinobi present. How could it possibly be just superficial wounds? This defies the common sense of ninjutsu. An experienced Umbu ninja whispered to his companion, his tone filled with shock. Kakashi's Sharingan in that instant captured a faint and extremely weak wrinkle in space. The sensation was fleeting, so quick that he almost thought he was imagining it. His gaze instinctively shifted once more to the violet figure seated high in the examiner's chair, who had remained expressionless like a statue. Was it her? It had to be her. But how did she do it? The Refuge's consciousness had already sunk into a state of pure land, tallying the gains from this intervention. She realized that creating such a miracle that sparked confusion, suspicion, shock, and awe among all the informed and uninformed parties generated a mental energy of a quality far beyond mere battle emotions. It was a top-tier sustenance mixed with the unknown mystery and subversion of cognition. The purple glow within the heart of the divine brightened visibly. If a victor is determined too early, leading one to completely fall, the subsequent drama cannot unfold. Whether Naruto pursues Sasuke or Sasuke defects requires an evenly matched opponent to push this drama to its climax. In the arena, the medical ninjas carried away Naruto and Sasuke, who had exhausted their chakra and fainted. The absurd tie left the audience in an eerie silence. Whispers rose and fell, yet they were all deliberately muted, exchanging perplexed glances. Noira Gunma picked up the scattered kunai, putting it back in his mouth, trying to steer the atmosphere back on track. He cleared his throat, his voice echoing in the venue due to the exhaustion of chakra by Uzumaki. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke both have lost their combat capability. This battle ends in a draw. Now let's proceed to the next match. The huge electronic display screen began to scroll the names once more. However, at the highest point of the arena, a pair of serpent-like golden vertical pupils pierced through the crowd, ignoring the new duel unfolding on the stage, instead locking onto the direction where Sasuke was being carried away. Beneath the guise of wind shadow, Orochimaru's tongue flicked over his dry lips, a hissing laugh escaping from his throat. The power unleashed during Sasuke's clash with the Nine-Tails Jinchuri and the final illogical conclusion sent a thrill of excitement coursing through his blood. What an excellent child, Sasuke-kun. You've quickly harnessed the power of the cursed seal to this extent. He mused inwardly, but it's still not enough. Far from enough. You need more stimulation, more pain, to truly understand the greatness of this power. The plan for Konoha's collapse was about to unfold in earnest. Orochimaru's hand, concealed within his wide sleeves, silently formed a one-handed seal. In the medical emergency room of the arena, the scent of disinfectant permeated the air. Sasuke lay on a pristine white hospital bed, breathing steadily, trapped in deep unconsciousness. A female medical ninja was carefully treating the wound on his shoulder, which had been scraped by a Rasengan, using a cotton ball soaked in medicinal liquid. The injury looked horrific, flesh and blood mangled, yet it did not harm the bones. Suddenly Sasuke's body twitched without warning. The female medical ninja halted her actions, thinking that the pain from the wound had stirred him. But in the next moment, Sasuke's eyelids began to tremble violently, and a suppressed, inhuman growl escaped his tightly shut lips. On his neck, the three tomo-like cursed seal patterns suddenly glowed, emanating an ominous purple-black light. This light no longer lingered on the surface, but transformed into countless tiny black runes frantically spreading across his skin, painting a twisted picture on his body. This is... The female medical ninja's face turned ashen. After years of practice, she had never seen such an eerie cursed seal going berserk. Hee. Come, Sasuke-kun. Feel this power, crave this power, and then, come to me. The hoarse, seductive voice echoed deep within Sasuke's mind. It was the spiritual coordinates left by Orochimaru at the core of his cursed seal being activated, a call transmitted from afar. Ugh. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes wide. Those were no longer human eyes. The whites were stained deep red with blood, and the black double tomo Sharingan spun madly within the blood red, radiating destruction and fury. A powerful and evil energy was consuming his body. Every inch of flesh and every bone was being forcibly transformed and twisted by this power. His inner rationality collapsed instantly under the impact of that brutal power being thoroughly submerged. Sasuke-kun. The female medical ninja took a terrified step back, the medical instrument in her hand clattering to the ground with a piercing sound. Sasuke abruptly sat up from the hospital bed. He did not look at anyone, he merely lowered his head, staring at his hands covered in black patterns. He could feel an unprecedented surge of powerful energy coursing within him. Destruction. Ruin. This was the only thought in his mind at that moment. In the examiner's seat, the indifferent purple eyes of Refuge narrowed slightly. Her lightning detection, I had already captured everything. In her vision, a cold, viscous chakra thread extended from a corner high in the arena, precisely piercing into Sasuke's body in the medical room. She clearly saw that chakra ignited the core of the cursed seal. At the same time, she also saw another scene. Within Sasuke's body, the lightning seed she had personally planted erupted with brilliant purple lightning at the moment the cursed seal fully detonated. It no longer guided gently but transformed into a solid dam, fiercely combating the black torrent that swept through his entire body. The power of the cursed seal attempted to devour Sasuke's reason, turning him into a puppet that only knew destruction. The lightning seed desperately maintained the last thread of his spiritual core. Moreover, it was also operating at high speed within the energy torrent of the cursed seal, intercepting and crushing the violent chaotic impurities within, converting them into purer power and feeding it back to Sasuke's body. Is this what mortals call a conspiracy? Crude and ineffective. Refuge scoffed inwardly. To her, Orochimaru's methods were no different than watering a sapling with a bucket of dirty water. Little did he know this sapling had already been equipped with a top-notch clean water circulation system. The more dirty water poured in, the more pure water the system filtered out. Massive plot energy erupted from Sasuke's body, surging into Refuge. It was a top-tier energy feast formed by the evil of the cursed seal, Orochimaru's desires, Sasuke's pain, and the resistance of the lightning seed, a mixture of the four. She felt the dormant lightning elemental force within her body become extraordinarily active under the stimulation of this energy. The heart of the divine hummed joyfully in her chest. Bang! The door of the medical room was shattered by a tremendous force from within. Wood splintered everywhere. Sasuke, bare-chested and covered in grotesque black patterns, stepped out from the broken doorframe. His eyes were blood-red, emitting instinctive roars as he instinctively directed his attacks towards the Konoha ninjas rushing down the corridor in response to the sound. Quick! Subdue him! It's Uchiha Sasuke. He's gone out of control. Several Chunin rushed forward, but before they could even form hand seals, they were swept past by a shadow that moved at an incredible speed. Thud! Thud! Two muffled collision sounds. The chests of the two Chunin visibly caved in, and the blood they spewed formed two red lines in the air, their bodies flying backward and crashing against the wall, sliding to the ground, their life or death unknown. Order in the arena collapsed in an instant. The audience, terrified, watched the sounds of fighting and screams emerging from the competitors' passage, all rising from their seats, crowding to escape this place of chaos. At the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face had turned ashen. He gripped his pipe tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He understood that this was not merely Sasuke losing control. This was the invasion horn sounded by the disciple he dreaded to see the most. His gaze instinctively swept across the examiner's seat. The woman in the purple kimono still sat gracefully in that magnificent chair. Her expression showed no change. The chaos and slaughter below stirred not a ripple in her eyes. That extreme indifference caused the glimmer of hope that had just arisen in Sarutobi Hiruzen to freeze and shatter. He instinctively hoped she would act like last time, even if it was a plea. As long as she was willing, this turmoil could perhaps be suppressed in an instant. However, Refuge remained motionless. The roars and the sound of bones cracking in the contestant passage of the arena had yet to subside when a sharper sound of breaking air pierced the tranquility of the high platform. The wind shadow disguised Orochimaru made his move. His actions came without any warning as the kunai hidden in his sleeve traced a cold arc precisely pressing against Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. The icy touch caused the old Hokage's body to stiffen. Hokage-sama, an Umbu beside him, exclaimed, about to step forward. Don't move. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and mocking as the four sound ninja guards beside him spread out simultaneously, their hands forming seals at lightning speed, pressing heavily on the four corners of the rooftop. Ninjutsu for purple flames formation. For violet walls of light surged upward, closing in at a speed almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, forming a massive cubic barrier that enveloped Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly within. The surface of the light walls emitted a low, buzzing sound, radiating an ominous high heat. An impulsive Umbu, unable to halt in time, touched the purple wall with his palm, and a shrill scream echoed briefly before his entire arm was burned away, reduced to charcoal. The sudden change on the high platform became the final spark to ignite the powder keg. Attack! A chilling command resounded from every corner of the audience. The spectators, originally mingling in the crowd and dressed in civilian clothing, simultaneously tore off their disguises. Their gazes turned cold and professional in an instant as kunai and short blades appeared in their hands like magic, lunging towards the unsuspecting villagers of Konoha. Opt! A noble merchant's scream pierced the sky as he looked down in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest. In front of him, a vendor who had just been selling him souvenirs was now staring at him with emotionless gray eyes. For Sanagakure, the ninja hissed, drawing his weapon as warm blood splattered out. The prearranged explosive tags around the arena were detonated simultaneously. The continuous explosions shook the entire village, flames and thick black smoke soaring into the sky. Houses collapsed amidst the deafening noise, and the peace of Konoha was shattered in that moment. The VIP section of the daimyo's mansion was thrown into complete chaos. The pampered nobles displayed their ugly sides, crying and shoving to escape this hell on earth. Their guards drew their swords, nervously forming a human wall, but were instantly overwhelmed by the waves of incoming enemies. Protect the daimyo. Enemy attack. It's the ninjas from Sanagakure and Otogakure. The examiner remained motionless in her seat. Not even the sleeves of her kimono fluttered in the surrounding gusts. At the moment the war broke out, her thunder detection eye had already boosted its power to the maximum. The energy flow of the entire Konoha was projected in her mind's constructed mental sand table, forming a magnificent, yet brutal picture. Countless blue chakra points representing the ninjas of Konoha were entangled, colliding and annihilating with the yellow points of Sanagakure and the purple points of Otogakure. She saw a commercial street being flattened under a barrage of earth-released jutsu. She sensed the chakra points, each representing life, drastically flickering before extinguishing entirely. This feeling was cold and precise, akin to accounts being deactivated on a server. She heard the cries of children, the screams of women, the roars of men in their dying moments, and the crackling sound of flames consuming wood. These sounds converged, forming a massive, formless surge of energy that flowed into her body. The main course has finally arrived. This is the scene a top-tier buffet should have. Refuge sighed in satisfaction inwardly, yet her stunning face remained as cold as ice. War and all the negative emotions it birthed, panic, anger, despair, hatred. These things that seemed hellish to mortals were to her the purest and most delectable nourishment. The divine heart in her chest buzzed joyfully at an unprecedented speed, greedily devouring this feast called the collapse of Konoha. Roar! At that moment, a beast-like roar erupted from a corner of the arena, filled with primal brutality and madness, instantly drowning out all other sounds on the battlefield. It was Gaara. He clutched his head tightly with both hands collapsing to the ground in agony, his body trembling violently. The murderous intent, the scent of blood, and the sounds of explosions outside completely shattered his fragile mental defenses, awakening the monster within him that had been suppressed for years. Kill. Kill them all. My mother is calling me. He murmured incoherently, his gaze already completely unfocused. The gourd on his back, shattered on its own dark red sand, surged forth like a flood that had burst its banks. They were no longer mere weapons, but had come to life, transforming into countless sand tendrils that wrapped around and devoured Gaara's body inch by inch. As the sand continued to accumulate amid Gaara's pained and twisted screams, it formed an unimaginable colossal creature. A gigantic raccoon cat made of sand burst through the stands of the arena, slowly rising its towering body to several dozen meters amidst the debris and dust. A shikaku. Its enormous yellow eyes covered in black sigils sparkled with pure unrestrained desire for destruction. With a mere casual swing of its arm, the sand-formed claw reduced large swathes of buildings to dust. Keek keek keek. This lord has finally come out. Slaughter. Destruction. Shikaku's sharp, arrogant laughter echoed through the skies, its voice grating like sandpaper, piercing the eardrums of listeners. Raikage's thunder detection eye immediately locked onto the fully transformed, tailed beast. In her energy vision, Shikaku's body housed a massive and violent energy core. That power was ancient and primal, filled with the laws of wind and sand, closely linked to nature, bearing a unique life imprint that belonged to tailed beasts. This bore similarities to the feeling she got from Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra, yet the core laws were entirely different. The Nine-Tails power leaned more towards pure hatred and the destruction of the essence of life, whereas Shikaku resembled an unrestrained, chaotic natural disaster. Another mobile nuclear reactor, and a wild, unshielded version at that, Raikage calmly evaluated in her mind. Her consciousness sank into the pure land of one mind. In this mental space that belonged entirely to her, she transformed into a top-tier scholar, beginning to model data and analyze the laws of this interdimensional behemoth she was encountering for the first time. Shikaku's chakra structure, energy release frequency, and its connection to each grain of sand. All the data was meticulously recorded and analyzed by her. She discovered that within Shikaku's power lay an extremely potent natural energy, perfectly merging the mass of the earth attribute with the cutting of the wind attribute. Interesting, the tailed beasts of this world are actually manifestations of natural laws giving life and will to abstract laws. This discovery deepened her understanding of this world. Inside the rooftop barrier, the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen had already commenced. He watched the rampaging Shikaku below, gazing at the soaring flames in the village, his heart bleeding. All Konoha ninjas heed my command. He poured all his chakra into amplifying his voice. At all costs, prioritize protecting the villagers. Eliminate all invaders on the spot. After issuing his orders, his gaze penetrated the purple barrier one last time, filled with an unrecognized plea as he looked towards the imposing purple figure on the examiner's seat. However, Raikage merely returned a dispassionate glance. She did not even look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather observed with great interest the gigantic sand raccoon cat below. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of her kimono in time with the distant explosions. Once then again, that sense of detachment completely froze the last glimmer of hope in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Upon the roof, sealed by 4 violet light pillars, roof tiles groaned under an invisible pressure, cracking, splintering, and crumbling one after another. Hiruzen Sarutobi tore off his straw hat emblazoned with the kanji for fire and cast it aside, then shrugged off his heavy ceremonial robe. Beneath it, he revealed the black, form-fitting combat suit that had accompanied him through decades of war. The contours of muscle, long concealed beneath layers of cloth, though softened somewhat by age, still radiated the coiled power of lifelong discipline. His ordinarily gentle, clouded eyes now shed every trace of ambiguity, blazing instead with a pure, unyielding sharpness, the unmistakable gaze of a warrior. Sensei, this is truly a sight I've long cherished. Across from him, Orochimaru had fully discarded his disguise as the 5th Kazekage. His pallid, bloodless face appeared unervingly sickly in the sunlight. Golden, vertically slit, serpentine eyes gleamed with the feverish excitement of a scientist beholding a rare, unprecedented specimen. He extended his unnaturally long tongue, slowly tracing it across his lips. A gesture chillingly reptilian. Only your eyes have failed you, Sensei. They lack too much. Orochimaru. Hiruzen's voice rasped like 2 rough stones grinding together. Stand down. There is still time. Stand down. Orochimaru let out a low, hoarse chuckle, tilting his head as he gazed at Hiruzen with the detached curiosity one reserves for a child. Sensei, you simply do not understand. Life decays. Flesh withers. Only truth endures. What you cling to, what you call your legacy, should have been buried long ago. Before his final word faded, his hands snapped together into a complex hand seal. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. The earth trembled. 2 colossal coffins erupted from the ground, thick with soil, standing upright with grim finality. With a thunderous crash, the coffin lids flung backward, And from within stepped two figures who arrested Hiruzen's breath for a single suspended heartbeat: Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage. Legends reborn, yet hollowed, their skin ash gray and fissured with dried earth as if sculpted from grave dust itself. They were dead, and yet alive. Former master and student stood now beyond reconciliation. The fate of Konoha hung balanced on this narrow rooftop. In the examiner's booth, the Refuge's violet eyes pulsed silently, with cascading streams of data. To her lightning perception, the four violet flames formation posed no barrier whatsoever. The rooftop tableau unfolded before her energy vision with far greater clarity and far greater complexity than Shikaku's chaotic rampage below. Within Hiruzen's body, the chakra he called the will of fire surged with unprecedented efficiency. It was a composite force, woven from unwavering conviction, solemn duty to protect, and the very essence of life. Warm in nature, radiant in brilliance, its cost was the rapid, irreversible depletion of Hiruzen's dwindling vitality. Orochimaru's core energy stood in stark opposition, cold, twisted, and steeped in the violation and reconfiguration of life's natural laws. His very body resembled a grotesque patchwork, forbidden jutsu and alien cells stitched together, rife with rejection responses, yet forcibly suppressed, sustaining only a precarious, unnatural equilibrium. And those two reincarnated vessels, hollow shells, filled only with cage-level chakra and remotely puppeteered by the caster. As these profoundly divergent apex energies drew near collision, the resulting disturbance in fundamental law sent a faint tremor rippling through the Refuge's divine heart. The pinnacle of mortals, burning oneself to illuminate others, then returning to nothingness. A quiet thought passed through the Refuge's consciousness. She saw it, the flame of Hiruzen's life flickering, visibly collapsing inward with terrifying speed. He sustained himself now solely by sheer will, wrenching the last dregs of potential from his failing body. Yet his eyes burned with astonishing intensity. For the village, for those who needed his protection, for the will of fire he had spoken of all his life. He had never intended to leave this rooftop alive. This reckless absolute resolve, the stubborn devotion of a mortal, elicited the faintest ripple within her divine heart, which pursued only eternity. But only a ripple, like a snowflake alighting upon an ice cap that had not melted in 10,000 years, leaving not even the faintest trace. The battle was brutal. Hiruzen fought three adversaries alone: earth release, fire release, shadow, clone, shuriken techniques. He pushed every jutsu he knew to its absolute limit. With each violent surge of chakra, his body bore fresh wounds. At last, when the final ember of chakra within him guttered out and his physical functions teetered on total collapse, he made his final choice. Sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. As he completed the final hand seal with his last strength, a colossal spectral figure clad in white ceremonial robes materialized behind him, its mouth clenching a short blade. An otherworldly chill instantly saturated the entire barrier. Even Orochimaru's feverish elation vanished, replaced for the first time by raw terror. A forbidden ultimate technique, one that sacrificed the caster's soul to summon the Shinigami and enact absolute, irrevocable sealing. Old man, you're throwing away your life. Orochimaru shrieked, recoiling, but found his limbs locked in place by an unseen force. Upon Hiruzen's face bloomed a serene, sorrowless smile. The Shinigami's pale hand pierced Hiruzen's chest, then emerged again, transformed into a soul hand shimmering with eerie violet light. That hand seized the souls of the first and second Hokage with surgical precision, wrenching them from their impure vessels, and devoured them whole. Having done so, Hiruzen summoned his final breath to guide that spectral hand toward Orochimaru. Faced with annihilation, Orochimaru erupted in desperate animalistic struggle. The Shinigami's grasp fell short of seizing his entire soul, instead seizing only the soul essence of both arms and tearing them free with a violent wrench. My arms! My techniques! A cry unlike any human voice tore from the rooftop. Orochimaru's arms shriveled instantly, blackening, desiccating, losing all luster, collapsing limply at his sides. Every chakra pathway and neural filament within his arms had been severed, not physically, but at the soul's deepest level. Meanwhile, Hiruzen's body began to grow translucent beneath the sun. His life, his soul, now the price of the seal, slowly drawn inexorably into the Shinigami's maw behind him. In the final instant before consciousness dissolved, his gaze pierced the barrier, falling upon the war-ravaged village below, filled with infinite, unspoken tenderness. Within her pure land of one mind, the Refuge recorded every quantum of energy from that moment, with precision surpassing any instrument ever conceived. At the precise instant Hiruzen's soul dissolved entirely, a torrent of purest narrative energy erupted, a force whose core principles were sacrifice, protection, unbroken will, and legacy. Its quality dwarfed every emotional resonance she had previously gathered, be it the Ninetales' hatred or the Cursed Seal's malice, rendering them crude, coarse, and primitive by comparison. This immense current did not fortify her standard lightning affinity. Instead, her divine heart actively drew it in, channeling it directly into the violet crystal embedded in her chest. The crystal, once softly luminous, flared with sudden, overwhelming brilliance. Its internal energy lattice seemed remade and refined by a higher-order force, growing clearer, more resonant. At its heart, the lightning emblem, symbolizing eternity, deepened, intensifying into profound, unfathomable depths. Though mortal life is brief, the incandescent flash of its will does possess the rare qualification to brush against eternity. Within her mind, the Refuge rendered an objective assessment. She could feel it, the final veil separating her from the great sword Musou no Chunin suspended in the void, growing perceptibly thinner. On the rooftop, Orochimaru knelt, broken-armed, throat raw with the guttural cries of a wounded beast. He had slain his own teacher. He had crippled Konoha. Yet he paid a terrible price. The very foundation of his being as a shinobi, the hands that shaped every technique, had been utterly destroyed. The Refuge distinctly tasted the surging tide of his fury, his bitter resentment, and his obsessive, ravenous hunger for power. These potent emotions yielded another substantial harvest of energy. She could even sense her own lightning seal, implanted in Orochimaru's chest, stirring vigorously, accelerated in its fusion with Hashirama's cells by the shockwave of Hiruzen's sacrifice. From start to finish, the Refuge remained seated upon her ornate armchair, her posture unbroken, her expression neither sorrowful nor triumphant. Hiruzen Sarutobi's death marked the definitive end of an era in Konoha, and thus inevitably heralded the forced dawn of a new one. She, Refuge, would become the architect of order in this new age. Her slender fingers traced lightly over the intricate lightning motifs embroidered on her kimono. Her mind already raced, calculating the inevitable power vacuum among Konoha's leadership after the third Hokage's death and the factional strife that would follow. Chaos breeds opportunity, and she excelled above all else at seizing her own brand of eternity from within chaos. The will of fire. Her consciousness lingered on Hiruzen's final luminous gaze, ultimately merely a noble justification mortals devise for their sacrifice when they find themselves powerless to alter fate. Fragile emotion can never forge true order. The air in the Hidden Leaf village was tainted with the acrid smell of burning, with the earthy scent of soil and a faint hint of blood. All of this stubbornly seeped through the cracks of the hospital window. The hospital was filled with the low moans of the injured and the hurried footsteps of medical ninjas, and the smell of disinfectant only intensified the oppressive atmosphere. Uchiha Sasuke's eyelids twitched a few times, regaining consciousness amidst a blinding pure white. His body felt like it had fallen apart, each bone and every muscle fiber protesting sharply. But this physical torment was soon drowned out by a deeper pain, emptiness, and the shame of powerlessness. The battle with Naruto had ended in a way he could not comprehend. Afterwards, the curse mark spiraled out of control, leaving devastation in his own village. As the ninjas whispered among themselves, he caught fragments of words like Third Hokage, sacrifice, and invasion, piecing together a reality that made his heart clench. He was too weak. The figure of that man so far out of reach grew even larger at this moment, and he felt he didn't even have the right to protect his village or the comrades by his side. Power. This thought became kindling, waiting for any spark. The light in the hospital dimmed without warning. The white walls and ceiling spread like ink thrown into water, quickly dissolving into a thick blackness with edges twisting and writhing. In the center of the room, the air trembled as a cold shadow slowly rose from the floor, coalescing into a vague humanoid form. Orochimaru. His form was unstable, like a phantom that could dissipate at any moment, but his golden, elongated snake-like eyes shone terrifyingly in the darkness. He did not look at Sasuke's injuries. His gaze was like that of someone examining an objective possession of his own. Sasuke-kun, do you feel this sensation? Orochimaru's voice emanated from the shadow, hoarse and sticky, hissing like a snake. The bonds you cherish are laughably fragile in the face of absolute power. Sasuke's jaw clenched tightly in response. He wanted to sit up, but his body refused to obey. A flash of crimson ignited in his eyes, 3 tomos slowly spinning, locking onto that shadow. Come to me. Orochimaru's phantom drifted closer, his seductive words striking at the softest spot in Sasuke's heart. The hidden leaf is merely a shallow pool, unable to contain you. I will give you everything you desire, allowing you to surpass Uchiha Madara, surpass your brother. It is a power you cannot even imagine. He paused, lowering his voice even further. As long as you are willing to cast aside those burdens known as companions and follow me towards the true immortal eternity. A cold chakra seeped through the connections of the curse mark, intertwining with Sasuke's consciousness like a poison, yet precisely stirring the most fervent desires within him. The flames of revenge fueled by this power burned so intensely that he felt dizzy. To go or not to go? He understood clearly that Orochimaru was evil, the root cause of the village's destruction. But he also knew that every word Orochimaru spoke pierced his wounds. If he stayed here following Kakashi in those pointless training sessions, how long would it take for him to stand before Uchiha Hitachi? At the same moment, far away in the arena, on the examiner's seat, Refuge sat immovably in a luxurious armchair. In her world, there was no chaos or slaughter around, only a remarkably clear energy image relayed back from the Eye of Thunder detection. The cold, twisted chakra fluctuations of Orochimaru and the intense emotional storm raging within Sasuke manifested as 2 colliding lights on the mental sandbox she constructed in her mind. Desire is a superior nourishment. Refuge's consciousness was as still as a deep well. The more Sasuke struggled, the stronger his craving for power grew, and the plot energy he unleashed on a spiritual level became increasingly pure. This invisible torrent of energy flowed continuously into her divine heart, through the seed of thunder, causing the crystal that had brightened from absorbing the power of the third Hokage's sacrifice to gently hum at a joyful frequency. The timing is just right. Her thoughts stirred slightly. In the hospital room, Sasuke, who was being cornered by Orochimaru and on the verge of a mental breakdown, suddenly felt a distinctly different sensation rise in his chest. It was neither the burning pain of the curse mark nor the normal flow of chakra. It was a warm feeling, pure and vast, spreading from the deepest part of his chakra circulation system. It precisely countered some of the coldness Orochimaru had inflicted upon him, serving as a barrier that protected his wavering reason. Then a stream of information unfolded in his consciousness without sound or text, but as a pure concept. All mundane power has its limits. The so-called immortality of the serpent is but a forsaking of dignity, a miserable existence between vessels. Within you lies a ladder to higher realms. Its name is eternity. What is this? Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted, the three tomo in his eyes spinning wildly at unprecedented speed. He could see. Under the inside of his Sharingan, he could see a completely different power awakening within him. It was entirely different from the parasitic, plundering, evil nature of the curse mark, and it stood in stark contrast to Orochimaru's cold and twisted essence. It was a light composed of the purest lightning. It was majestic and clear, as if it embodied the very laws that define the order of the world, carrying an authority that brooked no dissent. The emergence of this power caused him to look at the phantom of Orochimaru with a gaze that was tinged with scrutiny and doubt for the first time. Within the pure land of one-mind, Refuge's consciousness floated above a starry sea woven from lightning. She extended her slender pale fingers and lightly touched a core star map made up of countless runes. The core rune, representing the seed of thunder, sparkled. A highly pure lightning elemental force, after being compiled and transformed by the star map, became the concept Sasuke had just received. She had no interest in stopping Sasuke from defecting. This was a critically important part of the plot, the next rich vein of plot energy. Why should she stop him? What she needed to do was to lay down a path of her own alongside this predetermined track. She wanted Sasuke to understand that Orochimaru was not his only choice. The shortcut to darkness was not the end. At the end of the road stood a door leading to a higher, purer realm closer to eternity. And the key to that door was solely in her hands. In the hospital room, Orochimaru's phantom also sensed the anomaly. He keenly detected that apart from his heavenly curse mark, there was also a weak, yet astonishingly high-level power emerging within Sasuke. He first froze in surprise, then let out a lower, more excited laugh, and a fervent light erupted in his golden snake eyes. He couldn't decipher the source of this power, so he naturally attributed it to Sasuke's unimaginable potential. Truly a Uchiha. Undoubtedly the perfect vessel I have chosen. Sasuke, your talent surpasses my expectations. Orochimaru's voice brimmed with admiration. Do not hesitate any longer. Only I can make this peerless jade of yours shine with its true brilliance. Come follow me and gain true power. The short-sightedness of mortals will always lead them to interpret the incomprehensible in ways most beneficial to themselves. A cold thought flashed through the depths of Refuge's consciousness. Orochimaru's misjudgment could not have been more perfect. It completely concealed the existence of the seed of thunder beneath the halo of Sasuke's own talent. From now on, whether Sasuke succumbed to the curse mark or turned to explore the mysteries of the seed of thunder, he would be the crop in her experimental field that grew the best. Every step he took towards strength would bring her continuous returns. Sasuke's hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his sharp nails digging deep into his palms, sending waves of pain through him. On one side was the dark shortcut promised by Orochimaru, which could grant him quick revenge. On the other was the mysterious, majestic, yet distant voice of eternity echoing in his chest. The flames of revenge urged him to choose the former, while that innate pride within the Uchiha bloodline sparked an uncontrollable longing and curiosity for the latter. Two entirely different powers collided fiercely within his mind, tugging at his very soul. The wailing of Konoha village seemed to pierce the sky. The ninjas from Sunagakure and Otogakure descended like locusts, recklessly unleashing their jutsu. The earthen walls crumbled, houses ignited in flames, and the screams and cries of the civilians intertwined, composing a dirge of doom. The sacrifice of Sarutobi Hiruzen meant that Konoha lost not just a Hokage, but also a spiritual cornerstone. Although Kakashi Asuma and the other Jonin fought fiercely, they were besieged on various battlefields, struggling to keep up against the meticulously planned full-scale invasion. The entire village resembled a ship about to fall apart in a storm. On the judge's seat, the Refuge remained seated, the ornate Taisho chair standing as the only calm in the eye of the storm. Since the outbreak of war, her eye of lightning detection had not paused. The energy harvesting is nearly complete, the Refuge's consciousness calculated coolly. The lightning elemental power within her had restored to a considerable level in such a short time. If this chaotic disorder continues to spread, it might affect the subsequent establishment of my order. Moreover, her gaze pierced through the smoke, landing on several seed candidates fighting not far away. My assets cannot suffer losses in such a low-level chaos. It was time to take action. She slowly rose. Her movements were slow, even slightly lazy, yet exuded an unparalleled majesty. The purple ornate kimono she wore stood out starkly amidst the chaotic battlefield, drawing all eyes to her. Whether they were Konoha ninjas or invaders, everyone involuntarily paused for a moment. Ignoring all gazes, she stepped forward, walking straight to the edge of the arena. There a team of over 10 Odinin and Chunin were grinning maniacally as they charged towards a blocked shelter. The kunai and short blades in their hands gleamed coldly, ready to carry out a bloody massacre against the unarmed civilians inside. Order is the essence of eternity. A clear, calm voice, though not loud, pierced through all the clamor and noise of the battlefield, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. The marauding ninjas froze momentarily, instinctively looking back. They saw the woman resembling a goddess slowly extending a finger slender as jade towards them. At her fingertip, a minuscule purple arc of electricity quietly coalesced. It made no sound and emitted no frightening chakra fluctuations, merely existing in silence. Then she gently tapped her fingertip. The purple arc vanished instantly. In its place, a fine line, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, swept through at a speed beyond human reaction limits. No explosion, no loud noise. The sinister grins on the faces of the Odinin and Chunin froze forever. In the next moment, the metal weapons they clutched, kunai short blades shuriken, transformed into the finest black powder, silently scattering with the wind. Next, their bodies. From head to toe, from skin to bone, they were disintegrated into the most basic particles the instant the fine line passed by. They vanished as if they had never existed in this world, leaving behind an empty space without a trace of blood or a single piece of flesh. As if an invisible hand had pressed the delete key, the entire arena and its surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. The ninjas engaged in battle halted their actions. The fleeing civilians forgot their cries. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, watching as those formidable ninjas were entirely erased in an instant in a manner they could not comprehend. That was not ninjutsu. Any ninjutsu they had seen could not create such a clean death. It was a power that transcended their cognitive limits. A force that was absolute, unreasonable, and godlike. A fear rooted deep within the soul seized the hearts of all survivors. The Refuge slowly retracted her fingertip, her stunning face remaining expressionless. Her eye of lightning detection sensed countless gazes directed at her now, filled not with awe or curiosity, but with extreme pure fear and reverence. This emotion was different from the fear they had for Gaara before. That was merely fear of a powerful monster. Now what shone in their eyes was awe for divine punishment. It was a shiver stemming from the most primal instinct of life faced with a higher dimensional existence. These high-quality spiritual energies surged into her divine heart, like a deluge, causing the lightning elemental power within her to bubble with excitement. Mortals always require a stronger order to restrain them. The Refuge's consciousness flowed coldly. This cleanup was not merely to quell chaos. It was also a display of power, a declaration to the world in the name of divinity. She aimed to make everyone aware that on this mundane land there exists an unfathomable and unassailable power. She intended to plant a seed named awe in the hearts of these struggling mortals. This seed would lay the most solid foundation for her later establishment of eternal order. The Refuge slowly turned, walking back to her judge's seat. As she stepped, the Taisher chair flipped by the shock wave righted itself as if to welcome its master. She sat down again, overlooking below. The chaos in the arena was completely subdued by this sudden divine punishment. The surviving enemy ninjas were terrified to the core. They had lost the courage to continue attacking, even to move a finger. The finger of the lightning shadow, invoking divine punishment, doused the most arrogant flames of battle in the heart of the Konoha battlefield like a bucket of ice water. However, in other corners of the village, the slaughter continued. Naruto Uzumaki leaned against a broken wall, gasping heavily. Opposite him stood 3 sand-hidden jonin, working in perfect harmony. He had just learned from a retreating leaf ninja that the third Hokage had fallen in battle. The old man who always smiled at him, provided him with living expenses, and allowed him to enjoy a bowl of delicious ramen had died. The village was destroyed, comrades were injured, teacher Iruka was missing, and now even Grandpa Hokage. A surge of indescribable sorrow and anger erupted within him like uncontrollable magma. I will never let you harm another person of Konoha. Naruto let out a deafening roar, his voice hoarse from extreme anger. In the next moment, a furious scarlet chakra erupted from his body like a flood, engulfing him entirely. The power of the 9 tails. But this time, unlike the previous loss of control, this power, though still violent, was firmly bound by a stronger will, the will to protect. Naruto's eyes instantly transformed into blood-red, beast-like slits, and the 3 whisker-like markings on his cheeks became thick and ferocious. His body slightly bent forward like a young beast poised to pounce. The lightning shadow, who was resting with closed eyes, barely noticed a slight flicker of movement in her eyelids. Her lightning detection eye immediately captured the massive surge of plot energy that erupted from the other end of the village. Oh, here it comes. In her energy vision, Naruto's small body at this moment resembled a light bulb suddenly connected to a high-voltage power supply, radiating a dazzling red light. A fully powered superpower bank was crazily discharging energy. With a thought from the lightning shadow, the secret connection buried within Naruto's body for absorbing dissipated energy was instantly activated. If the previous absorption was like carefully sipping soup through a straw, then now it was like setting up an industrial-grade pumping pipeline. In the Pure Land of Heart, the previously slightly dried-up ocean of lightning elemental power seemed to have encountered a long-awaited rain, rapidly becoming full and vibrant at a visible speed. The lightning shadow could clearly feel her power rapidly recovering. On the battlefield, multiple shadow clone jutsu. With Naruto's furious shout, hundreds of shadow clones, all wrapped in scarlet chakra, appeared on the street like a tide. They were no longer the fragile cannon fodder that shattered upon contact. Each clone carried the frenzied power and astonishing speed of the Nine-Tails chakra. The expressions of the three hidden Jonin changed drastically. What they faced was no longer a mere genin, but an army composed of monsters. Attack! With a command from Naruto's main body, hundreds of red Narutos surged like a tidal wave towards the enemy. Fist, claw, strikes, bites. The fighting was primitive and barbaric, yet carried an unmatched oppressive force. One hidden Jonin had just used wind release to slice through two shadow clones before three more clones pounced from behind their claws, tearing through his defenses. Another earth-release ninja had just raised a dirt wall when dozens of shadow clones combined their strength in a single punch, smashing the wall into dust. At this moment, Naruto was no longer the clumsy underdog. He was the embodiment of Konoha's rage, a furious guardian. Each attack was fueled by the determination to protect his homeland, violently breaching the enemy's defenses. I see. In the lightning shadow's consciousness, vast amounts of data were being analyzed and categorized. She discovered an interesting pattern. When Naruto was enraged due to his humiliation, the erupted Nine-Tails chakra was filled with hatred and destruction, with chaotic energy quality, resembling inferior crude oil. But when he fought to protect someone or something, his pure will acted like a filter, purifying the negative energy within the Nine-Tails chakra to some extent. The power he unleashed at this moment, although still violent, had an added resilience and warmth belonging to life at its core. This energy was far superior for nourishing the heart of God compared to the former. The will to protect is the most efficient fast-charging protocol for this power bank. The lightning shadow gave a precise evaluation in her mind. In the end, under Naruto's fearless and frenzied assault, the three elite hidden Jonin were completely overwhelmed by the wave of shadow clones and could not rise again. With the enemies defeated, the strong, while supporting Naruto, also relaxed. The scarlet chakra enveloping him receded like a tide, and hundreds of shadow clones dissipated into white smoke. The immense consumption left him without the strength to stand. Naruto's vision darkened as his body collapsed into the ruins, reverting once more to the frail, ordinary blonde teenager. The lightning shadow sensed Naruto's weakening life signs, feeling no pity in her heart. To her, this was merely the normal recovery period after high power discharging. Every explosion of this kind was a tempering of Naruto's body and will, as well as a crucial step in his deeper integration with the power of the Nine-Tails. Such charging processes would only increase the capacity of this power bank, enhancing its output power. She even began to look forward to the next scene of Naruto fully discharging his power. The lightning shadow's slender fingers tapped gently on the armrest of her kimono. Through this high-quality charging, she made a breakthrough in a research project within the Pure Land of Heart. She had been attempting to fuse her lightning elemental power with the chakra system of this world. Previous attempts to directly merge the Nine-Tails chakra had failed without exception due to fierce rejection by the laws. But this time she injected a strand of her lightning elemental power into the recently absorbed sample of Nine-Tails chakra that had been purified by the will to protect. A marvelous reaction occurred. The fury of the Nine-Tails chakra, under the guidance of the order and laws of the lightning elemental power, did not collapse, but was forcibly restrained and restructured, ultimately producing a brand new force that lay between the two. This power possessed both the annihilation might of lightning and the life essence characteristics of the Nine-Tails chakra. Perhaps this could become one of the cornerstones for my future construction of the Eternal Order. A barely perceptible, extremely subtle curve appeared at the corner of the lightning shadow's mouth. Uzumaki Naruto, this kid is truly my lucky star. Deep underground, far from Konoha village, the air was mixed with the smell of earth and the pungent scent of formaldehyde. This was one of Orochimaru's secret bases, which had now become his hiding place. He leaned against a cold stone experiment table, looking disheveled. His loose clothing was stained with dried blood and dirt, and on his pale face a pair of golden snake-like eyes glimmered with a fire of unwillingness. His hands hung limply at his sides. The Reaper death seal, which had cost him his life, had not completely devoured his soul, but had precisely deprived him of the medium to perform any jutsu. The skin on his arms was dry and blackened, stiff and devoid of life, covered in strange purple markings, marks of death. He tried to move the muscles in his arms to make a simple hand sign, but all he felt was the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart, along with the eerie stillness of his immobile arms. Madness and a thirst for power intertwined in his eyes, settling into a deeper resentment. Teacher Sarutobi, even in death, you leave me such a gift. His voice was hoarse with a texture like grinding stone. Just as weakness and despair were about to consume his rationality, the trifoliate mark of lightning left by the lightning shadow on his chest suddenly burned with a heat that came without warning. Pure and unfamiliar energy surged from the mark, carrying a strong stinging sensation spreading through his entire body along his meridian system. This energy resonated peculiarly with the massive negative emotions that had arisen within him due to his hands being rendered useless: despair, unwillingness, and anger. Orochimaru's body trembled violently. He let out a muffled groan, and his golden snake-like eyes suddenly constricted. He sensed a completely different power. This power flowed through his withered body without causing destruction, instead beginning to nourish the life essence that was on the brink of collapse due to his soul being injured. Even the excruciating pain of his entangled soul due to the Reaper death seal was suppressed and alleviated somewhat. Meanwhile, sitting majestically in a grand chair at the Leaf Village arena, the Refuge lowered his eyelids, his consciousness having long since locked onto Orochimaru deep underground through the Eye of Lightning. In her energy vision, Orochimaru appeared as a massive generator of negative emotions. The despair of losing his hands, the resentment towards the third Hokage, and the anger at his own powerlessness manifested as an invisible black smoke that billowed from him. To mortals, these things were pure poison, but in the eyes of the Refuge, they were high-quality narrative energy. She saw her lightning mark operating efficiently. It was a precise converter that absorbed those black negative emotions, transformed them through complex laws, and then fed back two streams of energy. One stream was a pure narrative energy torrent that could be directly absorbed by her, flowing across space and continuously merging into the divine heart in her chest. The other stream, processed through the lightning mark, contained energy infused with the laws of lightning, which was injected into Orochimaru to maintain the basic operation of this generator. A prime opportunity to harvest. A cold voice echoed in the Refuge's consciousness. She couldn't even be bothered to move a finger, just using a thought. Far below, in the underground base, Orochimaru's lightning mark instantaneously changed its operating mode. The frequency of absorbing negative emotions suddenly accelerated, and the intensity of the nourishing energy fed back to him also increased accordingly. Pain and a glimmer of light were accurately blended together, becoming the most exquisite poison injected into Orochimaru's perception. Orochimaru immediately sensed this subtle change. Whenever his desire for power and obsession with revenge peaked, a tingling burning pain would surge from the mark on his chest, followed by that strange power flooding into his meridians, revitalizing his weakened body and granting a moment of peace to his tormented soul. This sensation was intoxicating. Whenever he was on the brink of despair, that power would emerge, pulling him back from the edge of collapse. The bittersweet mixture of pain made it impossible for him to extricate himself. So that's how it is. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his laughter growing louder until it turned into a maniacal cackle that echoed throughout the vast underground base. He extended his tongue to lick his cracked lips, his eyes alight with the glow of newfound truth. He completely misinterpreted this phenomenon. He believed this was not an external mark, but rather the ultimate pursuit of immortality and truth within himself, triggered by the fusion of the original Hokage's wood cells and the power of the cursed seal. This power was the key he had long sought after leading to the body of immortality. The pain brought by the corpse demon technique, the despair of losing his hands, were merely the credentials to open this door of baptism that must be endured during the evolutionary process. This is the eternal transaction. In the Refuge's consciousness, this definition flowed calmly. She precisely quantified each of Orochimaru's moments of despair and each frantic quest for power as a progress bar for the recovery of her divine heart. This once feared Sannin of Konoha was now her exclusive generator. The more unstable his emotions, the higher the power generation efficiency of this excellent employee. A worker tightly bound to her assembly line, never ceasing his labor. Orochimaru's frenzy was precisely controlled by the Refuge through the lightning mark. He was completely immersed in studying this new power. He flipped through the various forbidden scrolls he had collected, and though he couldn't form seals, he attempted to stimulate and draw out the power of the mark on his chest through understanding the principles of the forbidden techniques. He even began new experiments on his crippled body. Using a scalpel to slice open his skin, observing the new power's healing speed on the wound, injecting toxins into his bloodstream, analyzing the new power's purifying ability. Each act of self-harm brought forth greater despair, leading to more surging feedback of power. He relished it. This power is related to the essence of life. It is repairing my soul's wounds and optimizing my cellular structure. Isn't this the immortality I have been pursuing? Orochimaru murmured to himself, his eyes no longer filled with despair, but rather with the fervor of a scientist and the greed of an ambitious man. The Refuge sensed the increasingly complex energy storm within Orochimaru, which to her eyes appeared as a dynamic picture composed of data. The vitality of the original cells, the Senjutsu chakra of the dragon cave, the wicked power of the cursed seal, and the laws of lightning she infused were undergoing a peculiar fusion in a chaotic yet efficient manner. The narrative energy fed back from the lightning mark was of ever-increasing quality. The Refuge's consciousness sank into the pure land of one mind. Here her divine sense transformed into a purple phantom with a complex energy model suspended before her, representing the energy circulation system within Orochimaru. She reached out her finger, gently tapping on the model, simulating the various possibilities of energy flow. She decided not to intervene more deeply with Orochimaru for the time being. Let him dance upon the wire of pain and frenzy. Only this state of repeatedly leaping between despair could maximize the activation of his potential, providing her with the highest quality narrative energy. This perpetual generator system is indeed alluring. A comment from her past life emerged in the Refuge's consciousness. She even began to seriously consider the feasibility of replicating this generator system onto other high-value targets. For instance, the Jinchuriki Gaara who had just caused chaos in the Konoha Collapse War and was now being taken back by Sunagakure. His inner loneliness, desire for slaughter, and confusion over his own existence were practically 5-star rated fuel. Additionally, there was that old fellow from the root of Konoha Danzo Shimura. His hidden ambitions in darkness, coveting the position of Hokage, and greed for the Uchiha were equally an untapped gold mine. These mortals filled with power, desire, and conspiracy were all her potential energy ATMs. The Refuge began to sketch more refined and concealed energy guiding runes with pure lightning elemental force in the pure land of one mind. She aimed to conduct a remote system optimization for her primary generator, Orochimaru, ensuring this machine could supply energy long-term stably and efficiently rather than breaking down prematurely due to excessive play. The flames of the Konoha destruction plan were forcibly extinguished by the Refuge's world-shattering finger. The battlefield fell into utter silence, broken only by the long shadows cast by shattered walls beneath the setting sun. Kakashi Hitachi lay slumped against a jagged, crumbling wall, its rough stone surface pressing into his back, yet he felt nothing. His once vibrant green flak jacket was now mottled and darkened by dust and dried blood. Slowly, deliberately, he raised a hand and pushed his forehead protector upward, covering the crimson Sharingan eye beneath. The 3 tomo within his eye ceased their slow rotation, but his sclera blazed with blood vessels, betraying profound mental exhaustion. Physical fatigue paled beside the psychic shock he endured. An unfamiliar chill rose from his coccyx, coiling through his mind like smoke. Persistent, inescapable. It was not fear of death, but the visceral tremor of a worldview violently unmoored. Again and again the image replayed in his mind: the Refuge, a woman seated high above all, extending a single finger. No violent chakra convergence. No intricate hand seals. Not even a whisper of killing intent. Then in a soundless flash of violet light, over a dozen enemies, each at least Chunin rank, simply vanished. Not incinerated to ash. Not torn apart by explosive force. Not reduced to dust. Erased, utterly annihilated. His Sharingan had seen it clearly. The very space those shinobi occupied along with their bodies was cleanly excised from existence. Not a drop of blood. Not a single strand of hair. Not even the faintest residue of chakra remained. Exhausting every ounce of knowledge earned as Konoha's foremost technical expert, Kakashi could not begin to decipher the phenomenon. The third Tsuchikige's dust release could disintegrate matter down to the atomic level, but that remained a Kekii Tota rooted in the precise fusion of yin-yang and earth chakra natures, its energy trajectory unmistakably traceable. The Refuge's power, however, left no trail, no process, only consequence. He could assign it to no known category of ninjutsu. It resembled less a technique than the manifestation of a fundamental law, the sovereign decree of a creator deleting its creation. Kakashi, there you are. Thank goodness, you're unharmed. A vibrant voice broke through his reverie. Might Guy strode forward in his signature green spandex, several scrapes marring his arm's thumb, raised high teeth gleaming white in the fading light. Guy. Kakashi's voice emerged hoarse. He managed a faint, weary twist of his lips, but no more. Don't slump your shoulders, my dearest friend. Guy clapped Kakashi hard on the shoulder. True, the third Hokage has fallen and our village lies in ruins. Yet this is precisely when we must pour our youth and passion into rebuilding our home. We must rise stronger. Kakashi watched him in silence. Guy's eyes burned with the same unwavering purity, flames undimmed by doubt. His world was starkly black and white. Where there was passion and perseverance, no obstacle stood unconquerable. But Kakashi's own worldview now bore a deep, jagged fissure. Guy, did you see it? He asked suddenly. See what? My heroic kick that sent several Suna brutes flying. Of course, the iron fist of youth never surrenders. Not that. Kakashi shook his head, gaze drifting involuntarily toward the distant, still-seated figure. The Refuge, when she struck. At the mention of the Refuge, Guy's smile softened slightly. He scratched his head, recalling the moment, and a flicker of genuine confusion crossed his eyes. I saw. She's terrifyingly strong. Strong in a strange, unsettling way. Still she stands with us, doesn't she? That's all that matters. He brushed aside his uncertainty in an instant, fists clenching anew. What matters now is handling what's right before us. Come on, Kakashi, we've got wounded waiting. As Guy turned and hurried toward rescue efforts, Kakashi exhaled, silent and heavy. Perhaps such unadulterated conviction was a kind of power. But Kakashi could not emulate it. He could not ignore a force that defied reason itself. High above the Refuge's lightning perception eye unfolded, a vast invisible net of awareness blanketing the ruins of Konoha. Kakashi and Guy's conversation, their profoundly divergent emotional currents, rippled across her senses as distinct spiritual signatures. Guy's singular, unyielding, youthful fervor yielded simple, robust, narrative energy, abundant and nourishing. Kakashi's turbulent thoughts, laced with dread, disorientation, vigilance, and insatiable inquiry, generated energy far weaker in volume, yet of exceptional refinement and potency. Mortal intellect forever strains to cram the incomprehensible into its narrow cognitive frames, drifted a calm thought through the Refuge's consciousness. Kakashi's Sharingan, famed for perceiving all things, could no more analyze her lightning elemental force than a tribal hunter could grasp the architecture of a microchip. They existed on entirely separate planes. This crushing sense of dimensional inferiority, the very root of his shattered worldview, now compelled him to re-examine every fragment of intelligence on the Refuge. Wave Country, the blade that cleaved sky and earth. The Chunin examines the invisible power that repaired Rock Lee's meridians. And now, this miracle, a single finger erasing over a dozen shinobi. Each time she displayed absolute power transcending the chakra system itself. Her cryptic words, eternity, lightning elemental force, circled his mind like unresolved riddles. A preposterous yet inescapable notion stirred in his heart: was that woman a god? The moment the words surfaced, the Refuge registered the tremor of that thought with perfect precision. Mortal grappling with divinity, their awed doubt and yearning, was to her a uniquely flavored sustenance, even faintly absurd. She sat before them a living deity, yet these mortals needed to piece together her existence from scattered circumstantial traces. It reminded her of simulation games from her past life, watching pixelated avatars debate, are we living inside a program? A strangely delightful irony. Kakashi recalled the Refuge's disdain for the will of fire in the Hokage's office, her scathing critique of Konoha's training system, and her declaration of a new order. At the time he dismissed it as arrogant delusion. Now he wondered perhaps it wasn't arrogance at all, but the preemptive proclamation of a higher being preparing to reshape a backward civilization. The Refuge withdrew most of her perception, leaving only a slender thread fixed upon Kakashi. He was a fascinating specimen. Orochimaru was a madman of life sciences. Kakashi was the master of rules and application. She had already begun designing how to guide him. Let him research. Let him dissect. Let him compare every facet of this world's power systems, Kekkei Gunkai, and political structures. The deeper he probed, the clearer the limitations of the existing order would become, and the more inevitable her eternal order would appear. He would become her finest field researcher, voluntarily gathering exhaustive data on the mortal rules governing this world. Every report he drafted, every internal struggle he endured, would serve as bedrock for her understanding, and for the new order she intended to forge. Her gaze lifted from Kakashi, settling instead on the distant Hokage monument. The third Hokage's visage gazed silently from the cliffside at sunset, while below new life stirred amid the rubble. On the land of my village, smoke and the stench of blood mingled together, lingering for a long time. Among the ruins, the ninjas searching for survivors hurried through, their faces marked by a numb exhaustion. The cries had weakened, and a deeper sorrow enveloped each survivor. The shadow of death had not yet receded, and the dilemma of survival lay before them. In the makeshift Hokage office, a wooden board served as a conference table, the atmosphere oppressive. Advisors Zhuan Qi, Xiaochun, and Mito Min Yin, along with the heads of various departments in my, sat in a circle, each with a grim expression. We must restore the defensive barrier immediately. The leader of the barrier unit slammed his fist on the wooden board, producing a dull thud. Although the main forces of Sunagekure and Otogekure have retreated, who can guarantee they won't make a comeback? The head of the medical department immediately retorted, his voice hoarse. Restore the barrier. Do you have enough manpower? What about supplies? The village is filled with the wounded, and my medical ninjas haven't slept for 3 days. The medical supplies are nearly depleted. If we don't save lives first, even if we defend against the enemy, the village will become an empty grave. A masked Umbu ninja spoke in a deep voice. The Umbu has lost over 60% of its personnel, and our intelligence network is in disarray. We must immediately replenish our ranks, or we'll be blind and deaf. That's easy to say. What about money? Reconstruction costs money, compensation costs money, and buying medicine costs money. The financial ninja lamented as he clutched his hair in despair. The village's treasury was destroyed by Orochimaru. What do we use to fill these holes? The arguments rose and fell, each person standing firm in their position, unwilling to yield. Accusations, complaints, and hidden factional interests made the humble office feel crowded and noisy. Refuge sat in this noisy corner. A luxurious chair, completely out of place in the surroundings, appeared out of thin air. She sat elegantly upon it, her eyes slightly closed. She was invited to the meeting by the 2 advisors, taking on the role of a special advisor that no one dared define or oppose. In her thunder detection eye, the individuals in the conference room were no longer recognizable as specific human forms, but rather as intertwined and twisted lines of energy. The deep red glow representing departmental interests mixed with the dark gray lines of factional strife, and the light blue mist of uncertainty about the future, creating a chaotic and disordered energy field. Mortal politics is truly laughably inefficient. A thought flowed deep within Refuge's consciousness. She did not speak, but her silent presence exuded an invisible pressure. The pressure bore no warmth, yet it gradually made the air in the office heavier. The arguing voices unconsciously quieted down until they finally faded away completely. All eyes, whether bright or dim, focused on that corner. Refuge then slowly opened her eyes, her purple pupils reflecting nothing but a profound void. Reconstruction requires efficiency. Her voice was not loud, her tone flat, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, instantly suppressing the remaining restlessness in the room. Your emotions, positions, and factions hold no value in the face of survival. Order is the only thing we need right now. She stood up, her wide sleeves moving without wind. She walked slowly to the map of my hanging on the wall, the map marred by the scars of battle. I have a few points to propose. She extended a slender pale finger pointing at the center of the map, the former location of the Hokage building. First effective, immediately establish the highest command for reconstruction with me as the commander. Her words plunged the entire office into silence. Everyone held their breath, staring at her in shock. Handing over the lifeline of Mui's reconstruction to an unknown outsider. This was simply unheard of. Xuanqi Xiaochun furrowed her brows, her lips moved as if to say something, but Reiku's indifferent gaze swept over her. In those purple eyes there was no emotion, no warning, and no threat, only a pure, indifferent calm that dismissed everything. Xuanqi Xiaochun felt as if an invisible hand had gripped her throat, leaving her unable to utter a word of her prepared remarks. She vividly recalled the scene where several ninjas turned to ashes in the Chunin exam venue. Reiku's fingers slowly moved across the map. Second, all survivors, whether ninjas or civilians, will be militarily managed according to their residential areas starting now. Food, shelter, and medical resources will be uniformly allocated by the command. All able-bodied adults must unconditionally participate in the reconstruction work. The work will be recorded with contribution points. Contribution points will be your only proof for exchanging all living supplies beyond basic rations. Third, all supplies, including inventory, confiscated items, and all resources for future procurement, must be handed over to the command, uniformly registered and allocated as needed. No one, no family is allowed to hoard supplies. Those who violate this will be treated as traitors to the village. Orders flowed from her lips, cold and harsh, devoid of any human sentiment. There was not a single word of encouragement about the will of fire, no mourning for the deceased, nor any comfort for the villagers. Only absolute rules and unquestionable execution. Right now, the top priority is to restore the village's basic operational functions in the shortest time possible, ensuring that everyone can survive. And not to argue here about who should get more rice. After saying this, she gently flipped her wrist. The light twisted slightly, and a piece of wood shimmering with strange purple patterns along with a completely black metal ingot emitting a chill appeared in her hand. She casually placed these two items on the makeshift wooden table. Thud! The dull sound made everyone's heart skip a beat. The sensing ninjas present immediately detected an overwhelming and unfamiliar energy fluctuation emanating from the two items. This is the first batch of building materials I personally funded and purchased. Reiku's tone remained flat. Use them to repair the Hokage building and the main defense nodes of the village. This is my sincerity. In her consciousness, another thought was crystal clear. Investments that cannot be measured by mortal currency will ultimately return 100-fold or 1,000-fold in the form of plot energy. This chaotic village must be transformed into an efficient energy factory. However, her next words plunged the recently stunned crowd back into astonishment. Regarding the details of the reconstruction, I have some personal requests. Reiku's gaze passed over everyone, as if she could see the area where her apartment was located on the map. My apartment must be prioritized for reconstruction. The wall structure must use this thunder wood as the core framework. The exterior walls must be inlaid with amethyst. The roof must be forged from dark star iron and engraved with energy conduction circuits according to my provided blueprints. The overall architectural style must incorporate elements of purple and lightning. I want a residence that embodies the majesty of eternity. Additionally, she added, the new Hokage building, ninja school, my hospital, and all newly constructed defense towers must reserve energy interfaces connecting to my apartment in their design blueprints. They will form a preliminary natural energy collection network covering the entire village. Silence once again descended upon the office. This time it was not out of fear, but from a complete inability to comprehend. At the critical moment of the village's survival, did you really demand to utilize the highest grade materials to construct a luxurious private residence akin to a palace? And you expect the village's most important public buildings to become mere accessories to your estate? What an absurd notion. Yet this time no one dared to question it. The purple sparks crackling on the thunderwood and the power behind that woman's calm gaze extinguished all opposing thoughts in their nascent stage. The meeting concluded amidst an eerie silence. The advisory group immediately convened an internal meeting with only a few of them present. Absurd. This is utterly ridiculous. Mito Minin finally couldn't hold back, whispering in outrage, what does she want? Does she intend to turn Konoha into her personal palace? Yin, calm down. Shuinai Kokono's face was pale, her voice laden with helplessness. Do we have the capital to refuse right now? Her fingers are sharper than Orochimaru's blade and are already pressed against our throats. A single sentence turned all of Mito Minin's fury into a chilling dread. Jiraiya, who had just returned to the village and listened quietly to the meeting, remained silent against the wall in the corner. He watched the silhouette of the Refuge, leaving her purple form appearing particularly solitary and ominous against the backdrop of the ruins. His former partner Orochimaru sought the ambition of immortality and mastery over all techniques. Though such ambition was mad, it still fell within the realm of understanding. But this woman, her actions, her words about order and eternity completely exceeded the limits of his imagination. She did not intend to win within the rules of this world. She aimed to overturn the entire chessboard and establish her own set of rules. The Refuge stood on a flattened hillside overlooking the village below, which was beginning to take on a semblance of order. Under her command, the chaotic survivors were swiftly reorganized. Reconstruction teams, led by ninjas, were formed equipped with tools and tasks efficiently clearing the ruins. On the bulletin board, rules for obtaining contribution points and a list of material exchanges were posted, drawing countless onlookers. The sky over Konoha was gray, resembling burnt paper money. The atmosphere post-battle was oppressive, with air thick with dust herbs and a faint hint of blood sinking heavily into everyone's hearts. Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes on the white sheets of the hospital bed. The monotonous patterns of the ceiling slowly came into view, and after a long while he sluggishly turned his eyes. The dull pain throughout his body reminded him of everything that had happened. The confrontation with Naruto, the exhausting clash of powers, and the anxiety he felt as he gazed at Naruto from the crowd at the third Hokage's funeral. But none of this compared to the sense of crushed defeat within him at this moment. He had lost. Or rather, it was a draw. Yet to him it felt like defeat. That underachiever, the one who had always followed behind him, had unexpectedly unleashed such terrifying power. And he, with his proud Sharingan and the hard-earned Chidori, appeared laughably weak in front of a true powerhouse like Orochimaru. He closed his eyes, and the scenes from before his unconsciousness surged back. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes, filled with mockery and condescension, easily shattered all his dignity. Your power is still far from enough. Revenge, with your meager strength. Come to me, Sasuke. I will grant you the power to destroy everything. Orochimaru's voice did not feel like a memory, but rather a constant whisper resonating in his ears, laced with a chilling temptation seeping into his mind through the cursed mark on his neck. Sasuke's breathing quickened, the back of his hand gripping the sheets, bulging with veins. Power. He needed power. Not the basics learned in the ninja academy, nor the ninjutsu taught by Kakashi. What he needed was absolute power that could crush everything, power that would allow him to personally twist off that man's head. The flames of revenge burned within his chest, nearly consuming his sanity. He felt like a beast trapped in a cage, frantically clawing at the bars, yet only able to roar in helplessness. The desires of mortals are truly an endless fuel. The Refuge sat in an ornate taisho chair that had appeared out of nowhere within a realm of pure white void, pure land of one mind. Before her, a screen made of purple light clearly displayed the scenes from Sasuke's hospital room, even capturing every instance of his accelerated heartbeat and the fluctuations of chakra, which flickered on the side as data. Her eye of thunder had long since locked onto this mortal seed she had chosen. She could see the desire for power swelling within Sasuke's heart, expanding at an unprecedented speed, like a volcano ready to erupt. This intense emotional fluctuation transformed into pure plot energy through some invisible connection greedily absorbed by the divine heart within her chest. At the same time, she also saw a very obscure line of chakra from deep underground connecting Orochimaru with the cursed mark on Sasuke's neck. Orochimaru was using his crude yet effective methods to constantly provoke Sasuke, attempting to lead him completely into darkness. The Refuge was pleased with the results of this dual stimulus. Every struggle of Sasuke, every longing for power was charging her divine heart. Orochimaru's temptation was a catalyst for his inner darkness, while Naruto's growth served as an accelerator for his unwillingness to fall behind. Now the time was almost ripe. On the hospital bed, Sasuke's body trembled slightly due to his inner struggle. The cursed mark began to heat up, a cold, sinister power climbing up his meridians, attempting to completely occupy his body and will. He saw visions, the blood-red moon of the Uchiha massacre night, and the cold gaze of that man. Give up, accept this power, and you shall attain everything you desire. The voice echoed once more, filled with seduction. Just as Sasuke's will was about to be consumed by this darkness, a completely different sensation surged violently from his chest. It was a power that was pure, vast, and carried a sense of transcendence. It was neither as cold as the cursed mark, nor as violent as the Nine-Tails chakra. It flowed like the streams thawing in early spring, clear and powerful, gently coursing through his chakra pathways, soothing the pain caused by the cursed mark. His agitated heart felt as though it had been infused with a drop of clear spring water, granting a moment of peace. That power contained no evil intent, nor any whisper of temptation. It simply existed, strong and vibrant, as if demonstrating to him a possibility entirely different from the curse mark. This power is different from the curse mark. Sasuke suddenly sat up from the bed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He lowered his head to look at his chest, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. He could distinctly sense that the source of this power resided within his own body. It was not external, yet felt so unfamiliar. It seemed to communicate to him in a higher dimensional language. There is more than one path to power. Beside the shortcut to the abyss, there was also a staircase leading to the heavens. In the pure land of one mind, the Refuge's spectral figure extended a slender finger and lightly tapped the energy model before her. The energy output power of the seed of thunder within Sasuke was precisely reduced by 3%. She did not stop Orochimaru's temptation. For this temptation was the best nourishment to stimulate Sasuke's growth. What she sought was not a pure and flawless saint, but a quality asset that could erupt with maximum plot energy through repeated struggles between light and darkness. At the most critical moment for Sasuke, she merely provided him with a hint, allowing him to see another choice. To let him choose for himself. In the underground base, Orochimaru, who had just injected himself with a nutrient serum, suddenly narrowed his golden serpent-like eyes. Through the spiritual coordinates left by the curse seal core, he clearly sensed the abnormality within Sasuke. The cold power of the curse seal encountered a strong resistance just as it was about to completely take control of Sasuke's will. It was a force that carried the essence of lightning, pure and profound. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue, licking the corner of his mouth, revealing an expression of extreme excitement. The power of the curse seal is actually stimulating a deeper layer of power hidden within his bloodline. This body is even more perfect than I had anticipated, truly worthy of the Uchiha clan's genius. He completely misunderstood the existence of the Seed of Thunder. He thinks this is an awakening of Sasuke's potential, that the curse seal is the key to unlocking a deeper door within the treasure trove that is Uchiha Sasuke. He felt a frenzy of pride for his masterpiece. He believed that what he created for Sasuke was the best vessel capable of continuous evolution, absorbing pain and hatred and converting it into power. The cognitive biases of mortals truly serve as my greatest aid. A fleeting thought passed through the consciousness of the Refuge, carrying a hint of barely perceptible delight. Orochimaru's misunderstanding was the most perfect part of her plan. He would work even harder to cultivate Sasuke, using all means to tempt and torment him. Everything he did would only lead Sasuke to a clearer understanding of the difference between the Seed of Thunder and the Curse Seal, allowing him to contribute unparalleled plot energy in the choice between two paths. At the same time, Orochimaru's actions provided a perfect cover for the growth of the Seed of Thunder. The Refuge's gaze pierced through the void, landing back in that small hospital room. Sasuke still sat on the bed, his head bowed, bangs obscuring his eyes, making it impossible to discern his expression. His left hand caressed the ominous curse seal on his neck, while his right hand pressed against his chest, feeling the crisp and dignified power of thunder. In the ruins of Konoha village, the reconstruction work was proceeding in an orderly manner. The contribution point system devised by the Refuge integrated the labor of all survivors in a cold manner, achieving astonishing efficiency in clearing debris and repairing buildings. Naruto did not notice any of this. The funeral of the third Hokage had passed, but the weight of that loss still pressed heavily upon his chest. The silent and painful back of Sasuke in the hospital room felt like a needle constantly pricking at his nerves. After visiting Sasuke and Kakashi at the hospital each day, he would dive into the 7th training ground in the back mountains until he exhausted the last bit of his energy. I must become stronger, not to prove anything to anyone, but to have enough power the next time to protect those I care about. Breathing heavily, Naruto clung awkwardly to the trunk of a large tree dozens of meters high. Sweat soaked his orange jacket, gathering along his jawline before dripping down and creating a small pit in the dirt below. Climbing trees, the most basic exercise of chakra control. This technique, which did not pose a challenge for most genin, was exceptionally difficult for him. The chakra of the 9 tails within him was too vast, and any slight miscalculation in output would lead to a loss of control. Damn it. Once more, he growled, reallocating his chakra, carefully controlling the output, attempting to move upward a small step. In the moment his foot lifted, the solid bark he had been stepping on suddenly felt as if it were coated with an invisible oil, causing the chakra's adhesion to vanish into thin air. Wah! The sensation of weightlessness hit him, and Naruto let out a scream, flailing his limbs in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He covered his backside as he got up, confusion written all over his face. He looked up at the spot he had just been in, completely unable to comprehend why the bark had suddenly slipped. At the same time, in the center of Konoha village, on the top floor of the Refuge residence, a grand structure that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding temporary buildings, reconstruction work was being prioritized here. The Refuge sat in a temporarily moved recliner, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea. In her line of sight, a purple light curtain, invisible to others, hung in the air, clearly projecting the scene of Naruto falling with his 4 limbs in the training ground. This device numbered Naruto is a power bank with a huge battery capacity, but extremely unstable output. In the consciousness of the Refuge, the voice of the 28-year-old man from a past life was analyzing in product manager jargon. The built-in operating system version is too low, failing to manage even the most basic energy consumption, with a waste rate exceeding 90%. Through the eye of lightning detection, she could clearly see the energy flow within Naruto's body. The chakra of the 9 tails, unusually active due to his belief in protection, was crashing around due to its master's poor control, with a large amount of energy wasted in ineffective meridian circulation. Naruto's pure belief is a fine catalyst, but his barbaric training method is wasting precious energy. He can no longer grow so wildly. A system-level optimization must be performed to initiate the intelligent charging protocol. The Refuge set down her teacup and slowly extended a finger. Of course, she wouldn't personally go guide Naruto, as that would be beneath her divine status and could easily expose her intentions. What she needed to do was to subtly guide him like a deity. A stream of purple lightning, elemental force finer than hair, overflowed from her fingertip, then decomposed into billions of smaller units, quietly merging into the air, the wind, and every inch of space around the 7th training ground. These lightning elemental forces precisely programmed by her acted like countless micro-artificial intelligences beginning to alter the training environment around Naruto. On the training ground, the unyielding Naruto charged once more toward the large tree. This time he felt something different. The chakra within him was still difficult to control, but during its flow there was a subtle feeling of resistance. Whenever the chakra was on the verge of losing control, a slight sting would arise at a specific node in the meridians, forcing him subconsciously to contract the chakra's output. This process was painful, but that pain made his perception of chakra exceptionally clear. This is it. I seem to have grasped a little feeling. A look of uncontainable surprise emerged on Naruto's face, and his steps became steady. Step by step, he was actually walking steadily up the trunk. Just as he was about to reach the top of the tree, feeling a sense of triumph, a few drops of morning dew suddenly condensed on a branch above him and splashed down onto his eyelid. In the instant his vision was obstructed, his foot instinctively halted, interrupting the stable output of chakra. Immediately, a faint electric current traveled down the damp trunk to his feet, sending a jolt through his body. Ah, it's happening again. A familiar cry of agony once again pierced the tranquil silence of the training ground. Atop the residence of Raiden, she lifted her teacup and gently blew across its steaming surface. His comprehension is adequate, but his temperament remains unsteady. He requires further tempering, echoed a cold, detached voice within her mind, the voice of the lightning general. Within her perception, every shift in Naruto's emotional arc, from failure to elation, then from elation to bitter frustration, generated a surge of exceptionally refined narrative energy. This energy was silently drawn in by collectors she had discreetly deployed around him, then channeled through an invisible conduit into the divine core nestled at her chest. The faster Naruto progressed, and the more violently his emotions surged, the greater the yield of energy she harvested. She named this system the Intelligent Charging Protocol, whose essence distilled to a single principle grind. She would continually introduce minor incidents into Naruto's training. For instance, as he practiced walking on water, a subtle vortex would suddenly rise beneath his feet, disrupting the precise chakra adhesion required. When he practiced throwing kunai, a gust of wind would strike from the most improbable angle, just enough to alter their trajectory. Even during late-night exhaustion, as he sat on the training ground's edge slurping instant ramen, a hairline fissure in a disposable wooden chopstick would render him unable to lift the noodles, forcing him to refine his finger control to microscopic precision. Each incident was calibrated with surgical precision, its intensity and timing flawlessly balanced. It challenged him sufficiently to compel deeper awareness and mastery over his own power, yet never plunged him into utter despair, always leaving a sliver of hope, a tangible glimpse of progress. Half a month later, Naruto lay sprawled on the grass, his chest heaving with ragged breaths. For 14 days straight, misfortune had dogged his training. Fresh bruises bloomed across his body, but he felt unmistakably that he had grown stronger. He could now navigate a treacherous forest blindfolded, dodging inexplicably falling boulders and tripping vines, while simultaneously affixing chakra with flawless precision to any surface he willed. His command over the Ninetales chakra had ascended to an entirely new level. Unaware of the true source behind this transformation, he attributed his growth solely to sweat, perseverance, and the unwavering resolve to protect his comrades. His heart swelled with quiet, unshakable momentum. Rising from the grass, he clenched his fist and fixed his gaze toward the direction of Konoha Hospital. Wait for me, Sasuke. I will grow stronger, stronger than ever, until I can tear you away from that monster. Reconstruction at Konoha never ceased, day or night. The rhythmic clang of hammers and shouted orders forming the somber symphony of a village rising from ruin. In stark contrast to the clamor beyond, the temporary Hokage office hung in profound stillness, so silent one could hear only the muffled cadence of restrained breathing. The tea on the desk had long gone cold, untouched. At one side of the negotiation table sat the two elder advisors, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado, rigid and solemn. Beside them, Shikaku Nara reclined in his chair, hands folded over his abdomen, eyes half-lidded, as if dozing. Opposite them sat the Suna delegation, led by Baki. Their postures were stiff, collars damp with unspoken tension. We reiterate, Suna was also a victim, Baki rasped, licking his cracked lips. Orochimaru deceived us. Our former Kazekage perished, our village lies grievously wounded. Konoha's proposed reparations are simply beyond our capacity. He had recited this same argument for 3 days straight. The Kazekage's death. Shikaku Nara finally opened his eyes, languid, emotionless, merely stating fact. According to intelligence received, the body of the fourth Kazekage Raza was discovered by your shinobi only after the Konoha crush plan had already been set in motion. That means throughout both the planning and execution phases you obeyed commands issued by an imposter. He tapped once on the table, a soft resonant tap, to draw blades against an ally, and failed to discern whether your commander was real or false. Lord Baki, is this not a dereliction of duty that Suna's leadership cannot evade? Baki's face turned ashen. Shikaku's words carried no heat, yet they stripped Suna's final defense bare. The claim of being a victim crumbled before the undeniable reality of negligence. One Suna delegate blurted out, but our losses are real. Our village. Then how shall we quantify the third Hokage's sacrifice? Hamura interjected icily. Or the shinobi Konoha lost. or the homes reduced to rubble? Who bears responsibility for those losses? Silence descended once more, thick, suffocating. Then with a faint creak the office door swung inward. All eyes snapped toward the intrusion. A figure stepped calmly into the room. She wore an opulent purple kimono, wide sleeves swayed softly with each measured step. Her features were exquisitely carved, utterly expressionless. Her presence rendered the makeshift chamber, cobbled together from planks and canvas, suddenly crude and shabby. It was the Refuge. Konoha's two elder advisors tightened their brows almost imperceptibly. The Suna delegation collectively tensed breath, held in unison. The Refuge acknowledged no one, not the negotiators, not either side. She strode directly to a corner where inexplicably an antique armchair now stood. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she seated herself in serene silence, like a dispassionate observer. Mortal negotiations, tedious and inefficient. Within her mind, the voice of the transmigrator coolly assessed the unfolding scene. Her lightning perception, I had already mapped the emotional state of every soul present. From Suna's delegation, resentment, shame, resistance, to the reparations, all registered as distinct data streams. Yet the strongest signal, the purest, most potent, was their deep-rooted fear of her. That fear was in truth the linchpin of this entire negotiation. As the Refuge settled into her seat, a bead of cold sweat traced Baki's temple. An unprecedented pressure pressed upon him, not from words or action, but from her mere motionless presence. The atmosphere itself had transformed. Koharu and Hamura exchanged a glance, and remained silent. They had been invited by the Refuge to observe. She claimed she wished to witness how Konoha would restore order, but her true intent remained inscrutable. One Suna shinobi seemed poised for a final protest, mouth parting to reiterate Suna's plight. The cost of wrongdoing shall be borne solely by the wrongdoer. A clear glacial voice cut through the air, soft, yet carrying to every ear. It was the Refuge speaking. Her tone held no inflection, no warmth, merely the calm articulation of an immutable law. The temperature in the office seemed to drop another degree. Chaos demands order as its price. Suna village, you now stand at a threshold. Your choice will determine your village's survival. She spoke with placid certainty, yet to Baki and his delegation her words resonated like a final, irrevocable judgment. The Refuge slowly raised his right hand, his long pale finger gently tapping the air before him. There was neither sound nor light. Yet at that moment, all the battle-hardened ninjas in the room felt a subtle sting on their skin. The dust swirling in the air abruptly froze for an instant. The cup of iced tea on the table rippled slightly for no apparent reason. A shiver driven by the instinct of life surged from Maki's tailbone up his neck. He suddenly recalled the scene from the Chunin exam venue where those sound and sand ninjas were turned to dust in this incomprehensible silence. It was not a ninjutsu, it was a higher-level authority that erased existence. The fear of the unknown is the most efficient means of communication. The Refuge concluded in his heart, arguing is pointless. It is enough to make them remember the touch of death. Maki's lips began to tremble. He wanted to say something, but found that his throat felt like it was gripped by an invisible hand, unable to produce any sound. The several sannin behind him turned pale as paper, their gazes fixed firmly on the ground before them, not daring to lift their heads in the slightest. All excuses, resentments, and hopes crumbled in that moment. Before the overwhelming power that could easily decide their fates, any words were superfluous. Finally, with trembling hands, Maki pulled out a scroll from his bosom. He stood up, walked to the center of the negotiation table, bent down, and respectfully presented the scroll. He lowered his head deeply, no longer daring to lift it. The Sand Village accepts all conditions proposed by Konoha. His voice was shaky, filled with humiliation and despair. The negotiation was over. After the Sand delegation left in a daze, the Refuge could distinctly feel a vast and complex plot energy surge into her divine heart. It was mixed with the humiliation and fear from the Sand side, as well as the long-suppressed resentment from Konoha that had found its way to release. A bountiful harvest. Nara Shikaku exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of the woman in the corner, his expression complex to the extreme. This woman solved the problem that had troubled the high-ranking officials of Konoha for days, with just 2 sentences and 1 gesture. Her methods had completely transcended the realm of diplomacy and politics. She was setting the rules. The Refuge stood up, disregarding the complex gazes behind her. Her consciousness was already immersed in planning the gains from this encounter. The astronomical compensation from the Sand Village could be transformed into a large amount of eternal gold needed for purchasing and remodeling special materials for her eternal abode. And the high-quality plot energy just harvested could further repair her damaged divine core. Both the material foundation and her own strength would progress in parallel. Her fingers tapped gently under her wide sleeves, her mind already beginning to conceive the next step of the plan. In this negotiation, she had planted the seed of fear in the hearts of the Sand higher-ups. And this seed would become an excellent springboard for her to interfere in the internal affairs of the Sand Village. For instance, that Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Gaara. That child's heart was filled with the loneliness of being despised, a thirst for slaughter, and confusion about his own existence. If she could, under the guise of post-war humanitarian aid, have Konoha's medical ninjas approach him, and then find an opportunity to plan a mark of lightning on him. The Sand delegation had signed that nearly land-giving agreement laden with humiliation and fear. As Maki and his group left unsteadily, the air in the office finally loosened a little. Finally resolved. Tezuki Kamaki exhaled, rubbing her tightly pressed temples, her gaze directed towards the woman in the corner who had maintained an elegant sitting posture throughout. Narashikaku said nothing, only watching the Refuge's silhouette, his gaze deeper in thought than before. This woman's existence had completely shattered the long-standing power balance in Konoha and even the entire ninja world. She didn't reason, nor did she play games, as she simply displayed strength and then set rules. This method was crude, direct, yet effective enough to send a chill down one's spine. The Refuge ignored the complex gazes behind her, stood up, and with her wide purple sleeves sweeping through an arc, walked straight out of the office. For her, a low-level political negotiation had come to an end. It was time to turn her gaze towards deeper, more interesting realms. The compensation from the sand can be used to upgrade my abode, initially constructing an energy collection network covering the entire village. The recently harvested fear and release mixed plot energy was of quite good quality, advancing the repair progress of the divine heart. The Refuge's consciousness was conducting a review and planning. Next, the power vacuum within Konoha will be the real grand drama. The death of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was not just the end of an era, but felt like a critical gear had been pried loose from a precisely functioning machine. The machine did not stop immediately, but the internal transmission structure had begun to emit a strained creaking sound. For some hiding in the shadows, that sound was the most beautiful music in the world. Konoha underground. The cold and damp air was permeated with a strange mixture of disinfectant and soil. There was no sunlight here, only the flickering shadows cast by torches burning on the walls, distorting people's silhouettes. Shimura Danzo sat upright in a stone chair, his bandaged right face revealing no expression, while his exposed left eye was murky and deep with no bottom in sight. The position of Hokage cannot be left vacant for a day. His voice was hoarse and dry. Jiraiya is too carefree and not fit for the responsibilities. Tsunade is also lost in gambling far away from home. The village is now in turmoil, in need of a strong leader. Before him, two ninjas wearing faceless masks knelt on one knee. They bore no signs of life, only the lifelessness of tools. We have already dispatched additional personnel, as per your instructions, conducting round-the-clock surveillance on the woman known as the Refuge. Danzo responded with a sound from his nasal cavity. The source of that woman's power must be investigated. She is like an uncontrollable bomb placed within the village, making me uneasy. Find her weaknesses, or find a way to eliminate her completely. Understood. The two ninjas swayed slightly, blending into the darkness, disappearing silently. Danzo slowly stood up and walked to a row of glass jars soaked in green nutrient solution. Inside the jars, crimson Sharingan eyes floated quietly in the liquid. His palm pressed against the cold glass jar, feeling the chilling power emanating from the Uchiha. The position of Hokage must be mine. He muttered to himself, the desire for power evident in his eyes. Only I can lead Konoha to true strength. For this, any sacrifice is necessary. His chakra surged violently due to this twisted ambition, a decaying energy mixed with greed and jealousy, thick and filthy. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Thunder Shadow residence under reconstruction, Lei Ying leisurely sat on a newly delivered reclining chair made of thunderwood. Her eyes were half closed, as if she were taking a brief nap, yet her consciousness had long enveloped the entire Konohagakure through the Thunder Eye. Just moments ago, a unique energy fluctuation became particularly clear in the darkness, catching her attention. Oh, isn't this the ambitious brand energy from Uncle Snake? In Lei Ying's consciousness, the voice of her past self echoed, filled with the joy of discovering a new toy, dark, twisted, and carrying a hint of an old man's stench. Yes, it must be Shimura Danzo. In her perception through the Thunder Eye, Danzo's greed for power was like a kilowatt spotlight in the night, impossible to ignore. His chakra fluctuations were stagnant and foul, yet the negative emotional energy contained within was exceptionally dense. Mortal schemes are always filled with calculations and betrayals. Another cold voice belonging to Raiden Shogun resonated deep within her consciousness, laced with disdain. To her, such lowly politics that sacrificed the village's interests for personal gain was an insult to the very concept of order. Immediately after, she sensed several well-concealed chakras cautiously approaching her location. The owners of those chakras moved silently, suppressing their presence to the extreme, making it difficult for any sensory-type ninja to detect them. However, under the observation of the Thunder Eye, these so-called root elites appeared as if they were running naked in front of an infrared camera, while wearing invisibility cloaks. Their movement trajectories, chakra frequencies, and even their accelerated heartbeats due to nervousness were clearly presented to Lei Ying's consciousness in a stream of data. Here they come, the sixth team is starting to work. Lei Ying's male consciousness commented eagerly, trying to pry into the secrets of the divine. This is simply delivering KPIs to me on a silver platter. She could clearly see Danzo observing everything from his underground base through some secret technique. The hidden wariness and desire for control beneath his cold exterior intertwined, concealing an undeniable greed, forming a high-quality plot energy that was continuously absorbed by her. Foolish mortals. The voice of Raiden Shogun remained cold. Lei Ying found it somewhat amusing. These mortals believed they could control everything, yet they were oblivious to the fact that their every move had long fallen under the gaze of the divine. She made no response, allowing the several root ninjas to set up various reconnaissance jutsu and surveillance devices around her residence. These low-dimensional tactics could not penetrate even the natural lightning element field emanating from her body. She had even placed Danzo on her list of high-value targets right after Orochimaru. Orochimaru is a perpetual motion machine of biological technology, while Danzo is the plot engine of political schemes. Lei Ying clearly defined him in her mind. He will be my best living tool to understand the darkness within Konoha and personally stir this murky water. Sure enough, not long after her thunder, I captured Danzo, leaving his base, beginning secret contact with the elder advisors Uzumaki Koharu and Midokado Hamura. In another concealed room, Danzo's hoarse voice echoed, "We are all deeply saddened by Hiruzen's death, but the village cannot stagnate." Uzumaki Koharu frowned. "Danzo, what are you trying to say?" "The selection of the Hokage. Danzo was straightforward, Jiraiya is unreliable, and Tsunade is a joke. Now the village is in turmoil, with that mysterious thunder shadow eyeing us greedily from the outside, and internal fears running rampant. We need someone with an iron fist to stabilize the situation." He paused, letting his words ferment in the hearts of his former companions. Each of his persuasion attempts, every test, and each secret meeting with the heads of other clans were laid bare under Lei Ying's perception. The power struggles among these mortals, filled with suspicion, alliances, and betrayals, provided her with a rich variety of continuous plot energy. Lei Ying's consciousness sank into the pure land of one heart. In this space of consciousness, she began high-speed simulations based on Danzo's behavioral patterns. She simulated Danzo's political machinations, as well as the potential chaos he might incite in the village to seize the position of Hokage. The results were quite satisfactory. Although Danzo's actions were evil, he acted like a stirring stick, greatly stimulating the internal conflicts of Konoha, bringing the struggles between various factions to the surface, thus generating more plot energy than the current period of peaceful reconstruction. Chaos is the breeding ground of order, Lei Ying summarized in her mind. She decided not to directly intervene in Danzo's actions for the time being. Let him continue to shine and heat, stirring the waters of Konoha even murkier. She had even begun to contemplate what kind of divine form she should take when the time was right, at the peak of Danzo's conspiracy and the utmost chaos in Konoha, to descend and utterly shatter his schemes. In the hospital ward of Konoha, the smell of disinfectant was pungent. Uchiha Sasuke sat by the window with his back to the door. The moonlight filtered through the glass, casting a pale spot of light on him, stretching his shadow long. The images of the inconclusive duel in the arena, the cold body of the third Hokage, and the village reduced to ruins flashed alternately in his mind. All of it converged into a suffocating conclusion. He was still too weak. Weakness was the original sin. "Do you want power, Sasuke?" A cold, hoarse voice seeped from the curse mark beneath the skin on the back of his neck. This voice whispered in his mind day and night. "Come to me. I can give you the power of vengeance, enough to destroy that man's power." It was Orochimaru. Sasuke's hand formed into a fist, his nails digging painfully into his palm. He yearned for power, a desire that burned like fire within his very core. But upon thinking of Orochimaru, of that evil, slimy figure who would stop at nothing, he felt a wave of physiological disgust wash over him. He reached for a kunai on the shelf. The cold metal spread through his palm, slightly settling his chaotic thoughts. The blade of the kunai reflected his face, and in his dark eyes, 3 tomos spun uncontrollably, filled with confusion. Should he remain in Konoha, continuing this predictable training? Or should he follow Orochimaru and step onto that shortcut into darkness? Both paths seemed unable to fill the void in his heart, nor could they extinguish the deep-seated hatred he harbored for Uchiha Itachi. Just as Sasuke's reason was about to be consumed by the flames of revenge, in the center of Konoha, the towering Refuge's residence opened its eyes. Within her eye of Raiden, the scene in Sasuke's hospital room was vividly visible, his intense mental state resembling a report on the verge of completion, with all data reaching their peak. Asset number: Sasuke, emotional fluctuations have reached a critical point. The Refuge's male consciousness calmly analyzed. The desire for power has overwhelmed reason, while the disdain for Orochimaru provides a counteracting force. The timing is perfect. It's time for the guidance of the divine. What she aimed to offer was a third option, one that surpassed Orochimaru and also transcended Konoha. The confusion of mortals is an opportunity for divine guidance. The cold voice of the Electro General echoed in her consciousness. The Refuge sat upright in her chair, elegantly extending a finger to gently tap the air before her. The action was soundless, the fingertip devoid of light. An invisible, intangible spiritual link laden with vast streams of information pierced through the barriers of physical space, knocking upon the deepest recesses of Sasuke's consciousness. In the hospital room, Sasuke's body jolted violently. He felt as if his brain had been struck by an invisible hammer, the entire world spinning with a cacophony of static ringing in his ears. Immediately after, a pure message devoid of any language or imagery forcefully flooded into his mind. It was vast, pure, carrying an absolute order and majesty akin to the movement of stars. It bore no trace of malevolence, yet emanated a powerful aura of overseeing all life and controlling everything. At the core of the message lay 2 words: eternity. Transcending birth, aging, sickness, and death, transcending emotional shackles, transcending all mundane eternity. What is this? Sasuke's pupils abruptly constricted as the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly, attempting to decipher the enormous information that had suddenly intruded. Two streaks of blood tears slid down the corners of his eyes. He instantly recognized that this power shared the same origin as the seed of Raiden in his chest, yet its aura was magnitudes greater than that emitted by the seed of Raiden. If the seed of Raiden was a single seed, then what he felt at this moment was an infinite forest composed of countless towering trees. He could not comprehend the full meaning of eternity, but he could clearly sense that pure unadulterated power was sufficient to help him achieve all his goals. Revenge in the face of such power appeared trivial. Within the pure land of one's heart, the Refuge perspective acted like a supreme observer, meticulously monitoring every fluctuation of Sasuke's spirit. She watched as Sasuke's Sharingan wept blood from information overload as his breathing shifted from rapid to erratic, and observed the fierce clash between the black flame, representing revenge, and the purple light representing eternity deep within his heart. I cannot directly promise him power. That is the method of lowly demons. The Refuge's consciousness began to operate. What I must give him is a choice, a contract. Let him seek it himself, understand it himself, and ultimately walk the path I have laid out for him. This eternal pact is fundamentally guidance, not a bestowal. At that moment, far away in the secret base of Otogakure, Orochimaru sensed the anomaly within Sasuke through the connection of the cursed seal. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips, a glimmer of confusion and excitement flashing in his eyes. He could feel that the chakra fluctuations within Sasuke had become exceptionally intense. However, unlike the violent chill during the cursed seal's activation, this time, within Sasuke's chakra, there was an additional pure and resilient power, almost as if it were actively purifying and guiding the energy of the cursed seal. Truly deserving of the vessel I chose. Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. It seems my provocation has worked. He began to actively understand and integrate the power of the cursed seal. This speed of evolution is simply marvelous. He attributed all of this to the cursed seal he had planted and Sasuke's unparalleled talent. The arrogance of mortals truly serves as the best disguise for the divine. Within the Refuge's residence, a hint of satisfaction flickered through her consciousness. Orochimaru's misjudgment was the most perfect part of her plan. This would make the existence of the seed of Raiden even more concealed and provide a reasonable external explanation for Sasuke's forthcoming evolution. She had already planted a seed named Eternity within Sasuke's heart. This seed would intertwine, entangle, and struggle with Orochimaru's cursed seal power, ultimately bearing the fruit she desired. In the hospital room, Sasuke tightly gripped the kunai, the metallic edges digging painfully into his palm. His heart was more unsettled than ever. Orochimaru offered a dark shortcut to revenge, efficient and direct. Meanwhile, the mysterious whisper from eternity unveiled a path that was grander, yet more unknown. The temptation of power, the thirst for revenge, the bonds of companionship, and the curiosity and yearning for eternity clashed fiercely in his mind, each collision generating vast and pure spiritual energy. In the deep of night, silence enveloped everything. A shadow flashed out of the window of Konoha Hospital, landing soundlessly. It was Uchiha Sasuke. He did not look back, nor did he have any lingering attachments. The reconstructing streets rushed beneath his feet, and eventually his figure vanished into a tranquil bamboo grove at the edge of the village. This was a place he occasionally visited with his brother during his childhood. Sasuke sat cross-legged, embedding the kunai he always carried in the earth before him, then closed his eyes. His heart had already made a choice. Orochimaru's power was filled with evil and control, a narrow bridge leading to the abyss. In contrast, the mysterious eternal pact, though unknown, radiated a pure, vast, almost law-like power that drew him closer to the ultimate state he sought. He wanted to respond to the call from the seed of Raiden. Come forth, he whispered in his heart. His spirit sank deeply into his body as he actively guided the cold energy of the cursed seal at his neck. The black patterns began to writhe on their own, quickly spreading from his neck, crawling across one side of his body. A brutal, cold power rampaged within him, attempting to completely devour his reason. Almost simultaneously, he also sent a strong call towards the dormant seed of thunder in his chest. As if responding to his plea, a pure purple lightning erupted explosively from his chest. Two completely different forces instantaneously clashed within his body, resulting in a fierce conflict. The power of the black cursed seal was like a cold venom attempting to corrode every cell in his body. The purple lightning element, on the other hand, carried the majesty of judging all things, aiming to incinerate all impurities. Sasuke's body became the battlefield for these two forces. Ugh! Ow! The excruciating pain instantly penetrated his limbs and bones. One force sought to tear his flesh apart, while the other aimed to incinerate his bones. His meridians were fracturing inch by inch under the onslaught of these two powers. Sasuke let out a suppressed roar, his body trembling violently from the pain, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. Within the one heart pure land, the thunder eye of Lightning Shadow was closely monitoring every change within Sasuke's body with millisecond precision. She could see the evil power of the cursed seal frantically eroding Sasuke's cells, while the lightning element power erupting from the seed of thunder violently resisted and eradicated this erosion. This process was lethal for a mortal's body. Sasuke's pain, his struggle, his desire for power and his will to survive mixed together, transforming into a vast plot energy that surged into Lightning Shadow's divine heart. The limits of mortals can be infinitely surpassed under the guidance of divinity. This was the critical moment of Sasuke's transformation and the best time for her to perform the surgery. Within Lightning Shadow's dwelling, she slowly raised her right hand, her slender index finger gently tapping in the air, an elegant motion as if brushing away a speck of dust. A thread of purple divine power finer than spider silk escaped from her fingertip, disregarding the distance of space, instantly penetrating into Sasuke's body in the bamboo forest. This thread of divine power did not directly participate in the battle, but transformed into countless subtle runes inscribing themselves onto the nodes of Sasuke's meridians, forcibly rewriting the energy laws within him. It intervened in the war between the cursed seal power and the seed of thunder, no longer allowing them to simply oppose and obliterate each other, but rather to decompose, purify, and reorganize. The will and evil aura belonging to Orochimaru within the cursed seal were instantly erased and decomposed by this higher dimensional power. Meanwhile, the portion of immortal technique power inherent in the cursed seal originating from the Cho clan was completely stripped away and scattered into the most primitive units of energy. Then, under the guidance of the lightning element power laws, this energy was forcibly formatted and gradually fed to the seed of thunder. In the bamboo forest, Sasuke's roar gradually subsided. He could feel the intense pain within him diminishing, replaced by an indescribable tingling sensation as countless tiny currents repaired and transformed his body. The black cursed seal patterns which had been clawing and writhing on his skin began to flicker, rapidly dimming and brightening, until finally, starting from the edges, they gradually transformed into black light spots dissipating into the air. In their place, pure purple lightning patterns filled with a sense of order emerged. These patterns spread from his chest along his arms and spine, outlining intricate and mysterious designs before finally vanishing beneath his skin. At this moment, his chakra circulatory system underwent a qualitative transformation. The meridians were widened and strengthened. Flowing within them was no longer mere chakra, but a new power infused with the laws of lightning. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes wide, exhaling a long breath filled with electric sparks. In his eyes, the three tamo of his Sharingan continued to rotate slowly, but the base color of his pupils was now shrouded in a deep purple lightning glow. This is power. He looked down at his hands, slowly clenching his fists. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his limbs and bones. Every cell in his body was bursting with explosive vitality. The new energy within him flowed smoothly, like an extension of his will. He lifted his head. The world was completely reconstructed in his perception. The air was no longer void, but filled with countless flickering minute electric charge light points. He leaned in to listen. Above the sounds of wind and insects, there was the sound of liquid flowing within the bamboo, accompanied by a faint electric current hissing. His perception even extended beneath the ground, where an ant was crawling in its nest dozens of meters away. The static electric field generated by its antennae rubbing against the soil formed a clear image in his mind. His sensory ability had been geometrically enhanced due to this rebirth of thunder. Sasuke extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. "Chidori," he called out in a low voice. No running start, no hand signs. A deep purple lightning light gathered and compressed in his palm, devoid of the piercing shriek of Chidori. Only a dull rumble of thunder echoed in his hand, filled with destructive majesty. This power was far more potent than the Chidori he had wielded before. Within Lightning Shadow's dwelling, she sensed the complete awakening of the power within Sasuke, along with an unprecedented surge of plot energy. This energy was filled with rebirth, breakthroughs, and the subversion of the old power system, reaching an extraordinary quality. The dim crystal of her divine heart in her chest was rapidly repaired and filled under the wash of this energy, bursting forth with unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the entire one heart pure land into a pure purple daylight. Sasuke's awakening this time was a crucial step in his complete integration into her eternal order system. He would become her representative in this mortal world, a walking son of thunder. Lightning Shadow's slender fingers gently tapped on the thunderous wooden armrest. Sasuke's rebirth of thunder, he has obtained power beyond the original narrative and the relationship with Naruto, the mentor-disciple bond with Kakashi, and his fateful confrontation with Uchiha Itachi will all undergo unpredictable changes. This deviation from the original trajectory of the plot will trigger a series of chain reactions. Each reaction signifies richer and larger plot energy. Orochimaru, when you see your long-desired Sasuke again, I wonder what kind of wonderful expression it will be. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes. The entire world was redefined in his vision. The air was no longer hollow. Countless minute vibrant points of electric light filled every inch of space. In the bamboo forest, every bamboo leaf and every segment emitted a faint biological electric field unique to itself. As the wind brushed against the leaves, the static electricity generated from the friction intertwined in his perception, forming a silent tide of electric light. He tilted his ear, and all his senses quieted down. The sounds of the wind and the chirping of insects still existed, yet they were pushed to the edges of his consciousness, becoming mere background noise. Deeper and more subtle sounds surged into his brain. Inside the bamboo, the sap flowed slowly through the vascular bundles, producing a sound accompanied by a faint electric crackle. His perception disregarded the barrier of the soil penetrating directly dozens of meters underground. An ant moved in its distant nest, its 6 legs rubbing against the dry soil, its antennae gently touching its companions. The changes in the generated electric field constructed a clear, three-dimensional outline in his mind. This was not the inside of the Sharingan, nor was it any perceptual technique within the ninja system. It was a brand new all-encompassing cognitive approach based on electromagnetism and energy. This feeling was unfamiliar. He felt completely severed from his past self who relied on sight and hearing. Yet he was not only unrepulsed, but also fascinated by it. This was the rebirth brought to him by the fusion of the seed of lightning and the cursed seal. A power system belonging to a higher echelon forcibly elevated his mortal body to an entirely new dimension. Sasuke focused his mind. A scene of Kakashi teaching him about chakra nature transformation flashed through his mind. He instinctively wanted to raise his hand to form seals, but his fingers twitched and then stopped. The complicated gestures from the past seemed primitive and inefficient in the face of this new power system. He simply needed to think. A strand of deep purple lightning leaped from the tip of his outstretched index finger. It did not emit a crisp sound. Instead, there was a dull, buzzing the sound coming from a distant void. This lightning was no longer as fleeting as the lightning release converted from chakra, but rather solid and pure, carrying an undeniable majesty. Sasuke could clearly feel that this small strand of lightning contained a terrifying power capable of piercing through thick steel plates. He slowly extended his right hand, fingers spread apart, palm facing up. He wanted to confirm whether this power was truly under his control. Chidori, he whispered in a voice only he could hear. There was no speed boost from a running start, no chakra flow guided by seals, and certainly no piercing cries of 1,000 birds. A deep purple lightning ball the size of a basketball formed, gathered, and compressed in his palm. Inside the lightning ball, countless tiny purple electric snakes rolled, collided, and vanished, giving birth to a minuscule storm cloud of lightning compressed to its utmost limits in his hand. He did not feel any heat or numbness, only a sense of absolute control over this power. The surrounding air was visibly distorted by this force. Even the moonlight could not penetrate normally. He clearly judged that this power was enough to easily pierce through any form of defense known to him, including Gaara's indestructible sand armor. Sasuke's gaze turned to a large rock several meters high not far away. It was the target he practiced shuriken techniques on during his childhood, covered in numerous old scratches. He gently waved his wrist, not using all his strength, just casually pushing the purple lightning ball out of his palm. After leaving his hand, the lightning ball made no sound of breaking through the air. It floated forward at a steady pace like a weightless phantom, imprinting onto the hard surface of the large rock. There was no earth-shattering crash, no splintering of rocks. The surface of the rock rippled like a calm water surface disturbed by a thrown stone, creating a circle of purple ripples. Those ripples quickly spread, covering the entire rock. Immediately after, this massive object several meters high was penetrated by an invisible force from within, completely disintegrating its fundamental material structure. Right before Sasuke's eyes, it silently and swiftly transformed into a fine gray powder. The evening breeze blew, scattering the powder gently into the air. In its place was left a perfectly flat imprint matching the outline of the bottom of the large rock, as if that rock had never existed. Sasuke looked at his right hand, his eyes filled with uncontrollable shock. This was not destruction. This was decomposition. It was erasure. Just as he was immersed in the overwhelming feeling brought by this newfound power, his body suddenly tensed, without warning, every muscle instantly stiffening. A cold, indifferent gaze devoid of any emotion crossed vast distances, penetrating the bamboo forest's barriers, and accurately landed upon him. The newly awakened perception of lightning issued a sharp alarm at that moment. In his perceptual world, a thick purple energy pillar, unimaginably massive, projected from the top of the bizarre purple palace, rising in the center of Konoha, locking onto him firmly. Before this gaze, the surging lightning power awakened within him was weak to the point of insignificance. All his actions, all his thoughts were completely seen through by this gaze, leaving no room for escape. He could neither resist nor evade, nor could he even muster the thought to move a finger. This was a form of absolute suppression from a higher order of existence. He could only passively accept this scrutiny from the deity. The shock in his heart was quickly replaced by a stronger sense of reverence and yearning. This was true power. This was the eternity he should pursue. The gaze did not linger for long, merely sweeping over him, as if confirming the state of the power within him before quietly retreating. Sasuke relaxed all over, and then realized that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Almost simultaneously, his newly awakened perception caught onto new movements. In another direction of the village, two weak, yet familiar chakra fluctuations were rapidly approaching him. He did not even need to look with his eyes. He could immediately discern their identities through the flow patterns and intensity of their chakra. It was Kakashi and Naruto. Sasuke's eyes instantly turned cold. He glanced at the ground before him, which had turned to powder, and then looked up toward the direction of the purple palace. Bonds and friendship would only become obstacles in his pursuit of power. He retracted all the newly awakened power within him. The purple lightning patterns flowing beneath his skin quickly faded away. His figure swayed slightly in place, transforming into a blurred afterimage, silently vanishing into the depths of the shadowy bamboo forest. In his place, only a ground covered in decomposed stone powder remained glinting coldly under the moonlight. Moments later, Sasuke, are you here? Naruto's loud voice shattered the tranquility of the bamboo forest as he and Kakashi hurriedly arrived here. Damn it, he got away again. Naruto looked around, only seeing the empty clearing in the forest, and angrily kicked a nearby bamboo. Kakashi paid him no mind, his gaze immediately drawn to the fine stone powder on the ground. In the air, a chillingly unfamiliar lightning attribute energy lingered, sending shivers down his spine. The nature of this energy was profound and pure, carrying a contradictory sense of destruction and rebirth. Kakashi slowly crouched down the three tomo of his Sharingan, rapidly spinning, trying to analyze the residual energy. He extended his gloved finger to pick up a bit of the stone powder on the ground. The powder was as fine as flour. With a gentle rub on his fingertip, it completely dispersed. His gaze swept around. The ground was level without explosive craters, and the nearby bamboo and grass showed no signs of damage from shockwaves. Kakashi stood up, and beneath the mask his Sharingan revealed a serious expression. This is not Sasuke's Chidori. What do you mean it's not Sasuke's Chidori? Kakashi-sensei, where on earth did that guy go? Naruto anxiously paced in circles, his voice sounding particularly jarring in the quiet bamboo forest. Kakashi ignored his shouting, still crouched on the ground, his crimson Sharingan meticulously observing every detail of the scene. His gaze swept over the stone powder on the ground, glanced at the intact bamboo surrounding him, and finally settled on the invisible remnants of energy lingering in the air. In the vision of his Sharingan, countless pale purple light points floated in this space. After a long while, Kakashi stood up and spoke to Naruto, who was still searching around. Naruto, look here. He pointed at the uniformly spread stone powder on the ground. This is not destruction, it is decomposition. Naruto scratched his head, looking confused. Decomposition? What does that mean? Kakashi's tone turned unusually serious as he pointed at the surrounding bamboo and grass, guiding Naruto's gaze. You see, the surrounding vegetation shows no signs of being affected by any shockwave. If this were an explosion, even a small one would leave traces. But there are none here. He paused, then pointed back to the ground. More importantly, that massive rock seems to have vanished into thin air, leaving not even a decent crater. Naruto leaned in to take a closer look, still unable to discern anything. However, he could distinctly feel that the lingering aura in the air made the Nine-Tails chakra within him instinctively uneasy and restless. Kakashi slowly closed his Sharingan, conserving the little remaining ocular power. In his ordinary black pupil, the deep shadows of the bamboo were reflected, yet his mind uncontrollably conjured the scene from the Chunin exam venue. The woman who called herself Refuge casually raised a finger and gently tapped. Dozens of trained sound and sand ninjas in the midst of a dead silence, along with the weapons in their hands, turned into nothingness, completely erased from this world. No explosion, no sound, not even a trace of energy release. Just like the scene before him. Identical. Kakashi murmured softly, a voice only he could hear. This power that directly decomposes matter into fundamental particles. Kakashi-sensei, what are you talking about? Naruto, unable to hear, clearly leaned in to ask. Kakashi did not respond. He merely raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of bamboo, looking towards the center of the village. There, a strange building completely unrelated to the style of Konoha, radiating a faint purple glow, was already taking shape, standing out remarkably in the night. He turned to face Naruto, his expression gravely serious. Naruto, Sasuke may have come into contact with a power we cannot comprehend. He extended his hand, pointing toward the purple structure. And I may have encountered the source of this power before. Naruto looked in the direction Kakashi was pointing and only saw a peculiar house, completely unable to grasp the meaning behind Kakashi's words. Yet in Kakashi's mind, the indifferent, stunning face of the Refuge perfectly overlapped with the scene now reduced to powder before him. A horrifying hypothesis formed in his heart. Sasuke's disappearance, along with this bizarre transformation of power he was undergoing, was undoubtedly connected to that self-proclaimed Refuge. Did she find Sasuke? Or did Sasuke seek her out? What exactly did she do to Sasuke? He patted Naruto's shoulder, applying pressure to bring the dazed boy back to his senses. Naruto listened, his tone unprecedentedly serious. Do not speak of anything you saw here today to anyone, including Sakura. Why? Naruto asked, puzzled. There's no reason. This is an order. Kakashi's gaze brooked no argument. I will investigate. Interfering before you possess sufficient power will only endanger you. A long-forgotten sense of helplessness surged in Kakashi's heart. His Sharingan, known as the eye that could see through all ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, felt so pale in the face of that nearly rule-like power. It could perceive the remnants of energy, but could not decipher their composition. It could see through the flow of chakra, yet could not fathom that authority seemingly from another dimension. This was a gap that hard work or talent could no longer bridge. Late at night, most of Konoha was still immersed in the post-war silence and the chaos of rebuilding. A shadow like a ghost merging into the night stealthily navigated beneath the shadows of buildings, avoiding all patrolling Umbu, eventually stopping at the periphery of the Refuge residence under construction. It was Hitachi Kakashi. He hid in the canopy of a large tree, watching the purple palace bathed in moonlight from a distance. The entire structure was made of a previously unheard-of material that emitted light on its own thunder wood and amethyst. It resembled not a residence, but a temple descending from another world. Kakashi's Sharingan could see the thin natural energy in the surrounding air being drawn in by an invisible force slowly and continuously converging towards that palace. It resembled a silent living behemoth quietly breathing and accumulating power. Kakashi held his breath, suppressing his presence to the limit, merely observing from afar with his Sharingan. Suddenly a wave of heart-pounding dread freezing his very soul struck him without warning. This was not a warning of being discovered, but a higher level of perception. It felt as if all his probing actions were already anticipated by the other party. He was merely following the script they had written, arriving at this point. His prying had already been detected. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He struggled to lift his head, looking towards the top of the residence. There behind a window that was not lit was a pitch-black void. Naruto plunged onto the bed surrounded by discarded instant noodle containers, a sour scent permeating the air. He did not turn on the lights. The moonlight seeped through the window, casting a cold white patch on the floor. In his mind, Kakashi's words from the bamboo forest echoed incessantly. A power we cannot comprehend. Each word stirred his anxiety, tightening his chest. Why? Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, the pain unable to quell the surging anger within. It was Sasuke again. Why was it always him? Since childhood, he was the center of attention, a genius with the Sharingan. Meanwhile, he was just a nobody, treated like a monster by the entire village. He had worked tirelessly thinking he could catch up to Sasuke, but in the blink of an eye Sasuke mastered the kind of power that even Kakashi Sensei called incomprehensible. Unwillingness, jealousy, anger. Various emotions collided in his chest, and the nine-tails chakra within him stirred a wave of malicious, heated energy coursing chaotically through his meridians. Damn it! Naruto suddenly sprang up from the bed, punching the wall behind him. I absolutely will not lose to you. Sasuke, I will become stronger than you and bring you back myself. The next day before dawn, Naruto was already at the 7th training ground, beginning his most rigorous training yet. Climbing trees, walking on water. This was the foundation of chakra control, and he needed to refine this foundation to perfection. He gathered chakra at the soles of his feet, took a deep breath, and charged toward the straight trunk of a tree. 1 step, 2 steps. Just when he thought he could stabilize himself, this time the chakra output from his feet suddenly faltered, and the adhesive force vanished. Smack! He crashed heavily to the ground, drenched in cold dew and wet mud. Damn it! Again. He got back up and charged again. Once, twice, 10 times. The more anxious he became, the more chaotic his chakra control turned. He fell from the trunk time and again, accumulating new bruises, and his clean clothes became caked with mud. Unbeknownst to him, far above where his gaze could reach, a pair of purple eyes calmly observed everything. Inside the Refuge residence. Before a huge floor-to-ceiling window, the Refuge reclined in her lightning wood chair. In the air before her, a real-time image composed of countless purple data streams vividly displayed Naruto's every move in the training ground. This was the observation perspective of the Raiden Eye. Perfect emotional fluctuations. Jealousy, anger, unwillingness. Mixed with a determination to protect comrades and an obsession with power. These complex and intense emotions are truly the most efficient fuel, and the refined mental energy is of exceptionally high quality. Increase the resistance. The Refuge's thoughts shifted slightly. Around the 7th training ground, the ubiquitous natural energy was subtly stirred by her while forming an invisible domain that precisely enveloped the area where Naruto was. Just as Naruto was preparing to charge again, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The chakra flowing within him suddenly became sluggish, as if something was sticking to it. Every slight movement felt several times more laborious, and the chakra output from his feet grew dull. What's going on? He shouted, his indomitable spirit ignited. The greater the resistance he felt in his body, the stronger his will to resist became. I cannot possibly lose here. He unleashed more chakra, forcefully resisting the invisible resistance, charging at the tree trunk again and again. Failure, falls. Get up, charge. In this cycle of exceeding limits and failure, Naruto's spirit was repeatedly compressed. His perception, unbeknownst to him, was sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Suddenly he felt it. Beyond the familiar warm chakra within him, it seemed that another completely different energy existed in the surrounding air, the ground beneath his feet, and the trees beside him. It was everywhere, gentle, yet permeated the world without beginning or end. The invisible force that hindered him seemed to be composed of this energy. What is this? Just as he divided his attention to try and touch this wondrous energy, an incoherent fluctuation occurred in his chakra control. His ankle twisted unexpectedly. Oh! He cried out, losing his balance and falling from the half-height tree trunk once more. This was the Refuge's precise intervention. The timing was just right, allowing him to touch the threshold of sage art and interrupting him with a failure before he could delve deeper, pushing his emotions back to a peak of agitation and unwillingness. Huff! Huff! Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat mixed with dirt made him look utterly disheveled. But this time there was no anger in his eyes. Instead, deep confusion and a hint of uncontrollable excitement took its place. What was that just now? Feeling? He did not notice that throughout the entire intense fluctuation of his emotions, streams of pure mental energy were continuously drawn from him, traversing a great distance to converge into the mysterious palace at the center of the village. The purple light within the heart of God brightened yet again. After resting for a moment, Naruto sprang up from the ground. This time he did not recklessly charge at the large tree. He closed his eyes, no longer thinking of Sasuke or that damned feeling of helplessness. He focused entirely, trying to recall that wondrous sensation of touching another kind of energy. He slowly extended his hand, as if trying to touch an invisible presence in the air. That different energy. Just as he was about to sink back into that mysterious state. Bang! A dull sound erupted, and a cloud of white smoke exploded before him. A toad holding a large scroll appeared in front of him. Immediately after, a familiar and carefree voice came from the toad's mouth. Naruto, stop training and come with me. Naruto stood frozen in place, staring at the serious-looking toad, holding a massive scroll in its mouth, momentarily unable to react amidst the irritation of having his training interrupted. He was all too familiar with Jiraiya's voice. As the white smoke dissipated, the scroll fell to the ground, and the toad let out a short, abrupt rib bit before vanishing in another puff of smoke. Pervy sage. Naruto looked around in suspicion. The training ground was empty, with no one else in sight besides himself. What kind of entrance was it to convey a message through a summoning beast? His anger had not yet subsided, and he was left bewildered by this abrupt and nonsensical action. Nevertheless, he bent down to pick up the scroll from the ground and hastily untied the straps. There were no words on the scroll, only a hasty drawing of a map with a thick black cross marking the destination at the village's main gate. Next to the map, there was a crude drawing of a bun skewed and emitting a few wisps of steam. Naruto pouted. It felt like they were treating him like a 3-year-old. However, the pent-up frustration in his chest indeed needed an outlet. He had many questions for Jiraiya, the most pressing of which was how he could catch up to that guy Sasuke. He carelessly rolled up the scroll and stuffed it into his clothes, casting one last glance at the large tree that had caused him to fall for half the morning before turning and running towards the village entrance. He did not notice that after his departure, the subtle heaviness in the air surrounding the training ground quietly dissipated, returning to normal. As night deepened, the moonlight flowed like water. Most of the areas in Konoha were still shrouded in the dust and silence of post-war reconstruction. The broken rooftops and makeshift scaffolding cast jagged shadows in the moonlight. The only exception was the very center of the village. There, a towering structure emanated a faint purple light, tinting the surrounding night sky with a layer of mysterious color. Asuma Sarutobi stood at a distance on the roof of an unrenovated building, the cigarette in his mouth flickering in the night wind. His gaze was fixed intently on the already completed Refuge residence. The lines of the entire structure were cold and sharp, devoid of any curvature, presenting a deep purple hue, as if carved from a single massive piece of amethyst. It contrasted starkly with the style of any building in Konoha, lacking the traditional eaves and brackets of the land of fire, devoid of any trace of earthly warmth. It resembled a fortress that had descended from the heavens, silently standing there, its very existence exuding a wordless pressure. This thing has transcended the realm of architecture. A voice came from behind him, carrying a tone that seemed uniquely disinterested in everything. Nara Shikamaru had appeared there at some point, hands shoved in his pockets, also gazing up at the colossal structure. My father said the wood used to build it is called Raime wood. Initially, the village organized civilians to chop down and transport it from designated forests. However, merely approaching those trees filled the surrounding air with electric charge, resulting in several workers getting electrocuted. Later, Lord Refuge sent her people to take over, and no further incidents occurred. I've heard about that. And those black metals are the foundation of the building. He pointed with his chin at the base of the structure, where interwoven black metal structures resembling beast bones could be seen. Choji's father, Akimichi Choza, tried using multiplication techniques on it. He struck it with all his might, and not a single scratch was left on it. It's called Ansiki iron. Asuma had witnessed the construction process firsthand. Those massive Raime woods and Ansiki iron, each weighing several tons, required no scaffolding or hoisting equipment. Workers merely needed to transport the materials to designated areas, and an invisible force would lift them, installing them with millimeter precision, fitting perfectly into place. The entire process was chillingly efficient, devoid of any superfluous movements nor the noise and shouting typical of construction sites, only a mechanical and precise silence. The contribution point system. Shikamaru's gaze appeared particularly profound in the night. He shifted the topic, but Asuma knew these two matters were intrinsically linked. It replaced the so-called will of fire with absolute benefits and strict regulations. Although the villagers don't say it aloud, no one can refuse. Tasks, resources, ninja techniques, scrolls, even what level of medical ninja you need for treatment after getting injured, all are tied to contribution points. I heard my father say that behind this system lies a calculation method he, as the head of the Jonin class, cannot fully comprehend. It can accurately assess the risks and values of each task and calculate each person's labor output. Lord Refuge is fundamentally hollowing out everything we are familiar with and then recasting her own rules. Asuma's gaze slowly shifted from the overall structure to the details of the wall. In the cold moonlight, he saw the smooth mirror-like surface of the purple wall covered with countless complex runes that he could not comprehend. Those runes were not static in the moonlight, they seemed to flow slowly, as if alive. He could distinctly feel that these runes were constantly drawing some energy from the air, making the entire building resemble a colossal beast that was slowly breathing. Even his own chakra began to feel sluggish within the building's radiation range, as if it were trapped in a viscous quagmire. This is not a residence. Asuma removed the half-burned cigarette from his lips, forcibly extinguishing it between his fingers. The sparks flickered in the night wind, and his expression became extremely serious. This is a fortress, or rather, an altar. He gazed at the silent purple palace, a ridiculous, yet overwhelmingly real, thought rising within him. She has built a divine nation for herself at the center of Konoha. No sooner had he spoken than an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! All the runes on the surface of the massive purple structure suddenly lit up without warning in that instant. The dazzling purple light transformed the building into a purple sun, descending upon the earth, instantly illuminating the night sky of Konoha as bright as day. Following that, a visible, dense purple energy beam shot up from the top of the building, tearing through the sky and penetrating the clouds, soaring into the heavens. At that moment, all the ninjas still active in Konoha stopped their movements, gazing in shock towards the center of the village. Within the Hyuga clan's territory, a patrolling clan ninja activated his Byakugan and stared in horror at the direction of the beam, veins bulging in his eyes as two streams of blood tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Natural energy. The entire village. No, the entire eastern region of the Fire Country's geological veins and the natural energy in the air are all frantically converging in that direction. In the underground insect nest of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Shiki's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that the parasitic insects his clan treated as life were anxiously scurrying around in their lair, emitting a series of buzzing sounds representing extreme fear, and even began to violently attack their containers, trying to burrow deeper into the ground. At the training ground of the Inuzuka clan, all the ninja dogs tucked their tails and crouched low to the ground, emitting low, mournful howls in the direction of the purple beam. After the beam reached its peak, it did not dissipate. It paused momentarily in the sky, then like a celestial river reversing its flow slowly and orderly descended, completely merging into the purple building. When the last wisp of purple light vanished, the entire structure returned to its previous tranquility, but the luminous aura on its surface seemed even deeper and more restrained than before, as if it contained a starry sky within. All the ninjas in Konoha could distinctly feel that the turbulent energy flow in the air had calmed down. In the eternal abode at the top level, in the center of a vast hall that resembled a divine palace in the sea of stars, Laying sat cross-legged. She slowly opened her eyes, and within her purple pupils reflected the luminous flow of countless runes. She could clearly see an invisible web woven from energy, which had this abode at its core, covering the entire Konoha. Every activation of energy nodes, every connection of lines was entirely under her control. The flow of the earth veins, the breath of the air, the trajectory of the wind, the changes of light and shadow, and even the emotional fluctuations emitted unconsciously by every living being were all monitored by this network, transformed into the most basic data streams, flooding into her perception. The first phase, the basic server architecture, has been completed. The main city map has loaded and the NPC database is connected in real time. Next, it's time to fill in the content and release the first expansion. A barely noticeable smile tugged at the corners of Lei Ying's mouth. First phase complete. In the Hokage office, the air was stifling like the sea before a storm. Around the newly replaced table sat 4 people. Jiraiya had just returned to the village, looking travel-worn and frowning deeply. Opposite him were Konoha's 2 elder advisors, Tokashino and Mito Minyan. Both had serious expressions, their fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a bothersome sound. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure sat at the side, uninvited. Shimura Danzo, with his right eye and arm heavily bandaged, revealing only a lifeless left eye that emanated a chill more sinister than a venomous snake. In the center of the table lay a document. It was the preliminary report just submitted by Hitachi Kakashi regarding the abnormal power fluctuations of Uchiha Sasuke. The silence was shattered by a hoarse voice. Jiraiya Danzo began, his voice scraping like rusty metal. Is this the Konoha under your supervision? The remnants of Uchiha have gained power of unknown origin, and you plan to take away the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails without consequence. His single eye fixed on Jiraiya filled with questioning and aggression. Jiraiya's brow furrowed even deeper. He disliked such occasions, and even more so dealing with Danzo. The nature of that power has yet to be determined, but Kakashi's report states clearly that it is a higher-level lightning technique, pure, yet not malevolent. I countered gravely, and how does this relate to my training Naruto? It relates immensely. Tokashino forcefully rapped the table, her aged face filled with urgency. Jiraiya, right now the village is in disarray, and that woman who calls herself Lei Ying is sitting in the center of the village. Her power is a complete mystery, and her intentions are utterly unclear. Now that brat from Uchiha is clearly entangled with her. Konoha needs a strong and stabilizing Hokage, not a vagabond who is always out collecting materials with his mind nowhere near the village. Mito Minyan nodded in agreement, his attitude already quite clear. The plot thickened. Danzo's intentions were laid bare in that moment. He sought to use Sasuke's situation to unite the two advisors, denying Jiraiya's qualification to inherit the position of 5th Hokage, paving the way for his own ascension. In the pure land of one heart that they could not perceive, Lei Ying was watching all of this with great interest. A clear image materialized in the void before her, depicting the scene in the Hokage office. Every person's expression, each quickening heartbeat, and every emotional fluctuation transformed into streams of different colored data. The energy emanating from Danzo was the most intense, a dark red energy mingled with ambition, greed, and jealousy. The two elders were a fluctuating grayish yellow representing their worries and conservatism. Jiraiya, however, radiated a blue hue of helplessness and irritation. This pure mental energy was drawn by an invisible force flowing into the divine heart within Lei Ying's chest, making the purple crystal glow even brighter. What a delightful little theater, remarked Lei Ying's male consciousness. This old man is truly an excellent catalyst for drama, always creating conflict to push the plot forward. In the office, Jiraiya remained silent for a moment. He looked at the desire-filled face of Danzo, then glanced at the two advisors driven by fear and anxiety, and suddenly laughed. That laughter contained a hint of self-deprecation and a sense of understanding. A strong Hokage. He leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands. Danzo, do you think there is anyone in Konoha now who is tougher than that laying lady in the center of the village? He pointed towards the window where the purple structure was clearly visible even in daylight. She sits there overlooking the entire village. Do you think she wouldn't notice your little maneuvers and your self-righteous political schemes? Jiraiya's words fell like a bucket of cold water on the three of them. Tokishino and Mito minions' faces instantly turned somewhat grim. They instinctively avoided this fact. Before absolute power, any political maneuvering appeared pale and ridiculous. A glimmer of malice crossed Danzo's single eye. Jiraiya stood up, looking down at them. I have never been interested in the position of Hokage. But Naruto, I must take him away. This is the responsibility entrusted to me by my teacher and his wife before their passing. He said this and turned away, walking straight towards the door without looking back at the three ashen faces. Stop! Danzo shouted. You are evading your responsibilities. Jiraiya's footsteps did not pause at all. He simply waved his hand, without turning back, his figure disappearing outside the door. Inside the office, only a deathly silence remained. Danzo watched Jiraiya's disappearing figure, his bandaged right arm's fist cracking ominously. Foolish. Naive fool. He cursed inwardly. In his eyes, Jiraiya was handing over the future of the entire village to an unknown woman. He was about to rise and say something to the two advisors to solidify his advantage. Suddenly, a shadowy figure silently appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee. It was a root ninja wearing a mask, and his arrival went unnoticed even by Tokishino and Mito minion, who were also from Miyambu. Lord Danzo. The root shinobi's voice was low and devoid of emotion. Lord Orochimaru has sent an encrypted message concerning Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo's body stiffened, the cold, calculating glint in his solitary eye flared suddenly into a searing, incandescent light. Orochimaru. He whirled sharply, locking eyes with the two elders, a silent, commanding gesture. Koho Yutane and Hamura Mitokado exchanged a fleeting glance, then rose in unison and withdrew from the office without a word, closing the door softly behind them. Only Danzo and the root shinobi remained within the chamber. Speak. Danzo's voice was taut, thick with suppressed urgency. Inuzuka Kiba dragged his weary body, shouldering a massive beam, laboriously making his way through the ruins. Every muscle ached and fatigue seeped into the cracks of his bones. Beside him, Akamaru weakly howled, twice his steps somewhat unsteady. Kiba impatiently replied to his companion, the white mist of his breath distinctly visible in the cold morning air. Just finish moving these 10 beams, and the contribution points will be enough to exchange for that Thunder Beast food pill. Yin Yushino beside him pushed up his sunglasses and spoke calmly. He was holding a stack of relatively light wooden boards with a parasitic bug quietly lurking in his collar. Though the contribution point system is efficient, your chakra consumption is nearing its limit. He looked around at his companions who used to joke during their downtime on missions, now silently toiling away. Whether ninja or civilian, they all shared the same gleam in their eyes, a yearning for contribution points. The warmth of camaraderie that once existed among companions was becoming thin under this cold calculation. Kiba gasped for breath, dropping the heavy beam with a thud at the designated pile, raising a cloud of dust. There's no other way. He wiped the sweat and dust from his face, pointing to a newly constructed building bustling with people in the distance. Haven't you seen the effects of those food pills? Even the Akiyama secret medicine from Choji's family can't compare. After Akamaru eats it, his size and strength will increase significantly. This is much faster than any brank mission in terms of earning money. What he was pointing at was the Resource Exchange Center. That place was jointly managed by a part of Konoha's logistical ninjas and more expressionless civilian personnel sent by the Refuge. In front of the building hung a massive display screen, cold numbers scrolling across it, showcasing a variety of enticing resources from specially made ninja tools, rare herbs, to ninjutsu scrolls of various attributes, and even some formations that teams dreamed of. Behind each item was a string of numbers representing their price, contribution points. After half an hour, Kiba finally completed his quota. He dragged his nearly collapsing body with Akamaru to queue at the exchange center. When his turn came, he swiped his ninja headband across a terminal at the counter. With a soft beep, the small screen before him displayed his current balance of contribution points. A long string of numbers represented the blood, sweat, and sleepless nights he and Akamaru endured hauling debris and constructing frameworks. Without hesitation, he selected the icon for the Thunder Beast food pill on the screen. In the next second, his contribution point balance instantly hit 0. Kiba's heart jolted painfully, a wave of anguish washing over him. That feeling was more hollow than exhausting his chakra after a high-intensity mission. An expressionless civilian worker retrieved a small metal bottle from the shelf behind and handed it to him. After receiving the food pill, Kiba couldn't care for himself any longer. He immediately twisted off the bottle cap and poured out a black-purple pill that faintly crackled with electricity, feeding it to Akamaru. Akamaru swallowed it in one gulp. A remarkable scene unfolded. The previously listless Akamaru's fur suddenly stood on end, tiny purple arcs crackling across his white coat. His body swelled visibly, muscle definition becoming more pronounced, and the exhaustion in his eyes vanished, replaced by a fervent fighting spirit. A woo! Akamaru threw his head back and let out a powerful roar, the sound waves even stirring the dust off the ground. Kiba felt the incredible vitality radiating from Akamaru, his expression complex. He reached out to pet Akamaru's head. The electric-like sensation and the explosive power beneath his hand confirmed that this transaction was worth every bit. He was being changed by this system, and Konoha was also changing. He could not resist. To grow stronger, to make his companions strong, he could only run desperately like a donkey lured by a dangling carrot. Kiba put away the food pill, preparing to leave with Akamaru in search of a place to rest properly. At that moment, the massive main screen at the exchange center suddenly cleared, all the resource listings replaced by a new piece of information marked in striking red font. S-Rank Long-Term Mission Name Light of Dawn Mission Content. Explore, collect, and submit all valid information regarding members of the Akatsuki organization, appearance, abilities, bases, action patterns, etc. Based on the value of the intelligence, contribution points will be settled in a lump sum or in batches. Mission reward starting from 1000 points, with no upper limit. Publisher Refuge. A series of zeros dazzled the eyes of all the ninjas present. 100,000 points. That was enough to exchange for several rank ninjutsu or upgrade the entire team's equipment. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into an uncontrollable buzz. All the ninjas who saw this mission gasped in shock. Akatsuki. This name existed in legends and high-level warnings for most ninjas. Now the Refuge was actually using it as a target, openly publishing it before everyone. 100,000 contribution points. Kiba's voice was dry, and he could barely hear his own whisper. Beside him, Akamaru's muscles, which had swelled from the Thunder Beast food pill, quivered slightly, a restrained roar emanating from deep within his throat, the newly birthed strength igniting his fighting spirit, while simultaneously stirring an instinctual fear of the unknown dangers. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into chaos. This is insane. The one who issued the mission must be crazy. That's Akatsuki. An experienced-looking middle-aged jonin instinctively touched the ninja tool pouch at his waist, which now seemed laughable in the face of 100,000 contribution points. A single member can annihilate a small ninja village. This is sending us to our deaths. Another younger ninja turned pale, his legs trembling. But, starting from 100,000 points with no upper limit. From the crowd, a voice echoed, filled with irresistible temptation. As long as we can bring back even a shred of information, it would be enough for our team to exchange for top-tier equipment. We might even exchange for that brank water release scroll. He endeavored to dispel the distractions in his mind, refraining from thoughts of Sasuke and the damned disparity in power. Initially, he felt nothing. Only the sound of the wind, the chirping of birds in the forest, and his slightly hurried heartbeat from exhaustion filled the air. He grew a bit impatient, wanting to open his eyes and declare that this was a complete waste of time. But in that fleeting moment of mental emptiness, a peculiar sensation emerged from the edges of his perception. It was the feeling he had briefly touched upon during his countless falls from the trees in the 7th training ground. An omnipresent energy, gentle and vast, permeated the heavens and earth. It was not chakra devoid of aggression and attributes, it simply existed. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, his blue pupils filled with astonishment. I can feel it, just like when I trained in the village. There is another kind of energy in the air. The sensation of being hindered by an invisible force and the sluggish flow of chakra vividly resurfaced in his memory. So this is what had been obstructing him. A glimmer of unmasked approval flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, even accompanied by a hint of surprise. It seems you've already brushed against that door without even realizing it. He stood up from the branch, his expression growing more solemn. That energy, we call it natural energy. It exists among all things in the world, and is one of the foundations that constitute this realm. He paused, allowing Naruto time to digest this statement before dropping a weightier piece of information. To absorb this omnipresent natural energy into your body and perfectly fuse it with your own spiritual energy and physical energy to form a new, stronger chakra technique is called senjutsu. Senjutsu. The word struck Naruto's ears, causing his heart to leap and his blood to race. This sounded like precisely what he had longed for. Senjutsu. He leapt from the branch, his body swaying in his excitement. If I learn senjutsu, can I defeat Sasuke? Can I bring him back? The power of senjutsu far exceeds your imagination. but it is not a fighting skill that can be mastered overnight. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's eyes, which gleamed with impatience, his tone growing heavier. To master Senjutsu, the most important aspect is not how great your talent is or how vast your chakra is. He extended a finger and pointed to Naruto's forehead. It is here. It is the calm of the heart. Jiraiya spoke slowly and deliberately. You must learn to quiet yourself to the point where you can hear the voice of nature, to feel it, and to merge with it rather than oppose it or command it. The more anxious you are, the more aggressive you become, the easier it is for the overwhelming natural energy to engulf you in return. The consequence is to become an immovable stone forever. Every word he spoke felt like ice, striking Naruto's fiery heart and cooling him from head to toe. Calm. He mulled over the word. For him, this was more daunting than facing 100 foes hidden. Just thinking of Sasuke of being left far behind made it impossible for him to find calm. Exactly. Jiraiya saw through his thoughts. He pulled out a massive scroll from his robe and unfurled it on the branch. It bore an incredibly intricate pattern, its edges filled with names written in blood, the very summoning contract of the Toad clan. Let's go. I've already spoken with the Toad sages. Whether you can learn it depends on your own fortune. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals with both hands, then pressed down forcefully at the center of the scroll. Your training in Senjutsu will take place at one of the 3 great sage locations, Myaboku Mountain. Reverse summoning jutsu. With a resounding boom, a thick white smoke erupted, denser than any previous summoning, instantly engulfing the two. Naruto felt a dizzying whirlwind, his footing lost as he was pulled by an irresistible force through a space that defied description. When the smoke cleared and he regained a solid sense of ground beneath him, he found himself no longer in the original forest. He stood upon a massive lotus leaf, the sensation beneath his feet soft and springy. Surrounding him were endless clear waters with similar gigantic lotus leaves floating on the surface. Further away, various bizarre and vividly colored gigantic plants grew, each taller than the tallest building in Konoha. In the air, the natural energy he had just learned to sense was so rich it felt almost tangible. With just a deep breath, he felt that his entire body was being washed by a gentle power, even the fatigue from days of travel dissipating significantly. Everything here exceeded his understanding. However, what truly left his mind blank was what lay directly ahead. Before him, on another massive lotus leaf, sat a toad. A giant toad comparable in size to the Hokage rock. Its skin was covered in deep wrinkles, adorned with a string of enormous beads made of round balls. A necklace inscribed with the character oil hung around its neck, and beneath the doctoral hat its eyes were tightly shut, resembling an old monk in meditation. Naruto gaped, staring up at this colossal being, feeling as though his neck might snap. Just then an ancient, distant voice resonated not through the air, but directly in his mind. Jiraiya boy, you've brought the Nine-Tails brat here. The gigantic toad did not open its eyes, nor did it even move its mouth. Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya stood beside Naruto and bowed respectfully, his demeanor one of unprecedented humility. Naruto stared in a daze at the surreal scene before him, unable to utter a word. He felt his brain struggling to process the information it was receiving. This brat. The Great Toad Sage's voice echoed again, imbued with an air of profound insight and wisdom, as if it had traversed endless time. I see 2 entirely different futures in him. At this point the voice suddenly halted. The entire Myaboku Mountain fell into an eerie silence. Both Jiraiya and Naruto held their breaths. Under their gaze, the eyelids that had remained closed for an unknown number of years, seemingly fused with the skin, began to tremble slowly and laboriously upwards. A slit was gradually opened. The murky eyeball turned with great effort, finally fixing its gaze in Naruto's direction. That gaze seemed as if it would penetrate Naruto's body, reach through the 9 tails within him, and see deeper into the tangled threads of fate. No. The Great Toad Sage's voice bore a hint of pure confusion, untainted by wisdom for the first time. Its opened eyelids strived to widen further. Beside his thread of fate, why is there still a thread that does not belong to this world? Orochimaru. Truly he is the man known as a unseen generation genius, always able to touch the truths unseen by others. If Sasuke's power was not directly granted by the Refuge, but rather obtained through some kind of device, then the situation would be entirely different. This means that this power, which transcends conventional ninjutsu, can be replicated, analyzed, and even seized. The ambition that had lain dormant in his heart for decades surged like wildfire, ignited by boiling oil, engulfing his entire consciousness in an instant. He could almost see his root ninjas, each implanted with this core, unleashing that purple, devastating lightning. What else did he say? Danzo's voice trembled slightly from excitement. Lord Orochimaru also mentioned that according to his intelligence, the Akatsuki is systematically hunting the tailed beasts, and their next target is very likely the one tail from the land of wind, or the 9 tails from our village. He is willing to provide information on one of the Akatsuki's teams, the immortal duo Raiden and Kakuzu, including their exact movements and abilities. In exchange, he requires us to provide a sample of the Dark Star Iron used by Lord Refuge to construct the eternal dwelling, at least the size of a fist. Dark Star Iron. A glint of ruthless light flashed in Danzo's single eye. He knew that material. Even a full-force strike from a Kimichi Choza, using the multiplication technique, could not leave a scratch on that black metal. Orochimaru had indeed set his sights on this extraordinary material. It was a transaction, a trade of advanced materials from Konoha for overwhelming political leverage in the present. Danzo paced back and forth in his office, the wooden floorboards creaking softly underfoot. Jiraiya had foolishly taken the Nine Tails and was currently out of reach. But the Refuge openly issuing a bounty on the Akatsuki effectively placed this immense threat on the table, also giving him an unprecedented opportunity. If he could eliminate a team member of the Akatsuki before the other ninjas of the village, even before the Refuge's plan could unfold, that achievement, that prestige would be unassailable. At that time, even if Jiraiya returned, even if Tsunade woke from her coma, the position of Hokage would be his alone. He paused, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes replaced by determination. Obtaining a sample of Darkstar iron is not a difficult task. He scoffed coldly to himself. Those construction materials are piled high, and the guarding ninjas have long since grown complacent. My route has many ways. Tell Orochimaru that I accept his terms. Danzo's voice was cold and resolute, like a snake flicking its tongue. Have him send the Akatsuki's information immediately. I want the most detailed information, including those two's combat habits, personality, weaknesses, everything. Understood, the root ninja replied, merging into the shadows like ink, silently disappearing. Danzo walked to the window, gazing at the enormous structure in the distance that still emitted a purple glow under the sunlight. Refuge, he murmured to himself, a morbid fervor and calculation flickering in his single eye. Do you think you can control everything with absolute power and cold rules? The foundation of the ninja world is ultimately built on conspiracy, assassination, and intelligence. Your so-called new order is nothing more than a castle in the air built on sand. And I, Shimura Danzo, will be the one to personally topple it and rebuild the true order of Konoha upon its ruins. He slowly turned, addressing the empty shadow in the office, delivering his order in an emotionless tone. Relay my orders, assemble elite teams A, B, and C carrying all special equipment and gather at the 3rd training ground in 1 hour. His voice echoed in the empty room. Prepare to hunt the Akatsuki. The wind howled past his ears, and the shadows of the trees on either side rushed backward, merging into a blur of green. Naruto followed behind Jiraiya, his toes tapping rapidly on the thick branches, his body swaying with the inertia. They had been away from Konoha for a day and a night. The relentless journey caused every muscle in his body to protest with soreness. The restlessness ignited by Sasuke was significantly dulled by this sheer exhaustion. Yet that thorn remained deeply embedded in his heart, causing a dull ache with each breath. He recalled Sasuke's calm, yet distant eyes and Kakashi's sensuous words about incomprehensible power, making his chest feel tight. Pervy Sage. At one leap onto a broad treetop platform, Naruto finally stopped, bracing his hands on his knees and gasping for breath. Where exactly are we going? What you call training, what is it really? Sweat dripped from his chin, splattering onto the tree bark and leaving a small dark mark. Jiraiya had stopped a moment before him, facing away, his long white hair swaying gently in the wind. He did not answer immediately, but pointed ahead. There, a valley shrouded in thick clouds could only be seen as a vague outline. We are almost there. Jiraiya turned back, his expression no longer that of his usual playful demeanor, but one of seriousness rarely seen by Naruto. A place where you can gain true power. Naruto squinted, looking in the direction Jiraiya pointed. The valley appeared ordinary, even somewhat desolate, with nothing particularly special about it. True power. Naruto scoffed, his tone laced with disbelief. Is it a jutsu more powerful than the Rasengan? Or a technique that can allow me to defeat Sasuke in one go? His voice carried the unique urgency of youth, his fists instinctively clenching. Neither. Jiraiya shook his head. He searched for a sufficiently thick branch and sat cross-legged, his movements casual, yet steady as a mountain. He patted the spot beside him, signaling for Naruto to sit as well. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but complied, his legs dangling in the air above an unfathomable sea of trees. Naruto, let me ask you, what do you think chakra is? Jiraiya asked. Naruto was taken aback. This question was too basic. He had been reciting the answer since his first day at the Ninja Academy. The combination of physical energy and spiritual energy, Iruka Sensei, taught that long ago. Exactly. Jiraiya nodded, not dismissing the standard answer. It is the foundation of all ninja power. However, the energy in this world is not limited to just chakra. He extended a finger, not pointing at anything specific, but slowly tracing a circle in the air, encompassing everything around them. Feel it carefully. His voice was low, carrying a guiding tone. Feel the wind brushing against your cheek. Feel the life of the trees under your feet. Feel the air around us, this land. Naruto furrowed his brow, closing his eyes skeptically. He endeavored to dispel the distractions in his mind, refraining from thoughts of Sasuke and the damned disparity in power. Initially, he felt nothing. Only the sound of the wind, the chirping of birds in the forest, and his slightly hurried heartbeat from exhaustion filled the air. He grew a bit impatient, wanting to open his eyes and declare that this was a complete waste of time. But in that fleeting moment of mental emptiness, a peculiar sensation emerged from the edges of his perception. It was the feeling he had briefly touched upon during his countless falls from the trees in the 7th training ground. An omnipresent energy, gentle and vast, permeated the heavens and earth. It was not chakra, devoid of aggression and attributes. It simply existed. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, his blue pupils filled with astonishment. I can feel it, just like when I trained in the village. There is another kind of energy in the air. The sensation of being hindered by an invisible force and the sluggish flow of chakra vividly resurfaced in his memory. So this is what had been obstructing him. A glimmer of unmasked approval flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, even accompanied by a hint of surprise. It seems you've already brushed against that door without even realizing it. He stood up from the branch, his expression growing more solemn. That energy, we call it natural energy. It exists among all things in the world and is one of the foundations that constitute this realm. He paused, allowing Naruto time to digest this statement before dropping a weightier piece of information. To absorb this omnipresent natural energy into your body and perfectly fuse it with your own spiritual energy and physical energy to form a new, stronger chakra technique is called Senjutsu. Senjutsu. The word struck Naruto's ears, causing his heart to leap and his blood to race. This sounded like precisely what he had longed for. Senjutsu. He leapt from the branch, his body swaying in his excitement. If I learn Senjutsu, can I defeat Sasuke? Can I bring him back? The power of Senjutsu far exceeds your imagination, but it is not a fighting skill that can be mastered overnight. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's eyes, which gleamed with impatience, his tone growing heavier. To master Senjutsu, the most important aspect is not how great your talent is or how vast your chakra is. He extended a finger and pointed to Naruto's forehead. It is here. It is the calm of the heart. Jiraiya spoke slowly and deliberately. You must learn to quiet yourself to the point where you can hear the voice of nature, to feel it, and to merge with it rather than oppose it or command it. The more anxious you are, the more aggressive you become, the easier it is for the overwhelming natural energy to engulf you in return. The consequence is to become an immovable stone forever. Every word he spoke felt like ice, striking Naruto's fiery heart and cooling him from head to toe. Calm. He mulled over the word. For him, this was more daunting than facing 100 foes hidden. Just thinking of Sasuke, of being left far behind, made it impossible for him to find calm. Exactly. Jiraiya saw through his thoughts. He pulled out a massive scroll from his robe and unfurled it on the branch. It bore an incredibly intricate pattern, its edges filled with names written in blood, the very summoning contract of the Toad clan. Let's go. I've already spoken with the Toad sages. Whether you can learn it depends on your own fortune. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals with both hands, then pressed down forcefully at the center of the scroll. Your training in Senjutsu will take place at one of the 3 great sage locations, Myaboku Mountain. Reverse summoning jutsu. With a resounding boom, a thick white smoke erupted, denser than any previous summoning, instantly engulfing the two. Naruto felt a dizzying whirlwind, his footing lost as he was pulled by an irresistible force through a space that defied description. When the smoke cleared and he regained a solid sense of ground beneath him, he found himself no longer in the original forest. He stood upon a massive lotus leaf, the sensation beneath his feet soft and springy. Surrounding him were endless clear waters with similar gigantic lotus leaves floating on the surface. Further away, various bizarre and vividly colored gigantic plants grew, each taller than the tallest building in Konoha. In the air, the natural energy he had just learned to sense was so rich it felt almost tangible. With just a deep breath, he felt that his entire body was being washed by a gentle power, even the fatigue from days of travel dissipating significantly. Everything here exceeded his understanding. However, what truly left his mind blank was what lay directly ahead. Before him, on another massive lotus leaf, sat a toad. A giant toad comparable in size to the Hokage rock. Its skin was covered in deep wrinkles, adorned with a string of enormous beads made of round balls. A necklace inscribed with the character oil hung around its neck, and beneath a doctoral hat its eyes were tightly shut, resembling an old monk in meditation. Naruto gaped, staring up at this colossal being, feeling as though his neck might snap. Just then, an ancient, distant voice resonated not through the air, but directly in his mind. Jiraiya boy, you've brought the Nine-Tails brat here. The gigantic toad did not open its eyes, nor did it even move its mouth. Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya stood beside Naruto and bowed respectfully, his demeanor one of unprecedented humility. Naruto stared in a daze at the surreal scene before him, unable to utter a word. He felt his brain struggling to process the information it was receiving. This brat. The Great Toad Sage's voice echoed again, imbued with an air of profound insight and wisdom, as if it had traversed endless time. I see 2 entirely different futures in him. At this point, the voice suddenly halted. The entire Myaboku Mountain fell into an eerie silence. Both Jiraiya and Naruto held their breaths. Under their gaze, the eyelids that had remained closed for an unknown number of years, seemingly fused with the skin, began to tremble slowly and laboriously upwards. A slit was gradually opened. The murky eyeball turned with great effort, finally fixing its gaze in Naruto's direction. That gaze seemed as if it would penetrate Naruto's body, reach through the 9 tails within him, and see deeper into the tangled threads of fate. No. The Great Toad Sage's voice bore a hint of pure confusion, untainted by wisdom for the first time. Its opened eyelids strived to widen further. Beside his thread of fate, why is there still a thread that does not belong to this world? In the eternal dwelling at the top layer, there are no walls, no ceilings, only endless profound darkness, with countless points of light flowing slowly like billions of stars. At the center of space, laying sits cross-legged, her eyes tightly closed. Beneath her is a surface resembling black crystal, reflecting the data sea of stars above, blurring the line between reality and illusion. In front of her, countless streams of light and pale purple cascade silently like a waterfall, without a source intertwining, to form a massive light screen that covers her entire field of vision. At the center of the light screen is a real-time, three-dimensional map of Konoha Village composed of countless tiny beams of light, with every building and street restored with astonishing precision. Above the map, thousands of colored light points are constantly moving. Green represents civilians, blue represents genin, yellow represents Chunin, and red signifies jonin. The movement, trajectory, heart rate fluctuations, and chakra responses of each light point are all under control. 12 hours after the mission was released. Player activity is higher than expected. His gaze focuses on the map. Dozens of small teams composed of blue and yellow light points are gradually leaving the village, spreading out in different directions towards the borders of the Land of Fire. They have taken on the same mission, investigating information about the Akatsuki organization. The high reward of contribution points successfully ignited their desire for exploration and speculative psychology. Although most teams are just hoping to take a chance in peripheral areas, that is already sufficient. The net cast will always catch some fish. On the right side of the light screen, another independent data area is refreshing a series of transaction logs in real time. Contribution point transaction log: Inazuka Kiba exchanged Thunder Beast ration pills, X1, spent 8,000 points. Spending all savings on pet items, a typical Beast King hunting mindset, but I wonder if his brain is sufficient. Akimichi Choji exchanged 3-color special barbecue set coupons, X10, spent 3,000 points. This belongs to life. Players observe closely. Yamanaka Ino exchanged mental perception amplification, liquid, X1, spent 5,500 points. Hyuga exchanged Byakugan activation talismans, X3, spent 12,000 points. On the other side is the intelligence submission log. Anonymous Ninja submitted suspected Akatsuki organization member activity area intelligence value assessment, low, gained contribution points 50 points. Anonymous team submitted suspicious fire incident survey map at the borders of the Land of Grass value assessment, low, gained contribution points 85 points. These transactions, whether large or small, and these trivial bits of intelligence are like drops of fuel, making this colossal machine, known as the Eye of God, operate even more smoothly. These ninjas, once the proud foundation of Konoha Village, have unknowingly transformed from warriors defending the will of fire into players chasing after profit in this great game. Their actions, the resources they acquire, and the ways they grow stronger are all beginning to be defined by a cold, efficient, and absolutely fair set of rules. At this moment, buzz, at the very top of the data light screen, a glaring red warning message popped up in an unmistakable manner, accompanied by a low, echoing alarm sound only resonating in Lei Ying's consciousness. High-value target locked. Shimura Danzo. Behavior analysis elite root teams have gathered, carrying sealing scrolls and special toxins, with the target determined as hunting the Akatsuki. Intelligence source: Orochimaru marked as high-risk collaborator. Predicted action: route northeastern border of the Land of Fire, near the Temple of Fire. Lei Ying's thoughts stirred. The data on the light screen in front of her instantly switched. The map regarding Danzo's action route was infinitely magnified, with every valley he might pass through and every forest where he might hide marked by the system with varying probabilities. At the same time, another piece of intelligence was retrieved from the massive database and displayed side by side. Akatsuki members hiding Kakadu. Current location: Land of Soup Underground Exchange. Predicted action: after completing the exchange task, the next high-value target is located in the Land of Fire. Highly likely to pass through the northeastern area, heading towards the Temple of Fire. 2 bright red action routes slowly extended on the three-dimensional map, their future intersection point precisely locked by the system in a large area surrounding the Temple of Fire, marked with a flashing crosshair. What a perfect coincidence. In the Land of Soup Underground Exchange. In a dark and damp room, a unique scent of money and blood mixed in the air. Kakuzu threw a heavy head onto the counter, producing a dull thud. Facing him, Haiden impatiently scraped his 3-section scythe on the ground, creating a harsh grating sound. Hey Kakuzu, hurry up. I'm not interested in counting money. Ooh, I really want to sacrifice everyone here to Lord Evil God. Shut up, Haiden, this is our sacred ritual. Kakuzu did not turn his head, his eyes only focused on the staff behind the counter counting gold coins. The receptionist at the exchange suddenly paused as he looked down at the bounty notice. A thought emerged from the depths of his mind, without warning, as if he had suddenly thought of it himself. He looked up and habitually said to Kakuzu, the next big order is in the Land of Fire. The guardian ninja of the Temple of Fire, a monk named Jiro, has a bounty of 30 million ryo. Kakuzu's green eyes flashed with a hint of greed. At the same time, in the Land of Fire, on the patrol route outside Konoha Village, Sarutobi Asuma walked at the front of the group with a cigarette in his mouth. Behind him, Nara Shikamaru still looked like he had just woken up, hands in his pockets, his shadow stretching long beneath him. Hey Shikamaru, what do you think of the current situation in the village? Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, which was quickly blown away by the wind. Shikamaru yawned and replied leisurely, what else is there to see? It's a hassle. That Lord Refuge has trapped everyone with a system of contribution points. Previously, everyone fought for the village for the will of fire. Now it's to exchange for a better healing potion to buy a stronger ninjutsu scroll. The essence hasn't changed, but the feeling has completely transformed. Yeah. Asuma's gaze was somewhat complicated. It wasn't like this when the third Hokage was around. That old man's methods are already outdated. Shikamaru cut to the chase in the face of absolute power and harsh rules human feelings and will seem too fragile. Just then a gust of wind blew through the forest. A map unknown to which traveler it belonged was swept up by the wind, spinning in the air before landing lightly and precisely at Asuma's feet as he walked with his head down. He instinctively stopped and bent down to pick it up. The map was somewhat worn, with a location hastily circled in red ink pointing towards the land of soup. There was also a crooked annotation next to it reading 2 characters. Exchange. Asuma read aloud, his brow furrowed. Shikamaru leaned over for a look, his eyes instantly sharpening. Exchange. A gathering place for bounty hunters who will do anything for money. Asuma-sensei, I remember that the intel mentioned that there was a member in the Akatsuki organization who was a crazy bounty hunter. Everything happened quietly and naturally, like countless tiny gears being gently turned in different places. Ultimately, they would jointly drive a gigantic machine named Fate, operating with a thunderous roar according to a pre-designed blueprint. In the eternal dwelling, Laying slowly closed her eyes. Her consciousness sank into a higher dimension like a true deity overlooking the entire ninja world. She saw the root team, led by Danzo, moving rapidly through the dense forests of the Land of Fire, like silent poisonous snakes, heading directly for their prey. She saw Asuma putting away the map, exchanging a glance with Shikamaru, and the seriousness in their eyes made them quicken their patrol, preparing to return to the village to report this unexpected discovery. She even saw Naruto Uzumaki shirtless and staring blankly at a massive rock in the distant Myobokuzen. Damn, why can't I feel anything? He slammed his fist into the rock, causing pain to shoot through his hand. Next to him, Fukasaku Sage watched with his arms crossed, a look of confusion on his face. Strange, this kid's perseverance is commendable, but his perception of natural energy is even more sluggish than Jiraiya's back in the day. It's as if something is deliberately obstructing him. The more Naruto grew anxious, angry, and confused, the stronger the waves of unwillingness and obsession emanating from him became. This pure spiritual energy, imperceptible to ordinary people, was continuously extracted from him by an invisible force crossing vast distances and merging into the purple temple at the center of Konoha. Ultimately, it transformed into a wisp of faint light, merging into the purple crystal in Lei Ying's chest, known as the Heart of God. All the pieces have been set on the chessboard. Hunters, prey, bystanders, and the protagonist struggling to level up in the beginner's village. Everything is ready. A subtle curve, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, tugged at the corners of Lei Ying's lips. The game has begun. The night was as thick as ink, impenetrable and heavy. In the dense forest surrounding the Temple of Fire, 3 shadowy figures descended silently, moving as lightly as falling leaves without disturbing a single breeze in the woods. They were clad in uniform black attire, their faces obscured by featureless white masks, each adorned with an inconspicuous root insignia on their left shoulders. The leading ninja gestured, and the other 2 immediately dispersed. One climbed a tall tree, while the other crouched in the grass. In an instant, they formed a perfect triangular encirclement, completely sealing off the path to the Temple of Fire. The ninja in the tree reported in a whisper that blended almost seamlessly with the surroundings, "Captain, the target has not yet appeared." The sound was transmitted through faint fluctuations of chakra. "Patience." The captain's voice was equally low and solemn. "The intelligence from Lord Danzo will not be wrong. The 2 monsters from Akatsuki are targeting the 12 guardian ninja of the Temple of Fire Deidara. They will come. Remember, this mission allows for no failure. We must use their heads to pave the way for Lord Danzo's ascension to the position of Hokage." His tone was filled with fervent admiration for Danzo and absolute confidence in his own strength. As the top assassination squad of the Root organization, they had executed countless missions of eradication, infiltration, and assassination without ever failing. In their view, although the Akatsuki organization was infamous, they were merely rogue ninjas. To them, these professional killers born of darkness were just slightly more challenging prey. They were the yellow sparrows quietly waiting for the appearance of the mantis. However, these rude elites who fancied themselves hunters were unaware that 2 figures in the higher canopy shadows above were observing their every move. One of them was tall, carrying an enormous bundle on his back, his face concealed by black cloth, with only a pair of eerily glowing green eyes exposed. He stood motionless like a statue fused with the darkness. The other figure was restless. He had a wild silver pompadour, wore a necklace of the evil god cult, and wielded a massive 3-pronged blood-red scythe. "Hey Kakuzu, how long do we have to wait for those rats below?" He extended his long tongue to lick his dry lips, revealing a sickly excitement on his face. "My scythe can hardly wait to taste blood. Lord Evil God must be anticipating a grand ceremony." Raiden lowered his voice, but the impatience and bloodlust in his tone were unmistakable. The man known as Kakuzu slowly lowered his head and pulled out a crumpled stack of bounties from his pocket, carefully counting them in the moonlight. "Shut up, Raiden. Don't forget our primary target is Deidara, worth 30 million ryo." Kakuzu's voice was hoarse and cold, devoid of any emotion. "The 3 down there are not on the bounty list. If we kill them, we won't earn a dime, and we'll alert the others. Once we capture Deidara, you can do whatever you want, but don't get the cargo dirty. It will be hard to exchange for money. Money, money, money. Is that all you think about?" Raiden clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, but complied with Kakuzu's order, turning his gaze back to the mountain below. Money was the only thing that could restrain this madman. Just as the two factions were in a standoff, a third party of actors stepped onto the stage. On another path leading to the Temple of Fire, Asuma Sarutobi was casually smoking a cigarette while leading his team forward at an unhurried pace. Seriously, what a hassle. Nara Shikamaru had his hands in his pockets complaining as usual, but his gaze was exceptionally sharp, scanning the surroundings. Asuma-sensei, are you sure this map is reliable? What a coincidence, we just happened to find a map marked exchange center along the patrol route right near the Temple of Fire. Stop overthinking it, Shikamaru. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke. Whether it's a trap or not, since the lead point's here, we must check it out. The Akatsuki organization has already started operating in the Land of Fire. We cannot afford to be careless. Izumo and Kotetsu followed closely behind, their expressions vigilant. They all sensed the unusual silence in the area. Even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds had vanished. Shikamaru's brows furrowed even deeper. His instincts told him that the silence of this forest concealed immense danger. This was no coincidence, but rather a meticulously arranged trap, and they were stepping deeper into the center of it. The route of Konohagakure, the patrol team of Konohagakure, and the rogue ninja organization Akatsuki. Three forces from different factions, each harboring different intentions, were unknowingly pushed toward the same fateful intersection by an unseen hand, the Temple of Fire. In the distant Konohagakure, the purple palace that rose from the ruins, the eternal residence. Refuge sat upon a throne crafted from dark star iron and purple crystal, dressed in a magnificent purple kimono, her demeanor regal, resembling a deity overlooking the mortal realm. Before her, a massive virtual screen displayed a real-time three-dimensional energy map of the surroundings of the Temple of Fire. Three lines representing different factions, the deep gray for the route, the emerald green for Asuma's team, and the crimson red for Akatsuki, were moving toward the same coordinate point from different directions. Interesting. The hunter, the prey, and the unexpected audience. All the actors have taken their positions at the right time. Reiku's purple eyes showed no ripples, merely gazing lightly at the glowing points on the screen about to converge. Danzo's ambition, Asuma's responsibility, the greed and madness of Akatsuki, all of this was within her calculations. Their self-righteous actions were merely contributing to the roles in the grand performance she was about to stage. And the immense plot energy generated by this drama was her true objective. As the three lines on the map overlapped completely, Reiku's slender fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the throne. The hunting festival begins. The cold and merciless voice echoed in the empty palace, marking the commencement of the impending death drama. The silence of the forest was shattered by a sharp sound of something slicing through the air. The ambushing root ninja seized the fleeting moment of distraction as Fadewan turned to argue with Kakazu, decisively launching a surprise attack. Three dark shadows shot forth like arrows released from a bow, their short blades carving cold arcs under the moonlight. Their movements were silent and seamless, executing the art of assassination to perfection. Thud, thud. The dull sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed almost simultaneously. One short blade precisely pierced the back of Faiduan's neck, the tip emerging from his throat. Another blade stabbed through his heart from the side. The captain of the root squad landed in front of Faiduan, his short blade pressed against his forehead, just an inch away from ending the target's life. It's over, the captain announced in an emotionless tone. To him, no matter how powerful a ninja was, there was no chance of survival when both the heart and brain were destroyed. This was a nearly perfect assassination. However, the scene of the target collapsing did not unfold as expected. Fadewan, with his vital spots pierced, merely stiffened slightly. Slowly, in an extremely eerie manner, he twisted his head 180 degrees, facing the root ninja behind him. His face bore no trace of pain, instead it blossomed with an extreme pleasure and maniacal smile. It hurts. This feeling is simply wonderful. In the horrified gaze of the three root ninjas, Fadewan extended his hands, unconcernedly gripping the short blades embedded in his neck and heart, and yanked them out with force. Blood gushed forth, staining his clothing red, yet he appeared unfazed, even extending his tongue to intoxicatedly lick the blood from his hands. This scene completely overturned the understanding of the three root ninjas. The assassination techniques they prided themselves on, their deep understanding of human vital points, turned into a ridiculous joke in front of this immortal monster. This is impossible, one root ninja murmured in disbelief, his voice trembling. Decades of harsh training had numbed his heart, yet he now felt a bone-chilling fear. Monster. Another gritted his teeth, but the hand gripping the blade trembled involuntarily. Nothing is impossible, mortal. Fadewan twisted his neck, the bones cracking as the ghastly wound visibly healed at an alarming rate. Because you are about to become offerings to the great evil god. Your suffering will be the supreme glory of my lord. Before his words could fade, Fadewan swung his massive bloody scythe, launching a wild counterattack. His attacks were reckless and unrestrained, relying purely on the advantage of his undead body to unleash his murderous desires. The rhythm of battle was instantly seized by this madman. Although the root ninjas were shaken, being elite among elites, they quickly regrouped, utilizing their superior physical techniques and mutual understanding to continuously inflict new wounds on Fadewan. However, all of it was in vain. No matter how sharp their blades or how lethal their attacks, Fadewan always managed to stand up and scathe the next second, his smile growing more maniacal. Useless, useless. Come on, give me more. Let me feel more pain. Leaning against a distant tree, Kakuzu coldly watched all of this. He showed no surprise at his companion's death and resurrection, merely assessing the strength of these root ninjas with his green eyes. Good physical skills, excellent cooperation, but it's a pity your brains are too dull, Kakuzu murmured to himself. Encountering a guy like Fade-One, your value isn't worth even 300,000 Ryo. In the midst of battle, Fade-One seized an opportunity, swinging his enormous scythe at an awkward angle, successfully slicing through a root ninja's arm. Got you. Fade-One's eyes erupted with a frenzied light as he instantly retracted the scythe, extending his long tongue in a greedy manner to lick the blood smeared on the blade. The conditions for the sacrifice are fulfilled, he announced excitedly. This scene filled all the root ninjas present with intense unease. Meanwhile, in the distant, eternal dwelling, Refuge observed all this with great interest through the Eye of God, a rule-type ability achieved through sacrifice and curse. Though crude, primitive, and filled with limitations, its underlying logic indeed touches the edge of the laws. Transferring one's own damage to others is quite intriguing. She developed a keen interest in this power, completely detached from the chakra system. It held significant research value for her understanding of the power structure in this world. Eye of God began analyzing the flow of evil god energy and establish a data model, commanded Raiden with a regal voice. On the light screen, the energy model representing Fade-One was immediately enlarged as countless complex data streams rapidly flickered, the system rapidly analyzing that evil and bizarre energy. On the battlefield, after achieving his goal, Fade-One quickly retreated, using his own blood to rapidly draw an odd formation composed of a circle and an inverted triangle on the ground. As the formation was completed, the color of his entire body began to change, his skin turning into a bizarre black and white resembling that of a skeleton, looking exceedingly sinister. Not good. Stop him. The captain of the root squad, though unsure of what was about to happen, felt a strong sense of crisis and shouted in anger. The three root ninjas immediately abandoned their defense and rushed towards Fade-One recklessly. However, it was already too late. Standing at the center of the formation, Fade-One wore a frenzied smile as he raised the black spear high. Under the gaze of the great evil god, feel the same pain as me, and then turn to dust. The root ninja's assault was swift and elusive. The short blade sliced through the air, simultaneously stabbing towards Fade-One's vital points from three angles. The blade tips pierced his neck, penetrating his heart. Blood splattered. The three root ninjas landed, maintaining a vigilant stance after the assassination. It's over, the captain sheathed his blade, his tone flat. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. Fade-One did not fall. He slowly turned his head, his neck twisted at a bizarre angle, a mad smile plastered across his face. So painful. This feeling is just wonderful. Fade-One grasped the short blade embedded in his neck and yanked it out forcefully. Blood gushed forth, staining his chest red. He licked the blood from his hands, his eyes filled with ecstasy. The breaths of the three root ninjas came to a halt. How is this possible? One of them whispered, his voice trembling. The fingers of the other tightened around the hilt, turning pale. Nothing is impossible, Fade-One said as he moved his neck, the bones cracking loudly. You are about to become the offerings for the great lord of evil. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swung the bloody sickle towards the nearest root ninja. The sickle cut through the air, producing an ear-piercing whistle. The root ninja rolled to evade the sickle, crashing into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. The three quickly regrouped, launching a new round of assault. Their physical techniques were exquisite and their coordination impeccable. The short blades continuously created new wounds on Fade-One's body. But all of it was in vain. Each time Fade-One was struck down, he would rise again, the next moment, his grin becoming increasingly frenzied. Bring it on. Let me feel more pain. Kakuzu leaned against a tree in the distance, arms crossed, watching coldly. His green eyes swept across the battlefield, assessing the value of these root ninjas. Decent physical skills, good coordination, he muttered softly, but it's a pity their brains aren't sufficient. Facing a monster like Fade-One, they aren't even worth 3 million Ryo. Just then a loud shout came from the woods. Stop! Several figures burst from the trees. It was Asuma's team. Asuma sprinted ahead, and the moment he saw the battlefield, his steps halted. Three Umbu ninjas lay in a pool of blood, one of them severed in half, with internal organs scattered around. Another was still struggling, but the wound on his chest was deep enough to see bone. Standing amidst a blood-red formation was the enemy, a silver-haired man in a red robe wielding a black spear. That's... Asuma's pupils constricted. The black robe with red clouds. His heart sank. The Akatsuki, the most dangerous rank rogue ninja organization in the ninja world. We're in big trouble. Shikamaru stood behind Asuma, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. His gaze quickly scanned the battlefield. The silver-haired lunatic and the motionless bandaged fiend beside him. Each of them exuded a lethal aura. Especially the bandaged fiend, who, although he remained still, Shikamaru felt a threat from him even stronger than that of the lunatic. Hey Fade-One. Kakuzu finally spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. A few more flies have arrived. No sooner had he finished speaking than the robe behind him suddenly tore apart. For monsters wearing different animal masks burst from his back, entwined in black threads, roaring as they lunged towards Asuma's team. What kind of monsters are these? Inuzuka exclaimed, nearly dropping the kunai from his hand. Chuji gritted his teeth, hands forming seals, but sweat began to drip from his forehead. Hurry up and end your game, Kakashi said coldly. There's a bounty of 30 million ryo waiting for us. His gaze swept over Asuma, devoid of any warmth, as if looking at a pile of cash. 30 million ryo. Asuma's heart skipped a beat. He instantly realized the target was the Land of Fire's temple. And as for himself, as a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, his bounty was 35 million ryo. We have been targeted. Shikamaru spoke quietly, an unusual tension in his voice. They, the self-important yellow sparrows, had crashed right into the hunter's trap. New offerings. Fei Duan's eyes lit up at the sight of the newcomers. The great lord of evil will surely be pleased today. He licked his lips, his fervor reaching a peak. Asuma slowly retrieved 2 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Infusing chakra into them, the blades extended into several feet long chakra edges. He pulled out a cigarette pack from his mouth, took the last cigarette, and placed it between his lips. The lighter ignited the flame, illuminating his face. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling the smoke. His fingers trembled slightly, but he quickly tightened his grip on the shuriken. Shikamaru, Inuzuka, Chuji, Asuma said in a deep voice, "You 3 hold off that silver-haired one. He'll deal with the other one." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 teammates. "Remember, the primary mission is to retreat. Bring the intel back to the village. Above all, stay alive." Shikamaru opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He understood Asuma's intention. This was about letting them escape, while Asuma stayed behind to cover their retreat. "Teacher." Inuzuka's voice trembled slightly. "No time for idle talk." Asuma exhaled the last puff of smoke, snuffing out the cigarette. "But, let's go." No sooner had he finished speaking than he vanished, charging towards Kakuzu. The shuriken sliced through the air, the chakra blade gleaming coldly in the night. Kakuzu raised his head, his green eyes fixed on Asuma, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. 35 million ryo delivered right to my doorstep. The 4 monsters behind him simultaneously roared, lunging towards Asuma. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, his hands quickly forming seals. Shadow mimic technique. Black shadows extended from beneath his feet, creeping towards Fei Duan. Inuzuka and Chuji also struck at the same time, throwing kunai and shuriken from different angles at Fei Duan. Fei Duan laughed boisterously, swinging his sickle to meet them. "Come on, let me enjoy this properly." The battle erupted in an instant. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma's hands formed seals at a speed that left afterimages. He expelled a large amount of scorching ash from his mouth, mixed with sparks, causing the air to warp instantly. The deadly cloud of smoke enveloped Fei Duan. The temperature of the ash was high enough to scorch skin, and its persistent burning could suffocate a person. Asuma aimed to interrupt that bizarre ritual with this technique. However, Kakuzu was faster. He instantly blocked Fei Duan's path, a blue mask behind him opening its mouth wide. Water release, water barrier. A torrent of water surged forth, dispersing all the ash. High-temperature steam rose, shrouding the battlefield in mist. "Your opponent is me." Kakuzu's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping against metal. 4 masked monsters behind him howled in unison, black tentacles surging out from their bodies, encircling Asuma from 4 directions. The battlefield was divided into 2 parts. Asuma gripped his Fei Yin, the chakra blade glinting coldly in the mist. He pushed off the ground, dodging the attack of the tentacles. The Fei Yin struck the tentacles, snapping the black threads, but the next moment more tentacles ensnared him. Kakuzu's green eyes fixed on him, revealing nothing but indifference. This guy had far too much combat experience, each attack sealing off his escape routes. Sweat dripped from Asuma's forehead. He gritted his teeth, infusing chakra into the Fei Yin, causing the blade to extend instantly. With one slash, he cut through 3 tentacles, flipping backward to create distance. But Kakuzu offered him no respite. The fire mask opened its mouth, shooting out a fireball. The lightning mask followed closely behind, releasing a barrage of lightning spears. Asuma could only keep dodging, unable to close in on Fei Duan. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's mind was working at its limit. He stared at the blood-red formation beneath Fei Duan, veins popping on his forehead. That formation. The key must be there. Shikamaru quickly formed seals with his hands. Shadow mimicry technique. A black shadow extended from beneath his feet, creeping across the ground as if it were alive. The shadow accurately ensnared Fei Duan's feet. Fei Duan's body froze, maintaining the pose of wielding his scythe. "Well done, Shikamaru." Ino and Choji immediately understood and sprang into action. Kunai and shuriken shot towards Fei Duan's legs from 2 angles. As long as they could push him out of that circle, the ritual could be interrupted. Naive. The bound Fei Duan revealed a mocking smile. He suddenly hurled his scythe. The scythe traced an eerie arc in the air, evading Ino and Choji's attacks. The target was aimed directly at Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, watch out." Asuma caught sight of this moment while struggling with Kakuzu, his pupils dilating sharply. He abandoned defense and charged towards Shikamaru's direction. Tentacles struck from behind, tearing into his back. But he paid no mind to the pain, the Fei Yin tracing an arc in the air. PFF. The chakra blade deflected the scythe, yet the sharp tip still left a deep gash on his cheek. Blood dripped down his cheek. Not good. Shikamaru's heart sank, his molars grinding tightly. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, each pointing to the worst outcome. Hee hee. Fei Duan let out a maniacal laugh. He retracted his scythe, completely ignoring Ino and Choji's attacks. He extended his tongue, slowly licking along the blade of the scythe. Asuma's blood was swallowed into his mouth. His eyes became even more frenzied, a sickly flush appearing on his face. Be careful! Shikamaru's shout had just left his lips. But it was already too late. Fade-Wan stood at the center of the formation, arms wide, open, head tilted back. His skin began to change, shifting from a normal tone to a bizarre black and white mix. A skull pattern appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with a mad devotion. Feel it. This is the supreme pain offered to the evil god. He raised a black spear high, aiming it at his own chest. The next moment, the spear plunged down fiercely. PFFF. The spear pierced through Faiduan's chest. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground. Faiduan's face displayed a look of ecstasy, letting out a pleasurable moan. Meanwhile, Asuma's body trembled violently. A blood arrow suddenly erupted from his chest. That feeling was akin to having his heart pierced directly. The intense pain forced him to drop to one knee, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood. The damage had been perfectly transferred. Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. But he did not let rage cloud his judgment. In just a fraction of a second, he had already thought of a way to break the cycle. As long as we attack him, as long as we can inflict damage on Fade-Wan, this synchronization can be interrupted. Shikamaru's brain worked furiously, countless strategies flashing through his mind, only to be discarded. Finally, he zeroed in on the one approach. Ino Choji. Attack his legs. As long as they could make Fade-Wan move, even just a small step away from that blood-red formation, the ritual could potentially be interrupted. This was their last chance. Ino and Choji immediately reacted, forming seals in unison, just as they prepared to launch their attack at that critical moment. Far away in Konoha, within the eternal abode, Refuge sat upon the throne, her purple eyes observing the light curtain. The curtain displayed every detail of the battlefield at the Temple of Fire. She watched Shikamaru about to issue his command and saw Ino and Choji preparing to launch their attack. Her slender fingers flicked lightly in the air. Too slow. The two words echoed contemptuously in the empty palace. Her voice carried no emotion, as if stating a fact. In the next moment, a thread of purple divine power thinner than a hair floated from her fingertips. This divine power was invisible to the naked eye of mortals, and any sensing ninjutsu could not detect it. It ignored the distance of space, instantly crossing hundreds of miles, precisely injecting itself into the core of the blood-red formation beneath Faiduan's feet on the battlefield. Buzz! The blood-red formation suddenly shook violently. The originally dark red patterns began to glow with a purple light at that moment. Purple lines spread from the center of the formation, crawling across the entire formation as if alive. The invisible curse line connecting Asuma and Fade-Wan began to shift from the ethereal to the tangible. Its intensity surged. Its depth surged. Its strength surged. The crude rule of damage synchronization was instantly elevated to the absolute curse of soul resonance under the catalysis of divine power. Fade-Wan was stunned. He looked down at the formation beneath his feet, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. This feeling was different from previous rituals. The power of the evil god had never been so strong. Is this the grace of the evil god? He muttered, his gaze becoming fervent once again. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's face turned pale in an instant. He felt the change in the formation. The intensity of that curse was no longer something that could be interrupted by an attack. Impossible. This can't be happening. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Asuma's mouth, the sound so piercing it sent chills down one's spine. It was not ordinary pain. His body rolled on the ground, his back arched in a grotesque curve, hands gripping his chest tightly, nails piercing the skin, blood oozing out between his fingers. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, his eyes filled with blood vessels, pupils dilated to the point of nearly losing focus. Teacher! Shikamaru rushed to Asuma's side, reaching out to press on his shoulder, only to find he couldn't hold him down. Asuma's muscles convulsed violently, his bones cracking, as if being crushed repeatedly by an invisible giant hand. Ino and Choji stood by, their faces pale. They watched helplessly as grotesque wounds appeared on Asuma's body, synchronizing with the distance where Raiden stood. His chest, arms, thighs, each wound deep enough to see bone flesh rolling back. But strangely, Raiden stood at the center of a blood-red formation, a blissful smile on his face. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with a morbid delight. The black spear pierced his shoulder again, and he let out a comfortable moan. Meanwhile, Asuma's shoulder erupted in a mist of blood. What? Shikamaru's voice trembled. Why is the curse so powerful? His brain was racing. Insufficient intelligence. Unable to analyze. No method of breaking the curse could be found. This was the first time in Shikamaru Nara's 16 years of life that he felt utterly powerless. This isn't right. This can't be right. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Raiden's technique shouldn't be this strong. There must be something. The words remained unspoken. Kakuzu had lost his patience. It's over. For masked monsters behind him opened their mouths simultaneously. Wind, fire, lightning, and water chakra began to merge. The air distorted, temperature plummeted, lightning danced in the water, and flames were compressed into white. Secret technique, earth grievance, final shot. A destructive torrent of energy surged forth. The root ninja could not even form hand seals, and was instantly engulfed, not even able to let out a scream, turning into ash. Boom. The earth split, the forest exploded, and the dust raised by the shockwave obscured the sky. When the smoke cleared, only the two members of Akatsuki and Asuma's team, kneeling in a pool of blood, remained. Cough. Cough. Asuma lay on the ground, his chest caved and ribs broken in an unknown number. His breathing grew weaker, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Shikamaru. He used his last strength to turn his head towards his kneeling student. About the jewel. I haven't told you yet. His voice was intermittent, each word coughed out with blood. Konoha's future. Teacher. Don't say any more. Shikamaru knelt on the ground, tears mingling with the rain, blurring his vision. The medical team is on the way. Hold on. He reached out to press on Asuma's chest wound, but the blood wouldn't stop. Warm liquid flowed from his fingers, staining his palms red. Ino and Chuji also knelt down, their eyes red. Raiden wore his last smile within the formation. He raised the black spear, aimed at his own heart. Farewell, heretic. His voice was filled with fervent madness. Your soul will become a stepping stone beneath the feet of the Lord of Evil Gods. The spear pierced his heart. Asuma's body stiffened abruptly. His eyes widened, pupils rapidly dilating, fear and ultimate despair lingering in his gaze. In the next second, breath ceased. Heartbeat stopped. Sarutobi Asuma, son of the third Hokage Konoha Jonin, one of the 12 guardians of the leaf, fell in battle. At the moment of his soul's dissolution, a colossal torrent of energy surged into the sky. It was the purest form of negative emotion. Asuma's despair before death, Shikamaru's rage at losing his teacher Ino, and Chuji's fear and the terror of the root elites being instantly annihilated. All emotions merged together, transforming into a black-red tidal wave of energy crossing space, surging towards the eternal residence at the center of Konoha. On the throne, Refuge slowly opened her eyes. The divine heart on her chest, covered in cracks, emitted a pleasurable hum the moment it absorbed the energy. Purple light erupted from the core crystal, spreading along the cracks like a living being. The jagged fissures began to heal one after another at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dullness on the surface of the crystal vanished. In its place was a dazzlingly bright purple glow. The entire palace was bathed in purple. Mortal emotions are truly the most efficient fuel. Reiku's voice echoed in the empty palace, devoid of any warmth. She raised her hand, gazing at the purple divine power swirling around her fingertips. This gain far surpassed the entirety of the Konoha collapse plan. The fall of a hero, the despair of a genius, the fear of dozens of elites. Quality exceeded expectations. Well planned, maximum profit. She murmured to herself, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In the ruins of the Temple of Fire, Shikamaru knelt by Asuma's corpse, trembling all over. Tears dripped down his cheeks, splattering in the pool of blood, creating tiny ripples. Teacher. His voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Ino and Chuji stood beside him, heads bowed, shoulders shaking. Raiden stepped out of the formation, shaking the blood off his scythe. The Lord of Evil Gods is very pleased. He grinned. Next time we meet, remember to bring more offerings. Kakuzu retracted the masked monster and turned to leave. I'm off. The figures of the two vanished into the rain. In Shikamaru's mind, a strong sense of incongruity suddenly flashed. At the moment Asuma's pain was magnified infinitely, it seemed there was an energy fluctuation that did not belong to anyone flashing by. Purple. A vague image flashed in his mind. A purple light point so fine it was nearly invisible drifted into the formation from the void. That wave felt somewhat familiar. But this thought lasted less than a second, completely drowned by the fiery rage of revenge and the immense sorrow of losing his teacher. He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping down between his fingers. Akatsuki. He vowed a bloody oath in his heart. Deep underground in Konohagakure village, the air in the root base is as cold as an ice cellar. Here sunlight never reaches and water droplets seep from the walls, sliding down the moss, the sound echoing in the empty chamber. The stench of blood mixed with the smell of decay tightens one's throat. Shimura Danzo stands with his hands behind his back, facing a stone wall lined with wooden plaques densely arranged in several rows. Each wooden plaque bears a name representing a life loyal to him. The 12 plaques at the top are from the 3 elite teams he dispatched this time. He squints, his only exposed eye a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He spent 3 months preparing for this setup, meticulously analyzing intelligence routes and personnel configurations in every detail. 12 elites led by 4 Jonin, able to switch between 8 different tactics in 3 seconds. This lineup is more than enough to turn the 2 members of Akatsuki into mere paste. Danzo even envisioned the report's wording. Root has received orders to eliminate the traitorous ninja, eradicating threats to the village. At that moment, he would stand before the Hokage building, receiving cheers from the entire village. He has waited too long for that moment. In the chamber, he is alone. The flickering candlelight casts a long shadow. He awaits the news that will elevate him to the pinnacle of power. Suddenly, a sharp sound breaks the silence. Danzo's body stiffens. He slowly turns his head, moving as stiffly as a rusty mechanism. On the wall, the plaque representing the leader of the first team cracks open. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering follows in rapid succession. All 12 wooden plaques burst simultaneously, with chips fly falling like snow. Danzo's pupils constrict violently. He possesses a secret technique that allows him to sense the life and death of his subordinates. The shattering plaques signify the obliteration of their souls. Moreover, At the same instant, the life signals of all of them vanish. Not in battle. They were erased. How is this possible? Danzo's voice is faint, so quiet that even he can barely hear it. He takes a step forward, stumbling. His palm presses against the stone table beside him, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. A map of the Land of Fire lies spread out on the table, marked in red, representing all the pieces he has set up over the decades. A wave of metallic sweetness rises in his throat. He grits his teeth, trying to suppress it. He cannot hold it back. A mouthful of blood spurts out, splattering directly onto the map. Crimson blood spreads, covering the marks one by one. At that moment, the map of the Land of Fire turns blood red. Danzo looks down at the table, his chest heaving violently. It takes him 10 years to cultivate an elite. From selecting the seedling, erasing emotions, implanting cursed seals, to finally becoming a qualified weapon, every step costs immense resources. 12 individuals represent decades of his accumulation. Now they are all gone. His mind races to search for the cause. Was it a leak of information? Impossible, only he knows the complete plan. Did Akatsuki exceed his expectations? No, the team he dispatched is capable of confronting shadow-level powerhouses. Then why? Why did they all perish? And all at the same moment. Danzo's fingers dig into the table edge, the wood marked with deep grooves. He recalls one possibility. Someone is watching him from a higher dimension. Watching him set up his plan, watching him send, people watching him confidently await victory. Then with a gentle wave of a hand, reducing all his efforts to dust. This feeling sends a chill through him. Throughout his life, he has always been the one in control. He plots against others, manipulates them, treating everyone as mere pawns. But now for the first time he experiences being toyed with like a pawn. Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Danzo's voice emerges from deep within his throat, hoarse like a broken wind instrument. He suddenly raises his head, veins bulging on his face. Akatsuki. His roar erupts in the chamber, shaking the flickering candlelight. He slams his fist on the table, the heavy stone surface cracking in response. But this blow cannot shatter the fear within him. He is lost. Completely lost, absurdly lost. The position of Hokage at this moment has completely slipped away from him. Without these elites, what can he use to compete against Jiraiya? What can he use to contend with Tsunade? His sharpest blade has already been broken. Danzo leans against the table, gasping for breath. Blood drips from the corner of his mouth, one drop at a time, onto the map. He wants to laugh, but cannot. He wants to curse, yet realizes he doesn't even know who to curse at. Akatsuki is merely the visible enemy. The truly terrifying force is the one he cannot see or touch, yet undeniably exists. That force looms over him. Outside Konohagakure village, in the eternal abode. The Refuge sits on the throne, violet eyes fixed on the light screen. On the light screen, every expression and movement of Danzo is crystal clear. She watches him spit blood, watches him slam the table, watches him unleash his impotent rage. A slight smile curves her lips. Well done, Danzo. Her voice is so soft that only she can hear it. From Danzo's body, strands of invisible black mist emerge. It is a mixture of anger, fear, unwillingness, and despair. All negative emotions blend together thick as asphalt. These emotions travel through the connection of the regions, traversing space, and directly infusing into her divine heart. The divine heart shudders slightly, a purple light flickering momentarily. The Refuge closes her eyes, feeling the return of power. High quality. The emotions of a top-tier tyrant are indeed 10 times more intense than those of ordinary people. This wave will be enough for your recovery. The Refuge opens her eyes, watching Danzo's staggering silhouette on the screen. As the vanguard of the version, you have exceeded the mission. She extends her slender finger, gently tracing the air. The image on the light screen shifts. Danzo's figure gradually blurs, replaced by a scene of the high-level meeting room in Konohagakure. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Mito Gate, Kurenai, and Haruno Sakura, all are present. Now you can temporarily exit the stage. The Refuge's voice carries no emotion. She looks at these individuals as if viewing the pieces on a chessboard. Danzo, this piece has already been kicked off the core stage. Without his elites, he can no longer compete with Jiraiya or Tsunade for the position of Hokage. The obstacles have been cleared. On the throne of the eternal abode, Laying closed her eyes. Her consciousness sank directly into the divine heart, which was pulsating violently in her chest. A torrent of energy surged forth. The negative emotions from the battlefield of the Fire Temple rushed in like a flood, breaking through its dam. The despair of Asuma before his death, the heart-wrenching grief of Shikamaru, the defeat felt by Danzo as he spat blood, and the fear when the elite members of the Root were annihilated. These emotions from top narrative characters in extreme states were so pure that even the divine heart emitted a humming sound. The crystal was consuming wildly. Laying could see that the core crystal, which was originally covered in cracks and dim, was now completely submerged by purple energy. The cracks were healing, starting from the edges one after another at a speed that astonished her. There was too much energy. So much that even after the crystal was repaired, a large amount overflowed. The overflowing energy was not wasted. Instead, it followed the crystal's pattern, seeping into every tiny crevice, forcibly expanding the crystal's capacity. Laying felt a heat in her chest. That was the divine heart evolving. The crystal's volume expanded, its color shifting from dark purple to deep purple, ultimately becoming a rich hue approaching black. It became pure, the impurities washed clean by the energy, and every crystal facet was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! A muffled sound exploded deep within her consciousness. The divine heart shook violently, erupting with blinding purple light. That radiance spread from her chest, instantly filling the entire pure land of one heart, dyeing this mental space in a majestic purple. Core repair degree 100 energy overflow starting core upgrade. The electronic voice of Raiden Shogun sounded cold and authoritative. Laying did not open her eyes as she waited. The upgrade process was quick. The torrent of energy raced inside the crystal, washing through every circuit, reinforcing every node. She could feel the connection to this world deepening in a mysterious way. Those lines that were once vaguely visible became clear. Every key figure in the ninja world in her perception was dragging a thread of fate that was faintly discernible. Those lines intertwined, forming the trajectory of the world's operation. And now she could touch more lines. Upgrade complete. Divine Eye System Module updated. New function unlocked. World line disturbance. Laying opened her eyes. A gleam flashed in her purple eyes. A stream of information directly poured into her consciousness. She did not resist, allowing those pieces of information to unfold in her mind, transforming into clear rules. World line disturbance. This is a more advanced means than forceful interference. It does not directly act on the material level, but on probability itself. Laying quickly deciphered the mechanism of her ability. World line disturbance consumed narrative energy and allowed for fine-tuning of specific individuals' threads of fate. This fine-tuning manifested in reality equates to the manipulation of luck. It cannot turn trash into genius, nor can it resurrect the dead. But it can change everything at critical moments. For instance, a ninja throwing a shuriken may experience a just right tremor in their wrist, deviating from the fatal target by a millimeter. For example, a ninja performing hand seals at high speed may just happen to make a mistake in a specific hand sign, causing their jutsu to backfire. Moreover, a fugitive might just happen to find a life-saving scroll by the roadside, while someone reviewing materials might just happen to see the information they need most. The Divine Hand. This is the true power of a game administrator. She raised her hand and gently swiped in the air. The screen before her revealed the image of Konoha village. In the office of the third Hokage, Jiraiya was arguing with Tsunade while Mito Gate-in and Tintin sat beside them, both wearing grim expressions. Lei Ying's finger tapped on the screen. A series of purple threads extended from her fingertip, penetrating the light screen and connecting to those individuals. Those threads were very thin, so fine that they were invisible to the naked eye, yet they indeed existed. She gently plucked one. On the screen, Jiraiya's teacup just happened to tip over, spilling tea all over the table and interrupting what he was about to say. Lei Ying retracted her fingers, stood up, and stepped down from the throne. She walked to the screen, her purple eyes sweeping over the entire ninja world map. Konoha village was already in a state of panic. Asuma's death and the annihilation of the Root's entire army had escalated the higher-ups' fear of Akatsuki to its peak. This fear would provide her subsequent plans with a perfect excuse. In the name of protection and order, everything is already prepared. Her finger glided across the screen, stopping on the territory of the Land of Wind. The vast yellow desert slowly magnified on the screen. The buildings of Sunagakure emerged with densely packed streets and ninjas coming and going. Her gaze swept through every corner, ultimately fixating on the Kazekage Tower in the center of the village. Lei Ying's finger lightly tapped on the rooftop. A red mark appeared there. The new plan is about to be initiated. Her voice held no emotion. Sunagakure, let me see what surprises you can bring me. On the screen, the image of the Kazekage Tower continued to magnify. A red-haired boy appeared in her view. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, carrying a massive gourd, staring blankly at the village. Lei Ying looked at him, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. One-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara. She traced a circle in the air with her finger. Your thread of fate is far more intriguing than others. Purple threads extended from her fingertip, penetrating the light screen and wrapping around the boy's figure. That thread was thick, so thick that even Lei Ying was somewhat surprised. Indeed, the fate weight of a tailed beast Jinchuriki far exceeds that of an ordinary ninja. Manipulating a piece of this level will be labor-intensive, but the effect will be even more astonishing. The images on the screen switched. The streets of Sunagakure, the training grounds, the mission hall. Each scene was scanned by her once. She was searching for key nodes, looking for those pivotal points that could shift the entire game. Found it. Lei Ying's gaze settled on a golden-haired girl. Tamari, the daughter of the Kazekage Gaara's sister. Lei Ying's finger pointed at her, and a purple line extended. This line was finer than Gaara's, but still sufficiently thick. Interesting. A hint of amusement crept into her voice. A family, 3 threads of fate intertwined so tightly. She then looked in another direction. Kenkaro, the son of the Kazekage Gaara's brother. The third line extended from her finger. Lei Ying stood before the screen, watching those 3 purple lines intertwine above Sunagakure, forming a web. The energy problem is resolved, and the interference means have been upgraded. Now it is time to expand the chessboard. She waved her hand in the air. The images on the screen switched. Konoha, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure. The maps of the 5 great nations simultaneously appeared, densely packed with red marks covering the entirety of the ninja world. In the eternal residence, a map of the ninja world composed of energy floated before the rakage. A purple light curtain enveloped the entire view, with the territories of the 5 great nations clearly visible down to every border line. The Refuge stood before the throne, raising her right hand and gently tracing her index finger through the air. The map instantly zoomed in with markers for Konoha, Awagakure, and Kimogakure swiftly passing by, eventually settling on the yellow region of the Land of Wind. The structures of Sunagakure appeared with densely packed streets spreading out like a spider's web. In the center of the village, at the coordinates of the Kazekage building, a pulsating red light throbbed wildly. The light was unstable, sometimes surging, sometimes shrinking like a heart that could explode at any moment. Found it. The Refuge's voice was calm, but a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. She lightly tapped the red light with her finger. The light curtain instantly brought up a data panel with a torrent of text scrolling down. Target 1 tail, Jinchuriki Gaara status, mentally unstable, tail beast chakra active, harboring a large amount of negative emotional energy, value assessment, top tier, high potential plot, energy source with the potential to become the core of the regional energy network. The Refuge glanced at the data and tapped twice on the edge of the panel. The red light instantly magnified, occupying the entire light curtain. She could see the internal structure of that energy. The turbulent red chakra churned at the core, surrounded by layers of thick, black, negative emotions, heavy as sludge. Loneliness, hatred, fear, despair. These emotions were alarmingly pure. This quality, it's even purer than a Suma's batch. Moreover, it is a continuous output type, not a one-time consumable. She was all too familiar with Gar's childhood experiences. Treated as a monster by the village, used as a weapon by his father, betrayed by the one person he trusted. Such a level of trauma was enough to cause a constant outpouring of negative emotions from within him. And he was destined to become the 5th Kazekage. The shadow of a nation would transform into the generator of the heart of the gods. This efficiency was much higher than that of Konoha. However, the Refuge swiped her finger across the light curtain, switching the map to a panoramic view of Sunagakure. To take him down, I need a perfect entry point. Her gaze swept over every corner of the village, finally resting on the mission hall beside the Kazekage building. There's several Sunagakure jonin were accepting missions, their expressions not looking good. The Refuge could guess the reason. Sunagakure had not been doing well in recent years. The daimyo of the Land of Wind had cut military funding, and the village was so poor that they could barely pay the ninjas' salaries. The upper echelon's control over the one-tailed Jinchuriki was also declining, and Gar's mental state was worsening. In this situation, what did the village need the most? External support. Akatsuki. The Refuge swiped her finger across the light curtain, and a purple mark appeared in the desert outside Sunagakure. Akatsuki will come to capture the one-tail. This is destined in the plot. I just need to ensure that when they act, Sunagakure is in a desperate situation, and then... She paused, tapping lightly on the mark for Gaara. Intervene in the name of assistance and plant the mark of lightning on him. I just need to ensure that when they act, Sunagakure lacks the power to resist. Her gaze shifted to the other end of the map, stopping at the coordinates of the Land of Rice. There a purple mark was flashing. Orochimaru. It's time to let this generator play another role. The Reikuge's consciousness sank into the heart of the gods in her chest, connecting directly to the mark of lightning on Orochimaru through the energy network. Land of Rice underground base. Orochimaru's hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot. He hunched over, his face almost pressed against the experimental table, staring intensely at the purple liquid in front of him. The liquid flowed slowly in the test tube, emitting a faint glow. This was a sample he had purified from the energy feedback of the mark of lightning, which took him 3 full days. He discovered that this energy could not only nourish the soul and alleviate the burning pain caused by the Shiki Fuin, but could even optimize cellular structure. This is the key to immortality. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse as his trembling fingers reached for the test tube. Just then a will descended without warning. Grand, majestic, and unquestionable. Orochimaru's body jolted, his fingers pausing in midair. His pupils contracted to the size of pinheads, a manic flush appearing on his pale face. It was him, the great existence that bestowed upon him the power of the gods. The will had no words, merely transforming into a command directly imprinted deep within his soul. Analyze the chakra connection pattern between Jinchuriki and tailed beast, focusing on its soul symbiosis structure. The command flashed and disappeared. Orochimaru stood frozen in place, even his breathing halted. 3 seconds later, he suddenly gasped for air, his body starting to tremble violently. Soul symbiosis. Jinchuriki, tailed beast. His voice grew increasingly urgent as he gripped the edge of the experimental table, his knuckles turning white. So that's it. I understand. Orochimaru raised his head, a frenzied light flickering in his eyes. He believed that this was another path to immortality guided by the divine. The soul connection between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast was that of 2 completely different life forms coexisting forcibly within one body. If he could analyze this connection pattern, perhaps he could find a way to repair his broken soul and even achieve immortality at the soul level. As you command, my great master. Orochimaru's voice echoed in the empty laboratory. He immediately abandoned his current experiment and turned to another experimental table. Their materials related to Jinchuriki were laid out along with several test tubes of tailed beast chakra samples acquired from the black market. Orochimaru quickly flipped through the scrolls, scanning each line of text. He did not know that this command would pave the way for the Reikuge's plan. All of his research achievements would ultimately be gathered into the Reikuge's hands. At the border of the Land of Wind, the yellow sands billowed. The blazing sun hung directly overhead, scorching the entire desert, distorting the air into shimmering waves. Two figures clad in black with red clouds walked atop the sand dunes at a steady pace. Uncle Scorpion, how much farther? I'm almost dying of boredom. The golden-haired youth Deidara tilted his head, his left palm holding a mouth that was munching on white clay, making a crunching sound. He casually flicked his right hand, pinching a small bird made of clay, and tossed it into the air. Bang! The bird exploded, white smoke billowing up. Deidara grinned widely. This is what art is. A moment of transcendence. He turned to look at the enormous puppet beside him. The exterior of the puppet Hiriko was ugly and rough, with metallic glints at the joints, exuding a chilling aura of death. Shut up, Deidara. A hoarse voice came from within the puppet, devoid of any emotion. This mission is to capture a Jinchuriki, not for you to play with explosions. The target is Gaara, the current Kazekage, and Sunagakure is heavily guarded. Don't let your recklessness ruin the mission. The tone of Sasori was as cold as ice. Deidara pouted. You're just too rigid, uncle. Art is explosion. It's about the moment. What guards? In the face of my absolute art, they're all worthless. His blue eyes fixed on the outline of the village, shrouded in sand, excitement, making his fingers tremble. My super clay has been itching for action. This time I must explode to my heart's content. Sasori did not respond. He gazed coldly through Hiriko's eyes at the distant cluster of ochre-colored buildings. That was the place of his birth. That was the place of his growth. That was also the place of his betrayal. He felt no nostalgia for it, only a desire to kill. A cold, pure intent to kill. Deidara continued rambling. I heard that Gaara is a monster sealed with shikaku inside him, with a violent temper and a penchant for bloodshed. Just right, I love blowing up monsters. He said, pulling out a lump of clay from his ninja tool pouch and stuffing it into the mouth in his palm. You know, Uncle Scorpion, I've recently developed a new type of clay that has 3 times the explosion radius and is more powerful. This is the perfect time to test its effectiveness. Sasori finally spoke, his voice still cold. Don't forget, our goal is to capture him alive, not to blow him to pieces. Deidara chuckled. Don't worry, I know my limits. At worst, he'll just blow up a few times less and leave him with a breath. The two continued on their way. The sand dunes undulated, leaving behind a series of varying footprints that were quickly smoothed over by the wind. As Deidara walked, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. What does it feel like? Something's off. Sasori remained still. What feels off? I can't quite put my finger on it. Deidara scratched his head. It just feels like something is watching us. Sasori fell silent for 2 seconds, his voice colder. You're overthinking it. This is the border of the land of wind, desolate and uninhabited. No one is watching us. Maybe. Deidara shrugged, no longer pondering. Little did they know, above them in the cloudless azure sky, an eye imperceptible to mortals was coldly observing them. Eternal abode. The Refuge sat on the throne, lightly tapping her right index finger against the armrest. Once, twice, thrice. The rhythm was steady, like keeping time. In front of her, a purple light screen clearly displayed the figures of Deidara and Sasori. Every word of their conversation was heard distinctly. These two guys. Her voice chimed with a hint of amusement. They're quite confident. The Refuge said nothing, merely continuing to tap the armrest. On the light screen, 2 red markers slowly approached the coordinates of Sunagakure. She traced a line in the air with her finger. The light screen instantaneously switched. A panoramic view of Sunagakure appeared, with densely packed streets sprawling like a spider's web, and the Kazekage building at the center stood out prominently. The Refuge's gaze landed on the rooftop. There, a red-haired youth stood at the edge, bearing a massive gourd, gazing vacantly at the village. Gaara. The Refuge lightly tapped her finger on him. A thick purple line extended from her fingertip, piercing through the light screen and wrapping around the youth's figure. The line throbbed wildly like an unstable heart. The energy quality is quite good. This level of negative emotion is purer than that batch from Asuma. The Refuge retracted her finger, her gaze shifting to other areas of the village. In the mission hall, several elite shinobi from Sunagakure were engaged in a heated debate, their expressions grim. On the training ground, a few young ninjas were practicing ninjutsu, their movements sluggish. In the streets, pedestrians were sparse, and the atmosphere was oppressive. The current state of Sunagakure. The Refuge's voice was faint, is worse than I expected. Her gaze fell upon the desert outside the village. 2 figures clad in black with red clouds were rapidly approaching. The Refuge pointed her finger in the air. A new purple marker appeared at the coordinates of Deidara and Sasori. The actors are in position, because the target this time is of greater value. The Jinchuriki, the future 5th Kazekage, this level of peace is worth my investment of more effort. She paused, her gaze shifting to another coordinate on the light screen. The land of Rice underground base. Orochimaru was bent over, his face nearly pressed against the experiment table, staring intently at a vial of purple liquid. On the other side, the figures of Deidara and Sasori were nearing the outskirts of Sunagakure. She traced a line in the air with her finger. The image on the light screen switched. Inside the Kazekage building, several high-ranking members of Sunagakure were in a meeting, their faces solemn. One elder slammed the table. We must enhance our surveillance on Gaara. His mental state is becoming increasingly unstable. If he loses control, the entire village will be in jeopardy. Another middle-aged ninja shook his head. What good is surveillance? He is our village's strongest combat force and the only Jinchuriki. Without him, how can we contend against other villages? The arguments surged back and forth. The Refuge observed this scene, a faint smile gracing her lips. Sunagakure. Her voice was soft. Your fate from now on will no longer be determined by yourselves. She waved her finger lightly in the air. The image on the light screen switched once more. The figures of Deidara and Sasori had appeared on the outskirts of Sunagakure. The mist over Miyamu Mountain is particularly thick today. The sound of the toad oil waterfall crashing against the rocks echoes continuously, with droplets of water refracting a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. Naruto Uzumaki sits cross-legged on a massive rock beneath the waterfall, hands forming seals, veins bulging on his forehead. With his eyes closed, he desperately tries to calm his mind. Natural energy surrounds him, gentle, majestic, and omnipresent. According to Sage Fukasaku, as long as one's heart is still enough, he can absorb it like a sponge soaking up water. But he can't do it. Every time he nears that edge of energy, a deafening thunderstorm erupts in his mind. It is a purple, violent thunder filled with a sense of destruction. That sound looms above him, looking down, mocking, crushing him. Damn it. Naruto suddenly opens his eyes and the chakra he had just gathered instantly disperses. Faint orange patterns emerge around his eyelids, a sign of the toad transformation. Sage Fukasaku squats above him, his ancient voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Little Naruto, what's wrong with you today? With such a restless heart, forget about practicing sage techniques. You can't even manage basic chakra control. I don't know. Naruto grabs his hair, feeling incredibly agitated. It's just, I keep hearing this really annoying sound. It's like thunder buzzing, driving me crazy. Sage Fukasaku squints. Having lived in Miyamu Mountain for hundreds of years, he has never seen such a situation. The natural energy of Miyamu Mountain is usually calm and stable. How could there be thunder? Where's the sound you're hearing coming from? Sage Fukasaku asks. I don't know. Naruto slams his hand against the rock, causing fine cracks to appear on its surface. It suddenly popped into my head. And he pauses, his expression turning grim. And that sound reminds me of that guy Sasuke. Sage Fukasaku is taken aback. Sasuke? Yes. Naruto grinds his teeth, balling his hands into fists. Kakashi-sensei, I said that Sasuke has been getting stronger lately. He's become really strong. I don't know how strong exactly, but that sound. It feels just like how he makes me feel. Above me, cold and distant, looking down on me. Sage Fukasaku falls silent. It doesn't understand the bonds and rivalries between young humans, but it can see that Naruto's current state is terrible. Jealousy, unwillingness, and anger. These emotions churn within him, impossible to suppress. Logically, this state should make practicing sage techniques impossible. But strangely, Naruto's sensitivity to natural energy has actually increased today. Sage Fukasaku observes the beads of sweat densely covering Naruto's forehead, then glances at the faint orange patterns at the edges of his eyelids. The speed at which those patterns appeared is faster than yesterday, but they also fade quickly. This indicates that Naruto is forcefully enhancing his control over natural energy in an extreme manner. This little brat. Sage Fukasaku mutters quietly. How on earth is he doing this? Naruto cannot hear its words. He closes his eyes and forms seals once more. This time he does not intend to calm himself down, because he realizes that the thunderstorm cannot be suppressed. Since he cannot suppress it, then he will not. He transforms all his unwillingness, anger, and jealousy into the drive to fight against that sound. As thunder explodes in his mind, he grits his teeth and charges forward. Natural energy flows like a stream towards him, and he gradually grasps it, forcibly pulling it into his body. I won't lose to you, Sasuke. Naruto roars this in his heart, and the seals in his hands become faster and faster. His chakra begins to fluctuate as the chakra of the nine tails within him is forcefully suppressed, allowing natural energy to seep in little by little. The two energies collide and merge within him, creating a brand new power. Sage Chakra. Sage Fukasaku's eyes widen. It sees a faint golden light emerging from Naruto, a sign that Sage Chakra is taking shape. Though only a wisp and quite unstable, it has indeed formed. How is this possible? Sage Fukasaku jumps down from Naruto's head and circles around him. You little brat, clearly your heart is in turmoil. How can you still condense Sage Chakra? Naruto does not respond. His consciousness is entirely focused on that nascent power within him. It is weak and will dissipate if he is not careful, but it does exist. He can feel his body growing stronger. Not from an increase in chakra amount, but from a qualitative enhancement. Sage Chakra flows within him. Every meridian feels as though it has been reforged. So, this is how it is. Naruto gasps, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. I understand, Sage Fukasaku. Understand what? Sage Fukasaku asks. To be still at heart doesn't mean to suppress all emotions. Naruto opens his eyes, his blue eyes shining. But to transform those emotions into strength, and then use that strength to confront those distractions. Sage Fukasaku is stunned. This understanding is completely wrong, yet somehow feels right. Having lived for hundreds of years, it has seen countless individuals practicing sage techniques. Those people were either exceptionally gifted or had calm hearts. It has never seen anyone like Naruto who relies on brute force to cultivate sage techniques. Yet the results indeed exist. This little brat. Sage Fukasaku shakes his head. What a freak. Naruto does not hear its words. He closes his eyes again. This time he no longer resists the thunderstorm in his mind. He takes that sound as Sasuke's figure as the goal he must chase. As the purple thunder erupts, he charges forward. Natural energy surges in, and he absorbs it with all his might. His body trembles, sweat drips down his cheeks, splattering against the rock with a soft patter. But he does not stop, because he knows that Sasuke is also growing stronger. Moreover, Sasuke's speed of improvement might be faster than he imagines. I absolutely will not lose to you again. Naruto's voice echoes through the mist, filled with an unyielding stubbornness. In the land of rice, in the dark and damp underground. This had once been one of Orochimaru's countless secret bases, but now it served as a temporary refuge for Uchiha Sasuke. The air was thick with an unshakable blend of medicinal scents and dust, with cold droplets of water clinging to the stone walls, occasionally dripping and echoing in the silence. Sasuke sat cross-legged on the cold stone bed, his eyes tightly closed. He was not refining chakra. Instead, he was sensing the continuous flow of a new power within him. It was a pure, domineering purple energy, filled with the essence of destruction and rebirth. No longer did they need to be carefully guided through meridians as before. They had now fully integrated into his blood, bones, and every single cell. His body was being reshaped into a higher form. God of Thunder. That title bestowed upon him by the deity seated upon the throne, along with the power to match it. He slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pitch-black pupils, 3 crimson tomo were slowly rotating, but unlike before, the background of the tomo was no longer pure blood red. It was now shrouded in a profound and imposing purple lightning. His world had become completely different. In this state of opened eyes, he could see the electric charges drifting in the air, see the faint mineral reactions within the stone walls, and see the weak biological currents coursing through a distant rat. The entire world transformed into a dynamic 3-dimensional map composed of countless energy particles in his eyes. Was this the perspective of a god? No, it was not enough. Sasuke could sense that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The seed of thunder within him was like an endless treasure trove, and what he could currently access was merely a glimmer of light seeping out from the crevice of the open treasure door. To attain more, he needed more keys. And revenge was one of the most important keys. Uchiha Itachi. The figure of that man flashed briefly in his mind, bringing with it a chilling sense of dread and a boiling, killing intent. He needed power enough to crush that man's absolute strength. Just then, Sasuke's consciousness suddenly became hazy. The underground chamber vanished from view. In its place was an endless void filled with purple lightning. In the center of that space stood a magnificent palace forged from amethyst and dark star iron. He saw the figure seated upon the throne of the palace. She wore a splendid and majestic purple kimono, her face obscured by a blurry light, making it hard to discern, but the divine pressure of ruling over all and commanding eternity was clearer and more imposing than before. It was her, the deity who granted him this power. Sasuke's consciousness instinctively felt a surge of reverence. He did not resist, he simply listened quietly. A fragmented image was directly projected into the depths of his soul. It was a vast, boundless desert with yellow sand swirling in the air under a blazing sun. The scene shifted and a blurred silhouette appeared atop a sand dune. The figure wore a long robe with a black base and red clouds. Akatsuki. Sasuke's consciousness stirred slightly. As the image drew closer, the chakra fluctuations of that silhouette, though blurred, immediately pierced through Sasuke's nerves with a familiar and chilling sensation. It could not be wrong. Even if turned to ashes, he would still recognize it. That was Uchiha Itachi. The scene abruptly stopped here. Then a grand, majestic, and emotionless voice resonated deep within his soul, every word transformed into purple lightning runes, imprinting themselves into his consciousness. Seek. There lies a clue to eternity, as well as the past you yearn for. The divine revelation concluded. Sasuke's consciousness was abruptly pulled back to reality, gasping heavily, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Uchiha Itachi. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Within his pupils, the purple lightning and the blood-red tomo shone in dazzling brilliance. The flames of vengeance were completely ignited by this divine revelation, causing him to tremble all over. He had no doubt about the authenticity of this divine revelation, for the deity that granted him this power was itself the best proof of eternity. How could a mortal question the guidance of a divine being? Moreover, this guidance aligned perfectly with his desires, the clue to eternity, and the past he longed for. Sasuke slowly stood up, stretching his limbs. His bones crackled with a crisp sound, and the surging power within him gave him the illusion that he could tear everything apart. He walked to the stone table, picked up the tattered Uchiha clan robe, and slowly donned it. He did not bid farewell to anyone, nor did he need to. Konoha companions' bonds. Those things had already been cast aside the moment he accepted the blessing of the deity. His path had only one direction, under the guidance of eternity, to become stronger, and then personally end the life of that man. He walked to the exit of the base and looked up at the dim sky outside. In the next moment, his figure flickered. Zizizi. A blinding purple lightning cut through the darkness, and Sasuke's silhouette instantly vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a slowly dissipating arc of electricity and a faint smell of char. He embarked on the journey that the deity had paved for him. He did not know that the area pointed to by this divine revelation was precisely on the border of the Land of Wind. He was even unaware that a capture operation targeting the one-tailed Jinchuriki initiated by the Akatsuki organization was about to commence. Meanwhile, the pursuit team from Konoha was rapidly approaching. Sasuke, the most unstable pawn infused with divine power, was moving at the fastest speed under the precise control of the Refuge, stepping onto the stage that had already been set for him. A chaotic and intense drama far more tumultuous than the original story was about to unfold upon the boundless sea of sand. And the architect of all this sat indifferently within the purple palace at the center of Konoha, gazing coldly at the rapidly moving purple out on the light screen. Go, my son of God. Let me see how much harvest you can reap for me in this feast illuminated by the light of eternity. The sky over Sunagakure was as consistently dull yellow as ever. The wind whipped up sand particles striking against the ochre buildings and creating a rustling sound. The atmosphere in the village felt oppressive. Ever since the failure of the Konoha collapse plan, Sunagakure's financial situation had worsened, dragging the morale of the ninja down to rock bottom. In the office of the Kazekage building, Gaara was alone, dealing with a mountain of paperwork. Wearing a solemn Kazekage robe, Gaara's red short hair framed his face, yet his emerald green eyes lacked any semblance of the authority expected of a Kage, revealing only an unshakable fatigue and loneliness. Becoming the Kazekage did not earn him the villagers' recognition, instead it burdened him with even heavier shackles. He felt like a puppet trapped in the title of Kazekage, monotonously repeating tedious tasks day after day. At that moment, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air came from above. Gaara abruptly looked up, his green pupils suddenly constricting. A gigantic clay bird was circling above Sunagakure. On top of the bird, a golden-haired youth was excitedly looking down, a haughty smile plastered across his face. Found it. Yes, that red-haired brat is the Jinchuriki of Ichibi. Deidara shouted excitedly, his left hand's palm mouth rapidly chewing clay. Then let us celebrate our entrance with a magnificent explosion. Art is explosion. He screeched, pulling out a uniquely shaped spider-like clay bomb from his pocket and unhesitatingly tossing it towards the Kazekage building below. Enemy attack. It's Akatsuki. The red cloud on a black background. The Sunagakure ninjas immediately reacted, the alarm ringing throughout the village. Countless ninjas rushed out from every corner, looking up at the unexpected guest in the sky, their faces filled with terror. Gaara reacted the fastest. At the moment Deidara threw down the bomb, the gourd behind him automatically opened, and a torrent of sand surged forth like a yellow waterfall from the window. Sand hand. A massive sand hand quickly took shape in the air, reaching out to grab the clay spider. He had to intercept it before the bomb hit the ground, or the entire Kazekage building would be obliterated. His attention was completely drawn to the incoming attack. However, that was exactly what Deidara wanted. It's a hook, yes. Deidara snapped his fingers triumphantly. Under the cover of the enormous dust and flames from the explosion, another smaller, faster clay owl quietly circled around to Gaara's back. Its movements were so light that not a single sound was made, perfectly avoiding the gaze of all Sunagakure ninjas. Now's the time. Just as Gaara was about to manipulate the sand hand to catch the clay spider, he suddenly felt a faint wind behind him. Not good. Gaara's inner alarm rang loudly as he attempted to control the sand for defense, but it was already too late. The claws of the clay owl, sharp as a scalpel, swiftly seized his body. Immediately after, before Gaara could react, a large amount of C3 clay surged out from the owl, enveloping him from head to toe like a festering wound, instantly forming a massive white sphere. Damn it. Wrapped in clay, Gaara desperately channeled chakra, trying to push against the restraints with sand. But the clay was exceptionally tough and contained a peculiar explosive chakra, firmly suppressing his strength. Got it. Yes. Deidara laughed triumphantly, in the air maneuvering the clay giant bird as it dove down, its massive claws grasping the white sphere that encased Gaara, quickly ascending. Kazekage-sama. Hurry. Stop them. The Sunagakure ninjas below were frantic, unleashing all sorts of ninjutsu and weapons at Deidara in the sky as if they were free. But Deidara merely smiled contemptuously, casually tossing down more clay birds. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted in the air, forming an impenetrable net of firepower that intercepted all attacks. From the invasion to the entrapment, the entire process flowed smoothly, swift as lightning, taking barely a few seconds. Sunagakure's proud defense system was as fragile as paper in the face of Deidara's so-called artistic assault, failing to mount any effective response. In broad daylight, the shadow of a village was taken away by the enemy before the eyes of the entire village, as effortlessly as catching a chick. This was an unprecedented humiliation for Sunagakure since its founding. Panic and despair instantly enveloped the hearts of every Sunagakure ninja. Well then, Uncle Scorpion, let's go. Deidara finished his instant art and was very pleased with his masterpiece. He whistled, controlling the clay giant bird as it flew towards the Akatsuki's base. Beside him, from the massive puppet, the cold and indifferent voice of Scorpion emerged. Move quickly, don't let the pursuers catch up. The two figures carrying their prize soon vanished into the yellow sand on the horizon. Gaara's capture marked the official beginning of the grand event dubbed the Sandstorm Symphony by the Refuge. The Konoha reinforcements, the Child of Prophecy obeying the Divine Oracle, and the Akatsuki organization itself. The fates of all involved would be stirred into turmoil by this pebble thrown into the pond. Meanwhile, in faraway Konoha, upon the throne of the Eternal Residence, the Refuge watched the chaotic scene in Sunagakure on the light screen, and Deidara's triumphant face, her purple eyes betraying no emotion. Foolish art. Her slender fingers lightly tapped on the armrest, and the image on the light screen shifted, locking onto Deidara and Scorpion, who were flying at high speed. However, as the fuse igniting the plot, he is considered passable. The appetizer has been served. Next, it will be time for the main course to make its entrance. She cast her gaze toward two other glowing points moving at high speed on the map. One represented the green light point of Team Kakashi. The other was the blinding purple light point representing Uchiha Sasuke. Konoha Village Hokage's office. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if it could be wrung out for water. Tsunade slammed her fist onto the heavy wooden desk, causing a vicious crack to split the surface. Bastards. Those guys from Akatsuki actually dare to be so rampant. Her golden hair trembled slightly with her anger, and her brown eyes burned with fierce fury. Just a few minutes ago, an urgent plea for help from Sunagakure had reached her hands via the fastest summoning eagle. The fifth Kazekage Gaara was kidnapped by members of the Akatsuki organization, his life and death unknown. This news detonated like a heavy bomb among the higher-ups of Konoha. Lady Tsunade, please calm down. Shizun, clutching Tun-Tun, was sweating profusely, yet she did not dare to step forward to advise. In the office besides them were Naruto Uzumaki, who had just finished his sage training and was brought back to the village by Jiraiya and the guiding jonin of Team 7 Kakashi Hitachi. Naruto stood there, his body trembling slightly. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. Gaara, that red-haired boy who, like him, was treated as a monster since childhood, isolated and hated by everyone. The one who protected him with sand during the Chunin exams, making him feel for the first time the existence of a kindred spirit. The one whose gaze had become less cold after their duel at the Valley of the End, beginning to try to understand others. Now he had been captured by Akatsuki. Naruto's mind flashed back to what Jiraiya had told him. Akatsuki's goal was to collect all the tailed beasts. And he himself was the nine-tails Jinchuriki. Gaara was the one-tailed Jinchuriki. He and Gaara were exactly the same. Akatsuki's goal is the tailed beasts. Kakashi, standing nearby, said gravely from beneath his silver hair, his visible eye filled with seriousness. Once the tailed beast is extracted from its Jinchuriki, that Jinchuriki will die. His voice was not loud, but each word struck Naruto's heart like a heavy hammer. Death. I absolutely will not let such a thing happen. Naruto suddenly lifted his head, his azure eyes instantly tinted blood red with rage. The chakra of the nine tails within him began to surge uncontrollably, erupting a violent aura from his body. He turned and was about to rush outside. He had to go to Sunagakure. He had to save Gaara. Stop, Naruto. Tsunade's sharp command thundered like a bolt from the blue, halting Naruto in his tracks. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger, and pulled out a scroll she had prepared long ago, slamming it down on the desk with a bang. Shrank emergency mission. Tsunade's gaze swept over the three present, her voice turning extremely serious. Sunagakure is our ally, and the kidnapping of the Kazekage is equivalent to a blatant provocation against both of our great ninja villages. I hereby order in the name of the 5th Hokage, Team 7 led by Kakashi Hitachi is tasked with departing immediately. Mission objective: proceed to Sunagakure, rendezvous with the Sunagakure side, and at all costs rescue the 5th Kazekage Gaara. The mission scroll slowly unfurled on the desk, its detailed contents written in bright red ink. Kakashi and Sakura, who had also been urgently summoned to the office, were already standing by, and upon hearing the order, they stepped forward solemnly. Yes. Naruto looked at the mission scroll, the raging anger in his chest gradually transforming into a more resolute strength. It was the determination to protect his companions. He remembered the arduous training on Mount Myaboku, recalling the sense of helplessness he felt when he couldn't catch up to Sasuke. This time he would not let anyone be taken from him again. He nodded vigorously, the blood-red hue in his azure eyes fading, leaving only unwavering determination. I understand, Granny Tsunade. I will definitely bring that guy. The Kazekage back safely. Tsunade looked at the familiar light in Naruto's eyes, which resembled exactly that of a certain blonde fool. She nodded slightly, not saying anything more. Go. Without any delay, Team 7, having just reunited, immediately set off, without time to catch up. The three of them transformed into three afterimages, leaping out of the Hokage's office window, swiftly traversing the rooftops of Konoha and racing towards the Land of Wind. A long-distance pursuit across national borders had begun. Naruto was at the forefront, charging ahead. He desperately wanted to prove that he, after his sage training, was no longer the tail, and who could only watch his companions' backs. He had acquired the power to protect others. And after they left in the Hokage's office, Tsunade looked at the disappearing figures of the three, her brows still tightly furrowed. Jiraiya, do you think they can succeed? Jiraiya stepped out from the shadows by the window, his expression equally grave. I don't know. The members of Akatsuki are all class rogue ninjas, their strength unfathomable. He paused, looking at Tsunade, but I believe in that kid. The power contained within him far exceeds everyone's imagination. This time perhaps it is truly the opportunity for his awakening. Tsunade fell silent. She knew what Jiraiya was referring to. The Nine Tails. It was both Naruto's greatest source of power and the most dangerous ticking time bomb. This rescue mission was both a test and a gamble for Naruto. If he won, he would soar to great heights. If he lost, the consequences were unimaginable. The desolate land at the border of the Fire Nation and the Wind Nation. Jagged rocks litter the ground with not a blade of grass in sight. A dozen figures encircle a black-haired youth, each face adorned with greedy and cruel smiles. They are rogue ninjas wandering in this area, surviving by hunting bounty targets. The youth before them, Uchiha Sasuke, has a bounty on the black market that is enough for them to squander half a lifetime. This is truly effortless. The last scion of the Uchiha clan, a defector disciple of Orochimaru, this head is worth a fortune. The leader, a burly man wielding a massive spiked club, spat and shouted. He looked at Sasuke's handsome, yet cold face, as if he were gazing at a bag of walking gold coins. Kid, just stretch your neck out, and he'll make it quick for you. That's right. Don't struggle. There are more than 10 of us. I've heard your Sharingan is impressive. Let's see it today. The rogue ninjas clamored, their weapons glinting ominously in the sunlight. They completely disregarded the youth, who appeared to be over a decade younger than them. To them, this was merely an obvious hunt of many bullying the few. Sasuke stood quietly in the center of the encirclement. He didn't even draw the Kusanagi sword from his back. He merely scanned the noisy flies with indifference, as if looking at pebbles by the roadside. If you don't want to die, then get lost. He squeezed out a few words from his throat, his voice low, yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness. His indifference thoroughly enraged the group of desperate rogues. Seeking death. The burly leader roared, being the first to launch an attack. He swung the spiked club, the wind howling as it came crashing down towards Sasuke's head. The others also attacked simultaneously. Earth release, earth flow bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Shuriken shadow clone technique. In an instant, shurikens, kunai, and a mix of various elemental ninjutsu surged towards Sasuke like a torrential storm. They wanted this arrogant brat to pay the price for his arrogance. However, facing this concentrated assault capable of shredding a jonin in an instant, Sasuke did not dodge or evade. He simply raised his head slowly. His Sharingan, shrouded in deep purple lightning, coldly scanned the burly man charging at the forefront. No hand seals, no movements, not even a flicker of chakra fluctuation. The next moment, a bizarre scene occurred that seemed to freeze time. The burly man holding the spiked club, his face still contorted in a sinister grin, began to silently disintegrate along with the weapon crafted from fine steel. Not cut, not burned, but disassembled. Starting from the outer layer of skin to muscle bone and then to the weapon in hand. All matter was being reverted to its most primitive invisible particles in a way that transcended common sense before dissipating into the air. Not a single scream escaped his lips. The living man vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. What? Where's the boss? What just happened? The remaining rogue ninjas were dumbfounded, their brains unable to process the surreal scene before them. Next, it was the second one. The rogue ninja, who was forming hand seals to release earth release, felt Sasuke's gaze fall upon him. Silent and without a sound. The rogue ninja, along with the mound of earth that had just risen beneath his feet, turned into a cloud of dust. Then came the third, the fourth. Sasuke's gaze was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. All who were swept by his purple Sharingan, whether flesh and blood, ninjutsu, energy, or metal weapons, were instantly disintegrated and erased from this world. This was no longer ninjutsu. It was a kind of rule, a power of annihilation. Demon, run. Finally, a rogue ninja reacted from the extreme, fear, terrified to the core, turning to flee. But it was already too late. Sasuke simply stood calmly in place, his cold purple eyes slowly scanning the surroundings. Wherever his gaze fell, everything returned to nothingness. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen rogue ninjas, along with all their unleashed attacks, were decomposed into the most basic particles. A gust of wind blew through. The desolate land was left empty, with only Sasuke's proud figure and the overly clean ground beneath his feet. As if those dozen individuals had never existed. Sasuke slowly closed his eyes, feeling the divine power flowing within him. This feeling is wonderful. The power to manipulate everything mundane at will, to easily erase it, brought him immense satisfaction. Is this the power of eternity? No, this is not enough. Far from enough. He opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the Wind Nation. That man's power is 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than these small fries. To seek revenge, he needs to become even stronger. After finishing all this, Sasuke did not linger for a moment. He didn't even look back at the land he had purified. In a flash, he transformed into a purple lightning bolt, continuing in the direction indicated by the divine revelation. In his heart, there were only eternity and revenge. The rogue ninjas, he erased their intense fear before death, transformed into pure spiritual energy, which transcended space, and was fully absorbed by the divine heart, within the purple palace at the center of Konoha. The desert of the wind country stretches endlessly. Golden sand dunes rise and fall in layers, merging into the blinding white light at the horizon. Heat waves rise from the ground, distorting the air, making the entire expanse feel like a massive steamer where even breathing brings burning pain. 3 groups of people are silently racing across this desolate sea of sand. In the sky, Deidara lay on the back of a clay giant bird, his legs dangling in the air. Gaara, wrapped in a white cocoon of C3 clay, was tightly gripped by the bird's claws hanging below like a piece of cargo. Hey, Uncle Scorpion, can we fly a bit slower? Deidara supported his chin with one hand, while the other absent-mindedly scratched the clay. Let those pursuers down there feel the despair a bit more. That's art too. He tilted his head to look at the nearby scorpion, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Shut up, Didera. Scorpion's voice, cold as ice shards, echoed from within. Return to the base quickly to extract the tailed beast. That is the mission. No unnecessary complications. Scorpion controlled the puppet's body, his gaze fixed ahead. He disliked surprises, especially in this land he loathed. Sunagakure was his birthplace, and it was also the memory he wished to erase completely. Deidara pouted, squishing a piece of clay with his fingers. So boring, huh? He mumbled, yet he urged the clay bird to accelerate. The giant bird flapped its wings, stirring up gusts of air, leaving a white trail in the sky above the desert. On the ground, 3 figures were sprinting across the sandy terrain, kicking up a long trail of dust behind them. Naruto was at the forefront. Each time his foot sank into the sand, a small wave of golden sand splashed up. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking the fabric of his forehead protector, yet he paid it no mind. It's right ahead. I can feel it. Naruto's blue eyes were fixated on the small black dot on the horizon, his breath quickening, but maintaining composure. His training on Mount Myaboku had sharpened his sensitivity to natural energy, and at this moment the 2 chakra signatures belonging to Akatsuki in the sky burned bright, like torches in his perception. Gaara, hold on. He gritted his teeth, increasing his speed. Naruto, conserve your strength. Kakashi shouted from behind. We're still quite far from them. Kakashi's forehead was damp with sweat, his Sharingan activated, locking onto the target in the sky. He knew full well that at their current speed, catching up to the flying enemy was nearly impossible. But he couldn't voice that out. Naruto was in no state to hear it. Sakura lagged behind, her legs beginning to weaken, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on. I can't hold them back. She silently chanted in her heart, clenching her fists, her nails digging into her palms. In another direction, a blinding purple lightning streaked across the sand. Wherever the lightning passed, the sand instantly melted into glass-like scorched marks, emitting wisps of smoke. That was Uchiha Sasuke following the divine oracle. His form was so fast, it was almost indistinguishable. Surrounded by purple lightning, the Tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotated, locking onto the white in the distant sky. Akatsuki. A cold smile curled at the corners of Sasuke's mouth. Among the 2 chakra signatures in the sky, one felt familiar to him. It wasn't Hitachi, but it belonged to the same organization. Perfect. He raised his hand to wipe away the sand that had splattered on his face, not slowing down his pace in the slightest. He would test this power against them to see just how far he had come. 3 threads of fate converging at high speed from different directions toward the same target. Kakashi's team aimed to rescue the Kazekage. Akatsuki's goal was to return to the base to extract the tailed beast. Sasuke's objective was to trace Itachi's trail while clearing away the lesser obstacles in his path. The convergence point for everyone was the red-haired boy trapped in the clay cocoon. A storm was brewing on the horizon, ready to engulf the entire wind country. Konoha, the eternal dwelling. Refuge sat upon the throne. Before her, a purple light curtain floated, displaying a 3-dimensional map of the desert. 1 red dot representing Akatsuki, 1 green dot representing Kakashi's team, and 1 purple dot representing Sasuke. The 3 dots were closing in at a visibly fast pace. A slight smile crept onto Reiku's lips. Good. Her voice echoed in the empty palace, tinged with a hint of pleasure. The plan was being executed perfectly. Naruto's explosive will to protect Gaara, Sasuke's vengeful fire ignited by the Oracle, Kakashi's anxiety born from alliance responsibility, and the evil aura emanating from the members of Akatsuki. All of these would transform into the highest level plot energy, nourishing her heart of the gods. Then, Reikuge raised her right hand, her slender fingers lightly tapping on the light curtain. An invisible force undetectable by mortals disturbed the world lines, crossing space and quietly landing on Kankuro. At this moment, Gaara's brother was leading a team of sand shinobi frantically searching for his brother's trail in the desert. His face was etched with anxiety and anger, sweat mixed with sand on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. Speed up. We can't let those bastards get away. Kankuro shouted, waving his arms to urge the sand shinobi behind him. Just then his steps suddenly halted. A strange chill crawled up his spine, making his hair stand on end. What is happening? Kankuro stopped, pressing a hand to his chest. His heart raced as if something was stirring within him. Lord Kankuro. The sand shinobi behind him stopped, looking at him in confusion. It's nothing. Kankuro shook his head, taking a deep breath, and continued to step forward. Found it. Kankuro stood atop the sand dune, locking onto the increasingly larger black dot on the horizon with his telescope. It was that clay monster bird. Gaara is up there. Everyone prepare for battle. He put down the telescope and issued orders to the elite sand shinobi behind him. He knew that the enemy this time was the Shrank rogue ninja organization Akatsuki, with unfathomable power. But he could not retreat. Gaara was his brother and the Kazekage of Sunagakure. No matter what, he had to bring him back. Puppet technique, black secret technique, machine activation. Without hesitation, Kankuro summoned his 3 puppets, Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander, from the scroll on his back. His fingers danced skillfully, the chakra threads extending like a web connecting to the 3 puppets. Go! With a command, the 3 deadly puppets transformed into 3 shadows, encircling Deidara in the sky from different angles. Crow opened its mechanisms, shooting countless poisoned sunbon like a torrential rain. Black Ant burrowed into the sand, preparing to launch a surprise attack from below. Salamander raised its massive shield, positioned in front of Kankuro, ready to defend at any moment. This was a perfect strategy combining offense, stealth, and defense. However, what he faced was Sasori of the Red Sand. He was the pinnacle of all puppeteers in this world. Oh, a puppeteer. Deidara, seeing the attack below, was about to throw a bomb, but was halted by Sasori. "Leave it to me," came the hoarse voice from the Red Sand. Sasori didn't even leave his puppet shell. He merely manipulated the thick tail of the Red Sand, casually swinging it in the air. That tail, crafted from fine steel and gleaming at the joints, moved like a living creature, tracing a bizarre arc in the air. Clang, clang, clang. A series of dense metallic sounds rang out. All the poison sunbon shot by Crow were precisely blocked by that scorpion tail. Then the scorpion tail suddenly lunged like a venomous snake, emerging from its hole, instantly wrapping around Crow's neck. Crack! With a sharp sound, Crow's entire head was twisted off. "What a..." Kankuro exclaimed in shock, tightening the chakra threads on his fingers. The opponent's puppet manipulation skills were far beyond his. Before he could react, the scorpion tail swung again, like a long whip, fiercely striking Salamander's shield. Boom! With a tremendous noise, Salamander's robust shield, capable of withstanding a rank ninjutsu, was shattered into pieces, with chips flying everywhere. Black Ant, which had burrowed into the sand to prepare for a sneak attack, was also accurately dug out by the scorpion tail and crushed underfoot. The battle was nearly over in an instant. Kankuro's proud creations appeared as fragile as children's toys in front of Sasori of the Red Sand. The gap in strength between both sides was too vast. "Too weak," came Sasori's emotionless evaluation from the Red Sand. "You don't even qualify to let me come out of here." Kankuro's face turned pale, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. He realized he had encountered the top-tier puppeteer. Escape. This was the only thought in his mind. He had to bring this information back to the village. Without hesitation, he turned to flee into the sand. Trying to escape. Sasori's voice rang out again. The menacing scorpion tail, like a death's invitation, came rushing towards him. Kankuro rolled desperately in the sand, trying to evade this lethal strike. But the speed of the scorpion tail was too fast. Swish! The tip of the scorpion tail grazed his arm, breaking the skin and leaving a shallow cut. Kankuro only felt a slight sting in his arm and didn't pay much attention. He had successfully distanced himself from the enemy, feeling a moment of relief. However, Sasori's hoarse voice echoed in his ear like a judgment from hell. "If you are poisoned by me, you won't survive for 3 days." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kankuro felt a sudden numbness in his arm. Following that, an indescribable, excruciating pain surged from the wound, sweeping through his entire body. His breathing became labored, his vision blurred, and he felt as if all his strength had been drained, crashing heavily onto the scorching sand. He looked down and saw that his body was visibly turning an abnormal purplish color. What poison is this?" He used his last bit of strength to utter a few words before completely losing consciousness. Sasori and Deidara did not pause for a moment, not even glancing at this overreaching pursuer. The clay giant bird let out a cry and continued flying towards the stronghold. Soon after, the pursuit team from Sunagakure arrived, only to find Kankuro lying in a pool of blood on the brink of death. "Quick! Hurry, take Lord Kankuro back to the village for rescue. Notify the medical team. Highest level of alert." The sand shinobi frantically lifted Kankuro and rushed back to the village. However, what awaited them was deeper despair. All of Sunagakure's top medical ninjas, including Elder Chiyo, who was proficient in toxicology, revealed unprecedented grave expressions after examining Kankuro's body. This was a type of poison they had never encountered. It was not a single toxin, but a complex neurotoxin formed from a mixture of over 100 rare poisonous herbs, insects, and even metallic minerals. The toxin had already invaded his organs, destroying every cell in his body. Any conventional antidote was utterly useless against such a potent poison. Kankuro's life hung by a thread. This only added to the panic that Sunagakure was already experiencing after losing its Kazekage. The atmosphere of despair loomed over the entire village like dark clouds. And this crisis, orchestrated by the Refuge, also provided the perfect opportunity for the incoming medical ninja from Konoha, Sakura Haruno, to intervene. Everything was within her calculations. In Sand Hidden Village, a temporary medical center, the air was thick with the pungent smell of medicine mingled with a faint hint of blood. On Haruno, Sakura's forehead, beads of sweat gathered as her emerald green eyes fixed intensely on the patient, Kinjo Lang, lying on the hospital bed, her brows tightly knitted. She had been working here for 3 consecutive hours, nearly exhausting all her knowledge of medical ninjutsu. "It's no use. Still no use," Sakura murmured to herself, her voice tinged with fatigue and defeat. Upon arriving at Sand Hidden Village, she was immediately dispatched by Kakashi to assist in treating Kinjo Lang. With her exquisite medical ninjutsu learned from Tsunade and a profound understanding of human anatomy, she quickly analyzed the general composition of this potent poison. It was an extremely complex composite neurotoxin, the formulation of which was far beyond the existing theories of medical ninjutsu. The poisoner's understanding of toxicology had reached an astonishing level. He didn't simply mix various poisons, but rather used their interactions to create a brand new, nearly unsolvable toxin. Conventional detoxification approaches, such as forcibly expelling toxins with chakra or using corresponding antidotes to neutralize, were utterly ineffective against this deadly poison. Whenever she attempted to resolve one type of toxin, the other toxins would immediately trigger a chain reaction, generating even more ferocious new toxins. It was like a locked, intricate chemical equation. Even the slightest alteration would lead to the collapse of the entire system. Damn it, what should I do? Sakura anxiously paced back and forth in the ward, her hands unconsciously clenched. As time ticked away, Kinjiolang's vital signs weakened, his skin's bluish-purple hue deepening and his breathing becoming increasingly faint. The medical ninjas from Sand Hidden Village looked pale, utterly helpless. Even the most respected Elder Chiyo shook her head helplessly after trying every method. The atmosphere of despair was suffocating. Just as Sakura was about to give up, the Refuge intervened. The Refuge sat majestically on his throne, his purple eyes calmly watching Sakura's anxious figure on the light screen. The timing is almost right, she whispered to herself. She consumed a sliver of despair energy she had just collected from Sand Hidden Village and activated her upgraded new ability, Worldline Disturbance. She didn't need to directly tell Sakura the answer. That wouldn't fit the demeanor of a deity and could easily raise suspicions. What she needed to do was to provide a small hint. By plucking the strings of probability, she aimed to let miracles occur naturally at the most opportune moment. In a flurry, Sakura rushed into the archive room where ancient texts were stored, seeking new ideas. She darted between towering bookshelves, anxiously flipping through ancient scrolls about toxicology. Suddenly, her fingers slipped just right, causing a dusty old tome wedged at the bottom of a shelf to tumble down. Thud! The ancient book hit the ground, and the pages were just right blown open by the wind, landing on a specific page in the middle. Sakura, initially indifferent, bent down to pick it up. But out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently caught sight of a complex diagram drawn in ancient script on the page. Her movements froze instantly. That diagram bore an astonishing resemblance to the molecular structure of the scorpion's toxin she had just analyzed in her mind. She immediately crouched down, picked up the ancient book, and began to study it carefully. It was a rare tome documenting ancient medical theories that had long been lost. The detoxification strategies it described were completely contrary to modern medical ninjutsu. It posited that against certain extreme composite poisons, simple detoxification was futile. The only solution was to use poison to counter poison. By employing another compound toxin with a more intricate ratio and more potent properties to neutralize it, a controllable chemical war would be triggered in the patient's body, ultimately leading both toxins to cancel each other out. The book also documented a case that matched Kinjiolang's symptoms almost perfectly. A ninja stung by the legendary Scorpion King of 100 poisons was saved by an ancient doctor using an antidote composed of 7 potent poisons, including 7 deadly grasses and heartbreak flowers, when all others were at a loss. So that's how it is. It's not about detoxifying the poison, but rather using another poison to neutralize it. This revelation, akin to a heavenly descent, instantly illuminated Sakura's stagnated thoughts, giving her clarity like a thunderbolt. 100 combinations of medicinal herbs flashed through her mind in an instant. I understand now. She suddenly stood up, her emerald green eyes rekindling with the light of hope. She immediately rushed to the medicinal herb storage, and with this new insight and her solid pharmacological knowledge, she began to prepare the antidote at a frenzied pace. The sand-hidden medical ninjas looked at her frenzied actions, filled with confusion and worry. What is she doing? Those are all deadly poisons. Mixing them together will kill someone. But Elder Chiyo stopped them. She looked at Sakura's focused and confident gaze, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in her murky eyes. This girl from Konoha might really create a miracle. Minutes later, a bowl of a strange-colored potion emitting a pungent odor was brought to Kinjiolang's bedside by Sakura. Without a moment's hesitation, she carefully poured the potion into Kinjiolang's mouth. A miracle occurred. Under everyone's gaze, his originally bluish-purple skin began to visibly regain its color. His weak breathing gradually became steady and strong. She succeeded. In the vast sea of sand, the chase reached a fever pitch. Rasengan! Naruto shouted as he leaped from the ground. In his right hand, a blue sphere of chakra spun at high speed, emitting a piercing hum. He aimed to bring down that damned clay bird in the sky along with the bastards atop it. Humphy little brat who doesn't know when to quit. In the sky, Deidara grinned widely. He took some clay from his ninja tool pouch, chewed it in his palm, and spat out several live clay spiders. Taste my art. With a flick of his finger, the clay spiders fell like cannonballs. Kakashi's expression hardened as he immediately shielded Sakura, raising his left hand with sparks of electricity flickering in his palm. Lightning cutter. An explosion seemed unavoidable. Just at this critical moment, an anomaly occurred. Boom. A thick purple lightning bolt as robust as a spear of divine punishment suddenly struck down from the clear blue sky, without warning. This lightning was entirely different from Kakashi's lightning cutter. It was not composed of chakra, but a more pure, more domineering, more primal form of lightning. The energy it contained seemed capable of tearing apart space and annihilating all things. The lightning struck with a speed that exceeded the limits of vision precisely between Kakashi's team and the clay spiders. There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a moment of profound silence engulfed the entire world. After the purple light faded, a bottomless chasm appeared in the once flat desert. At the edge of the chasm, all the sand was instantly melted by the high temperature, forming a smooth mirror-like layer of black glass. A destructive aura emanated from the chasm, causing everyone present, whether Kakashi or Deidara in the sky, to feel a chill that penetrated their very souls. What? What is this? Deidara's smile froze on his face. He widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the horrifying chasm below. The clay spiders in midair vaporized instantly, with no chance for explosion. Kakashi halted his lightning cutter. His exposed Sharingan was filled with shock. This power that directly disintegrates and annihilates matter. He had seen it before, at the Chunin exam venue on that woman. As the dust slowly settled, a solitary figure stood quietly on the other side of the chasm. He had black hair and black eyes, his handsome and cold features adorned in a simple Uchiha clan outfit that fluttered slightly in the wind. Occasional flickers of purple lightning danced around him. His Sharingan, enveloped in deep purple lightning and slowly rotating 3 tomo silently, declared his extraordinary identity. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence. Time seemed to pause at this moment. SAS. Sasuke. Naruto exclaimed in shock. His expression shifted from anger to shock, then to disbelief. The Rasengan in his hand dissipated into the air due to his intense emotional turmoil. The companion he had yearned for day and night, whom he vowed to bring back to Konoha, the one who represented his pursuit and surpassing goals in his mind. Uchiha Sasuke. He appeared before his former companions and enemies in a manner that was regal and divine. His presence instantly froze the entire battlefield. Sasuke's gaze coldly swept over everyone. He scanned the sky where Deidara was. He glanced over Kakashi and Sakura on the ground. Finally, his gaze fell upon Naruto. That look was chillingly devoid of any emotion, as if he were observing a stone by the roadside or an ant beneath his foot. There was no joy of reunion, no excitement of a long-awaited meeting, only pure indifference, as if everything they once shared was merely an inconsequential dream. Naruto's body froze. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. His throat felt as though it were being choked by an invisible hand, making even breathing difficult. He wanted to shout Sasuke's name, to ask where he had been for the past 3 years, to question why he had suddenly appeared here. But those cold, purple Sharingan eyes blocked all of his words in his throat. Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. Sasuke-kun. Her voice trembled, filled with incredulous surprise and sorrow. 3 years. A full 3 years. She had seen this back figure countless times in her dreams. But now when he truly appeared before her, she felt a strange fear. This was not the Sasuke she remembered. The indifferent and proud boy who still cared for his comrades had vanished. In his place stood a stranger radiating an aura of destruction resembling Ashura. Kakashi's Sharingan trembled slightly. He stared intently at the flickering purple arcs surrounding Sasuke, replaying the scene from the Chunin exam in his mind. That woman who called herself a deity. She too was surrounded by the same purple lightning. She possessed the same terrifying power to directly annihilate matter. Could it be that Sasuke has something to do with her? Alarm bells rang in his heart as his fingers tightened, slightly, chakra quietly flowing within him. Deidara looked at the suddenly appeared black-haired boy below, his brow furrowing. Hey, who are you? Daring to interrupt my art, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a bone-chilling coldness rise from his spine. Sasuke's gaze slowly lifted, locking onto him in the sky. That look was as cold as if he were staring at a corpse. Deidara's body stiffened. After years of engaging in explosive art, he had seen countless powerful beings. But never had anyone's gaze made him feel such a profound sense of death's threat. What kind of monster is this kid? Sasuke ignored him. His gaze remained fixed on Naruto. Finally, his thin lips parted as he uttered 2 words. Akatsuki. Sasuke, you guy. Finally willing to come back. After a brief silence, Naruto was the first to explode. He stared at that face, 3 years of longing, anger, and grievance flooding over him. Forget about the purple lightning, forget about how it appeared here. All he knew was, this was the chance to bring back his companion. With a push of his foot, he was about to rush across the bottomless chasm. Naruto, stop. Kakashi's arm shot out, firmly pressing down on his shoulder. Kakashi-sensei, why are you stopping me? I want to bring that guy back. Naruto shouted angrily, his eyes turning red. You need to look at his eyes first. Kakashi lowered his voice, his tone unusually grave. Naruto was taken aback. He looked again at Sasuke. That pair of Sharingan still bore 3 tomo. But that gaze was as cold as looking at a stone. There was no joy, no waves, not even a hint of recognition. Naruto's heart sank suddenly. Sasuke's gaze finally shifted from the sky to Naruto. He paused. You have new power. His tone was as flat as asking about today's weather. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Sasuke's lips curled slightly, but it was not a smile, merely pure disdain. Good. Let me see if you have the qualifications to be my sparring partner. Sparring partner. Those 2 words felt like burning iron nails piercing straight into Naruto's heart. Sasuke. What nonsense are you talking about? Naruto erupted, completely shaking off Kakashi's hand. I am not a sparring partner. I am here to bring you back to Konoha. Sakura is waiting for you. Everyone is waiting for you. Konoha. Sasuke chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with mockery. I have no interest in that boring place. He raised his right hand, a strand of purple lightning coiling around his fingertips. What I pursue is eternity, true power. You guys who are bound by ties will never understand. Before his words fell, he moved. Zizizi. The The purple afterimage instantly crossed dozens of meters, appearing directly in front of Naruto. Quick! Kakashi's Sharingan could only capture a series of blurred shadows. A fist wrapped in purple divine thunder was smashing towards Naruto's face. This was not ordinary taijutsu. The purple lightning on that fist tore through the air, producing a piercing buzzing sound. The desert air was instantly heated, forming a circle of distorted heat waves. This punch could shatter rocks and tear through steel. Naruto's pupils suddenly constricted. His body instinctively reacted. Sage mode. He let out a low roar, his hands swiftly coming together. A surge of immense natural energy exploded from his body. A faint orange shadow appeared around his eyes, and his azure pupils instantly transformed into a horizontal line. A faint golden glow appeared on the surface of his skin, and his aura surged violently in an instant. Bang! The purple lightning fist collided fiercely with the palm covered in natural energy in midair. The shockwave erupted. Centered on the two of them, the sand within a 10-meter radius was all lifted, forming a massive dust storm. The ground beneath Naruto's feet cracked inch by inch, and he was pushed back 3 steps by the immense force, each step leaving deep pits on the sand. He gritted his teeth, his arms trembling. How could this guy have such strength? But Sasuke remained unmoving. He looked at the layer of golden natural energy on Naruto's palm, his eyes flashing with interest. Sage mode. Interesting. He withdrew his fist, purple lightning dancing along his arm, crackling with sound. But this is all there is. Just as his words fell, he flipped his right hand, fingers spread wide. Lightning release, purple lightning collapse. 5 columns of purple lightning burst forth from his palm, heading straight for Naruto's face. Naruto's pupils constricted, his body suddenly rolling sideways. Boom. The lightning column struck the position he had just stood in, directly creating a deep pit 3 meters deep. The sand at the bottom of the pit was completely vaporized, leaving only a layer of pitch-black, glass-like substance. Before Naruto could steady himself, Sasuke was already at his side. A kick swept toward him. Bang! Naruto barely raised his arm to block, but he was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, rolling several times on the sand before coming to a stop. He propped himself up on the ground, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Sasuke, you bastard. Sasuke looked down at him, his gaze still icy. With this level of strength, you dare to say you want to bring me back? He raised his right hand, the lightning in his palm intensifying. Come again. Sakura, watching this scene, was frozen in place. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Sasuke-kun, how have you changed like this? Kakashi stared intensely at the purple lightning surrounding Sasuke, his mind replaying the scenes from the Chunin exam. The purple lightning on that woman was exactly the same as Sasuke's. No, not exactly the same. His Sharingan could see more clearly. Sasuke's purple lightning was more violent, more unstable, as if it were a power still not fully controlled. But even so, it far surpassed ordinary lightning. That was not chakra-based lightning, but something closer to natural thunder. A certain rule. Sasuke, what exactly is your relationship with that woman? Kakashi murmured to himself, his fingers quietly gripping the kunai at his waist. In the sky, Deidara, witnessing this internal conflict below, was completely furious. Hey, you two idiots. Do you think I don't exist? You don't exist. Sasuke lifted his gaze, his purple Sharingan locking onto Deidara, hovering in the sky. Who do you think you are? 5 words, uttered with the quiet finality of an immutable truth. The smile vanished from Deidara's face entirely. In all his life, he despised 2 kinds of people above all: those who lacked the soul to comprehend art, and those who dared to dismiss it outright. This black-haired boy before him embodied both. You wretched fool. Deidara ground out between clenched teeth, plunging both hands into his weapon pouch and cramming fistfuls of clay into the mouths nestled in his palms. Since you're so eager to die, then I shall grant your wish. Humph. He flung his arms wide. Dozens of clay birds erupted from his palms, spiraling once in the air before diving as one in a lethal synchronized descent. Each bird's swollen belly pulsed with chakra, coiled volatile, ready to detonate. Naruto, Sakura, fall back. Kakashi barked low, raising his right hand, the air crackling with silver lightning. Chidori, a shrill avian shriek pierced the silence. He shot skyward like an arrow loosed from a bow, his arm sheathed in blinding white lightning. A blade of pure voltage cleaving through 3 clay birds in a single seamless stroke. The explosion bloomed midair, fire, smoke, and concussive force colliding in chaotic fury. Yet the remaining birds had already breached the line, hurtling straight toward Naruto and Sakura. Shadow clone technique. Naruto formed the seal. Instantly, hundreds of clones materialized, dense, unbroken, forming a living wall before Sakura. Boom, boom, boom. The detonations merged into a continuous, thunderous roar. Clones dissolved one after another into wisps of white smoke. Naruto's original body was hurled backward by the blast, tumbling across the sand, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Naruto, Sakura cried out. I'm fine. He pushed himself up from the ground, his orange eye markings burning even more fiercely. He raised his head, eyes locked on Deidara suspended high above, then turned, gaze sharp and unwavering, towards Sasuke, standing motionless below. 2 enemies, one in the heavens, one upon the earth. His fists tightened. Sasuke, no matter what you've become, I swore I'd bring you home, and I will keep that vow. Sasuke did not reply. He stood still, violet lightning arcing slowly across his frame. His Sharingan watched Naruto, cold, distant, utterly unreadable. Bring me home. With that strength, his foot struck the sand. His form vanished and reappeared behind Naruto in the next breath. Too slow. A precise lethal strike slashed downward toward Naruto's nape. Naruto's pupils contracted. He threw himself forward just in time, the blow grazing his scalp, severing golden strands of hair. He rolled once, braced with both hands, and sprang upright. Rasengan. A sphere of cobalt chakra coalesced instantly in his palm, spinning violently as he drove it toward Sasuke's chest. Sasuke raised his left hand. Purple lightning gathered, crackling, dense, alive, within his palm. Lightning release, violet lightning shield. A circular barrier of searing violet lightning solidified before him. The Rasengan slammed into the shield. ZZZT. Two opposing forces collided, blue chakra and violet lightning twisting, writhing, screaming in violent harmony. Naruto gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of chakra into the spinning sphere. Yet the violet lightning shield held firm. Not a tremor, not a flicker. Instead, a brutal counterforce surged back through the Rasengan. Bam! Naruto was hurled backward, crashing hard onto the sand. Sasuke lowered his left hand, the shield dissolving into fading sparks. Is this the sum of your power? He began walking toward Naruto, each step sinking deep into the sand with a heavy, deliberate thud. If this is all you have, you lack even the qualification to earn my full attention. Naruto staggered upright. His chest burned, each breath was agony. Yet his eyes remained unyielding, fierce, defiant. I haven't lost yet. His hands formed the seals again. Chakra roared within him, wild, untamed. Sage Art Rasengan. This time the sphere doubled in size, its azure surface wreathed in shimmering golden natural energy. Naruto charged, roaring like a storm given voice. Sasuke halted, his eyes fixed on the golden Rasengan, and for the first time something flickered within them, genuine intrigue. Now that's interesting. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide. Violet lightning surged up his arm, converging with terrifying intensity at his palm. The light intensified, blinding, searing. Ozone choked the air. Sand beneath his feet began to melt, bubbling and blackening. Very well, I'll indulge you with a measure of seriousness. Lightning release, violet lightning collapse, revised. A pillar of violet lightning, 3 times thicker than before, lanced forth from his palm, tearing through the air as if rending reality itself. The sand vaporized instantly. Naruto's pupils dilated in raw, instinctive dread. He felt it, the sheer incomprehensible magnitude of this attack dwarfing everything before. But he did not retreat. With a primal cry, he hurled the Sage Rasengan straight into the heart of the violet lightning column. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. Then, kerkum! A cataclysmic detonation shook the heavens. From the epicenter, where the two stood, the desert floor exploded outward for 50 meters in every direction, hurling mountains of sand skyward into a suffocating apocalyptic tempest. The shockwave ripped across the wasteland. Sakura staggered backward, fingers clawing desperately at a jagged rock to avoid being swept away. Kakashi landed lightly, eyes unblinking, fixed on the heart of the maelstrom. Naruto. Slowly the dust settled. A lone figure knelt, half collapsed, on trembling knees. It was Naruto. Blood streaked his face, his right sleeve was shredded, revealing raw, blistered skin beneath. Crimson welled continuously from his lips. Yet he lived. 10 meters away, Sasuke stood unmoved, only the faintest scorching at his hem betraying the violence he'd unleashed. His gaze lingered on Naruto, surprise subtle but unmistakable flickering in his eyes. You endured an attack powered at only 30% of my capacity. You've grown far stronger than you were 3 years ago. Naruto lifted his head, his cerulean eyes locked on his Sasuke's, unflinching, unbroken. Sasuke, why did you join Akatsuki? Why did you become this? Sasuke fell silent for a long-waited moment. Then he turned away. Because Konoha slaughtered my entire clan. Because that so-called will of fire is nothing but a hollow, deceitful lie. Because the power I seek, only Akatsuki can give it to me. He gazed upward beyond the clouds. You wouldn't understand, Naruto. You've never known what it feels like to lose everything. Naruto opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. He wanted to argue, to shout that he too was an orphan, that he too had lost everything. Yet the words lodged in his throat, refusing to surface. Because he knew, deep in his marrow, that what Sasuke had lost was not the same as his own loss. At that instant, a wild, manic laugh tore through the sky. Hey, have you two finished yet? It's time for my art to take center stage. Deidara flung his arms wide. A colossal clay bird burst from the pouch strapped to his back, 10 times larger than any before, its belly distended, grotesquely pulsing with unstable chakra. Behold my C3 level masterpiece. The bird dove, aiming directly at the space where Sasuke and Naruto stood. Kakashi's expression hardened. No. If that detonates, it'll flatten everything within a kilometer. Naruto, run. But Naruto could not stand. Sage mode had drained him utterly. That last assault had consumed his very last reserve of chakra. He could only watch, helpless, as the monstrous clay bird plummeted ever closer. Sasuke. He whispered his name. Sasuke paused. He tilted his head, eyes lifting to meet the descending beast. His purple Sharingan spun, slow, deliberate, absolute. Annoying. He raised his right hand. Fingers curled inward, clenching emptiness. Violet lightning coalesced, not bright, but deep, abyssal, nearly black, radiating a palpable aura of annihilation. Lightning released divine punishment. He released his grip. A filamentine beam of violet light lanced forth, silent, invisible, impossibly swift. No thunder, no fanfare, yet space itself warped faintly in its wake. It pierced the clay bird's abdomen, clean, effortless, absolute. No explosion, no fire. The bird simply began to disintegrate from within. Fragment by fragment it crumbled into fine, weightless ash, dissolving into the wind. Not even a chance to detonate. Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, my C3. Humph. His sentence died unfinished. The violet beam had already veered toward him. He wrenched the clay bird sideways in desperation, but the light moved faster than thought. ZZZT. It grazed his left shoulder. Blood erupted in a crimson arc. Deidara screamed, plummeting from the bird's back. Kakashi lunged, catching him midair with practiced precision. Deidara clutched his wound, face pale as ash. He stared at Sasuke, terror raw and unmasked in his eyes. What are you? What kind of monster are you? Humph. Sasuke lowered his hand. The violet lightning faded. He turned, his gaze settling on Naruto. This is the gulf between us. While you chase my shadow, I have already ascended to a height you will never reach. He stepped forward, leaving behind the storm. Next time we meet, I hope you've grown marginally more entertaining. Otherwise, he paused, just long enough for the silence to deepen. I will kill you myself. As the final syllable faded, his figure dissolved into the swirling dust, gone without trace. Naruto dropped to his knees, driving his fist into the sand with a guttural roar. Sasuke. His cry echoed across the barren expanse, lonely, furious, unanswered. Kakashi approached, supporting Deidara, and sighed softly as he watched Naruto's bowed silhouette. Naruto. I'm fine. His voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. I'm just too weak. Sakura stepped beside him, knelt, and gently wrapped her arms around him. Naruto, we will bring Sasuke home. We will. Naruto said nothing. He only clenched his fists tighter. His nails bit deep, blood welling, dripping crimson between his fingers. He swore it, silently, fiercely, irrevocably. Next time he saw Sasuke, he would strike, not to wound, but to awaken. With strength undeniable, unassailable. He would bring him back to Konoha, no matter the cost. In the desert of the Wind Country, the blood-red sunset sank below the horizon, dyeing the sky and sands in a dark crimson hue. The massive ravines left by battle had their edges melted into smooth black glass by the intense heat, reflecting an eerie purple light in the afterglow. The air was tainted with the smell of char and blood, nauseating to behold. Naruto knelt on the sand, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sasuke's cold gaze and the words, I will kill you with my own hands, echoed repeatedly in his mind. How did it come to this? The comrade he wished to bring back had instead become an enemy he must fight with his life. A tremendous sense of defeat and powerlessness gripped his heart. Naruto. Sakura crouched down, gently embracing him, her tears long dried, leaving only silent sobs. She did not know what to say, any words of comfort seemed utterly powerless against the harsh reality. Kakashi stood to the side, silently gazing in the direction Sasuke had vanished. The emotions in his exposed eye were complex. Sasuke's power, the ability to deconstruct matter, directly bore a striking resemblance to that of the mysterious wreckage at the heart of Konoha. What connection existed between the two? Had Sasuke truly left to seek power from the Akatsuki, or had he been lured by that woman? He dared not think further. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's hoarse voice broke the silence. Am I really useless? Kakashi snapped back to reality, his heart tightening at the sight of Naruto's despondent expression. He walked over, placing his hand on Naruto's golden hair, ruffling it gently. No, you have done very well, Naruto, Kakashi said softly. The current Sasuke is no longer someone we can easily bring back. But let's deal with the immediate trouble first, Kakashi interrupted, turning his gaze to Deidara, who was bound and incapacitated by his Raikiri not far away. We still have a mission at hand. The Kazekage is still in our hands. At the mention of Gaara, Naruto's body trembled. He looked up, a glimmer of hope reigniting in his azure eyes. Yes, Gaara was still waiting for him to save him. He could not fall here. Konoha, the eternal resting place. In a magnificent palace, the Refuge sat upon a throne forged from dark star iron and purple crystal. Dressed in a splendid purple kimono, her face shrouded in a blur of light and shadow, she was difficult to discern. Before her, dozens of enormous purple screens floated in the air, overlooking the mortal realm. Each screen displayed everything happening in the battlefields of the Wind Country's desert in real time. One screen vividly showcased the emotional fluctuations of Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. The golden energy line representing Naruto's will to protect had sharply weakened after the battle with Sasuke, now entangled with gray and black energy lines. That was defeat, self-doubt, and anger. The pink energy line representing Sakura was completely engulfed by the deep gray of despair. Meanwhile, the silver energy line representing Kakashi flickered continuously, interwoven with dark energy lines that signified confusion and vigilance. These high-quality spiritual energies from the front lines of the battlefield transformed into visible energy torrents, crossing space and continuously flowing into the palace's center, all absorbed by the Refuge upon the throne. Energy gain analysis Naruto Uzumaki sense of defeat 3200, anger 1800, will to protect diminishing 2500. Overall assessment, high quality, negative energy. Sakura Haruno despair 2800, sadness 1900. Overall assessment, high quality, negative energy. Kakashi Hitachi confusion 2100, vigilance 1500, bewilderment 1300. Overall assessment quality, mixed energy. A chilling system notification echoed in the Refuge's mind. Decent harvest. Her slender fingers lightly tapped the armrest, producing a crisp sound. The suffering of mortals is the best nourishment for divine power. Especially these protagonists closely tied to the world's main line, the spiritual energy they produce far exceeds that of ordinary people. At that moment, another screen displayed a glaring purple dot representing Sasuke, suddenly flickering erratically, the frequency increasing rapidly. The Refuge furrowed her brows. She pulled up Sasuke's detailed data stream. Refuge seed status abnormal. Emotional absorption rate exceeding preset value by 15. 7. Warning host Uchiha Sasuke's personality data is being accelerated towards assimilation, expected to be completely overtaken by the Refuge seed within 48 hours. Accelerated. The part of her consciousness belonging to the game designer began to whirl rapidly. Refuge seed is the backdoor program she implanted within Sasuke, serving not only to grant power, but also as an emotional energy converter. It continuously devours Sasuke's negative emotions, especially his thirst for power and obsession with revenge, converting them into the purest lightning elemental force, part of which nourishes Sasuke, enhancing his physical form and strength, while another part flows back to the Refuge's heart of God. It is a perfect farming plan. The more Sasuke suffers and craves revenge, the more energy he can provide. But now this farming seems to have gone slightly out of control. In his battle with Naruto, the surge of power and emotional release greatly increased the absorption efficiency of the Refuge seed. It was beginning to accelerate the consumption of Sasuke's own personality. It seems I need to adjust the pace. The Refuge muttered to herself. If a pawn loses its self-awareness and becomes a pure killing machine, it won't be fun anymore. A puppet without independent thought cannot generate such interesting high-quality plot energy through interaction with others. Her fingers glided across the screen, switching the view to another side. In the image, Deidara was lying on the sand, painfully howling, while Kakashi pressed a shuriken against his neck, tightly bound. His shoulder, grazed by Sasuke's divine punishment, was charred with faint purple arcs, still damaging his cellular structure. And in the distance, the massive puppet Chio was rapidly moving through the desert sky, carrying Gaara wrapped in white clay. It's time to give Konoha saviors a taste of hope. The Refuge's lips curled slightly. After all, the energy that erupts from falling from the peak of hope into the abyss of despair is the most delectable. She extended her slender pale index finger, lightly tracing the air. World line disturbance initiating. Target Konoha Hokage office 5th Hokage Tsunade. Disturbance content probabilistic event document, spontaneous combustion. Information implant Tsunade will fall within 3 days. In Konoha Hokage office, Tsunade was irritably sorting through the complicated paperwork for post-war reconstruction. The trauma from the Konoha collapse plan had yet to heal, and now news of the Kazekage abduction had arrived. She had just dispatched Kakashi's team, and could only sit here anxiously waiting for news. Suddenly her heart jolted, an inexplicable chill rising from her feet. Before she could react, a scroll on the table containing information about Tsunade spontaneously ignited with a pop. What a... Shizun jumped in shock, her hand holding the teacup, trembling, nearly dropping it on the floor. Tsunade's pupils constricted, and she shot to her feet. She did not attempt to extinguish the flames, for she saw that within the orangered fire a few twisted characters formed by flames slowly emerged. Tsunade will fall within 3 days. The writing lingered for 3 seconds before turning to ashes, along with the scroll dissipating into the air. The office fell into silence. Tsunade's face turned ashen, fixating on the pile of ashes. This was neither a ninjutsu nor an illusion. She could be certain there had been no chakra fluctuations at that moment. It felt more like a prophecy, a warning from an unknown existence that could not be ignored. Lady Tsunade. Shizun's voice trembled. Immediately summon all available jonin. Tsunade's voice was cold and resolute. Transmit my orders. Led by Might Guy, form an emergency reinforcement team consisting of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squads, and set out immediately to support Tsunade. But the village's defenses. Follow orders. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, causing the already cracked table to completely collapse. She did not know whose warning this was, or what the other party's intentions were. But she had a strong premonition that if she did not act, Tsunade would truly vanish from the map. Meanwhile, in the distant eternal resting place, the Refuge watched Tsunade's shocked and furious face on the screen and nodded in satisfaction. The chessboard had just lost a few more pieces. Just as she was about to close the screen to digest the immense energy she had absorbed today. Alert! Alert! Detected high-intensity, unrecorded energy reaction. Coordinates Konoha deep within the underground ceiling space. The screen abruptly jolted, switching to a dark, damp underground space. A blinding golden beam of light erupted from the depths of the earth without warning. Within the beam, a massive, grotesque fox silhouette flickered, its 9 tails thrashing wildly. The Refuge's pupils narrowed. This is the 9 tails going berserk. She immediately pulled up the data stream. Know the nature of this power. A hint of surprise appeared on her face for the first time. This golden energy, although originating from the Nine Tails, bore a hint of the divine and gentle aura beyond mere Nine Tails chakra. Interesting. In the depths beneath Konoha village, this is the core space, sealing the Nine Tails cold and damp the air, filled with an oppressive surge of chakra. Behind the massive iron barred door, the nine-tailed fox, as large as a mountain, paced back and forth in agitation. Roar! It suddenly lifted its head and let out a deafening roar. Its crimson, beastly eyes were fixed on the ceiling door, while its 9 enormous tails thrashed violently against the ground, causing the entire space to tremble with each impact. Just moments ago, it had felt everything happening in the desert of the Land of Wind through its soul link with Naruto. Naruto's deep-rooted sense of defeat, helplessness, and his anger and resentment towards that Uchiha brat surged forth, transforming into a primal torrent of emotion that battered against its consciousness. But what enraged it was not Naruto's failure, but Sasuke. That brat named Sasuke carries a scent that disgusts me. The Nine Tails growled lowly, its voice imbued with fury. That purple lightning was not chakra, it was purer and more tyrannical, carrying a pressure befitting a higher being. That sensation reminded it of 1,000 years ago when that old sage treated it like a pet, casually toying with it. What disturbed it even more was the lightning that split the desert from above. In that fleeting moment, it sensed an irresistible will sweep across the battlefield. That will was cold and indifferent, like a deity gazing down upon mere ants. Something was watching this world. Something was toying with everyone's fate. This feeling of being treated as a pawn filled the Nine Tails, the strongest of the tailed beasts, with unprecedented humiliation and fury. Roar! The furious red chakra erupted from its body like a flood, violently crashing against the ceiling iron door. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of Konoha Zumbu, puff! A dozen sensory ninjas responsible for monitoring the Nine Tails seal simultaneously spat out blood and collapsed weakly. Before them, the massive crystal ball used to monitor the ceiling status cracked with a sharp sound, instantly covered in a web of cracks. What happened? The Umbu captain dashed forward, staring at the crazily rising energy readings on the crystal ball, his face turning pale in an instant. The chakra leakage from the Nine Tails has reached 80 of the warning level. The seal can barely hold on, he shouted hoarsely. Quick! Immediately notify Lord Hokage. The alarm echoed throughout the entire Umbu base. A few minutes later, Tsunade rushed into the underground ceiling space with Jiraiya and several elite Umbu members. When she saw the scene before her, her pupils shrank suddenly. The enormous iron door, engraved with intricate sealing techniques, was violently trembling. The previously indestructible sealing technique was now entangled and eroded by countless tiny purple arcs of electricity. Those purple arcs, like maggots, were gradually disintegrating the structure of the seal. This is not the Nine Tails actively breaking the seal. Tsunade stared intently at the purple arcs, her voice trembling. There is an external force interfering with the seal. The nature of this chakra. A mysterious woman who had annihilated hundreds of ninjas with a single finger during the Chunin exams flashed through her mind. It was her, Jiraiya. Tsunade turned to the white-haired man beside her. Jiraiya's expression was equally grave. He quickly formed hand seals, preparing to reinforce the seal. But it was already too late. In a dark underground laboratory somewhere in the land of Rice, Orochimaru was obsessively watching the energy data analysis of the battle between Sasuke and Naruto on the screen. The purple power within Sasuke was wild, pure, filled with destructiveness, yet subtly contained a trace of divinity. This thrilled him immensely. A perfect vessel. This is the ultimate form leading to immortality. He extended his long tongue to lick his cracked lips, his eyes filled with greed. At that moment, the purple clover mark branded on his chest by the rakeage suddenly radiated a wave of heat. A grand and majestic will transcended space directly descending into his mind. Analyze the soul resonance frequency of Nine Tails and Naruto Uzumaki. Find a way to strengthen their symbiotic relationship. The orders were simple, direct, and undeniable. Orochimaru's body trembled, revealing an even more fervent expression. It was the will of God. At your command, my great sovereign. He did not hesitate to kneel on the ground, responding in an almost frenzied tone. It turned out that God was also very interested in that golden-haired brat. This was too interesting. The secrets of Jinchuriki and tailed beasts had always been the highest taboo in the ninja world. If he could unravel the mysteries within, combined with the data he had obtained from Sasuke, immortality would no longer be a dream. Orochimaru immediately mobilized all resources to frantically study everything related to Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. In Konoha, the eternal dwelling, the Refuge sat on the throne, smiling as she watched everything happening in the light screen. Tsunade's shock, Jiraiya's solemnity, Orochimaru's fanaticism. Everyone's reactions were all within her calculations. The Nine Tails' reaction is even more intense than expected. Her slender fingers gently tapped in the void. A faint purple divine power, almost negligible, penetrated space, ignoring all physical barriers, and directly injected into the ceiling space beneath Konoha. That divine power did not attack the Nine Tails, nor did it reinforce the seal. It simply quietly coalesced into a pattern on the enormous iron door of the seal. A massive purple eye pattern composed of countless intricate lightning runes formed. The Nine Tails, which had been violently thrashing against the seal, suddenly froze in its movements. It raised its enormous head, staring intently at the slowly opening purple eye on the iron door. A feeling of indescribable fear originating from the depths of its soul seized its heart in an instant. This was not a suppression of power, but an examination from a higher dimension regarding the level of life. This power. Who exactly are you? The Ninetales halted all movements, its voice carrying a hint of terror for the first time. The purple eye fully opened. A grand, majestic, and utterly emotionless voice resonated deep within the Ninetales' soul. That voice seemed to penetrate its soul's deepest, most secret desires. Tailed beast, do you wish for freedom? The massive body of the Ninetales trembled violently. Freedom. This word, long forgotten in the corners of its memory after being sealed for nearly 100 years, now echoed, like the most vicious curse, yet also like the sweetest temptation in its soul. The secret base of the Akatsuki organization is a dark cave hidden beneath massive rocks within the land of rivers. Gaara is suspended in midair by several thick chakra chains, his eyes tightly shut, and his face as pale as death. The wind shadow robe he wears is already tattered, revealing his skin covered in strange black patterns. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who possesses the Rinnegan, stands atop the fingers of the Outer Path Deva statue, coldly gazing down at everything below. Extract a tail, begin. At his command, the 10 eyes of the Outer Path Deva statue slowly opened. An invisible immense force instantly enveloped Gaara's body. Ugh. Oh. Gaara suddenly opened his eyes wide, letting out a scream of excruciating pain. He could feel the tailed beast Shikaku inside him being forcibly stripped away from his soul by an irresistible force. The sensation was like having his soul ripped apart. Torrents of sand uncontrollably surged out from his body, only to be instantly suppressed and absorbed by the power of the Outer Path Deva statue. His consciousness gradually blurred amidst the agony. Sunagakure in the conference room of the Wind Shadow building. The atmosphere was as oppressive as ice. Bastard. It's been a whole day. Why haven't the reinforcements from Konoha arrived yet? A tall elder of Sunagakure slammed the table and roared in anger. According to the intel, they encountered an ambush from an unknown force on the way, which delayed their journey. Another elder resembling a bureaucrat adjusted his glasses, his voice dry. An ambush? Only the higher-ups know about the secret passage between us and Konoha. How could it be ambushed? Now is not the time to investigate that. Lord Gaara is still in the enemy's hands. Every additional minute increases the danger. I propose we immediately gather all forces and take the initiative. No. The strength of the Akatsuki is unfathomable. Recklessly attacking will only lead to needless deaths. We must defend the village and wait for Konoha's reinforcements. In the conference room, a dozen high-ranking elders of Sunagakure argued fiercely, unable to convince one another. With the wind shadow captured, the entire village fell into chaos and panic. Enough. A powerful, aged voice silenced the entire conference room instantly. All eyes turned to the hunched figure of Chiyo, who sat at the head of the table. This elderly woman, once renowned as the strongest puppeteer of Sunagakure, had a face etched with frost. Her murky eyes swept over everyone present, evoking a sense of shame and awe. Making such a racket, what kind of decorum is this? Chiyo struck the ground heavily with her cane. Gaara is our wind shadow. He is the 5th generation I personally chose. Now that he is in trouble, we argue endlessly about who is right or wrong. Don't you feel ashamed? But Lady Chiyo, there are no buts. Chiyo stood up abruptly, her hunched back straightening at that moment. There are no cowards in Sunagakure. I will go save Gaara. Even if it costs my life, I will rescue him from those bastards of the Akatsuki. Her voice was powerful and resonated in the conference room, shaking everyone's spirit. At the border of the Land of Wind, in a narrow forest canyon, Kakashi's team and the recently arrived guy's team looked grimly ahead. Damn, this is already the 3rd trap. Mike Guy slammed his fist into a nearby tree trunk, producing a dull sound. Just minutes ago, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed massively, and everyone fell unexpectedly into a 10-meter-deep pit. The bottom of the pit was filled with poisoned bamboo stakes. If not for Guy's quick reaction forcing a path up the rock wall with his taijutsu, there would have been casualties. This wasn't naturally formed. Kakashi crouched down, pinching a bit of soil from the edge of the pit, bringing it to his nose. There's residual scent of explosive tags. The enemy had set up numerous traps here in advance, aiming to delay us. His Sharingan scanned the surroundings, a foreboding feeling rising in his heart. The enemy knows our route perfectly, even predicting that we would take a shortcut through this forest. This indicates there's a traitor within Konoha. Kakashi arrived at a startling conclusion. What? Naruto, Niji, Tenten, and the others all displayed shocked expressions. Forget about that for now. Guy reignited his signature enthusiasm. No matter what difficulties lie ahead, they cannot stop our burning youth. Everyone continue forward. However, when they burst out of the forest and reached the exit of the canyon, all stopped in their tracks. Before them, the canyon path leading to the desert was completely blocked by countless boulders weighing several tons. Tintin trembled as she gazed at the desperate stone wall before her. This is Earth Release Ninjutsu. Niji activated his Byakugan, discerning the chakra flow within the boulders. Moreover, it's on a scale beyond imagination. Clearing a path would take at least half a day, and they have no time left. In Sunagakure, in an inconspicuous corner, an elder who participated in the earlier meeting quietly entered a dark alley. He cautiously looked around, confirming no one was following, and took out a small communication scroll from his pocket. He opened the scroll, which bore a line written in code, "Konoha's reinforcements have been delayed. Proceed as planned." A chilling smile appeared on the elder's face. He tucked away the scroll and turned towards the core control room of the village's defensive barrier. As he walked, he plotted in his mind. After the Wind Shadow's death, with his qualifications and reputation along with the support of the Akatsuki behind him, he would become the new ruler of Sunigakure. This decaying village is due for a new order. In Konoha, at the Eternal Residence, Refuge sat atop the throne. The purple light screen before him clearly displayed the real-time positions and movements of the three factions. Konoha's reinforcements will take another 6 hours to arrive. The extraction of the One Tail will take approximately 4 hours. The internal conflict in Sunigakure will completely erupt in 2 hours. Time is just right. Her slender fingers glided over the light screen, calculating every variable. A satisfied smile graced her lips. Everything is within her script. Just then a violent explosion was suddenly heard from the direction of the village entrance. A bloodied sand ninja stumbled and crawled into the Wind Shadow building. "No, it's bad," he gasped. "Lady Chiyo, the village. The village is under attack." "Is it the Akatsuki?" Chiyo's expression changed. "No, there are two groups." The sand ninja's eyes widened in terror. The Akatsuki members attacked from the east gate. But at the west gate, an unidentified force has appeared. Their target is the secure archive room containing the Book of Seals. Lady Chiyo's face turned pale in an instant. The sand-hidden village and ninja settlement established in the endless desert is currently shrouded in the shadow of death. From the direction of the east gate, explosions are incessantly ringing out with flames soaring into the sky. The immortal duo of the Akatsuki organization, Kakazu and Raiden, are recklessly launching their attacks. Ha ha ha, feel the pain. This is the most excellent offering to the dark god. Raiden swings his massive 3-section scythe, leaving a gruesome scar on the walls of the sand-hidden village with each swing. His attacks are chaotic yet filled with a frenzied destructive force. Kakazu stands behind him, coldly controlling the 4 masked monsters at his back. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, pressure damage. Flames and storms intertwine, forming a devastating sea of fire that engulfs the advancing sand ninjas in waves. Bastards. Granny Chiyo stands atop a height, watching her subordinates fall one by one, shaking with rage. She immediately dispatches 1/3 of the village's elite forces to the east gate to intercept. However, this plays right into the enemy's trap. The assault at the east gate has been a feint from the very beginning. The real killing blow is at the west gate. A mysterious squad of dozens clad in uniform black cloaks stealthily infiltrates the sand-hidden village like phantoms. Their movements are synchronized and silent, each face obscured by a cold mask revealing only a pair of eyes glinting with an eerie purple light. Wherever they pass, all the sand ninjas responsible for patrolling and guarding inexplicably collapse to the ground, losing consciousness in an instant. The objective of this squad is clear, directly heading for the underground chamber that houses the Book of Seals. In the canyon, Kakashi gazes at the passage completely blocked by a massive boulder, his expression dark enough to drip with water. "There's no other choice, we have to take a detour." He turns to the others and says, "We'll climb over the ridge to the north. It may take a few extra hours, but it's better than waiting here helplessly." "Damn it, who is scheming against us?" Naruto punches the stone wall, scraping his knuckles. "The enemy not only knows our route, but has also calculated our strength and responses. This level of intricate planning doesn't seem like something an ordinary rogue ninja could accomplish." Shikamaru leans against the wall, his mind racing. There must be a traitor within Konoha, and they must hold a significant position. Kakashi nods, agreeing with Shikamaru's deduction. He glances up at the ominous sky, feeling an increasingly strong sense of foreboding in his heart. Konoha, the eternal dwelling. Before the Refuge, a dozen enormous purple screens surround her like stars encircling the moon. Each screen clearly displays the real-time dynamics of different factions. The battlefield of the sand-hidden village, the predicament of the Konoha reinforcements, the hideouts of the Akatsuki organization. Everything is under her control. Her slender fingers gently point in the void. World line disturbance activated. Target ridge to the north of the canyon. Disturbance content, minor adjustments to the stability of the rock layer. As her command is issued, an energy fluctuation undetectable by mortals crosses space and precisely affects the ridge that Kakashi and the others are about to deter. Boom. Just as Kakashi's team steps onto the ridge, a massive rock wall, eroded by the winds for a millennium, suddenly collapses without warning. Countless fragments tumble down, completely sealing off their path forward and blocking their retreat. Damn it. Guy looks at the desperate scene before him, his usually passionate face now showing a grave expression. Once could be an accident, twice could be a coincidence, but 3 times. It's inevitable. They have been plotted against. At this moment, Naruto suddenly lets out a painful grunt, clutching his head with both hands. "Naruto, what's wrong with you?" Sakura hurriedly supports him. "My head. It hurts so much." Naruto grits his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. In his mental world, the sealed Nine Tails lets out an unprecedented furious roar. "You brat. Someone is spying on us. They've been watching us all along." The Nine Tails voice reverberates in his mind. That power. It's the same power that invaded the seal before. In Naruto's azure pupils a flash of crimson suddenly glimmers. He abruptly looks up at the sky. Although he sees nothing, he can feel a pair of cold, indifferent eyes watching them from a distant place. Watching them struggle like ants in a trap. Kurama. Naruto's voice trembles with anger. Who the hell is that guy? In the underground chamber of the sand-hidden village, the mysterious black-cloaked squad has silently eliminated all the guards. The leader of the black-cloaked figures approaches the stone platform in the center of the chamber, gazing at the massive scroll made of special leather, excitement glimmering in his eyes. The Book of Seals. He reaches out, disregarding the layers of sealing techniques placed on the scroll, and directly opens it. Z. A massive chakra surges forth from the pages, slowly coalescing into lines of twisted ancient text in midair. These are the true secrets of the sand-hidden village, known only to the past wind shadows. The Land of Wind is the place where the ancient deity Susanoo fell. Its body disintegrated, transforming into an endless desert. Its heart, containing the power of storms, was sealed deep underground by the first wind shadow with the strength of the entire village, known as the Heart of the Storm. This is the foundation of the sand-hidden village and the source of its annihilation. The black-cloaked figure gazes at the text, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Found it. The thing the master wanted. Grandma Chio exerted all her strength to control her masterpiece, the parent's puppet, finally driving back a fierce wave of attacks from Kakazu. However, she paid a heavy price. Her chakra was greatly depleted, and her body swayed unsteadily. Ignoring her labored breaths, she immediately turned and rushed towards the village's secret archive deep within. As she pushed open the door to the secret chamber, her entire being froze. Before her lay the bodies of over a dozen guards sprawled haphazardly in what should have been an empty chamber. The Book of Seals, deemed the village's highest secret, was being casually flipped through and spread out on the central stone platform. The ancient text detailed the truth behind the establishment of Sunagakure. The first Kazekage did not build a home in this barren land. Rather, it was to suppress the remains of a deity that fell from the heavens. The so-called Heart of the Storm was not a sacred artifact to protect the village, but a pulsating heart of a deity containing terrifying power. From its inception, Sunagakure was a massive living seal designed to suppress the powers of the deity. So it was like this. Grandma Chio collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. The secrets she had guarded her entire life, the beliefs she had fought for, crumbled in an instant. Refuge slowly stood from her throne and walked to the center of the palace. Before her, a massive star map of the ninja world, composed entirely of pure energy, gradually unfolded. On the star map, there were 7 points of light flickering with unusual brilliance. She extended her slender finger and pointed to one of the light points located within the Land of Wind, the Heart of the Storm of Susanoo. Her gaze glided over the other 6 light points in succession. The Sunshine Remnant beneath Konoha, the Eye of the Abyss from Kirigakure, the Thunderclap Core from Kumogakure, the Immovable Foundation from Awagakure, the Fountain of Life from Takigakure, and the Eyes of Amigakure. Gathering these 7 fragments of the ancient deity, I can reforge my shattered divine heart, freeing myself from this mundane shell and ascending to become the true, eternal God. Her voice echoed in the vast palace, tinged with an indescribable excitement. This was the true purpose of her descent into this world. The so-called plot energy is merely the fuel to repair the divine heart and enable her to seize these fragments. Akatsuki's base. The extraction ceremony of the Outer Path's golem suddenly came to an unexpected halt. Pain furrowed his brow as he sensed the tailed beast chakra being drawn from Gar's body suddenly shift direction, as if a stronger attraction was competing for this energy elsewhere. Something is interfering with the extraction process. Deep beneath Sunagakure, a mysterious black cloak unit had found the final altar sealing the Heart of the Storm. In the center of the altar, a heart the size of a basketball, entirely composed of purple crystal, was slowly pulsating. Each beat released a terrifying storm capable of tearing through space. This is the Heart of Susanoo. The leader of the black-cloaked figures was filled with fervor as he reached out his hand towards the heart. Just as his fingertip was about to touch the crystal, a blinding light erupted from the purple heart. A wave of indescribable, terrifying energy instantly engulfed and absorbed him, not even allowing a scream to escape his lips. Reiku's expression changed dramatically. The divine heart within her, condensed from lightning elemental power, suddenly began to throb violently, as if resonating with something. She looked down to see an incredibly complex ancient divine pattern composed of countless lightning runes slowly emerging on her smooth chest. The will of Susanoo has not completely dissipated. She frowned. It seemed that acquiring this first fragment would not be as easy as she had imagined. This is troublesome. It seems I need to take matters into my own hands, she murmured, and in the next moment her figure flickered and vanished from the throne. Sunagakure. The once clear sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds and thunder roared. Boom. A thick purple lightning bolt as large as a barrel tore through the sky and struck down directly onto the central plaza of Sunagakure. As the lightning dissipated, a figure clad in a magnificent purple kimono, graceful in form, slowly materialized before the astonished eyes of all Sunagakure shinobi. She hovered in midair, her purple hair billowing without wind, her indifferent purple eyes surveying everything below. Grandma Chiyo struggled to rise from the ground, looking up at the figure in the sky, her pupils contracting sharply. This chakra. No, this has surpassed the realm of chakra. The legends of the ancient deity recorded in the Book of Seals flashed vividly in her mind. Her lips began to tremble, her voice filled with incredulous fear. Could it be? The legends are true. Do deities really exist? The moment the figure of the Refuge appeared above Sunagakure, time seemed to have been pressed on pause. The entire village fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the sand shinobi engaged in a fierce battle with the Akatsuki or the civilians wailing amidst the ruins, everyone halted their actions, staring blankly at the otherworldly figure in the sky. She hovered silently in midair without a word or emotion. Yet an invisible vast pressure radiated from her like a tsunami engulfing the entire Sunagakure. The domain of divine might unleashed. In the next moment, centered around her within a radius of 100 meters, all sand shinobi, whether genin Chunin or even the seasoned jonin, simultaneously felt an irresistible pressure from deep within their souls. Thud, thud, thud. Hundreds and thousands of ninjas fell to their knees like harvested wheat. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, lacking even the strength to raise their heads. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. What is this power? I can't move. Is a deity descending upon us? Only a few elite jonin along with shadow-level powerhouses like Chiyo could barely resist this pressure, remaining standing in place. But their faces were equally pale as paper. Bastard. Playing God. Chiyo bit her finger and quickly formed hand seals. Puppet technique ultimate Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. 10 puppets renowned for being able to conquer a city appeared beside her in an instant. Each puppet wielded a different weapon, exuding powerful chakra fluctuations. Go, tear that woman to shreds. Chiyo shouted as her fingers flew. The 10 puppets transformed into 10 bolts of white lightning, attacking the Refuge from various angles. The glimmer of blades and the various poison projectiles along with explosive tags formed an impenetrable net of death. However, facing an attack that could give any shadow-level powerhouse a headache, the Refuge didn't even lift an eyelid. She merely extended her long, slender finger and gently pointed downward. There was no earth-shattering momentum. Just a purple lightning arc finer than a strand of hair flashed from her fingertip. Where the lightning passed, the space slightly twisted. In the next moment, the 10 puppets made of special materials impervious to damage along with all their unleashed attacks silently turned to ashes. Not shattered, not burned, but completely disintegrated and erased from this world. Chiyo, as if struck by a heavy blow, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward heavily to the ground. How is this possible? She looked at the unscathed figure in the sky, her eyes filled with despair. Is this the power of a god? The recently arrived Leaf reinforcement troops were also stunned by this surreal scene. That woman. Kakashi stared at the familiar figure in the plaza, his pupils contracting sharply. It's really her. Damn it. Naruto looked at the kneeling sand shinobi and the blood-spitting Chiyo, a surge of anger rising to his head. He wanted to rush forward, but found his body firmly restrained by an invisible wall, unable to move. Roar. The nine tails within him sensed that familiar divine might and let out an enraged roar. Let me out, little brat. I want to tear that guy apart. The Refuge paid no attention to the ants below. Her gaze pierced through layers of buildings, landing on the ceiling altar beneath the village. She could sense the energy fluctuations of the heart of the storm growing stronger. She slowly descended and walked towards the altar's entrance. Stop right there. A few surviving elders of Sunagakure struggled to rise from the ground, blocking her path. Even if you are a god. The leading elder trembled, but still mustered the courage to say, you shall not take away the legacy protected by the wind shadow. The Refuge halted her steps, a trace of barely discernible mockery flashing in her purple eyes. Legacy. That was originally a divine possession. You mortals have merely acted as its custodians for 1,000 years. She raised her hand. The elder's body began to disintegrate and vaporize from the feet up. No, the remaining elders screamed in terror. At this critical moment, a terrifying and violent demonic aura erupted from the direction of the Leaf reinforcements. Everyone, including the Refuge in the sky, instinctively turned to look. They saw Naruto's body expanding and transforming at an unbelievable speed. Blood-red chakra surged from his body like a tangible force, instantly coalescing into a giant fox standing 10 meters tall with 9 tails. The 9 tails broke free from Naruto's while descending into this world in an incomplete form. Little brat, lend me your body. The 9 tails roared within Naruto's consciousness. I must tear that woman apart with my own hands. Naruto's consciousness struggled in the endless darkness. All right. He gritted his teeth, using his last ounce of strength to respond, but you must promise me not to harm my companions. Too verbose. The 9 tails ignored him further and raised its massive head, its crimson beast eyes locking onto the Refuge not far away. False god. The 9 tails' roar thundered like rolling thunder, echoing throughout Sunagakure. Let this lord have a go at you. The Refuge paused and turned around, looking at the massive demon fox, radiating overwhelming malice, her face revealing a hint of playful amusement for the first time. Interesting. A tailed beast daring to challenge a deity. Let me see how much capability you, a pet raised for 1,000 years, truly possess. Above the ruins of Sharingan village, two forces that surpassed mortal imagination formed an absolute confrontation. On one side stood the deity Lei, who governed thunder and lightning, having descended into the mortal realm. She possessed a graceful figure clad in flowing purple garments, surrounded by arcs of lightning that exuded a destructive aura capable of annihilating all. On the other side was the tailed beast Kyuubi, having broken free from its seal, representing pure destruction and hatred. Its 10-meter-tall fox form was enveloped in crimson chakra, with 9 massive tails thrashing wildly behind it, each swing generating a wind pressure that could tear the atmosphere apart. False god, your nauseating aura reminds me of that damned old man of the 6 paths. Kyuubi bared its blood-soaked maw, revealing its menacing fangs, its voice echoing like thunder across the heavens. Its blood-red beast eyes fixated intensely on the minuscule figure of Lei. Today I shall shred you into pieces. Before the words faded, Kyuubi suddenly opened its mouth wide. Black and white chakra converged and compressed in its mouth at an astonishing speed, forming a black energy sphere so dense that it began to distort the surrounding space. Tailed beast bomb. Die. Kyuubi roared as the black-tailed beast bomb transformed into a stream of destruction, rushing towards Lei with the power to tear everything apart. Wherever the tailed beast bomb passed, the air was instantaneously vaporized, and the ground was plowed into a bottomless chasm, everything turning to nothingness before this pure force of destruction. In the distance, Kakashi and others looked at the tailed beast bomb, capable of easily destroying a village, their faces turning pale. Quick! Defense! Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, preparing to cast Earth Wall. But Lei merely stood calmly in place, not even bothering to move. She slowly raised her right hand, her slender fair palm, facing the whistling, tailed beast bomb. Boring trick, she murmured. In the next moment, a translucent energy shield composed purely of purple lightning materialized in front of her. Lightning element shield. The tailed beast bomb slammed violently against the seemingly fragile purple shield. The anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur. Only a sound dull to the extreme resonated, as if the very space was being compressed, a deep hum reverberating. The tailed beast bomb, containing world-destroying energy, upon contact with the purple shield acted like a ball hitting a steel plate, all energy being instantly absorbed and converted, then dissipated. As the smoke cleared, Lei remained suspended in place and scathed, not even a ripple disturbing the hem of her garments. This is the power of the tailed beast. Her voice carried a hint of unmistakable disappointment. Indeed, it is stronger than an ordinary ninja. But that is all. Kyuubi's pupils constricted sharply. Its full-force attack had been so casually blocked by her. Impossible. Kyuubi was utterly enraged. The 9 tails behind it began to gather chakra like 9 frenzied giant serpents. 1 sphere, 2 spheres, 3 spheres. In the blink of an eye, 9 black-tailed beast bombs floated before it like 9 ominous black suns. The entire sky above Sharingan village turned an ominous dark red due to the terrifying energy fluctuations. In the distance, Kakashi, gazing at the 9-tailed beast bombs, felt his throat go dry. This kind of power, if it erupts in Konoha, he dared not think further. 9 shots. Turned to dust. Kyuubi roared as 9-tailed beast bombs rained down like a meteor shower, sealing off all of Lei Ying's escape routes and hurtling towards her. This time a flicker of change finally appeared in Lei Ying's gaze. It was neither solemnity nor fear. Instead, it was a hint of impatience. Since you wish to die so much, I shall grant your wish. The purple lightning surrounding her surged violently at that moment. She formed an ancient seal filled with divinity and majesty in front of her chest, one that no one could comprehend. Divine punishment, world line cutting. Her voice was cold and indifferent, like that of a supreme judge pronouncing the death sentence of a mortal. The instant the words fell, a purple line imperceptible to the naked eye and thinner than a hair flashed from her fingertips. The line made no sound, emitted no light, and even bore no trace of energy fluctuations. It ignored space-time and all physical laws. It simply brushed gently against one of Kyuubi's wildly thrashing tails. The next second, a scene so eerie that it sent chills down everyone's spine unfolded. One of Kyuubi's tails suddenly vanished. It was not severed nor blown apart. Rather, it was completely and cleanly erased from the very concept of existence, as if it had never existed at all. Owl. Kyuubi let out a heart-rending howl, filled with terror. It could distinctly feel that tail was not merely injured, but gone. A part of its soul forcibly deleted by an incomprehensible power, not leaving even the slightest trace behind, not even a chance for recovery. For the first time, the emotion of fear surfaced in its blood-red beast eyes. What kind of monster are you? It looked at Lei in terror, its voice trembling. I told you I am a god. Lei slowly lowered her hands from the seal, looking down at it with the gaze of someone observing a pitiful creature. And you are just a slightly more interesting piece on my chessboard. Just as Lei was about to strike again to completely eliminate this overconfident fox, a rumble echoed. The entire ground of Sharingan village suddenly began to shake violently. An energy wave, older, vaster, and more terrifying than Kyuubi's demonic aura, erupted violently from deep within the earth. A deep, majestic voice filled with endless rage resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Junior, dare to steal my heart, seeking death. The giant formed by the storm loomed high above, reaching a height of 100 meters, standing tall and imposing. Its body was composed of countless swirling azure currents, and at the locations of its eyes were two deep, wind eyes radiating a terrifying force capable of tearing souls apart. Susanoo. Though merely a remnant of consciousness lingering in the heart of the storm, the divine aura it emanated was not in the least inferior to the current Refuge. Son of lightning. Susanoo's voice rumbling like thunder echoed through the heavens and the earth. Do you think that by stealing my heart you can become a god? Filled with endless fury at being provoked by a junior Refuge hovered in midair, facing the colossal storm deity from a distance. Her diminutive figure appeared as insignificant as dust before the 100-meter giant. Yet the purple divine aura she radiated was in no way inferior, clashing violently with the azure storm divine power, unleashing countless bolts of lightning and whirlwinds in the air. Son of a god. A cold smile curled at the corner of Refuge's mouth. You are mistaken. I have never been anyone's son. I am the god itself. In that moment, the purple lightning around her suddenly surged. Behind her, a massive lightning apparition clad in armor and wielding a naginata slowly materialized. This was the manifestation of her divine power. Transgressor, you shall be punished. Susanoo roared, swinging its gigantic storm arm fiercely. Divine technique, wrath of the wind god. A colossal tornado formed from pure wind elements and exceeding 10 meters in diameter surged upwards, connecting heaven and earth. Within the tornado, countless blades of wind spun rapidly, producing a piercing howl as they rushed towards Refuge. The force was enough to flatten a mountain in an instant. The blade of no thoughts. The lightning apparition behind Refuge mirrored her movements. She drew a long knife imbued with extreme lightning power from the void. With one slash, she cut down. No sound, no light. Only an invisible intent of the blade that spanned across heaven and earth. The massive tornado capable of destroying everything was severed in half the moment it came into contact with this blade, intent collapsing silently like a punctured balloon. The collision of the two divine powers tore open a huge rift in the sky above the land of wind. Purple and azure energy torrents intertwined frantically in the sky, resembling the arrival of an apocalypse. Taking advantage of the clash between the two divinities, the Ninetales hesitated not at all. It immediately retracted all combat intentions, picked up the unconscious Naruto, and turned to flee. Its 8 tails flailed wildly behind it, transforming into a red lightning bolt as it fled frantically into the depths of the desert. It now had but one thought: get as far away from those two monsters as possible. Kakashi, Guy, and the others quickly reacted, closely following the Ninetales. Hurry, get out of here. The aftermath of this battle is beyond what we can withstand. Kakashi shouted at the top of his lungs. The Ninetales sprinted across the boundless desert with scenes of apocalyptic destruction unfolding behind it. The sky was torn apart, the earth was collapsing, and terrifying energy shockwaves surged like tsunamis. It condensed its chakra cloak into a solid protective shield, wrapping Naruto, Kakashi, and everyone else within, resisting the battle's aftershocks that could instantly shred even elite ninjas. This was the first time it proactively protected those humans it had always looked down upon. Under the protection of the Ninetales chakra, Naruto slowly regained consciousness. He looked at the mythic battle scene behind him and weakly asked, Kyubi, who is that woman? The Ninetales fell silent for a moment. Then with an unprecedentedly grave tone it slowly said, Kid, this world might have been fake from the very beginning. Since the Chunin exam began, I have felt an invisible force manipulating everyone's fate from the shadows. The Ninetales' voice resonated directly in Naruto's mind. Whether it was that Uchiha brat's defection, the actions of the Akatsuki organization, or even the conflicts between your ninja villages, they all seem to have been scripted in advance by some existence. We are all actors in her script. Naruto's mind went blank. At the center of the battlefield, the battle between Refuge and Susanoo had reached a fever pitch. Both sides had summoned powers at the level of principles, and each attack was rewriting the terrain of this desert. Boom. Refuge shattered Susanoo's storm body with a single stroke, but the next second that shattered body recoalesced in the raging wind. Useless son of lightning, Susanoo's voice carried a hint of mockery. As long as the heart of the storm remains, I am immortal and indestructible. Is that so? Refuge suddenly laughed. No wonder you are an ancient deity, you do have some skills. But you have been dead for 1,000 years. How long can this remnant of consciousness last? She formed seals with her hands once more. Heart of the Gods overclock mode activate. The purple heart of the gods on her chest erupted with a brilliance 100 times stronger than before. A terrifyingly intense purple lightning surged from her body, rendering the lightning apparition behind her as if the true god of thunder had descended. Divine punishment, endless thunder prison. Countless chains of purple lightning materialized from the void, forming a net that instantly bound and pierced through Susanoo's enormous storm body. Oh! Susanoo let out a painful roar. The purple lightning was frantically devouring and disintegrating his divine power. It's over. Refuge's gaze was icy as she clenched her right hand. All the lightning chains suddenly tightened. Boom. Susanoo's 100-meter-tall storm body was forcibly crushed and torn apart, ultimately exploding in a final unwilling roar, scattering into countless azure light points. However, just as Susanoo's will was about to completely dissipate, his last curse, filled with resentment, echoed throughout heaven and earth. Lightning transgressor, you shall pay the price for your arrogance. My elder brother Amaterasu has already awakened. Your doom is nigh. Reikich's expression slightly changed. Amaterasu. Legend has it one of the primordial deities older and more powerful than Susanoo, who governs the sun and flames. If it truly awakens. Reikich's brow furrowed tightly for the first time. This is troublesome. The sand-hidden village was razed to the ground overnight. The fifth-generation Wind Shadow Gaara was abducted as life or death unknown. The village elder and master of puppet technique, Granny Chio, perished in battle. This catastrophic event, later referred to as the tragedy of the sand-hidden, spread throughout the entire ninja world in just one day like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Everyone who heard this news felt an inner chill, a bone-deep cold. After all, it was one of the 5 great ninja villages, the sand-hidden village. How could such a powerful military force with shadow-level powerhouses and thousands of ninjas vanish overnight? Who was the culprit? Was it the Akatsuki organization? Did they possess such immense power? In an instant, the entire ninja world was thrown into a state of alarm and anxiety. In Konoha at the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if it could drip water. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her face pale with anger. Before her stood Jiraiya and Kakashi, who had just returned in a disheveled state from the Land of Wind, along with all the jonin from the village. According to the information brought back by Kakashi and the testimony of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya's voice was hoarse and heavy. The destruction of the sand-hidden village was not caused by the Akatsuki organization. Instead, it was a mysterious woman who claimed to be a god and possessed the ability of purple lightning. Moreover, according to Naruto, this woman is likely the same person who appeared and vanished out of thin air 3 years ago during the Chunin exams. In the conference room, a collective gasp echoed. A god? How is that possible? How could there be gods in this world? But still, to annihilate the sand-hidden village in a single night, what other power could achieve this besides a god? All the jonin fell into a state of tremendous shock and panic. Silenced. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, forcibly suppressing the unrest among the crowd. Her gaze swept over everyone present before finally landing on Kakashi. Kakashi, are you certain that what you saw was real? Kakashi nodded, his expression grave. I saw it clearly with my Sharingan. That power which directly decomposes matter, that pressure that disregards all physical laws. It was definitely not a ninjutsu. However, he paused, a look of confusion overtaking his face. It's strange, since returning, my memories of that woman have begun to blur. I only remember a flash of purple lightning and an overwhelming fear. As for her appearance and the words she spoke, I can't recall. Me too, Guy shouted from the side. I only remember battling against a powerful force, but who that was I have no impression at all. Niji, Tintin, and others nodded, indicating they had the same issue with their memories. Only Naruto stood in the corner, pale and silent, because he was the only one who clearly remembered everything. He remembered the woman's face, every word she said, and her eyes that were devoid of emotion. In the Land of Iron, at the emergency conference of the 5 Kage, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages gathered once again after several decades. Bastard. The sand-hidden village was destroyed overnight. The Wind Shadow was abducted. Where is the dignity of our ninja world? The 4th Reikage, with a volatile temperament, slammed his fist on the table, creating a loud sound. According to our intelligence, it was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, who did it. That Tsuchikage Inoki floated in midair, his voice aged. Pain. Does he possess such power? The Mizukage Terumi, Mei frowned, skepticism written across her face. Regardless, the Akatsuki organization has become the public enemy of the entire ninja world. I propose that the 5 great ninja villages immediately form a ninja coalition to eradicate the Akatsuki organization. Reikage proposed loudly. Tsunade remained seated in silence. In her mind, the contrasting reports from Kakashi and Naruto echoed incessantly. Ultimately, who should she believe? In Konoha at the Eternal Dwelling, Reikage clutched his chest, half kneeling before the throne, his face pale. The heart of God in her chest, which had been repaired and radiated a brilliant purple light, now bore ominous blue curse markings that resembled a spider's web. That was the curse placed upon her by Susanoo with his last divine power before dissipating. System prompt damage to the heart of God at 15, ongoing erosion. Expected that in 7 days the function of the heart of God will be restricted and some powers will be unusable. Damn ancient deities. Reikage gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words. It seems we cannot underestimate them. The laws of this world were far more complete and powerful than she had imagined. She had thought her arrival here was a dimensional suppression. Now it seemed that this world also harbored forces capable of threatening her. She must quickly find a way to lift the curse. According to Susanoo's last words, Amaterasu might be the key. But before that, she needed to deal with some small troubles. She forced herself to stand and walk to the light screen. She watched the Kage at the summit filled with righteous indignation and united against a common foe. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The unity of mortals is always built upon a common enemy. In that case, I will give you a common enemy. She activated the world line disturbance once more. This time the target was the entire ninja world, all those who witnessed the events in the sand-hidden village. Disturbance, content, memory alteration, the true culprit of the tragedy of the sand-hidden An immense, invisible wave of spiritual energy spread from the eternal dwelling, enveloping the entire world. Across the ninja world, hundreds of ninjas who had witnessed the Refuge's arrival felt a sharp pain in their heads simultaneously. Kakashi suddenly clutched his head, letting out a painful grunt. In his mind, the memories of the purple lightning woman were being forcibly erased and altered by an irresistible power. Instead, a brand new, incredibly realistic memory was implanted in his mind. The sand-hidden village was razed to the ground by Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, using a technique called Shinra Tensei. When he lifted his head again, the confusion in his eyes had vanished, replaced only by an overwhelming hatred for the Akatsuki organization. The same scene unfolded for every witness. However, just as this tide of memory alteration was about to cover Naruto's mind, a roar erupted from within him. Roar! The nine tails inside him let out an angry growl. Kid, someone is altering your memories. Quickly resist with my chakra. A crimson light flashed in Naruto's eyes. The immense chakra of the nine tails erupted within him, forming an indestructible barrier that resisted the erosion of that spiritual energy. When everything calmed down, Naruto was horrified to discover that everyone around him was discussing Pain and Shinra Tensei. Teacher Kakashi, Teacher Gaisakura. Everyone's memories had been altered. Only he remembered that purple figure and that phrase, I am a god. A tremendous sense of fear and loneliness instantly engulfed him. If even memories could be casually altered, then what significance did everything we held on to have? He walked out of the Hokage office in a daze, coming alone to Hokage Rock outside the village. He gazed at the bustling village below, watching those busy rebuilding their home, filled with confusion. At that moment, a gentle and aged voice slowly rang out behind him. It has meaning, my child. Naruto turned around abruptly. He saw a mysterious old man wearing a white robe and holding a staff, smiling at him. Behind the old man floated 9 black orbs of chakra. In his eyes, circles of purple imbued with a sacred aura. The Rinnegan flickered. As long as there are those who remember the truth, hope will never extinguish. On the rock of the Hokage, the wind howled fiercely. Naruto stared intensely at the old man floating before him, his throat dry. Those purple Rinnegan eyes, he had seen them on Pain, but the aura emanating from this old man was entirely different, an essence steeped in millennia, heavy enough to suffocate. 6 paths. Sage. Naruto didn't even know why he shouted this name, as if something deep within his soul was speaking for him. Otsutsuki Kagaya. The old man's voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as he lightly tapped his staff on the ground. The woman who occupies the body of the Refuge is not of this world. The god's heart in her hands is rewriting the laws of this world. The current ninja world is a canvas that she has carelessly smeared. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. She altered everyone's memories. Kakashi Sensei, the perverted sage, and everyone has forgotten what she has done. Old man, since you are a god, why didn't you come out sooner? God. A complex pattern surfaced on Kagaya's weathered face. A true god never interferes with the fate of mortals. But that woman, she is a thief. She has stolen causality, and now she seeks to steal the future of the world. Kagaya extended her bony finger, and 9 true seeking balls began to spin slowly, one detaching from its orbit and hovering at Naruto's brow. My power has dissipated with the ages. The remaining chakra is insufficient to confront her. But you are different. You possess Ashura's chakra along with the assistance of that little fox. Reach out. Naruto instinctively raised his right hand. Kagaya's palm gently covered it, and a sun-shaped mark slowly emerged, burning hot like iron. Go find the reincarnation of Indra. Only the resonance of yin and yang can tear apart this false heavenly curtain. Kagaya's figure began to fade like a wisp of smoke about to dissipate. Remember, time is short. That woman's heart is withering. She will take the entire world down with her before she collapses. Wait, who is the reincarnation of Indra? Where do I find him? Naruto shouted anxiously. The person you have been pursuing all along. As her voice faded, Kagaya completely vanished. Naruto stood frozen, the figure of that proud silhouette flashing in his mind. Sasuke. The Valley of the End. The waterfall roared, mist swirling. Uchiha Sasuke stood atop the weathered statue, his gaze coldly fixed on the distance. In his memory, Uchiha Itachi had died at the hands of the Akatsuki, and his current goal was to destroy the Akatsuki along with their so-called leader Pain. Sasuke. A loud shout broke through the sound of the water. Sasuke frowned slightly, turning his head to see the orange-clad figure panting as he landed on the opposite statue. It's you again. Sasuke's fingers rested on the hilt of his Kusanagi sword. I don't have time to play house with you right now. Go back to Konoha. I won't go back. Naruto's chest heaved violently, the golden chakra of the 9 tails erupting instantly. Listen, Sasuke, your memories are false. Itachi was not killed by the Akatsuki, and Tsunagakure was not destroyed by Pain. It was a woman, a madwoman who claims to be a god. Sasuke sneered, his Sharingan slowly rotating. Is it you who is mad, Naruto? Have you fallen under a genjutsu? Chidori. The ear-piercing thunder erupted instantly. Sasuke wasted no words, his form transforming into a blue bolt of lightning charging toward Naruto. Nothing is more effective than knocking this idiot out directly. Damn it. Naruto gritted his teeth, not dodging or avoiding, as he rapidly gathered a Rasengan in his right hand. Rasengan. Boom. The two forces collided violently in midair. The surface of the water exploded with massive splashes, and the violent air currents uprooted nearby trees. At the moment the two were locked in a stalemate, Naruto suddenly opened his right palm, pressing the searing yang power mark firmly against Sasuke's chest. Kurama, lend me your chakra. All of it. Roar. Take a kid. Shatter this damned illusion. Red chakra mixed with golden yang power surged along their touching arms, flooding violently into Sasuke's body. What are you doing? Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. In the next second his brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. The intense pain forced him to let out a muffled groan. The purple mist shrouding his soul began to tear apart under the assault of this overwhelming six paths power. The altered memories receded like a tide, real images flooding in. That purple woman. That lightning that easily erased Susanoo. That was true despair. Sasuke's Threedemo spun wildly, instantly merging into a kaleidoscope, followed by a single purple eye opening in his left eye. Rinnegan awakened. He gasped for breath, the Chidori in his hand dissipating. He looked at Naruto, whose gaze was resolute, then glanced at his trembling hands. That woman. Sasuke's voice was hoarse, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, is in the land of iron. Naruto grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. I finally woke you up, you bastard Sasuke. The end.